For the trilogy, Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com. When back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How do you make the most of your land? Shaw does it behind the wheel of a John Deere 1025R compact tractor. And he can do just about anything because...
I'll make the earth take the shape that I want it to take.
But the Hubbards use their 1025R because...
We really are trying to create this homestead.
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. How will you make the most of yours? Nothing runs like a Deere. Get a 1-Series tractor for just $124 per month at your John Deere dealer today. For additional cost information, please call toll-free 855-633-2315.
Much better in Mill Valley. Today with a high of 84.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shesky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it was good to hear Mike Tirico. And no, baby, the first football Friday of the season. And what a game last night, Buffalo. Oh, boy, they look dominant. Josh Allen, 297 yards passing, another 56 on the ground, 4 total touchdowns, and the Bills roll over the Rams 31-10. And we get ready for Niners and Bears. A lot of people talking about the Rams, especially Niner fans. We were all laughing at them. Offensive line issues. Stafford not throwing the ball well. But good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Shasky's back. Shasky's back. Shasky's back. We have Sam Lubman, and, of course, we have Stephen Langford. Shasky, I'll give you a word here, but before we move on, I do want to shout out Stephen Langford because it is his last day with us, Shasky.
Yeah, I mean, it's he's on to bigger, brighter, better things, flying away. Free Langford is happening, and we love him very much. And it's Football Friday, so we're just going to have a great day today.
Football Friday. I want to say this before we start the show. I got to say this, and we'll do it again a little later. Langford has been here for a long, long time.
He's one of the longest tenured 95-7 game employees.
He interned, went back to college, came back and got a job. And when I first got here to 95.7 The Game in mid-November of 2016, he was one of the first guys I met at Pick 6, the old Pick 6 bar, watching Raider games. And I've been able to see Langford just kind of rise up the ranks from technical producer on the board, whether it was middays, mornings, to update anchor, to the pregame show at 5 to 6, setting its own for us, and becoming our number one fill-in. He's our guy. One of us goes out, Langford steps right up, and we don't skip a freaking beat. And so I'm going to miss this guy. I'm happy for him. But I'm a little ticked off because it's like, how do we replace Steven Nice Guy Langford? I'm selfish in that way, Shasky. Like, who the hell's going to replace him?
It's going to be board out by committee, like the San Francisco
I'm a
Giants?
selfish human being. I didn't press that.
No, it's all right. I don't know how we're going to be able to. Well, first off, you don't really replace him, but no, it's going to be a long journey to try to find somebody to fill some of the void that Steven brings to the table. I'm going to miss hearing him in the morning on my drive-in, stealing his material and all that whatnot. Steven, you can hop on at any time.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate the words, fellas. Let's just get on with the show. We'll do this toward the end of the show.
We'll get nostalgic again.
Getting a little uncomfortable?
We will. Of course
Well, then let me start
But I'll tell you how it is, man. When you got people talking about you out there, you don't like it. You get a little uncomfortable. I'm the same way.
Yeah, no, I feel you. But nice guy, we're going to miss you, man.
Let me give you a
happy
date
for you. What's up?
January 30th, 2022. Do you know what that was?
NFC Championship?
Yeah. That's how long I've been waiting for the 49er season to start. That's how long 49er fans have been waiting for this season to start. You know how excited I am? First off, the Rams, the Super Bowl champs, the Lambs, went out and laid an egg on national television yesterday and looked so overwhelmed. They cannot be in first place after this weekend. And after the Niners smash on the Bears and Trey Lance pops, I can't wait. He's going to pop, this weekend. The Niners are going to be in first place in the NFC West. Yes, I'm doing NFC West talk already, day one. Let's go.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of overreactions from last night's game, and I've already seen them. First of all, is Buffalo not one of the best teams in pro football?
Of course.
They look dominant. And Langford actually called it yesterday, said the Bills are going to blow out the Rams, and I was like, Then right before game time, I figured, all right, the Bills are going to win, but I don't know by how much. The Rams are going to have some pride here. The Rams went out there and really should have got a 40-burger dropped on them.
You hedged all bets. So you said Rams.
Yeah, on
home,
there.
On betting, you
I got
Bills.
and I'm not lying. I got to pick them right here, and I actually.
This is coming from the same man who buried the Rams in the middle of the season last year.
So we all did. Don't play it. I was just man enough to say it. Everybody else kind of curled up in their little shells, like, I don't know about the Rams. They won a freaking game in November. A game.
I know.
They won the Super Bowl, but you know what? They got O-line issues.
Yes, they do.
They have O-line issues, which made me a little happy. But division games are different. I would not count out the Rams at all. I don't think they're repeating as Super Bowl champs. I think Stafford's a year older. I do think they have some things to work through, but they're a team that makes moves. They're not going to stand pat, so it was good to see them get beat up at SoFi Stadium. It was good to see, it was good to see Ramsey get cooked.
Oh, and then get thrown at over. I believe Diggs had 4 catches for 104 yards on Ramsey alone.
Yeah, I mean, he gave up a perfect passer rating yesterday against Josh Allen. I think he attempted 7 passes against him, gave up 7 completions. Ooh. Now, some of the symmetry, though, between Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen. I mean, that back shoulder throw against Ramsey.
Ridiculous.
Ramsey could do nothing about that.
That was a ridiculous
nothing about
throw.
that. So Josh Allen, I believe, like I tweeted this last night, you think about the great seasons as a quarterback, Brady when he threw the 50 touchdowns, Peyton Manning with the Colts when he was throwing to Stokely, the Randy Moss year. You had Stokely, Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne, Dallas Clark when Manning was lighting up the world on fire. And then you had Dan Marino way back when in 1984. Of course, they lost the Super Bowl that year to the Niners, but he threw for over 5 Gs and 48 touchdowns. I think Josh Allen could have one of those years where it's a 5,000-yard passing season, and he could run for another 500-600 yards and score another 10 touchdowns on the ground. This guy looks elite. He looks like the dude right now. If you had to take the quarterback number 1 overall, a lot of people are going to go Josh Allen, if not everybody. Now, if I had the number 2 pick, it wouldn't be a bad thing because there's still some great quarterbacks out there. But it looks like Josh Allen's league right now.
Well, everyone's going to talk about the physical gifts, which are undeniable. For me, it's his mentals. It's the pre-snap recognition of where to attack. It's his ability to take what the defense gives him. And then once he starts rolling, he gets that little I'm either going to run or throw as I'm rolling out. And the pressure that puts on a defense is tremendous. I've been a Josh Allen truther since going back to college days. I watched him and Brian Hill on Saturday nights, late night. And I remember tweeting out about Josh Allen. Now, no one could have predicted the player that he would evolve into. I thought he'd be a very good player in the NFL. And what he's done year after year after year, he's just gotten so much better, and you could see the game slowing down from him. I watched him very thoroughly the first 2 years. Again, because I was all over this kid. I really liked him.
He didn't look good.
Well, it's not that he didn't look good. He wasn't confident as a passer the way he is right now.
Well, he changed his mechanics.
Well, that they did, absolutely. But they also got him that weapon. Being bold and being aggressive and going out and getting digs really elevated his confidence level. And you can clearly see that now he's adding to those layers. And if they get any run game like they did last night.
Oh, they're a physical football team.
That's kind of been one of the bugaboos. He's been their most dynamic runner, which puts a lot of pressure on him.
Well, Singletary looked good. Zach Moss ran the ball hard. They have a fullback. My boy James Cook fumbles on his first carry, doesn't see a sniff after that. But look, Josh Allen in his last 3 national TV games, Shasky. Last 3.
Okay.
National TV. Gets the Pats, gets the Chiefs, gets the Rams. He's putting on a show.
What 9, 10 touchdowns?
12 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 79% completion percentage, 74-93, another 190 on the ground and a touchdown. The Bills are averaging 38 points per game in their last 3 national television games. And they're on a mission. All they need is a little something from that defense. And Von Miller...
He looks great.
Looks like he's 25 all over again.
You think he had a little something for the Rams yesterday?
There's no doubt about that.
I listened to a podcast where he basically went to go sign with Buffalo, took the whole flight out there, and then as he's about to sign on the dotted line, he goes, "Can I leave the room?" And then goes in the other room for 2 hours and has to be coerced by not just McDermott, Josh Allen, and the GM of the Buffalo Bills to sign the contract.
Yeah.
He didn't want to leave the Rams.
He didn't want to leave at all.
But boy, he looked like the missing ingredient.
Boy, Joe Noteboom, left tackle for the LA Rams.
Who?
Joe Noteboom. Get to know him because he cannot block.
Oh.
He cannot block. Number 70. Cannot block. This Rams offensive line got Stafford killed. 7 sacks last night. The Bills amassed yesterday, including the 3 interceptions against Matthew Stafford.
Everybody's going to point to the O-line for the Rams, which is like the obvious thing. I was watching Stafford saying, this is a guy who told me last year, and it showed in how they played. I threw X amount of extra passes every morning to Cooper Kupp. Didn't it look like he just didn't play a lot of football in the last couple of weeks?
No.
He looked a little off. The spiral didn't look as tight as it normally does. He got a little gun shy, and you could say that's because of the offensive line and how little time he had to throw. He just didn't look his normal self.
They didn't look fast yesterday. He didn't look like his normal self, but the Rams didn't look like a normal offense. When you think of the Rams offense under McVay, explosive, get the ball down the field, fast guys outside. Cooper Kupp is going to be a baller, 13 catches, 128 yards. But outside of that, Allen Robinson, 1 catch. Didn't hear his name all night.
Surprised how
Didn't
quiet
hear his
he
name
was.
all night. I also think they have good tight ends. They didn't use the tight ends well. Higbee's good.
I think he caught 4 or 5 passes, but there wasn't a lot of downfield
5
stuff.
catches, 40 yards. Nothing
it
special.
Wasn't anything downfield.
And the tight end they had in the Super Bowl last year who replaced Higbee because Higbee got hurt. Was it Bryson Hopkins? Maybe they lost him. I don't know. They didn't look fast, though, last night. And they lost. Van Jefferson didn't play yesterday. And that's a big loss for them because he stretches the field because he has a lot of speed.
I think the biggest loss was Odell Beckham. Beckham killed the Niners.
He did kill him.
I mean, he killed the Niners. He was a very good player for them down the stretch. And you put Kupp opposite Odell Beckham, that puts a lot of pressure on a defense. I don't know. I think if I'm the 49ers, I'm sitting here, I'm going, if Odell Beckham's healthy and we got a couple of $1 million that we can use on him, I would love to bring him in. If for no other reason, to keep him out of that Rams offense.
Yeah, no, he may be going back there, though. Who knows?
Well,
but
they
Allen
have
Robinson,
$6.5 million supposedly set aside for him.
Listen, they always create money.
You're right.
The Rams have been a salary cap hell for the last 4 years, yet they still get ballers.
Did Bobby Wagner look good last night? Because he's a guy that they signed this offseason.
He looked okay.
They used him a lot in blitzing.
Yeah, he looked okay. He looked a little faster. I mean, he knows where to be. I think at this point of his career, it's more about his mind and his physical gifts. I think you add a player like that, you get his. And no, I did not take the Rams last night. I took the Bills. I'll show you guys in my pick'em. I'll screenshot and put it on Twitter if you want. I took the Buffalo Bills in my pick'em. I bet a lot of money on the Bills last night. All right, a lot of money. Screw the Rams. Anyway. Got to just get that out there because they got shelled yesterday. But I don't know, man. I think the Rams would be okay. It's week 1. They're playing the Buffalo Bills, one of the most complete teams in all of football. The last thing we need to do is overreact to week 1. But they do have some alarm.
No, it's not overreact. I'm dancing. I'm just dancing this morning, feeling great. This is the team that beat us last year. I was early to this, and maybe I was a year too early. I told you. once the Rams got settled into L.A., they would be the primary enemy of the 49ers.
Yeah.
I took great solace in seeing that game last night.
Yeah, no doubt. We all did.
It felt like watching vintage Seattle losing.
We all did. I mean, Stafford got beat up.
I loved it.
Up. So they got to commit to the run game.
Throw for an interception.
Well, all that stuff too. All that stuff too about Cam Akers not getting any run.
What was going on? That's your guy. What's going on there?
I don't know what the hell's going on there. We got to ask Kirk Morrison.
You're probably higher on him than I am. I think
Cam Akers?
I think he's a good player. To me, he's a clear backup, change of pace guy. I don't think he could be your top dog.
I think he was your top dog last year in the playoffs before the injury.
Okay.
Tear your Achilles tendon right before the season. You're going to lose a little step.
That ended Kendall Hunter's career.
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, just ended it.
But Cam Akers had a good playoff run. He ran physical. I don't know what the hell is going on there. I don't know the running back room for the Rams, but even in the playoffs, like, he got shut down. Look at these yards and carries for Cam Akers in the playoffs.
This is the playoffs,
This is the playoffs. 4 games in the playoffs.
Give it to me.
17 carries, 55 yards against the Cardinals. That's 3.2 a pop. It's not good.
No.
24 for 48 against the Bucks. That's 2 yards a carry. That's not good. All right? Against the Niners, 3.7 a carry, 13 carries, 48 yards. That's not really good. And then the Super Bowl.
Wow.
And then the Super Bowl, 13 carries, 21 yards. He averaged 1.6 a pop. So he had overall in the playoffs, 67 carries, 172 yards, 2.6 a pop. So I don't know if he has that explosion right now, but he doesn't look right. And obviously the Rams don't feel like he's looking right.
No, and when the Niners did struggle against the Rams, they adjusted and ran the ball right up the gut against them multiple times. I mean, you saw that a few different times when they faced off against each other. So I'm just looking at like Darrell Henderson and the way he was running last night. I know he didn't get used often. To me, he needs to be the focus of that run game just for right now because he's physical. But the bigger takeaway, B, you talked about Von Miller. I was thinking about this just from a Niner perspective. Everyone's like, Bosa's going to eat. No.
Right.
For sure, Bosa's going to eat when they play the Rams. 2 premier pass rushers left this division, and I don't think we've talked enough about it. Chandler Jones dominated the Niners when he played them. And Von Miller, although I don't think the sack numbers were there in the 2 games that he played against the Niners.
A lot of pressures.
Yeah.
A lot of pressures.
And he just opens things up for guys like Aaron Donald when you can put that kind of pressure on the edge and stuff. So seeing those 2 guys leave the division and Russ leaving the division.
Not bad.
It feels pretty good this morning to be a Niner fan.
Not bad. Not bad at all. In the NFC, if the Rams are one of the top teams in the NFC, look how they look against one of the top teams in all of football. Did not look good, but again, that felt like last night. The lack of preseason.
Oh, no doubt. They don't play anyone.
They don't play anybody.
Don't play anyone in
and when you
preseason.
come into week 1, you got all the Super Bowl hangover stuff, the banners, the SoFi, and then you got to play a team like the Buffalo Bills. I don't think people realize Buffalo's on a mission. Their last 2 playoff losses, the heartbreakers in Kansas City, especially last season, where they're 13 seconds away, and you give up the game-tying field goal and you lose in overtime, that stung. And Buffalo feels like this is our year.
For sure.
This is the year we finally hoist the Lombardi. They've got everything, Shasky. Running backs, offensive linemen, wide receivers, tight end. Knox is a good tight end. They got DBs.
Yes.
You got defensive line. So
and
Buffalo,
a cornerback coming back.
What's that?
Tre'Davious White.
Tre'Davious, and forget
he didn't even play.
He didn't even play last year.
He's a really good player.
So he's a baller.
You're right. Buffalo is loaded. The only thing, and it's early in the season. The AFC is loaded. It feels like to me, if we were weighing the conferences, the AFC's top 6 or 7 teams are better than whatever the top 6 or 7 teams are for the NFC, and it's not even close. To me, it's not close.
Depth-wise, AFC all day long. But didn't you feel like that about the AFC last year?
For sure. Well, when it's a one-game Super Bowl, it's different. I'm just talking collection of talent.
No doubt.
It feels like there are more good teams that you have to go through in the AFC than where the Niners' path would be in the NFC.
There's no doubt.
And I'm not dismissing the Rams are a good team. I still believe they're a playoff team.
Right. McVay will figure it out.
He will. But to see them lose by 21?
It was great. It really was a 10-10 game at halftime.
I know.
And it shouldn't have been 10-10.
They should have been up.
Buffalo should have been up. And that cost me some money in the first half. So.
The interception through the guy's hands. I mean, there's a lot of different things. Did you see, I want to laugh for just a second. Did you see the video that OJ put out yesterday?
No. OJ Simpson?
Yeah, you didn't see it. OJ had said before, this is OJ Simpson, by the way, that in his Buffalo Bills, quote unquote, were facing the Rams in LA. OJ said, I will never go to LA because I don't want to have to sit down and eat next to the real killer. Mm-hmm. That's what he ended up claiming. Well, last night he was in SoFi Stadium wearing a Buffalo hat laughing it up in a suite, and it was the replies on Twitter to OJ posting that video might be some of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, gosh.
My team sucks.
you know.
Hey, Twitter world.
Hey,
it's
Twitter
OJ.
world. You know, I think the offensive line, the spotlight on them, now that people are understanding football more and more and more, they're realizing, like, you don't protect your quarterback, your offense can't function.
For sure.
The Rams could not function last night with that offensive line. And a lot of people were saying, well, you know, Cincinnati, they made the Super Bowl. Cincinnati made it. Joe Burrow got sacked 19 times in that playoff run last year.
That's crazy.
And he almost got folded in the Super Bowl. And he got hit a lot more times.
I thought his knee buckled on that one play.
The Super Bowl. We thought he all buckled.
There was a specific play.
And we all forget Kansas City was up 21-3 in that football game.
I know.
Mahomes turned it was like Space Jam when they came down to earth and took all the powers from Patrick Ewing and Muggsy Bogues and Sean Bradley. That's what happened to Mahomes in that second half, as well as Andy Reid's play calling. Not going for it right before halftime when you could have kicked the field goal. They botched that football game. Tannehill turned into a pumpkin.
Yeah.
Let's not take a victory lap over Cincinnati. But what did Cincinnati do in the offseason? They said, we cannot have this happen again to our franchise quarterback. Let's invest in offensive linemen.
For sure.
The year before, what did Kansas City do? They invested in the offensive linemen because Mahomes got killed against Tampa Bay. You better do something up front, folks, to protect your quarterback. Stafford, he was getting battered around, and McVay kept throwing the football. It's like, dude, you need to shut this game down.
That's what I was thinking. But it also, to me, it looked like not only was their offensive line getting absolutely suffocated, it just felt like they didn't have enough defensive pieces to slow down Buffalo as well, like simultaneously.
Yeah, no doubt.
It felt like the Buffalo was in complete control offensively, can go in any way they wanted.
Yep, and that's why the Rams, it was funny, they came out trying to run the football because they knew we need to keep Josh Allen off the football field, and they couldn't generate anything on the ground. And Buffalo just spread. They could line up. What the impressive thing about them, they go 5 wide on you. Then they go, all right, next play, let's go I formation.
I know.
They run the ball right at you.
It's pretty impressive.
They're a physical football team.
Ken Dorsey's the OC over there now, and I'm a big Ken Dorsey fan. So
he's gonna get a head coaching job.
Did you also notice that as Stafford was having the game last night that he was having, Richard Sherman was on Twitter. Spicy.
Somebody just tweeted that. Carlos and
Talking
Concord.
mad smack about Stafford.
Carlos and Concord.
Saying Stafford do what he do. Him and Dan Orlovsky, Sherman, were tweeting back and forth about Stafford, and the entire time Stafford wasn't throwing the ball deep, at least with any accuracy whatsoever. And Richard Sherman is pointing at the elbow saying, this is who he is, and with this injured arm, he can't push the ball down the field.
Yeah, they were going back and forth, or Sherman basically was like, that's your best friend, so you can't say anything bad about him. And I was like, damn, to Orlovsky. It was off a Baldy clip.
Yeah.
And Baldy was like, coach us up, sure. Coach us up.
Well, he was basically saying that Richard Sherman was talking about the defensive back technique of having your butt to the sideline, staring at the quarterback because you can make a better play. That was kind of like the genesis of the tweet. And the next thing you know, Orlovsky's out here pretending like he's, Joe Montana in his prime in terms of film study, and Richard Sherman ethered him.
Wow. Man, Sherman's all over the Rams. He said they're playing all type of pass rushers, and it's true. They may struggle. They may be a 9-8, 10-7 team, and that Super Bowl hangover is real. Maybe they're going to need to recoup some picks at some point to get some offensive linemen or rethink this thing.
Well, Richard Sherman, save some material for the regular season, bud.
Oh, he
is like a loaded gun on social media.
He's got ammo for every single week.
I love that he was a Seahawk forever, and he's probably one of the most famous Seahawks ever. And yet, why do I identify him as like a Niner homer? Because he picked the Niners to win the Super Bowl this year.
He did. And there's a lot of disdain for Seattle.
Because of Pete?
The way he left Seattle, he's not happy about it.
And
Russ. He's sure.
Let's ride.
Dog.
Russell Wilson, let's ride.
What about Rams' house?
Oh,
Whose house?
Okay.
Remember we were in the industry each other? Whose house?
Oh, my God.
Rams' house and the pumped-in crowd noise. Let's get to that on the other side. Let's get into that on the other side.
I want to get into SoFi Stadium as a venue.
Well, SoFi.
No, because I want to,
Doesn't it look beautiful?
It's the best sports venue I've ever been to that's not a baseball park, because baseball's different. I feel like baseball is very different.
Still,
Stadium?
outside of Chase Center, Nothing beats SoFi. Nothing. Baseball, football.
It's the best.
It's the best. Let's get into that on the other side. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open at the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Crick with BetQL. Even though the season has started, it's never too late to play some NFL futures. One of my favorites is NFL MVP. Here's an interesting trend to watch. The last 4 NFL MVPs all started the season at plus 1,100 or longer odds, as well as 6 of the last 7 winners. What does that mean? It means chalk plays like the top 3 might not be the pick, and there might be real value on a guy like Russell Wilson, who's sitting there at plus 1,400. I'm Trista Crick, helping you with the book.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I'll look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at RogerWaters.com.
This is not a drill.
Produced by AEG Presents.
Okay. You know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, I'm Andy, and every morning I wake up thinking about shaving. When I started Harry's almost a decade ago, the shaving industry was a mess. Flashy, overpriced razors as far as the eye could see. I just wanted a great shave at a fair price. Too much to ask? I didn't think so, and that's why I started Harry's. 10 years and 20 million Harry's customers later, we're still obsessed with giving you a quality shave experience. Sharper blades, a better lubricating strip, and making our handle grippy in all the right places. All upgrades based on your feedback. And it all comes at a great price. Seriously, as low as $2 per cartridge. These days, my mornings are a little bit different. Morning, girls. But I still wake up thinking about shaving. Our starter set has everything you need for a close, comfortable shave. 5-blade German-engineered razor, weighted handle, and shave gel. Get yours now for just $3 with free shipping, backed by our quality guarantee. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Venture X from Capital One is the travel card for people always asking,
Where next?
You earn 10x miles on hotels and rental cars, and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel, and 2x miles on everything else you buy with Venture X. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, turn it up. Duh, duh, duh. Wait, I gotta hear a breakdown.
You gotta hear a breakdown. When he gets into it, here's Frank Gifford with the montage when he's in the Niners. Coming into Cleveland, they're showing all the highlights of the teams.
If you want a Santa Claus-filled Christmas, you invite Joe Montana to the party. You know, they would do those heavy-handed, intros.
Yep. Dun, dun, and you get all the intros, and then you get the helmets with the lightning bolts.
I got
and they rise up, and then boom.
Are you ready for it? A month from now?
What's a month from now?
Niners, Rams, Levi Stadium.
Dude, forget that. Forget that. Forget that.
Why? What are you doing?
It's Bears, freaking Niners.
So explain to people what you're doing.
Week 1. People know what I'm doing already.
What are you doing?
They know at 1 o'clock West Coast time. Or Pacific Standard Time.
Oh.
Your boy's going to be flying out of United. And your boy's heading to Chi-Town.
Business class?
I'm not going to, no. I'm not going to say anything about that. It's going to be a nice flight. I'll just say that. And we're heading out to Chicago. Going to check out the Giants. We're going to check out the Bears at Soldier Field.
Wait, so you're actually going to go to a San Francisco Giants game?
Yeah, I mean, I had never been to Wrigley, so.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So, I've thought twice about it because Notre Dame's playing Marshall, and South Bend's only about 90 minutes away. And I was like, damn, I could go see Touchdown Jesus. Touchdown Jesus, Notre Dame, gold helmets, South Bend, Indiana. They're playing Marshall, and I was like, you know what? Got to do the double dip. Yeah. Got to represent the Giants at Wrigley. Sorry, Chad Pennington. Sorry, Randy Moss. Sorry, Byron Leftwich. Sorry. I can't name another Marshall player.
Nor can I. You were talking about a beautiful stadium in Wrigley, and we were talking about this before we went to break. I do believe because of the age of certain baseball stadiums, Fenway is an example that I would cite.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible for a stadium, because stadium to me is like 50 or more thousand, right?
Right.
Baseball's a little more intimate than that.
Cathedrals.
It's really difficult for like an old football stadium. Lambeau still has that charm for a lot of people, and it still does for me. Having gone to just not as many stadiums as maybe you or other people that have been out in the audience, I do believe SoFi Stadium is the coolest, best stadium I've ever been to in terms of everything that they can host there. I can imagine, like my brain was imagining, like if you had a concert there, the sound system's unbelievable.
I mean, they pump in noise. Yeah, the Jumbotrons, the speakers. Like Jerry's World, I thought was a really good stadium. I was actually talking to Big Dog about this yesterday because he lived in Dallas and he was always talking about Jerry's World. So I got to experience Jerry's World during the wild card round.
And when you compare it to SoFi, which was on TV last night,
it makes Jerry's World look 20 years old.
Really?
Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Like, and Jerry's World was cool, but even their video board, how everybody hyped it up. Remember when it first, It was nothing because now you see Chase Center, their video board's better than what they got going on at Jerry's World. And I thought the replay system was a little janky at Jerry's World. I wasn't as impressed. You go to SoFi, and just to walk up, we've explained this. I mean, you get into the gates, and you walk up these stairs, and there's the water fountains, right? And then you get the team store on the right, and the team store is massive. Humongous. Massive. Then you're walking in, and they got the tubs of water and beer. And you just slide your credit card in. It's just so smooth. So you have your beer as you're walking into the stadium, and then you walk in, you're already on the main level, the second level, with the scoreboard right there, and it's a pit.
Like the Golden One Center, as you walk up the stairs and when you first get in, you're actually at like a promenade area that's... It's how would you describe that area? Like it's like a beer garden or
beer garden? Yeah.
What do you think? Like
outside
like
of
party deck?
Outside of Golden One.
At the top of
yeah. It's like a party deck, like a standing room only, but it's like the main level.
And you're overlooking because the stadium is actually sunken beneath you
because of the airline regulations,
so
airport regulations.
It's a trip how beautiful it is in
there. It's like Michigan. I've been outside the big house,
and it's buried down.
And it's buried down in the pit.
Gotcha.
So it does get a little hot, but when you go to Michigan, the big house, and you enter, you're already up there, damn near the upper deck. You got to walk down.
Gotcha.
Same thing with SoFi. But it was sweet when you walk in there.
It's incredible.
And you can move around from one end to the stadium to the next in less than 10 minutes.
Oh, dude, we got in and out of that stadium no problem. And I was seeing a lot of people complain about the freeway access and getting in and out. You and I left an NFC Championship game, which was as populated as you're going to find a game there.
Right.
And B, how many standing room only tickets were there for that game?
There's so many.
If you would have told me there was 120,000 in that stadium, I would have believed you.
And no, they do pump in. They do pump in sound at SoFi Stadium. There's no doubt.
There's not a question in my mind that they're pumping in fake sound. There's no doubt about it. But what I was going to say is that, B, when you go to that stadium and then you leave, it's actually really easy getting out from the seats to the out into the parking lot, and then from the parking lot to get out onto the main roads and actually like kind of flow out into the streets. Unlike some of the stadiums, like even when you're at Chase Center, it's hard to get into a neighborhood and go.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Out there, you're in a neighborhood and you can go in like 50 different directions.
No doubt.
It feels like traffic kind of flows out of there. So I really love it. And I was just thinking about how the NFL Network and everybody kind of talked about, the NFL moving to LA. We talked about it for like 3 years.
Right.
It's a grand slam in the sense that the way it looks on TV is unreal. And seeing Steve Smith and all those guys out front where you and I have been.
NFL Network.
It was so cool.
NFL Network set up shop right there, right outside of SoFi Stadium. You look at even driving by, Ed was like, oh, wow, this is amazing.
Right.
And then you got the Great Western Forum right next to it, looking iconic. So SoFi, they hit a home run. No doubt they got a great stadium down there, but they got rolled at SoFi Stadium. So the Niners will be down there soon. I'm not sure if I'm making that trip this year. In a regular season.
It's in October, I think.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's early November.
A lot of people want to go, though, because of how beautiful SoFi was. I would go. I'm going to wait on that one, though.
Yeah. Well, Vegas, I'm very interested to hear what everyone thinks of Vegas in terms of...
Allegiant Stadium. Are you going to Niners Raiders?
No.
Why not?
No. Your boy is on a budget right now.
Come on. That's
we've got other expenses.
You're making big-time money, man.
No, we're not. And so we have to be very smart with our money right now, and we just can't spend it on those things. I would love to.
You just decked Michelle out with Gucci.
No, I did not.
For the anniversary.
No, I did not.
What was it, Louis?
No, we didn't get each other any gifts this year because we have our money tied into other things right now.
Prada?
No.
You said you got something nice.
No, I did. It was a very nice. We went to a very nice dinner, but we didn't do gifts this year because you know what? We just can't afford it.
I don't know about you, man.
You know,
there's a lot of fibbing going on here.
It's not. It's the truth.
You got new outfits on every single week.
I'm been having this jacket.
New outfits on. All right.
You ready to get into the Bears?
Are you ready to get into Bears? Dave Bernstein's going to join us. Dave Bernstein's joining us from Chicago. Where is he? 670 score, Lubman. Dave Bernstein, 670 to score. He's going to break down the Chicago Bears because we do have a game, Soldier Field. And you know what? I need some sound because I heard somebody on Willard show yesterday from Chicago talking real greasy about Trey Lance. So the perception of Trey Lance, I'm very eager to hear from Dave Bernstein. And I keep thinking of Dave Bernstein. I think about boss at NBC Sports Bay Area. This is actually Dave Bernstein from 670 Score in Chicago. So we'll talk to him about the Bears and how do they view Trey Lance. Trey's coming. Trey's coming, Chasky. Niners and Bears, week 1. We'll get into all that coming up here with Dave Bernstein on the Morning Roast. And that'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
It's the first Football Friday on 95.7 The Game.
just doesn't matter.
Spinning and picking up that first down is Deebo Samuel. Can't get away. Nick Bosa is right there for the sack.
We've got predictions, stats, and more.
The job's been given. The only way Trey Lance loses the job is if he's terrible when games are played.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast. Test positive and at high risk for severe COVID-19? Then act fast with authorized oral treatments that can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms begin. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Learn about a treatment option at treatcv19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
At Napa, when you take care of your ride, we take care of you. That's why a $25 digital gift card can be yours when you buy 10 quarts of Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic Motor Oil products at Napa Auto Parts. That's a reward for rewarding your ride and a way to treat yourself after treating your motor. So give your ride the premium motor oil it deserves and get rewarded in return. Offer ends 10/31/22. Void where prohibited. Terms apply. For complete details, visit pennzoil.com/rewards.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Screen. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh my God!
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, welcome back to the roast. Do not forget, Sunday, the debut of the Red and Gold pregame show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal. 9 a.m. pregame show presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality Jim Beam bourbon whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. And don't forget to download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available completely free on the Odyssey app. And we are giving away a Kirby gift card at 7:30. Kirby gift card. We're giving away at 7:30. The mobile fixer-upper, right? You get a nail in the tire like Langford did the other night. You know what? Kirby will come right to you. Take that nail out the tire. Need an oil change? It'll come to your home and change your oil. Kirby, changing the game.
I'm going to do an oil change next week, and I'm going to report back on how it goes.
Please do.
I might even take some videos for you.
Can I get a gift card? Can I get No, you got the plug,
Oil
man.
50. Oil 50, that's the code.
All right.
Plug it in, get some money back.
All right, let's go to Chi-Town, man. Let's go. Or do they call it Chi-Town? Is Chi-Town like San Fran?
Windy City.
We don't like San Fran. I don't think Chicago folks like the Windy City. I don't think they like Chi-Town. Anyway, host of the Dan Bernstein Show at our sister station in Chicago, 670 The Score. Been there since 1995. It is Dan Bernstein here on the Morning Roast with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. And Dan, good morning. Is it Chi-Town? Is it the Windy City? I don't know. My girl lived there for a year. I still haven't figured it out.
Yeah, I don't think I've referred to it as either one of those things, but we don't let any of it bother us, so feel free.
All right, cool. We let San Fran bother us all the time, but we don't need to get into that, Dan. The Bears and the Niners, week 1. Nice little history between these two teams. What is the perception from Bears fans of Trey Lance and the quarterback situation in San Francisco?
Well, I think the Bears can look at this as an opportunity to be the first disruption in what appears to be an untenably built situation. I can't imagine that Trey Lance feels that it's a huge vote of confidence to have this guy under contract and just standing right behind him when he's been the guy, he's friends with the veteran players, and it's all too easy for them to look at any underperformance or anything shaky from the young player and say, well, let's go with something that we know a little bit better. I think the Bears need to be opportunistic and say, hey, let's cause that level of concern. Whether they can do it or not, I don't know.
Do you think the 49ers made the right choice? I mean, you saw Justin Fields for an entire year. There's been a lot of talk nationally about Mac Jones and Trey Lance. But there were a lot of people, myself included, that were very intrigued with Justin Fields coming out and would have had no problem with the Niners taking Justin Fields at 3. After you've seen a year of Justin Fields, and obviously we haven't seen Trey Lance, do you think the Niners missed on the evaluation of Justin Fields?
We don't know. We don't know anything really about Justin Fields. And after seeing what he was asked to do last year by an offensive coaching staff that was busy chasing the X's and O's in their own heads rather than trying to game plan around the strengths of their quarterback, everything's reset. I think we're working with a blank slate and a new day here where we've reset our evaluation of Justin Fields back to the factory defaults, because last year was such a mess, it was unfair to so many people involved.
So you look at Matt Eberflus, the first-year coach coming from Indianapolis, a defensive-minded guy. Is that who Bear fans wanted as head coach? Because it feels like you guys have always been about defense, run the football, but the quarterback spot, the wide receiver spot outside of Brandon Marshall, it feels like you guys just can't figure that out. So what's the reception of Matt Eberflus so far in Chicago?
Well, there's a couple questions in there. If you say, is that who Chicago fans wanted? Nobody's ever heard of him. You can't want a guy who you didn't know when he walked in the room. Nobody could have said who he was.
That's a good point.
So the issue is that it's an offensive league. We can talk all we want about Dick Butkus and Bill Gorge, but it's an offensive league. You got to score points, and the Bears have never had a quarterback. Their wide receiving records are still all owned by Johnny Morris, and if they can score points, and Matt Eberflus happens to be the guy in charge of everything as it goes on, it doesn't matter what side of the ball was his specialty at one point or another.
So who should I be worried about on the Bears then? Because quite frankly, we all do fantasy drafts, and there ain't nobody I want on
Darnell Mooney? You don't want Darnell Mooney?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
When you do fantasy, the first rule of fantasy football, never take any Bears.
Well, Allen Robinson was good for me for a couple years.
David Montgomery had some years.
Yeah.
Matt Forte wasn't bad.
So, who's the threat?
Allen Robinson was good until he stopped trying.
Yeah.
It's always wait and see. This team is the Bears' skill position talent is hilariously awful right now. They are probably the worst wide receiver core in the league. I think the running backs are solid, but they're running backs. You can sneeze and find 5 different running backs that can be capable in the league. This is going to be a real chore for their offense to put Fields in a position for big chunks of yards. I don't think you have to be scared of anybody, frankly, until proven otherwise.
Dan Bernstein hosted the Dan Bernstein Show at our sister station in Chicago, 670 to score. Dan, when you look at this game Sunday against the Niners, Nick Bosa is going to be coming off that edge. We saw the Rams last night. Just their offensive line looked porous. Matt Stafford got battered. Justin Fields, you speak of him and his receiving core being one of the worst in the league. What's this offensive line going to do on Sunday, and how do they look? Because, you get a franchise quarterback in Justin Fields, it feels like you guys are not building around him already in year number 2, and that should be the focal point. Let's protect our franchise asset.
The line's going to struggle. You're starting 2 rookies. The left tackle is a 5th-round pick from a 1-11 team, and he's a prospect, and he's a developmental prospect, but he's forced into action as an NFL starter. They're going to give him help, and I think it's one of the problems that they're going to have all year is moving running back help and tight end help to Braxton Jones' side, especially in a matchup against a guy like Bosa, is going to take guys out of patterns and take away some of those downfield factors just because you're trying to not get the quarterback killed. There'll be a lot of boot action, a lot of waggle action, and plenty of opportunities to get Fields out on the move where he's been most effective, especially running to his right. You'll see him try that reverse pivot that he does to get to his left sometimes, and he's going to have every trick in the bag to keep himself safe, as well as understanding how quickly the ball's going to have to leave his hand. It's going to be a chore.
Is Justin Fields scorned by Shanahan not selecting him and selecting Trey Lance instead of him?
I don't think so. I don't think that's really what motivates Justin Fields. He seems to be pretty solidly competitive on his own merits and not needing to chase invented demons in his head. I expect that his motivation to win comes from his motivation to win and not to prove anybody wrong.
So, Dan, my buddy Bonte here is going to fly out there. There's a lot of people from the Bay Area. I mean, it is a San Francisco invasion, if you will. They're going to go to Cubs, and then Cubs-Giants, and then they're going to go to the Bears-Niners game. What's the weather going to be like out there? Because I've seen a lot of weather watch, and, when you see a little bit of rain, us Bay Area folk, we
like rain out here.
We get ready for our beautiful coats to come popping out there. So does Bonte need to wear a coat on Sunday?
Yeah, the forecast keeps deteriorating. It looks like it's going to be a pretty ugly day on Sunday, particularly. And remember, the Soldier Field just was resodded.
Yeah, with Bermuda, correct? Because this is a golf thing. I know all about the turf.
Bermuda grass.
They put in Bermuda grass. It's going to go dormant come December.
Well, they have a heating system in there, and they said that they already turned on the heaters, which they usually don't do until after Thanksgiving with the Kentucky Bluegrass that they had. And the funny thing is, it was Matt Eberflus himself who actually wanted the Bermuda grass. He wanted the tighter carpet with the faster track for a speed-based defense. But I'm not a gambler, but if you are, there could be some opportunity in the variance that is afforded by a pretty ugly weather day Sunday.
So wear a jacket, get a hoodie, have the jacket ready to go.
And where does he need to go for Chicago beef?
Oh, I know where to go.
Where are you going to go?
Well, let me hear from Dad first, because my girl did live out there for a year, but I want to hear from Dad.
Well, it's hard to go wrong, but I'm an Al's guy. I've always been an Al's beef guy, especially the one on Taylor Street. But I find that the Al's au jus is a little more garlicky and a little more oreganated, and there's something in there that the other places don't quite replicate. So what you got to do, no matter where you go, it's both hot and sweet pepper and fully dipped, not just extra on the side. You have to begin. It's not an Italian beef sandwich until you begin to actually lose bread integrity.
There you go.
The bread itself should cease being bread. Then you're getting there.
Yeah, also Harold's chicken. I love me some fried chicken. I love me some Harold's out there. And a deep dish. Is deep dish overrated in your opinion?
It's fine. It's fine. It's not. I don't know. I mean, I prefer New York pizza, even though I'm a lifelong Chicagoan. The good news is that the pizza scene in this city is so spectacular right now that you can get from New Haven style to Sicilian style to Detroit, all from independently owned artisanal pizza makers here. You don't have to follow what you see on the bumper shots on network television during games.
Well, we can't wait for Sunday. Bears and Niners, week number 1. Trey Lance, our new toy out here, going up against Justin Fields, who had one of his finer games against the Niners last season. Ran the ball really well, 103 yards in that game where the Bears lost 36-22. Dan, you're the man. Thanks so much for the time today.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, guys. My pleasure.
Anytime,
So
Dan
Al's.
Bernstein. Al's.
You can call me Al, Paul Simon.
Al's, yeah.
You don't know that song, do you?
I don't know that song at all.
You can call me Al.
Snitching music. That sounds like...
Paul Simon is not snitching
that's
music.
That's snitching music right there. You can call me out. Yeah, that's snitching
Al.
music.
You can call me Al.
You can call me Al. Why would you call me Al? Al Green?
Oh, God.
The only Al I know is Al Green. And Al Bundy.
Paul Simon's a legend.
Al Bundy, Al Green, the best Al's ever.
Diversify your portfolio.
No, I don't. I do not.
What about Al Harrington?
He's not a bad Al. He's no Al Bundy, though.
No, I would agree there.
He's no Al Green.
What about Al Shair, 49er linebacker?
Al Shair's got some work to do. Al Green, legend, man. Come on, that's the best. Isn't that the best Al ever?
Al Green?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
No, Langford? Ooh, give me another Al.
Michaels is right up there.
Al Michaels, washed.
I know.
Washed.
Langford. I like what you did.
Fakest carpet in the game.
Gotta love Al Michaels. Legend. Miracle
What
on
about
Ice.
Al Guido?
He's down on the pecking order. I love you, Al. got down on the pecking order, man. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. This is what I want to do real quick.
I just can't wait. The football's here, and the Niners play Sunday.
They play Sunday.
We finally get to see Trey Lance unleashed.
We got a great show today, dude. I mean, like...
They're going to smack on the Bears, right? I mean, is anybody worried? Like, seriously.
A little bit.
What about what?
I'm always worried.
Like, did Bosa get 3 or 4 sacks?
I'm always a little worried.
Yeah, you're always trying to tout up the opponent.
You guys don't do that. You guys look at everything with red gold blinders on and say, hey, there's another opponent. Let's look at them and break them down. Always have a healthy fear. As Steve Kerr always tells you guys, who, by the way, Steve Kerr sounded great last night on Damon Ratto. Great. Warriors about to have training camp very, very soon. Cannot wait. September 24th. Oh, man. Basketball's back. But, no, Steve Kerr always had appropriate fear. That's all I do. Appropriate fear. Do I think the Niners will win? Of course. Appropriate fear. By the way, Cole's joining us at 8 o'clock. Jim Colesmore. We're going to give Romo another shot. Bill Romanowski at 8:30. And then Jim McMahon, 9 o'clock. Jim McMahon, 9 o'clock.
All right, so a little running and a little throwing?
Yeah. Oh, we're going to have a little bit of all that. All that. Al Davis. Wow. Al Davis. Who's this? Somebody just Texas.
Oh.
Al Davis. One of the best Al's out there. Al Addles. Al Be Sure. Al Pacino. Look at the text line coming through. Paul Simon was the OG snitch, Oscar and EPA. You love the snitches. And by the way, real quick, a lot of people called me yesterday and said, where's Shasky at? Where was he at? Is he ducking the Kevin Barlow fade?
What?
A lot of people thought you was ducking Kevin Barlow.
What, did Kevin Barlow come on the station?
No, but Kevin Barlow, you put his business out in the street. People weren't happy about it.
I mean, he put his own business out in the street.
You're going to have to bring it up 20 years later. Look, the Captain Gate. I want you to hear from Shanahan.
Explain to people who maybe didn't.
Well, no, they know.
What do you mean people
They know. People know. We talked about it all day yesterday. Captain Gate.
Meaning?
Trey Lance wasn't named captain.
Okay.
And a lot of people, some people are making a big deal out of it. I do not care.
You don't care? Why?
It doesn't mean anything.
Well, explain to me why you doesn't.
It doesn't mean anything.
I didn't hear what you had to say.
Well, it doesn't mean anything because you wear a C on your jersey. There's many more leaders in that locker room. Okay. You could go around teams all through the history of the game. The playmaker, Michael Irvin. When you think of Michael Irvin and those Cowboy teams in the early 90s, did you feel like he was, maybe a captain? Was he a leader of the football team? I think he was a leader of those Cowboy teams. Here's what the playmaker had to say about being a captain.
Okay.
Well, I was never a captain. I've never got named a captain. It doesn't mean that you're not a leader or that you can't lead. It's just, it's what it is. The guys understand. Hey, Trey Lance is a young guy. He's learning. He's coming through the ropes and everything. They want him to worry about him. Don't worry about captaining the whole team. You get yourself ready and get yourself right to play. He's a young quarterback. This has no bearing whatsoever.
Jaquaski Tart joined us yesterday.
Yes.
We asked him the same question. Because it doesn't mean anything.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a bunch of leaders in the locker room. Some people say, oh, man, the quarterback. Mark Willard broke it down yesterday. He had great insight. When Garoppolo signed his $137.5 million contract, he was not named captain. Why didn't we make a big deal out of it then? Why is it a big deal now? I have no idea. Even Shanahan don't even give a damn. Listen to Shanahan.
Okay.
We got Trent. We got Kittle. We got Bosa. We got Debo. No, sorry, we don't have Debo. We have Armstead, Jimmy Ward, and Fred Warner.
I really, this is what we're doing. Did you ever hear, you saw the Peacock doc with Joe Montana?
Yeah.
Ronnie Lott said that the only time Joe Montana ever addressed the team was like twice.
Right.
Twice. And he goes, and what he did say, he's like, we need to go out there and we got to go kick their butts.
Yeah, it was a terrible speech.
It was a terrible speech, but everyone was like, whoa, Joe's finally talking.
Joe spoke
But you know
up.
how he led? On the field, through his actions. There are many forms of leadership, and having a C doesn't necessarily equate to being a leader. How many different people in different professions are the manager? But yet, when you have a problem or some crisis or you need guidance, you don't go to your direct manager. Maybe you go to your peer.
Right.
Maybe you go to someone beneath you on the pecking order or the org chart. Maybe you go way above that immediate leader. Like, leader, C's, captaincy, like really,
Right.
it just, to me, this is more fervor. Anything Trey Lance does or doesn't do, tie his shoes properly, did he airmail a practice pass?
It's not a big
deal. Did he
at
say
all.
thank you to the media? It's
Right.
everything is just getting blown way out of proportion.
It's just getting started. It's just getting started. 888-957-9570. By the way, if you had a pregame speech for game one, what would your pregame speech be for the 49ers to start the 2022 season? Because we had Guru's speech, we were playing that, and a lot of people thought Guru could be the captain at 95-7 a game because he gives great pregame speeches.
Okay. I
nominate
replicate.
Juice.
Nah,
I nominate
yeah.
Juice. What would your pregame speech be?
I don't do
pregame speeches?
I mean, not when you're playing the Bears. You guys got to go up there and kick their what. I mean, you just execute.
That's all you do.
In the words of Belichick, do your damn job.
That's all you say to your team before week one? Do your job. These are the Bears. We're going to kick their ass. They suck.
Don't take your
And
foot
you
off
walk
the
out.
gas. You know what I mean? It's a business trip. That's the way I view this one. I mean, this is one of those tune-up games for the rest of the season. And I'm expecting the Niners to run it right down their throat. Like, I honest to God have zero fear of the Bears. It'll probably be tight in the first half. Niners are going to end up suffocating them. How are they going to move the ball on this defense? I mean, this feels like, to me, the most loaded defense the 49ers had in years. The only negative coming out of the preseason is Debo's got the back of the knee thing, and now George Kittle's hurt. And that's a devastating blow.
Get back to the speed. It is a devastating blow. It is huge, huge. By the way, 415's been texting this the last couple of days on the Comcast Business text line. Coach Niners in the rain last year was a game of two halves. Shanahan had the leg up in the first half. Then Eberflus made adjustments, and the coach ran away with it. Interesting. I don't know how much carryover there is because you need talent on the field. And the Bears are starting 2 rookie quarters. So, I can see Shasky giving a good pregame speech. He gets hyped. Come on, Shasky, you got to have a pregame speech in you. Pull up the Guru pregame speech because I do want to hear it. And Juice, I'm putting out the back signal right now. It is a football Friday. I need to hear from Juice. Juice needs to set the tone. Today's a tone-setting day for the weekend.
Speaking of the captaincy thing that you were referencing, Mike Florio said something about the captaincy.
Oh, it's a big indictment on Trey Lance.
That's what Florio said.
It's a lot of people. By
From
the way,
Pro Football Talk.
I got my cue cards today.
Okay. Yeah, because I got somebody I'd like to add to that cue card.
Who's that?
Yeah, Mr. Sensitive. I'm
Who,
so
Mike Florio?
No, there's a couple people.
Who?
First off,
Who's on your list?
The old crusty
on.
media. I'm filing all of them under it. I'm just so
Mike
sick of it.
Silver, is he on the list?
John Heyman's tweeting out about baseball stuff, about how Barry Bonds
Yeah.
isn't the real champion.
Yeah.
John Heyman, you've been fired and hired by 7 different companies in the last 20
Right.
years. You printed money off the backs of the steroid era, and now you're out here hating on Bonds. Take a seat, retire, time to move on. The other guy who's so thin-skinned, he blocked me on Twitter even though I didn't say anything. Mike Silver, another guy who's been in the game forever, fired and hired by 6 different people.
That was just your best friend 2 weeks ago when he wrote the Ghosted story about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Now we're done.
You're done now?
So
You're done again?
thin-skinned, he blocked me because Benjamin Albright came on this station and ripped him a new one, and he blocked me even though I had nothing to do with it. I am so sick of the thin-skinned media out there. File Mike Silver on that cue card.
Wait.
So sick of that guy.
Are you mad that he blocked you?
I mean, what was the last time he actually reported something accurately?
Are you really mad that Mike Silver blocked you?
I am.
Oh, my God. I thought you hated the guy.
Well, if he's got a problem, say it to my face then, Mike.
Wait. You hate the guy. Why do you even care?
This is the problem. Because too many of these old, crusty media speak on behalf of organizations and the fans. And I have no idea what they're talking about.
Well, then Shasky's back.
I am back.
2 weeks ago, you and Chris Sims.
Sick of it.
You, Chris Sims, and Mike Silver were all
you know
best
what I want to see
friends.
this weekend? I want to see Trey Lance stick it to the Florios and the Mike Silvers of the world. Talking about arm fatigue, captaincy, he's not ready. Can he win? And Rob Ninkovich was just on ESPN. He's going to be changed out for Garoppolo by week 6. Peter King, who can't bend over and tie his shoes, who's bloated with arrogance over the last 40 years, who's never thrown a football in his life.
Let it out.
I don't think he can lead this team, even though Jimmy G's been mediocre for the last 4 years and has been carried by the run game and the defense. But I'm supposed to listen to these people who couldn't lace my own tennis shoes, let alone put a basket in the hoop. Get out of here.
Keep going. You got more.
Jaquaski Chart on the Morning Rush here on 95.7 The Game.
What was Trey and Jimmy's relationship like within the locker room when you were part of the team last year?
I mean, it was always a good relationship, man. I mean, everybody, and I mean, that's one thing about the culture there. Everybody treats each other like brothers, so it's never, I mean, what the media make things out to be, the media kind of, make things out to be a lot of different things, but there's always been like a brotherhood.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. Brakes, tire replacements, oil changes, so much more. And they've added an eco-friendly wash. I'm going to use it. Barely uses any water, and it makes your car look brand new. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway, no waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic, friendly, reliable service, no middlemen, no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles. Aww. Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow! Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Or up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
O'Reilly! Improve fuel mileage with Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts. A clean fuel system can increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage. Get Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner starting at $9.99 and earn 10 times O Rewards points on your purchase. Get the most out of every gallon. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale Event. for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
TrackPhone wants to know, are you an influencer? A big live streamer? No? Then guess what? You don't need an endless data plan. Get just the right amount of data with TrackPhone's $40 unlimited talk and text smartphone plan. Now with 8 gigs of high-speed data and unlimited carryover on America's largest, most dependable network, now with 5G. Get the data you need at the price you want. TrackPhone Wireless. Now you're in control. Available at major retailers. 5G compatible device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See terms and conditions at trackphone.com.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Much better in Mill Valley, today with a high of 84.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, MLB, hold on. MLB beat the streak. There's $5.6 million up for grabs at the MLB Beat the Streak game. Check out the Beat the Streak Daily podcast to find out which players have the best chance to get a hit today so you can get closer to becoming a millionaire. We're not closer for just picking giant players. FYI, they got swept in the doubleheader yesterday in Milwaukee, but we'll see them in Wrigley Field against the Cubs this weekend. Call out players from your local MLB team who are hot or due for a hit. Download Beat the Streak Daily on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And look, Shasky, you just went off of Michael Silver, but let me say this, and maybe I'll get you worked up again. A couple weeks ago, when Michael Silver penned a column in the Chronicle, San Francisco Chronicle, and he penned a column talking about how Jimmy Garoppolo ghosted the 49ers. You were Team Silver.
I know.
You ate it up.
I know. That was
You ate it up with a silver spoon.
This is now.
You ate it up with a silver spoon. And I say, wait, what happened? I thought you hated Mike Silver. You go, well, this is an article because I thought it fit your narrative about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Probably. That was then. This is now.
Well,
presented with new information.
The
I'm pivoting.
Finally comes out. So we yelled at each other for 3 hours for basically nothing.
Well, I mean, not every single thing that I hear or read or see is what I believe, nor the other way around that I don't believe it. So,
and now since Silver blocked you
for no reason.
Well, you hate him. You talk about him all the time.
Now I do because he's such a thin-skinned journalist who wants to talk down and be condescending to
you were
everyone.
an accomplice to Benjamin Albright going down his throat.
Yeah.
You're guilty by association.
Yeah, well, maybe if the shoe fits Silver, then you put on the glass slipper.
Well, he didn't block me. Lubman, well, how do you explain that one? Nice guy either. Nice guy. We still get to see Silver's tweets.
I mean, you were the one that mentioned his name in the question.
Who did?
You.
He didn't block me. Or was it me, right?
Yeah, you want to hear the question?
Yeah, let me hear the question.
Wow. I mean, I'm legitimately jaw-dropped right now because every day there's a different report. Peter King, Albert Breer, whomever it is.
Michael Silver.
Saying, hey, the reason that Jimmy... Well, so it was you. It was you. Who cares? We got the Niners-Bears this weekend. I don't care about the journalists. It's so stupid.
He didn't block me. Hey, Silver.
Who cares?
You want to come on the show, by the way? Rumor has it.
Are they going to block Nick Bosa?
Listen, rumor has it. I'm dead serious. Rumor has it. Michael Silver may be an insider on the station.
Oh.
So maybe you guys are kissing
So
make up.
him and Ratto can both have me blocked.
I don't think he's going to be an insider on that show.
Yeah, that's all right.
It's going to be an insider on the show after.
Wake me up when
Willard
he actually
Dibs.
gives insights.
Maybe you guys are kissing make up then. Maybe we'll play some of his sound from his weekly calls with Mark Willard. Just saying. Mike Silver. Whoa, you guys. Man. Niners and Bears. Oh, my. Niners and Bears. Sunday, 10 o'clock. What What's the ritual, man? What's the one thing that gets you fired up about this game? Where are Niner fans at? Jim Kosamore is going to come on the show at 8 o'clock. By the way, I've buried this. And this is my apologies. Everybody's on Friday mode. Friday. Everybody's kind of just mailing it in Friday around here. We're going to 10 o'clock today. The morning roast is extended another hour. We're going from 6 to 10 today. You get an extra hour like the old days. No 9 o'clock. We're off the air at 10 o'clock today. So you get another 2.5 hours of us. Pretty cool, right, Shasky?
Hell yeah. Where are Niner fans?
Well, I'm going to tell you
this is week one of the biggest season I can remember in 30 years.
Well, we've got one Niner fan on the line, and I've been waiting to hear from him.
Who is it?
He ain't called in a while because maybe the Giants stink. Well, we got Papa Shasky on the line.
Oh, my
Papa
goodness.
Shasky, talk to me, baby. Talk to me.
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing? Well, I'm one of the biggest Niner fans on the planet, and watching that game last night reminded me of our great trip that we had last year down to the playoff game. And you guys mentioned leaving the stadium, and I remember when we left the stadium and we had that drop top Mustang.
Oh yeah,
and we're riding down back to the hotel. That was pretty fun, guys.
It was fun.
So real quick, I just want to give a shout out to Steven for all the hard work that he's done over the years. And I love playing golf with Steven. He's a great kid. I really like him. Now, as far as the pregame, I would probably have to pass on that because there'd be too many expletives that I'd be swearing too much and nobody would understand it. So, but I would say that the 49ers, you're just going to look to your guy on the right, look to the guy on your left, and you're going to say, I'm playing for that guy, right? And it's like Joe said, it's a business trip. You're going out there and you're going to handle your business, right out of the gate. So that's really got to say. And great show, guys.
Who you
excited
about? Trey or Bosa? You love Bosa.
This is not a 1 minute call, Papa Shasky. Stay on the line for a second. Who are you excited about?
I gotta side with Joe. I'm a Bosa guy, but I want to see all the guys step up. There's a bunch of guys on defense that got to step up this year. And if the defense can hold us, I think the offense is going to come through.
Yeah.
Well, what about the Giants? Wait, Papa Shasky, are you going to be in Chicago?
I really wanted to go. I was talking to my wife. We were planning on going, but she ended up changing gears on me, and we're going to be going down to San Diego next week for the first time.
Oh.
So I kind of put my money on hold. I wanted to go. I know it was going to be a flood of black and orange and red and gold, and I really want to go, but it's one of those things I have to put on pass.
Well, what about watching the Rams lose last night and Josh Allen just dissecting them?
Oh, so I have a good friend of mine that way back in the day, I'm going to give a shout out, Mark Quigley. He's from Buffalo, and I texted him last night. He's a big Bills fan. He was heartbroken when they lost to Kansas City last year, but we had a nice conversation texting last night. And so, just for you guys to know, I can't wait to watch the game on my new 65-inch TV that I bought yesterday. OLED, the thing is phenomenal. It just the brightness just jumps off at you. I can't watch. I watched the first game last night. It was phenomenal. I was flipping back and forth watching the Giants, watching the football. I can't watch the 49ers red and gold on that new TV.
Well, Papa Shasky, hold on 1 second here.
Bullets are flying.
Retirement's treating you right. 65-inch screen TV. I need to check this out here. But the Giants, are you really wasting? Like, where do we start? How do you fix this team?
I don't even know why he's playing. Why are they playing La Stella and Longoria? I know it's a doubleheader, but for God's sake, those guys have been done. Why? I just can't stand it. Play some of the guys that you want to see coming up. I know there's something in the dugout that you don't want to do this to your older guys, but for God's sake, they're done. Washed up, done. Hang them up. Let them sit. They're gone.
What about Kepler Farhan?
No, the Brebbia opener the other night.
The Brebbia
opener the other night.
They've been going heavy. They went opener.
Oh my God! Don't even get me started. He brings in Garcia in the second inning. I go, oh, there goes the ball game. He coughs up a 3-run jack, and then the second inning he coughs up another 2-run jack. Are you kidding me?
Papa Shasky, where are you at with Farhan and Kepler? Where were you at with Farhan and Kepler before we lets
one
it go.
Of those guys are not on the right page. I think that Kapler lost the dugout early in the season.
I'm with you.
When he tried to go to bat for his guys, and that didn't work out. When they piled on the runs, like that for the very first week, I think that he tried to stand up for his guys, but that didn't go over well in the dugout. And I just think he lost when he didn't come out for the national anthem. I think he lost a lot of guys there. I think he lost a lot of fans when he did that. I just think that there's some misconnect there between him and the upper management.
Papa Shasky, and you're right. I think he contradicted himself, too. 1 minute, you're not standing for the national anthem.
Yeah.
And then on Memorial Day, you're saying, you know what, I'm going to stand for the national anthem. And it's like, wait, if you want to send a message, don't come out for the national anthem on Memorial Day. That's how we're going to see your message. He just kind of wishy-washy there.
Didn't he get the tattoo on his hand because his dad was in the service? And
yes.
You're not going to come out and do the national anthem? I don't get that.
Yeah.
Well, the whole thing, who knows? I can't wait for the Niners because I'm so sick of the Giants right now.
The Giants are done. I don't even know if I'm going to spend any time watching them. I can't wait for the game on Sunday. You guys have a great rest of your show.
Miss you, Pops. Love you.
And tell Stephen Langford he's done a great job.
No doubt about it. We're going to miss Langford. We're going to miss Stephen Langford. Papa Shasky there on the Friday. It's been far too long. He's got the new TV. All he had to do was mention the Giants, and he went crazy.
The Giants are done. We need that soundbite for the rest of the year.
Giants are done. There's like 15 sound bites in that one clip. The LED TV, I mean, he's filling himself
You wonder where
right
I
now.
get it from.
Yeah, well, you guys, you're going crazy about Michael Silver. Papa Shasky's going crazy about the Giants. I'm going crazy about Kirby because we're going to give away a Kirby gift card in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, we're giving away a Kirby gift card. 2 minutes, and I'll give out the number and the caller in just a second. But Kirby gift card after the coach. Coach in Los Altos.
What's up?
He's ready to roll for
Niners.
Sunday. What's up, Coach?
Let's go, baby. The Niners are back. I am so fired up. And, I'm loving the show, loving hearing Papa Shasky talk about the Niners playing for each other. And, one thing that's been kind of annoying is sort of the chirping coming out of Chicago. They haven't done anything. A bunch of young guys, and they're talking smack. Mooney saying, yeah, he's going to show the team that passed on him something. And, and then I think one of their DBs is saying, well, Lance hasn't shown anything. He's got to prove something to me. And I'm just thinking, who are these guys that they're talking smack? Like, they're terrible. And I'm ready to go in and roll. I mean, I think the Niners are going to roll them.
I do too.
Some of them are saying it's 23-20. Blah, blah. I'm like, how are they going to score 20 points against our defense?
Thank you.
Coach, let me ask you.
Not going to score.
Coach, Coach, real quick, you had one of the most epic speeches before the NFC Championship game in 2019. What are you telling the team before they run out of that tunnel at Soldier Field Week 1?
You know what? It's a really good question because it's not like it's the championship. It's the first game, but to me, I love this quote by Coach Gary Gaines where he says, I want you to put each other in your hearts forever because forever is about to happen here in just a few minutes. And that forever is the start of their Super Bowl run. And as Ray Lewis said, if you're not pissed off for greatness, if you ain't pissed off for greatness, that means you're okay with being mediocre. So I think these guys need to get pissed off for greatness. I think Fred Warner needs to chirp like he's been chirping all during camp. And they need to punch these guys in the mouth. I want a shutout.
Yeah, I'm with you.
20-0 shutout.
Well, Coach,
I love that.
We've got the highest priced secondary player in the league right now in terms of the free agency money, and no one's talking about him. I know Jimmy Ward injury is a big one. This defensive line is going to hunt. Have you seen the O-line for the Bears?
No doubt. They're terrible.
Exactly.
They're
to
terrible.
me, it's Pick City.
Exactly.
We've got all that, and it's Stick City with the linebacking core that we've got. And Bosa's going to feast.
I know.
4 sacks.
Wow. Braxton Jones, left tackle. Thanks for the call, Coach. Braxton Jones is in for a long day. Also, I would not sleep on Drake Jackson. You know what? I would not sleep on Javon Kinlaw.
Well, I think Ibukam's going to have a solid season, too.
I think this
if you give me a half a dozen sacks from Ibukam, that means the rest of that D-line is probably really eaten.
I think Drake's going to have about 8 sacks in his
You really do?
I think he's going to get played. He's going to get better and better as time moves on.
He was a late second-round pick.
I know.
That that's the other thing. You hear a lot right now. Well, the Niners moved all of this trade ammunition. They gave up basically a top second-round pick. They gave up the 31st pick. That's what they gave up this year.
And the Niners have found
for Trey Lance.
Gold in the middle round.
No, but I'm saying, we're looking at the trade package that the Niners gave up for Trey Lance, right? So they flipped 12 for 3 in 1 year. Then they gave the 31st, which essentially is like a second rounder. They gave a second rounder for D Ford.
Yep.
And they got like 5 seconds of production from him. That was good when he was out there, but he was hurt a lot.
He was hurt a lot.
Okay, and we'll see what the draft pick is this year. All this, they gave up historic draft capital. It's a little overrated.
It is a little overrated.
We're acting like we're giving up 3 top 5 picks. There's a big difference between 5 and 31.
I tell you what's not overrated.
What's that?
That's Kirby.
Yeah.
Kirby, baby. 5th caller right now. Call 415-951-2386. You get a Kirby gift card. Need an oil change? They come right to you. You don't even have to leave your couch. You don't have to leave your living room. You don't have to get up off the couch. Kirby. Kirby. CURBEE. Caller number 5, 415-951-2386. You got a flat tire? Kirby will come right to you. Anything you need, Kirby comes to you. They're on-the-spot mechanic. Really cool feature. Really cool service here. Kirby, 5th caller, 415-951-2386. Tyler in the city. He's hyped for Sunday. You know he's hyped. Tyler, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's good, boys?
What up?
I just wanted to definitely give a shout-out to Nice Guy Steven, man. You've been holding it down, bro. Definitely going to miss you on the station. Wish we could have you for the whole season. Papa Sassy and them got me hyped up. So I just wanted to go ahead and get my pregame speech. Is that cool?
Give it to me.
All right, cool. Hey, Jimmy D, go ahead and give me my water real quick. Okay, cool. Let's go, fellas. Look, we want to go ahead and get into game mode this week. It's just another week for us. But apparently the Bears feel like this is their Super Bowl week. Darnell Mooney has been talking crazy. So we need to go ahead and put him in his place. I need Nick Bosa to go ahead and show me that you are the most effective and electric defensive lineman in the NFC West. Aaron Donald only got 1 sack last night. So I'm going to need you to come out here and give me 5 sacks. Let's go ahead and rush these boys to the limit. Debo, I'm going to hand you the rock every single time. Trey, I'm going to need you to throw a deep bomb. We're about to go home with the W. Let's go Niners!
Niners!
The best part of the speech. Hey, Jimmy, go give me my water real quick.
How many over under on the first drive? 3 video cuts to Jimmy Garoppolo. First drive.
I can't wait to go back to the hotel room to watch the game over. To see just that.
Oh.
I'm watching the entire broadcast,
So
not
are
to cut up.
You ordering the DVR for the hotel room?
No, I got the Game Pass.
Oh,
I've got my app.
NFL
I got
Plus.
it. Come on, this is Shasky. Come on. You know who you're talking to.
Anna,
Access.
dial up the all 22.
Access. Come on, man. You know what time it is. All right. Here's Guru's. Hold on. You want to get fired up? I'm driving around yesterday. JD and Mark Willard are holding it down from 9 to 12. They had this guy on named Corey Wooten, a former, what was he, offensive lineman, defensive lineman with the Bears. He had a cup of coffee, 6 years. Where's Spinoni at?
Cup of coffee. That's more than a cup of coffee.
Defensive end.
That's like a carafe of coffee.
All right, well.
Wouldn't everyone agree? I mean,
Yeah.
6 years if you was
all right.
a cup of coffee's like 8 games, right? Like, isn't that
You're right.
Okay.
I mean, maybe I was misspoke.
Am I wrong?
But anyway.
He's a 6-year veteran. Yeah,
well, you know what? Screw this guy. I don't care.
Okay.
He's a nobody.
It's a Gatorade jug of
forget this guy. He didn't play.
Okay, what did he say?
He's a scrub. Well, he was talking crazy on the airwaves yesterday. Crazy.
Okay.
And this one actually ticked me off yesterday when I heard this in the car. I had to change the damn station.
I think it comes down to the quarterback position, and I think Justin Fields has the edge in this one. He's looked good in the preseason, especially that last game. He looked very confident, finding Cole Kmet and company. Trey Lance at times has struggled, to be honest with you. I don't know if they really believe in the Niners, with working everything with Jimmy Garoppolo. I think that's a little telling right there. So I think it comes down to the quarterback position because, like you said, it's gonna be rainy. There's gonna be a lot of run games, but you're gonna have to be able to complete passes. And I'm not buying Trey Lance right now.
I'm not buying Trey Lance right now. He also said, I don't think he's as confident. I don't think he's confident. Corey Wooden's got something coming Sunday. Matter of fact, the cue card is here. Add Corey Wooten to the cue card. Add him.
Wait, the guy who completed 58% of his passes in 11, 12 games last year, Justin Fields, is going to complete so many more passes that it's going to actually matter in this one. I mean, really, what are we doing?
These casual takes. These casual takes. Just unbelievable.
Well, wasn't last night a very clear example? Obviously, there's no doubt that Josh Allen's talent overrides everything. No one's denying that. The offensive line play is so important.
Yeah.
And being able to establish the run, like hidden in that game last night with all those big highlights of throwing for Josh Allen, they ran the ball very effectively last night.
Very
the
well.
Niners have established over 5 years with Shanahan, they will run the ball down your throat.
No doubt.
The guy that I think is going to have a monster game is Elijah Mitchell.
Nobody's talking about Elijah.
Nobody's talking
about him. Nobody. Although George Kittle may be out Sunday.
That's a big blow. That's a big
in the
blow.
run game too, especially in the run game. Let's go to Nick and Berkeley real quick.
Man, I'm telling you like this. Man, we paid our dues, but we are about to go Nick Diaz and Stockton slap the rest of the league. I'm telling you right now.
Wow.
We're about to put the hammer down. E. Williams is going to be throwing around the little Bears linemen like little toddlers. I'm telling you, it's going down, bro. Every game, every play, win every play. Get out there, tighten up your chin strap, and get dirty. Put the other team's quarterback in the dirt like the '86 Bears was knocking out every quarterback every game. The 11 out of the 14 or 16 quarterbacks was down and out. I need Bosa. I need Bosa. You better get in there and pile drive these cats every game, bro. I mean, with the strength of 10 men. Let's go. Who's going to guard Bosa? And we got big boy on the other side. I forget what his name is. But, man, I'm telling you, our defense is prowling, bro. And we're going to run it down the Bears' throat. And they're going to be wishing they had Walter Payton when they see our boys running down their throat with juice tech, opening up holes. We're going right down their gut. For all them Chicago cats out there, get ready because you're about to get crunched. Let's go.
I love it.
All right, Nick.
I love it. It's so good. Jay Jolly on YouTube. Is he calling from a jail phone?
Oh, my gosh. Is this the best pregame speech in the history of sports radio?
Gurus.
Close the door.
Game 4 speech. I'm going to get out of your way, Goose. To the Golden State Warriors with everything on the line tonight.
Said, Johnny, damn. Listen, man. I don't know what's going to happen in this series, but I'll tell you what. We are champs. 3-time champs. And all I ask you is to look around. Look at your brother. Look at me. And give it your all. I don't care if we win or lose. You got to go out there and be tough. Not just for you, but for us and our fans. I don't know what's going to happen, but we got to go out there and fight. I'm tired of getting pushed around. I'm tired of being asked why we're not fighting. Again, man, bring it in. All I can ask you to do is fight. Let's go out there and kick the Celtics' ass. Let's go. Because at the end of the day, we're warriors. On 3. Kick their ass. 1, 2, 3. Kick their ass. Let's go.
I've heard a lot of breakdowns. Wow. I've heard a lot of huddle breakdowns in my day. I've never heard kick their ass on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Kick their ass.
I mean, just recently, like last night, our softball team, club on 3, club on 3, 1, 2, 3, club, and they're like,
or you get
Bayview on 3, 1, 2, 3, Bayview, my junior Giants
team. Or you
team.
get family,
Kick
family on 3, family on 3,
exactly.
1, 2, 3, family.
Team together, everyone achieves more.
Win on 3, 1, 2, 3, win.
I love him.
1, 2, 3.
Hey, you know what I'm looking forward to though on Sunday? You know what gets me so hyped? On the real.
Who, Coles?
No, just super hyped watching the Niners. When Fred Warner makes a play and he does that thing where he flexes over somebody and he's like, and the head is just shaking and every Niner fan jumps up off the couch and they're like, let's go, Fred.
You know what? I do miss, dude, I miss Patrick Willis being in the middle of that hole. You gotta give me everything you got.
Oh, he was the best.
Give me all you got.
He grew into that.
He grew into it, yup.
He was not an emotional vocal leader early on in his career.
He
As
wasn't.
we obsess about captaincies,
Right.
Derek Smith was the captain early on, and then Patrick Willis, he was actually much more shy than what he evolved into.
Oh, man.
Let's go out there and kick the Celtics' ass. I don't know.
But Guru's on the list for Trey Lance.
Why?
Because he's another one who's been Trey Lance ain't ready.
You know,
the streets have been talking.
Hey,
Streets have been talking.
Can we be real? Though there's a lot of doubt coming from the midday shows.
A lot of doubt. So I got Steiny, JD Guru, Michael Silver, Chris Sims, Mike Florio, Peter King, Scott Zolek, just because I want to put Scott Zolek
put
on
Rob
there.
Ninkovich in there.
Ninkovich?
Yeah, Ninkovich needs to be added. I saw this morning he thinks that Jimmy G will lead the Niners to the Super Bowl.
Okay. Tom Curran. NBCS Boston.
Oh, yeah, well, that doesn't surprise me.
Who else do we have? Do we have Nick
Tom
Wright?
Curran.
Should I put Nick Wright just to put Nick Wright out here?
What's the median age?
I know, of these haters.
And ethnicity of everyone on that card.
Colin Coward. Right?
Well, Coward's all over the place. Ever since his daughter got dumped by Trey,
so he's on the list just because, he's all out.
It must have been ugly.
As soon as he got drafted, I need to focus on the NFL. Gotta go.
Was it Jerry Judy's girl who was on the draft?
No, C.D. Lamb. Where she tried to grab the phone and he said, bro,
they're not together anymore.
They're not?
Well, that's the rumor.
Shocker.
Yeah.
Shocker.
I know. So this is the list of people that are doubting Trey.
Yep. The list said, so Coward, Ninkovich, Rob Ninkovich, Corey Wooten, who just said anything.
Yeah.
He said anything. Yeah. Coward Salty. Who else do we have?
Was Florio on there?
Florio's on here just because.
Yeah. How about Chris Sims?
Chris Sims on here. He's already on here. Michael Silver's on here.
Is Joe Montana on there? Brett Favre.
Oh, Brett Favre. That's a good one. Yeah. Brett Favre. Brett Favre.
It's like we're brainstorming here.
Favre. Joe Montana's on the list.
Yeah.
You just made the list.
I'm going to hang this up in the studio, actually. Yeah. I'm going to hang this up right under the legal.
Well, I would take a photo of it as well because there are some sticky finger folks here.
Oh, yeah. The people are going to be hating. They're going to be hating. So that's a list. Anybody else on the list, you let me know in the YouTube chat. You let me know on the Comcast Business text line. You let me know on Twitch. Who's making the list? Because a lot of people have been asking me about the list. Where do you unveil the list? Well, we got names here. There's many more. They'll come back to me.
Here's the funny thing. All these people that all agree, simultaneously, all agree.
Emmanuel Acho. Okay,
almost unanimously. Unanimously. All of them say, man, Shanahan's so brilliant. Any quarterback that works with him is going to succeed.
And why is it not the same?
But yet, we don't follow the logic all the way from Jimmy to Trey Lance, right? And it's just so bizarre. Everyone agrees. Oh, it's almost unanimous. Shanahan knows offense. Shanahan knows how to make the most out of a lot of players, okay? And yet we can't take it one step farther, not like miles farther, one step farther and say the number 3 overall pick, who would have been the number 1 overall pick in this year's draft, he can't be good. I'm not even saying he's got to be great day one. He can't be good.
Here's the other thing. Mentally, Trey Lance is going to be rattled because Jimmy Garoppolo's on that sideline. Oh, Trey Lance, man, he's got to replace Jimmy Garoppolo. We never said that once about Mac Jones. Mac Jones is replacing the greatest quarterback of all time in Tom Brady in New England. Yet we never say anything about Mac Jones. Zach Wilson is in New York already crippled with the bad knee.
I know.
He's in New York City. We never say, oh, Zach Wilson, how is he going to handle New York City and all that media stuff? Instead, it's Zach Wilson, we got our guy. Oh, my gosh, we got our guy. Why do we do this with Trey Lance? Why? I'm not even going to go with what everybody wants me to go with.
Because they haven't seen him. Let's just forget the other stuff. I think it's a lot of people haven't seen enough from him.
But you could say Mac Jones replaced Cam Newton. No, he's replacing Tom Brady. Yeah. Tom Brady set the bar in New England.
Exactly.
When you play quarterback in New England now, they're all going to look at number 12 and say, well, Brady didn't do that. Brady won. Brady always won the division.
When was the last time Joe Montana threw a pass for the Niners?
What, 1992, 93?
Yes,
in the Lions game on Monday Night Football.
Okay. How many years ago was that?
That was 30 years ago.
Okay. We're still talking about Montana. And we will always talk about Montana. So to think that Mac Jones isn't going to get compared to Tom Brady when there's a year and a half separating the divorce, get out of here. Of course we should be talking about it.
And Jimmy G ain't no Tom Brady. That's the thing. Jimmy G ain't no Tom Brady. Well, everybody wanted Jimmy G out of town. Everybody. A lot of people wanted Jimmy G out of town. But yet now, man, Trey's got to worry about Jimmy Garoppolo, the same guy who overthrew George Kittle in the third play of the game in the NFC Championship game, the same guy who tripped over his feet and missed Brandon Ayuk against the Dallas Cowboys. And I love Jimmy G. I was the biggest Jimmy G fan at the station. But damn it, the time it's past. It's Trey's time. Wrap your arms around Trey Lance and stop worrying about his mentals. There's nothing worse than a 65-year-old white guy psychoanalyzing Trey Lance saying, well, I don't know if he's going to be, he throws one interception. He's not going to be mentally ready. We've talked to his coach, Matt Ends in North Dakota State. We've talked to his high school coaches. Listen to him at the podium. You think that guy's mentally rattled? Come on, people.
Well, and
be better.
The other thing is this small school slander is wild to me. Did we not just see a guy last night who went to one of the smallest schools in the country and was playing on Saturday nights when no one was watching him.
Right.
Okay, in Josh Allen.
He was playing on the CBS network late night games because those were the chase bet games.
Exactly.
I would lose my money.
Exactly.
All right, who's playing in the Mountain West? Who's playing out Big West? What's happening? Wyoming against Colorado State? Cool, I'm all in.
Bonte, he played against no one, okay? And when you watch him on that field, did he not, on a field with multiple Hall of Famers, say what you want, Aaron Donald's going to the Hall of Fame. I don't know if Stafford's going to go to the Hall of Fame. Probably will because he won a Super Bowl and his numbers look great.
Right.
Jalen Ramsey's on Hall of Fame trajectory. Right?
He's a baller. Bobby Wagner's going to the Hall of Fame.
Exactly. Okay. Who looked like clear-cut the best player on the field last
Josh Allen.
From small school.
Yep.
Who was overlooked, wasn't recruited, didn't go to a big-time school, came from a tiny little town, and now a couple of years later looks like as great as Mahomes is. How many people this morning are waking up and saying, I might take Josh Allen over Mahomes for this
Everybody
year.
is. Listen, and I've been Mahomes. What I saw from Josh Allen yesterday, I said, oh, my God.
It's this brain. It's the brain,
The
too.
Adrian Peterson
Yeah.
clip, when I saw him throw that ball, I was like, wow. This guy is in such control of that offense and is such command in his fifth year. I think, again, I'm going to repeat this all season. 1984, Dan Marino. 07 Brady with Randy Moss. You want to go Peyton Manning when he set the toe with the Colts with Brandon Stokely, Reggie Wade, and, of course, Marvin Harrison. Or with the Broncos.
Demarius.
I think we're going to get one of those type of seasons from Josh Allen. I don't see anybody slowing down that juggernaut in the regular season.
Well, and then Carson Wentz, say what you want, he was MVP of the league or going to be MVP of the league before he got hurt. And no one denies his talent. It's the brains for him.
We asked somebody about Carson Wentz when he came out. Oh, my God, Philadelphia hit a home run.
Yeah, great.
We're all ripping the ribs for not taking Carson Wentz number one. But the questions about Carson Wentz playing at North Dakota State, I didn't hear anything about. I don't remember it too much. But I don't remember the noise being like that. Like Trey Lance is, he played at North Dakota State. He's not going to be ready. This is a big jump. There was not that much noise about Carson Wentz.
What about the guy that everyone loves, Jimmy Garoppolo? Where did he go to school?
Northern Illinois, Eastern Illinois.
Eastern Illinois with Tony Romo. Again, small schools. We just celebrated Drew Brees and Big Ben. Now, Drew Brees went to Purdue, but Purdue's not a powerhouse. Now, they're a Big Ten team, so they're credible.
They're an afterthought in the Big Ten.
But that's my point.
An afterthought.
And then Big Ben went to Miami of
Ohio. And I remember his game on ESPN that year. They played at Iowa, and he looked like crap. Well, he's going to the Hall of Fame in 4 years. All right? He's going to Canton, Ohio. Or 5 years. You got to wait 5 years. So this noise about Trey, I can't wait for Sunday. I can't wait.
Well,
by the way,
Coach
More's going to join us.
Do you really think Shanahan's going to let him fail? That's the thing that I keep going. I know you and I have gone back and forth on Shanahan because there's times you're very frustrated with him. Right. But you clearly see Bonte. The guy's brilliant when it comes to offense.
Dude, he's going to dial it up.
And you really think that he's going to cripple his entire run here, everything he's got going, because he's wrong on the evaluation?
Yep.
And he's going to, and even if he wasn't as good as what they thought he was during the eval process, you think he's going to put him in a position to fail?
Dude, when Shanahan tipped off his head about RG3 in that first game in the Superdome, and I remember it like it was yesterday because I was like, oh my God, the Saints are going to roll Washington. RG3 first game in the Dome? Ooh, that's rough.
And then he threw that 80-yard slant.
80-yard, he threw a bomb in that game, and I said, oh my God, Mike Shanahan has a new toy. Kyle Shanahan's on the sideline, and he threw for 320 yards. When he throws that ball down on Sunday and he throws that first deep ball, oh, my Lord. When I saw him throw that ball.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh, my God.
Alex, you in trouble. Well, you know what? Last year at training camp, that first Saturday practice, when the voice of the 49ers, the play-by-play guy on the radio said, it's the greatest throwing practice I've ever seen, the greatest throwing display I've ever seen in a practice. We saw Trey Lance throw that ball. We both said, Jimmy G's in trouble.
And so did the players.
And so did the players.
Because I was standing right next to them, and DJ Jones took his helmet off, turned to Fred Warner and said, I've never seen that.
Trey Lance wrote, I swear to God.
Is that the Ross Dwelly pass?
Oh, the Ross Dwelly pass had us like, and then they started playing part me, and I was like, oh my God, he's throwing lasers. He's dropped back 7 yards and threw an out route to Ross Dwelly. I ain't seen that in years in San Francisco. I said, damn. But then when he rolled out to the right and he let go of a deep pass, I saw the entire football team run out to the hash marks to see where the ball was going to land. I saw the voice of the Niners, and myself on the football field. We should have been kicked out of practice. We all ran on the field to see where that ball was going because we were like, oh, my
Lord. They actually changed the rules now. You're not even supposed to be that close.
Yeah, I know. We ruined it. We ruined it. So you know what? Jim Colzemore is going to join us at 8 o'clock, and he's going to hype up Mac Jones. I'm already going to throw Coles on the list.
I have Mac Jones red flag this year. I'm telling you, they have weird things going on in New England.
Coles is on the list now.
There's
Who else am I
a lot
missing?
of people on
There's
that
a lot
list.
of people on the list.
That might end up being a poster board by the time we're done here.
Well, I got more cue cards because there's going to be many more people talking that talk. Let's go to Antonio.
What's up, Antonio?
Antonio's on the roast right now. What's up, Antonio? What's going on?
Oh, man, the 49ers, baby, we're in first place already. Those overhyped Rams lost last night. Josh Allen looked like a Buffalo, and this Sunday against the Bears is Justin Fields. We're going to have a Fields day on that week team, man. I'm freaking ready. Bosa and freaking Armstead, they're going to have about, I'd say the whole D-line's going to have about 7 sacks. They're going to have about 12 pressures. Deebo Samuel, Ayuk, 3 touchdowns. All together, man.
You don't even believe that.
Hey, Antonio, you're one of a kind, man.
I
love you, Antonio. You're so optimistic. You can't even you cracked there, Antonio. You knew you've been playing too much Madden, man.
He's the homie.
Dude, yeah, he is the homie. I love
I'll
Antonio,
see about
man.
7 Instagram posts for him now going Niner fit,
and then he'll start dancing. Niners almighty. He'll start hitting his moves, man. 206 Comcast Business Text Line. Great point. What about Steve McNair? Rest in peace.
Yeah.
He was instead at Alcorn State, drafted number 3 overall.
Ridiculous.
Borderline Hall of Famer.
Randy Moss went to Marshall. T.O. went to...
We know why he went to Marshall.
I know, but I'm just saying, like
Tennessee, Chattanooga, T.O.,
For T.O., Mississippi Valley State for Jerry Rice.
Right.
Great players can come from anywhere. This thing that you can only come from... If that's the case, then why hasn't Alabama had a Hall of Fame quarterback in the NFL?
Right, since Joe Namath.
And
or Kenny Stabler.
There you go. Look at you. Look at you. Look
You
at
know
us.
what time it is.
I mean,
It's
come
football
on.
season. It's football season, folks. And we got Uncle Coles. He's going to come over here hate no Trey Lance. He's going to come over here hate no Trey Lance.
And he's a Bears fan. So I watched the Eagles-Bears playoff game with Coz, and he made Chicago beef one night, and he predicted that the Bears would lose in a horrific fashion, and they ended up doinking that ball off the field goal post. You remember that?
Yep, I do remember that.
All right, so a little running and a little throwing.
Yeah.
He also had this
doinker.
old-school Chicago Bear hat. He's a big Chicago Bear fan.
Big Notre Dame fan, big Bear fan.
I think that Damon, I heard yesterday, renounced his Bear fandom.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Well, all the years of the ownership being terrible.
Yeah, their president, who is it? It's Ted something. I just read this last week. He's stepping down after 40 years. And I read the comments, and Bears fans was like, thank God this guy's moving on. They cannot stand him. So he's stepping under president CEO, if we can find the name there. I forget the name. But let's go ahead and move on, Langford. We got to run here. You know what time it is. We'll give you a second. By the way, we got some news with Langford.
It's time for the injury report. It really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson. George Kittle, once again, missed practice for the 49ers today, adding to the concern around the tight end's health. Kittle is dealing with the grade 2 groin strain that he sustained Monday. Pro Football Network's Aaron Wilson reported that it would not shock anyone if Kittle were to play, but the likelihood of him playing the whole season would increase if he did miss Sunday's game. At this time, it does look like the Niners will be without their all-pro tight end against the Chicago Bears on Sunday. That was the injury report, brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Jim McMahon, 9 o'clock. Jim McMahon, 9 o'clock. That's going to be a lot of fun. Romo, Bill Romanowski, 8:30. However, Uncle Coles is coming up next. Jim Colesmore on the roast. That'll be next.
All right, so a little running and a little throwing.
Yeah.
It's our first Football Friday of the season.
Third down and 12. Mahomes fires, pass, pick. Warner got it for San Francisco.
Hell yeah. It's Niners versus Bears all day long.
You cannot mess around with these dudes. You cannot let the Bears believe that they have a chance to win this game.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, so much more. And they've just added an eco-friendly wash. And boy, my car really needs a bath. Let me tell you, B. I'm going to use this bad boy on Monday. Barely uses any water, and it makes your car look brand spanking new. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, which is so needed, service in your driveway, no waiting rooms or coordinating rides, direct access to the mechanic, friendly, reliable service, and no middlemen, no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change. Here's the code, okay? OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at RogerWaters.com. Produced by AEG Presents.
O'Reilly. Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your car. Like 5 quarts of Mobile One Full Synthetic, now just $33.95, plus earn double O Rewards points. Extend the life of your vehicle, improve performance, and protect your engine against sludge and wear with Mobile One Full Synthetic at O'Reilly Auto Parts and O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I did a site visit, and the space is absolutely incredible.
Este's Reiki Clinic is opening another studio across town.
But there's a lot to wrap up.
But staffing an entire office requires more than just deep breathing.
Receptionist and at least 4 new practitioners.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
So is this the line for Dragon's Maze?
Wow, the line is really long.
We'll meet up later.
How long will you wait?
As long as it takes.
So you guys are only going to do this one ride all day?
It won't be that long. Probably.
Mom, can you get us food?
Wait, are they cutting?
Caleb, food is so far away.
Should I say something?
Daddy, pick me up. Mom!
Hey, there's a line here.
Daddy, swing me.
That's like 20 people.
Oh my God.
One person holds the line for 20 people? This is bull.
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile,
staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shesky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Holding will be the punter O'Donnell. Far hash on the grass. For the lead, ball put down. Right-footed kick is up, end over end. And now he hit the crossbar. After he hit the upright. He hit the upright again. He's done it all season long.
Oh, baby, the double doiker. Kevin Harlan on the call. Westwood won. The Chicago Bears go down to the Eagles to double doiker. And, that's been life as a Bears fan since 1985. They can't find a quarterback. They can't find a wide receiver. They can't find a coach. They can't find success. And now they play the Niners in week number 1 at Soldier Field, and they've got to be on the opposite end of Trey Lance throwing dart after dart after dart at Soldier Field. We welcome the biggest Bears fan ever because David Bruce renounced his rights to the Chicago Bears. Matt Kolsky doesn't claim the Bears anymore. We got Uncle Coles, who is trying to hang on and be a Bears fan, although it depends on the day of the week, right? One day he's a Titans fan, one day he's a Bears fan, one day he's loving Jimmy Tomsula. It's Uncle Coles, live from Nashville, Tennessee. Jim Colesmore with that ugly old Bears hat on. What's up, Coles?
This hat that I'm wearing, for those of you watching on the Zoom, this hat that I'm wearing right now is older than most of you listening to the program. That's how much luck it's going to bring. My dad, my dear old dad, rest in peace, Andy Kozamore, wore this hat to the Super Bowl in New Orleans, Super Bowl 20, baby, and I got a little luck left in it for this weekend.
Wow. I mean, there's so many ways we can go with this one. First off, Coz, I miss you. I love you, buddy. It sounds like you're literally calling from whenever your father was born because of the background noise, and that hat might be as old as that, but that's okay, Smokey Top. So let's get right into your Bears and Niners. Honestly, this weekend, Niners are winning by at least 2 touchdowns. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah. Listen, I would love to tell you you're wrong, but I'm a realist, and the Bears stink. They are not a good team. But I will say this. Here's why you're right. Because the 49ers are so afraid of the conundrum that they've put themselves in with the horrible quarterback situation that they are going to over-scheme and beat up on a bad Bears team. They will run it up. So this is a slam-dunk guarantee. The Niners will win big because they fear that number 5 will get exposed.
Oh, gosh, Coles.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Coles, you know what? Let me ask you this, Coles. Let me ask you this, because you made the cue card.
Why are you not in the Windy City right now?
Oh, I'll be flying out at 1 o'clock. I'll be out there
He's
at 1.
got the personal jet.
Yeah, the private jet.
There. Come on,
the private jet, we're going straight.
He's on Joe Lacob's plane. Like you said.
That's right.
He's on the charter.
Bonte Lacob called up Daddy and said, Daddy, can you have the plane ready?
Hey, Coles, you know who pays the bills, baby? And we're wearing championship rings. I told you the Warriors will be top 4. Heck, they won the championship. Yep. You thought they'd be a playing team, but we don't need to revisit that. You made the cue card, Coles, and you tweeted at us during the Houston-Texas game because a lot of people have put more stock into a preseason game against the Texans than they did week 17 last year against the Houston Texans, where Trey Lance lit up the Texans in the second half to get the Niners 1 game closer to the playoffs. But we all forget about Trey Lance doing what he did against the Texans in the regular season.
Now, here's the beauty of what we know this year in the offseason. Here's why number 10 had to be re-signed, and I knew it after the first preseason game. When the Niners took the field against the Packers in that preseason game, the Packers were playing some ones and mostly twos in the most vanilla way you could possibly play. It was not French vanilla. It was not vanilla bean. They were store-bought vanilla defense. And what did the Niners do? Shanahan knew that he was panicking. He knew he had to make Lance look good. He schemed preseason game number 1.
Oh, stop
it was week 17, and they were trying to get into the playoffs. That's why Lance had the big game, because the Packers played mostly twos, and Shanahan is coaching like his career is on the line. I knew right then the Niners figured, we are in trouble. We got to get Jimmy back. We got to get on Jimmy's good side.
Jim, do
you saw it. You saw it. I tweeted it, you guys. I got nothing back.
I know. You kept tweeting. I was at the game, and I was having such a hard time getting out of the parking lot. I was more worried about losing my patience, if you will, getting out of that Levi Stadium parking lot.
Coast, I was in a private beach on the French coast. I wasn't even paying attention to Twitter.
You're so full of it.
Well, did Daddy Lacob set you up over
Daddy Lacob had
film festival?
Hey, Coles, Daddy Lacob had me living right in Europe. I'm not gonna lie to you. Pasatano,
right, so
little Capri, little pizza, little pasta. Come on now.
All right, Coles, let's put your money where your mouth is. Sure. I want to bet you that we're going to double dipper. Okay, so 2 separate bets. A, that the 49ers will have more wins than the Bears and the Patriots combined. That's a random one.
Ooh,
yes.
That is a random one.
Okay, so I want to...
Because you love Mac Jones.
Yeah, because you love Mac Jones. And so put that one to the side. We'll figure out what we want to do there. But the one I'm most intrigued with, okay? And maybe it's I pay for a nice dinner for you and your wife or whatever.
Okay.
Hey, it's a lot cheaper in Tennessee, too. So the way I look at this, I got Trey Lance across the board. His statistics will be more robust than Mac Jones.
Oh, well, let's see. I would say the second one, Trey Lance isn't going to finish the season out, so I think Mac Jones has an easy chance of beating him there.
Not going to finish the season out.
Although I will say Trey Lance has a heck of a lot more weapons to play with than Mac Jones ever has. I like the first bet more than I like the second bet. I like the first bet more than I like the second bet. But I got to. So in order for me to do this, I got to do it properly. Though.
Oh my gosh!
All right, on the right.
All right, so then let's do this. Let's do this.
Oh, Coles.
I will give you $250 because I hope that'll include alcohol and everything. $250 to the restaurant of your choice. I will send. I will Venmo you the money.
Wait, time out real quick.
That's too much.
Wait,
I'm unemployed. I'm unemployed. I can't afford that kind of thrill.
Well, you can't afford it. But Coles, he's been going cheap with his wife Michelle on their anniversary dates, on vacations.
I know.
This guy has a vacation home, and he's willing to bet you $250.
Well, that's how confident.
And now he was claiming broke an hour ago. He said that he was cheap. He was broke.
I'll treat your family to a meal. You treat me to some Chick-fil-A.
There you go. I like that. How about we'll do, because now I'm a big Tennessee Volunteer fan. Maybe we'll do like a wings related bet, because I like to eat the wings when I'm watching my Tennessee Vol.
Yeah.
Vol Nation. Well, I'm back into the Titans. Hey, how about this though for this weekend? Are these two quarterbacks under the most amount of pressure to show that they were worthy of first round picks this season? Are these because listen,
Trey Lance is
Jacksonville, nobody cares.
Yeah.
The guy who went to the Jets stinks. All right?
Yeah.
Mac Jones Mac Jones is never going to live up to what the previous guy did.
Agreed.
Aren't these two guys under the most pressure to show what they can do?
Yeah, I agree with that.
I could go rock with you.
I would say this though with Justin Fields, I can already hear it because we had one of the guys from Chicago on.
Dan Bernstein.
I mean, they're just giving him a pass, which is fair. It's totally fair. They're giving him a pass for the entire first year because it was a disaster.
That's garbage. No. That's garbage. That's trash. You can't do that. He played a bunch of snaps, and everyone wants to blame the offensive line.
Yeah.
How many of those sacks were on him not identifying the defense? Justin Fields is not ready to play the position, and they don't want to admit it. You know why? Because they think that he's the best quarterback since Jay Cutler or the best quarterback since Jim McMahon. I don't even think he's the best quarterback since Sid Luckman, for crying out loud.
Oh, wow.
Back to the 40s.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. I can't take it. They're making more excuses for their guy than you are for your guy.
Oh, wow. Oh, come on. Relax, Coles. With Trey Lance, you don't even believe that. You sat back and just laughed there. That's good material, Coles. And look, I know
if you're listening before
Right.
you go,
Yeah.
you have to tap in on YouTube right
you
now.
gotta see it
Search
with the split hat.
95.7 The Game. You have to see Kozumor to believe it.
You're wild right now. By the way, your boy Stu's getting he's getting his jersey retired Sunday for the Oakland A's, Stu. And I get it why you want to rock the split cap because Dave Stewart and the Giants and whatnot. But you've been sipping that Kentucky, that Tennessee bourbon out there. And listen, when you talk about volunteers, beat the Pitt Panthers for crying out loud. What a big game for once.
You know what? Listen. You know what? That's a great point, and I'm a little scared for the Vols because Pittsburgh played in a real game in week 1 while the Volunteers played, I think, us 3 and 9 of our friends, and we got together and we just split. One guy took a play off every other play. So the Volunteers could be in trouble against the Pitt Panthers. Titans, though, look out. Other than the Bills, could be the team that beat the NFC.
Malik Willis. That's what you look out for.
You know what? Don't even.
Forget that.
Don't even start.
Ryan Tannehill.
Tanahan, as my good friend Lorenzo Neal continued to call him throughout his tenure there, Tanahan was the quarterback and led the team to the 1 seed in the AFC.
Oh, Coles, do you really want to do this with Tannehill? You mean the same guy who's lost 2 straight home playoff games, one to the Ravens, and then last year's a 1 seed to Joe Burrow. First play of the game, what did Tanahan do? He threw a pick, an INT that made us all think, oh boy, he's not ready to go. And he's so afraid of his job, he won't even mentor Malik Willis.
No one cares about Tennessee.
Nobody
in
does.
terms of the Titans. All right,
that is true.
Here's what I would ask you. Explain to me why you're so out on Trey Lance, because during the preseason games, you just kept texting us and tweeting at us nonstop, and I apologize for not responding to
People
all
thought we were beefing,
137 of them.
They thought it was real beef there.
I know.
But what is it about Trey Lance's play that has you so reluctant to embrace him?
So I want him to be successful because it's good for business.
Absolutely.
Right? It's better when the team is good. But I don't see what everyone else claims to see. I know you guys went and saw him in preseason and practices last year, and you were drinking his sweat. And I didn't understand it. He's big and strong in small college, but the linebackers he's running into now are his size and bigger and faster. And he can't do the things he did at his level. It takes a while to go from that level of quarterback play to the NFL level of quarterback play. He might have more physical skills than Jimmy Garoppolo. But Jimmy Garoppolo is a better NFL quarterback right now. Trey Lance just is not ready to get the job done from snap 1 and game 1. And all we need to know is what? He started against Arizona last year. What happened? Got hit by bigger guys, got injured in that game. It didn't take very long. Well, he just has to get NFL smarter.
Okay, I hear you on that, and I agree that he needs to have the reps, but I'm listening to Peyton Manning talk about you don't get better on the sidelines. You have to actually play.
That's true.
And I'm watching this guy, Josh Allen, and I'm not saying Trey's Josh Allen, but clearly this guy has evolved from a small college quarterback who in year 1 couldn't complete anything to the right side of a barn. I mean, couldn't hit it from 5 feet away, and now he looks like, again, you want to take Mahomes? Fine. You want to take one of these other quarterbacks? Fine. He feels like one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the league physically and mentally, but it took 3-4 years to get where we're at right now, and he doesn't get here today without those early pains of the start.
Yeah, I get it, but here's the difference. Let's use Troy Aikman as the example. First year with Dallas starts every
1
game.
in 15.
1 in 15.
Right?
Yeah.
Peyton was 3-13 with the Colts.
Exactly. But this 49ers team isn't lined up to be 3-13 or 3-14 or 1-16. They're lined up to compete to win it all. And they're minutes away. Jaquiski Tartt catches the ball, the Niners, all of us are going to the Super Bowl. We're in Los Angeles to the Super Bowl, right? Why do you mess with what's working? They're built to win now. If you have Trey Lance, and why didn't they use more Trey packages last year? They did in week 1 against Detroit, and then it took forever for them to use it again. I'm wondering what they're worried about. That's my only issue. Why scheme so heavily in week number 1? Why decide to work with Jimmy now and put Jimmy in a power position?
Well, you know why? Because Brock Purdy and Nate Sudfeld are backup quarterbacks, and in case something happens to Trey Lance, like it always happened to Jimmy G, you end up like the 2018 49ers and the 2020 49ers where Jimmy gets hurt and the season's over because Nickel Nick Mullins couldn't do anything. He couldn't do anything. Couldn't throw a dime to save his life.
I still got my number 4 jersey. I'm ready. Or was he 9?
No, he's 4. He was 4.
Whipping out the number 4 jersey.
See?
9 is Robbie Gould, ex-Chicago Bear. Here's what I would ask you, though, Jim. Can Trey do anything this weekend, just this weekend, to where you will say, you know what? Maybe I'm too harsh. Maybe I'm coming around on them.
Bears have 2 defensive players. They might have one of the best linebackers in the game, and then they got a guy who can edge rush in Bobby Quinn. Other than that, youth, inexperience, lack of talent. 60 different guys they've run through in the offseason trying to find a decent blitz. Didn't have a first-round pick this year. They lack talent. And I do believe Shanahan is going to outthink everybody and scheme the heck out of it. And listen, what's the over-under on Lance touchdowns in this thing? Touchdown passes, because I'm taking the over. I think he throws for 3 and runs for 1. I think they make him a superstar this week. If you've got him in your fantasy league, I'd play him against the Bears.
Jim, the YouTube chat is saying that you look like you shouldn't be allowed within 500 feet.
Why would you read that? Why would you read that? Don't read that. Why would you read that? That's not nice.
Split cap.
That's not nice. That's not nice. By the way, Coles, back-to-back NBA champs, Golden State Warriors. You back on board with the Dubs?
Well, listen, we understand last year. I mean, it was probably the softest NBA champion that we've seen. I said the last 20 years when I look back at it, probably easily the last 10 years.
Oh, right? My God.
They could not have defeated the Bubble Laker championship team. Last year's Warriors could not have defeated the Bubbles.
Tell me you watched the Tim Donaghy doc on Netflix.
And I have not yet. Is it worthy?
Please spend the time.
Don't spoil it, Chasky.
Come back on in a week, and we can talk about how I know that you hate the officials in the NBA. We have to break it down.
Kings playing team. That's your Sacramento Kings. Is that what you're banking on?
Hey, not only are they going to be the play-in team, they're going to hang a banner once they get to that play-in too, baby. Play-in.
I missed you.
22-23 play-in team. They won't get out of the play-in game, but they're going to hang the banner for the play-in.
You've gone from Uncle Coles to Jim Trozelmore, according to our Comcast Business Text line.
All right, so here we go. The bet is locked in gold. Lunch of our choices, or dinner, or whatever you want to bet. If the Niners win more games than the Bears and Patriots combined.
Yeah, and that's got a good shot of happening. But I'll go with that one. I'll go with that.
All right, that's a good one.
Deal. Lock it in.
Lock it in.
It's a deal. Lock it in.
By the way, you've made the cue card, Coles. You've made the cue card on the list of people who says Trey Lance is not ready. And I'll read the names. You're a great company here. Steiny, Michael Silver, Guru, Chris Sims, Florio, Peter King, JD, Scott Zolak, just because, Tom Curran, Corey Woolton, who played with the Bears, is saying Trey Lance is not going to be confident on Sunday. Rob Nikovich, Colin Cowher, Brett Favre, Joe Montana, Emmanuel Ocko.
That's good company.
And Jim Coles. Actually, you're on this list twice. You've ripped Trey Lance so much, you're on this list twice. I ripped your name twice.
That's awesome. That is awesome. You know what? Honestly, I want the guy to do great. And I love his mom is in on every stinking play. His mom, you ever see the
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Out to her?
Yes.
She is in on every play. How can you not root for the guy to do well? I really want him to do well. And in week 1, he's going to do well. But he ain't going to finish the season. Number 10's coming in to save the day.
Oh, my gosh. Jim Colesmore, you have fun watching the Vols try to win one at Pitt.
Country.
SEC country. Good luck to your daughters at school.
The SEC.
You
guys know what college football is there? You guys don't know what college football is. When are you coming to Tennessee? We got to get the Niners out here. Weren't they here last year?
No wonder he's broke, because he's giving out $500 handshakes to get his quarterback over at Tennessee.
Malik Willis, baby. It's time. It's time. Coles, you take care, man.
You, buddy.
Hey, great talking to you guys. I miss you guys dearly. Thanks so much. I enjoy listening to you on the Odyssey app. Keep doing great. And you better, you go to Chicago, right, Bellante?
Yep.
You got your restaurants down?
Al's. Where else should I go?
Oh, he was not
feeling that. What are you going to? Al's for what? Al's beef, Italian beef?
Yeah, that's what Dan Bernstein said. What about Harold's Fried Chicken? What about Harold's Fried Chicken? What about some fried chicken, huh?
You can do some fried chicken, but you know what? You want to go, it's a red meat eating town. So you want to, do a good steak out there, you go to Chicago Chop. I'd do ribs, probably. You got to do ribs. You can't go wrong with. I'll text you a couple of ribs.
Text me, please. Yeah.
But let me tell you, and I told Mahegian this. You guys should be calling Chicago San Francisco East or East San Francisco this weekend, between Giants fans and Niners fans.
Yep.
They're going to be. You guys are going to say, "Why? When am I going to meet a Chicago one? I got nothing but San Francisco walking around me all over the place."
Yeah,
you guys are taking over the town.
No doubt. And I'm tempted to go down to South Bend. They're playing Notre Dame's playing Marshall, and I was just like, Wrigley Field, South Bend, touchdown, Jesus, whatever.
Yeah.
I'll catch them on the other side or something when they play a real team, not Marshall. So, Coles, take care. You're on the list.
All right, guys.
You're on the list, baby. Tim Coles and more.
You think he's bowling later with that bowling shirt he's wearing?
And no promises we're going to reply to his tweets either. No promises. No promises. We'll get tagged in 15 tweets in the first quarter from
I love
Coles.
him. God,
Uncle
I miss
Coles,
that man.
I do miss him. He's a roaster. He's the uncle of the roast.
Absolutely. Is he the ultimate Betty Crocker? All up in the mix?
Oh, he loves stirring the pot.
Just stir
Nobody
the pot.
stirs the pot like Coles.
I mean, he could have been a witch back in the day.
The Warriors, the softest NBA championship in the last 10 years.
That was
How
bold.
great was that? That was bold.
That was bold.
Daddy Lakem.
That was funny.
He's always
That
said.
was funny.
When you were out last year, and we did a string of shows together, they were a lot of fun. And Cole's like, Warriors top 7. Dude, how much is Lakem paying you?
Well, so here's the funny thing. So I think Coles represents a segment of people out there, whether they're Niner fans or not.
Ryan Clark and Skip Bayless.
You're already starting to see it.
Yep.
Oh, well, if he beats the Bears, I mean, the Bears aren't any good.
Yeah, well, you already know what's going to happen.
I mean, really? Like, can we just let it happen and, like, watch the game and be like, that was good. This was bad. That was good. This was bad. This was, promising, but he needs to work on this. It feels like people are so looking for confirmation bias on anything that they see. It's kind of driving me crazy.
Yeah, it's
not an indictment on Coase. It's more just everyone in general.
Everybody. What can Trey Lance? I guess he can't do anything this week to shut up the naysayers because it's just the Bears. That's the problem. He could throw for 4 touchdowns. He could go 27 to 33, 350 yards, and everybody's going to say it's just the Bears. It's just the Bears.
Well, I would like to see him. So if you're asking me, Joe, what would be the most comprehensive performance to give you faith in Trey Lance this weekend? Number 1, not take a lot of hits.
Right.
That's number 1. Number 2, no pre-snap penalties for the offense.
I was just going to go there. Yeah, delay games. Yep.
I don't want delay of games. I don't want illegal formations. Get this team into the right play. I think that's a very underrated thing. Jimmy Garoppolo quietly was great at that. He checked this team into the proper, pass or run based on the situation. That's very important. And then, make the right decisions.
By the way, some breaking news in the NFL. The Ravens announced that they could not come to an agreement with Lamar Jackson on a contract extension.
Wow. If I'm him, I refuse to play. And he has all the leverage here. Why?
He's got to play.
He should get $160 million. Look, I like Kyler. I really like Kyler. I don't like what he represents off the field in terms of what I'm looking for in a quarterback. Lamar is everything I'm looking for in a quarterback. His whole mantra is no one cares, work harder. Yeah. He has been in that facility every single day working at it. Is he the greatest pocket passer? No, but he's improved every single year. He is that organization. I don't get it. I don't get why they wouldn't pay the man. I think he deserves the money.
Also, we get more names here on the Comcast Business Text Line 510. Who's making the cue card of Trey Lance of the list? We're just going to call it the list. And we know what the list is. Joy Taylor? Tell you it ain't so. Joy Taylor, Dave Hellman, Molly Carum, Stephen A, and Shannon Sharp. They're all on the list, Shasky.
That's a who's who of people I don't care about. What?
You just made the list. You just made the list.
I just want to see the guy play. All I care about is beating the Bears and doing it thoroughly because I've been saying that they're going to win thoroughly. You
just made the list.
You know what's going to happen. They're gonna literally hit on all these yak plays, and everyone's going to be like, oh, Shanahan schemed it open. They're going to look good offensively.
I'm just laughing
Their
at you
defense is going to suffocate them, and they're going to win by multiple touchdowns.
I'm just laughing at you saying you don't care about these people.
He cannot be trusted.
I can grab sound from one of their shows and use it for content, but it doesn't mean I really care about their opinion on Trey Lance. You think they watched the Texans game?
Hell no.
Right?
Hell no.
I mean, come on.
Oh, man. By the way, Lubman, 9 o'clock drop off. 9 o'clock drop off. 9 o'clock drop off.
That's for what, burritos?
Yeah, 9 o'clock drop off. By the way, we're going until 10 o'clock today. Are we breaking right now? Is it the normal break? All right, so it's a normal break. All right, I'm not confused here. Bill Romanowski is going to join us on the other side.
Romo?
He's going to get people fired up. I need to, hopefully, yes, you're right, hopefully he calls, hopefully he picks up the phone, and hopefully he gets people fired up about Bears Niners Week 1.
Okay.
Okay? Okay. I can't wait, man. And we're going to ask him if Trey Lance is ready. Will Romo make the list? Will he not make the list? That is coming up. Sponsored by Total Wine & More.
Visit Total Wine and find your favorite Cabernet. And with their incredible selection and expert guides, you might even find yourself a new favorite. Always love what you find at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
It's the first Football Friday on 95.7 The Game.
It just doesn't matter. Spinning and picking up that first down is Deebo Samuel. Can't get away. Bosa is right there for the sack.
We've got predictions, stats, and more.
The job's been given. The only way Trey Lance loses the job is if he's terrible when games are played.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Kirby. They are your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, so much more. And they just added an eco-friendly wash, and boy, my car could use it. Barely uses any water, and it makes you look brand new for your car. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic, friendly and reliable service, no middleman, no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Place. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
What's the room again?
1240, down at the end.
Ooh, what's that?
Sammy, don't touch that. That's someone's old food.
Here we are. Do you have the key?
You have both of ours.
Oh, right. Not working.
Rub it.
Come on.
phone.
Try flipping it over.
Seriously. Why can't we go inside? I'm tired.
Give me yours.
You have mine.
All right.
What?
Please, if you
Dad,
could just...
why aren't you opening the door?
Can everyone just shut the...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Much better in Mill Valley. Today with a high of 84.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
49er faithful ride with me. Red and gold blooded to the day I D.I.E. Reppin' 9.
Hey, this song knocks.
Niner anthems galore. Who's this?
This is Travis King and our boy Heat. Heater.
Oh, yeah, he just sent this to us.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, when the chorus comes, bop it back up again.
He's going to be at the tailgate next week.
Oh, yeah.
When the Niners host the Seahawks in their home opener.
Diehard.
He is a diehard.
I know.
He's all about the Niners. All about the Niners.
And then Locksmith put out a freestyle as well in the car. It was pretty sweet. It wasn't a freestyle. He clearly wrote it.
Yeah, it
Turn
was
this
good,
up right here.
It was good. So check this out.
I'm feeling this one.
Quarterbacks in line for a new deal next offseason now include Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, and Joe Burrow. But will Lamar Jackson move on from Baltimore? That's going to be very interesting there. Do not forget, Sunday, the Red and Gold pregame show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal debuts at 9 a.m. The pregame show is presented by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality, and Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon whiskey there. And don't forget Saturday, where is my read here for Saturday? Odyssey Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Valenti. Starting this Saturday at 9 a.m., airing every Saturday leading up to the Super Bowl. Odyssey presents Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, a 1-hour show with our very own Boomer Esiason, breaking down the games each week and giving his unique perspective on the NFL on and off the field. It's going to be a lot of fun. Check that out. Boomer Esiason joining the airways. That'd be a good show. We're catching up with Bill Romanowski in just a second. Let me know when Bill Romanowski is ready to go, Lutman. Mike Silver calls him more living rent-free. Silver ain't living rent-free in my head. I don't care.
Okay.
He also didn't block me, so there's that. So I have nothing to be bad about.
I got it off my chest. I'm good. I'm going to keep it moving. Someone who lives in like El Dorado Hills, 17 hours away, does not matter to me. Writing in the basement for the dead paper that is the San Francisco Chronicle.
All right. Come on. Just calm down.
You've hit your algorithm limit on there, too. You know when you click onto those articles.
Oh, I pay for the Chronicle.
Oh, you pay for it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You're the two people?
John Shea. Shea Hey Kid. I saw him the other day. Really good writer. Scott Osler. Shout out to Scott Osler. Shout out to CJ Holmes. Shout out to CJ. Sporty Green, baby. I'm never going to trash my hometown paper. It's what we grew up on. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. Examiner, too.
Little afternoon style back in the day.
Yeah. Not bad. Damn. Just ripping the Chronicles. It's supposed to be Niners week, man. 888-957-9570. The roast is going until 10 o'clock today. We're going to 10 o'clock today. Jim McMahon, 9 o'clock. You don't want to miss that. Jim McMahon said a lot about his time with the Bears, said a lot about Bill Belichick. You don't want to miss that at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, we're going to replay the Jim McMahon interview right here on the Morning Roast.
So I'm looking at these Bears right now, and I want to ask you, what's the thing that you fear the most heading into this weekend? If you're looking at all the different matchups, because it feels like a big drop off from that NFC Championship matchup where we so know the Rams inside and out. There's the McVay, Shanahan storyline. You got the Stafford Lance storylines. You got all the Aaron Donald, Debo. I feel like there's just the Justin Fields, Trey Lance, Shanahan storyline, and that's about it.
There's one concern. Obviously, I'm going to be watching the offensive line. We saw the offensive line wreck the game for the LA Rams yesterday against the Buffalo Bills. The offensive line of the Bengals wrecked the game in the Super Bowl. Joe Burrow couldn't even get a throw off. It wrecked the game for Mahomes in the previous Super Bowl. Offensive line broke down for the 49ers in the NFC Championship game.
And in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl.
In the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Offensive line play, I'm going to be looking at them because you need to protect this young quarterback. You have to protect Trey Lance early on as he gets comfortable and gets the nerves out of his system. So that's the one thing I'm going to be looking at, and that's what makes me nervous. Although Robert Quinn had 18 sacks last year, I still have Trent Williams there at left tackle.
Yeah, I got to see how McGlinchey's movement is early on, and I want to see if they can establish the run when everyone knows that they want to run it. It's the same thing that happened no matter if it's Jimmy under center or Trey Lance. Everyone knows Shanahan's mantra starts with trying to establish that zone.
No doubt, and a guy who knows the Shanahans really, really well. Bill Romanowski joins the Morning Roast on a football Friday, and we know Romo, he's a 4-time Super Bowl champ. He's got history against the Bears. He won a Super Bowl with the Niners. He was at that cold-ass NFC Championship game back in 1988, and to get fired up from the football season, who else could do it better than Romo? Bill, what is happening, man? Long time no talk. Welcome back to the Roast.
Well, thank you, guys. Great to be on, and fired up for football this weekend.
How fired up were you to see the Bills go out there and kick the Rams' ass yesterday?
You know, I loved it. Josh Allen showed that, hey, for a half, we had a really good football game. And you come back the second half, Josh Allen took over that game and proved he is probably the best quarterback in the National Football League.
Yeah, he's so good. And the physical traits pop out, but for me, it was the pre-snap recognition on where to go, and it just feels like the game is slowed down for him. And I'm looking at our young player, Trey Lance, for the 49ers, and there's just been so much talked about him. Romo, where are you at on Trey Lance and just all of the hype and people hating on him and left and right? Like, where are you at on Trey Lance this morning?
You know what? I think there's still question marks. You know, the thing about the National Football League is you got to prove it. And the hype, the athletic ability, you have all the tools, but if you don't go out and execute and kick ass, week in and week out and help the 49ers get to the playoffs and make a Super Bowl run, then, it's a failure because all the other pieces are in place. And, of course, injuries have a lot to play with everything. But this is a big, they're stacked. They have a great football team. They got a fantastic coach. They've got it all, and it's the quarterback position, and they think Trey Lance is the guy to get them over the hump because Jimmy G is a phenomenal quarterback, but he hasn't gotten them to win a Super Bowl. And now that's what's left to prove for the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan is can Trey Lance get them over the hump and win a Super Bowl championship?
Bill Romanowski on the Morning Roast with Josie Actually the Butcher and Bonte Hill. Is it the right decision to move on right now with this team in place, with the stacked defense, with the running backs, with Debo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and George Kittle? Is it the right decision right now, Romo, to go to Trey Lance over Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, we're going to find out real quick if Trey Lance is everything that the 49ers thought he was. We're going to find out. Let's just say the first 4 games, we're going to know what we got.
Bill, what are you going to look for?
You're going to look at the end of the day, the most important thing is winning.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the key. The next thing, does he make everybody better on offense? You know, the one thing that I still want to see is I want to see him strut out on the field like he owns it. Like I was fortunate. I played with a lot of great quarterbacks. You know, when Joe Montana walked out on the field, he had a certain strut about him. Steve Young. It's like we knew we were going to win. Well, Trey Lance, you don't know that yet. You don't know it till he goes out and proves it and does it week in and week out.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm waiting to see.
All right, so let's flip it to the defensive side because we know that you're a savant when it comes to thinking about the game from a defensive perspective. Nick Bosa, what's not to like about the young man? What do you think is actually in the cards for him in terms of his expectations for this year? It feels like he's primed for a monster season.
He is, if not the best, one of the best, defensive ends in the game. And you got to love his motor. You got to love his intensity. And the guy does not stop. And he gets to the quarterback. And he makes plays over and over again. That's the thing. It's like you don't have to look for Bosa. He makes you look at him because of what he does. And the great players, you don't have to look for. They just show up and they just make plays. That's what he is. He's a playmaker, and he's relentless, and he's like I said, one of the best defensive ends in the game right now.
Who does he remind you of?
I'm trying to think. I don't think he's not. When I look at the great defensive ends that the Niners have had, you don't look at him and say, "Oh, he's like Charles Haley." No, that's different. It's because of his motor and because of his strength. He plays a different kind of game. We saw a guy last night, Von Miller.
Oh, he's so sick.
Phenomenal player, but he's got a finesse to him. Bosa is a powerful human being. And, he's going to bull rush you. He's going to beat you. He's going to beat you in a number of different ways. He's got it all. And there's not a lot of people you can compare a guy to, because there's guys that have, the finesse. There's guys that have the power, but you usually don't get a guy that has all of it.
When you have these transfers of power at the quarterback position, are there senior players on the team who kind of take leadership, or are you expecting more the head coach and some of the assistant coaches to be more in a position of authority during these kind of power transition spots? Great
question. And I truly believe, with Jimmy G, that and I look at this as a problem. With Jimmy G, I never felt like it was his team. And I felt like it was Shanahan's team or Bose's team, but I didn't feel like it was Jimmy G's team.
Is that because of his play? Is that because of everybody else, the stars around him? Why is that?
Hey, let's just call it, injuries. there's a number of different things that play into this.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, you have to win Super Bowls, and you've got to be able to lead by example. And, hey, Jimmy G's a great player. When he's out on the field, he wins. But there's just something that he's missing, and I don't know what to put. I don't know what it is. And why do you think the 49ers went out to get Trey Lance when they had Jimmy G? Because there's just something missing there. Jimmy G is phenomenal, really good quarterback. You know, he wins. He does a lot of great things. He can make every throw. But there's something missing. Trey Lance, I think in the beginning, until he proves that he can make everybody better, and this can be his team versus Kyle Shanahan's team or Bose's team, this team has been, a dominant defensive team, and you could make the argument that the 49ers win because of their defense.
Yeah.
Bill Romanowski.
Kyle Shanahan, the way he designs plays and runs the offense.
Bill Romanowski on the Morning Roast. Real quick, Romo, when you talk about all that and Trey Lance and this football team here, everybody's making a big deal about the captain stuff. Trey Lance is not named a captain. Does that matter who wears the C on their jersey to you? Does that matter in the locker room?
Well, yeah, because, but he's a young guy.
Yeah. Right.
And he hasn't, you prove it in games.
Mm-hmm.
You don't prove it in practice. This guy had, a little bit of a season last year and then got hurt. So you have to do it game in and game out. And like I said, you got to make everybody better. And when there's a certain way that Joe Montana walked out onto that field, the way that Steve Young walked out, or a John Elway walked out on that field, there was a confidence. They made everybody better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Right now, Trey Lance has to prove that to his teammates, to his coaches, and to all the fans.
Yeah. Bill, I'm looking at what happened to the team when they lost in the Super Bowl. They come back the next year. I know there was a COVID year. There was a lot of weirdness. Injuries happened galore, but it felt like the team it was a step slower that year in 2020. This year, they lose in the NFC Championship game. I'm watching the Bills and the way they lost last year, and they took it out on the Rams last night. How do the Niners approach Week 1 and the beginning of this season, given how devastating the loss was in the NFC Championship game last year?
What you do is you find a way to win. The great thing about the National Football League is every week if you are successful or not, and that's because of looking up at the scoreboard. At the end of the game, when the seconds click off and the minutes click off and the game is over, if you are successful or not. And that, to me, is all that matters. I was at a place, at the end of my career across the bay with a guy, Al Davis. Just win, baby. That is real. And it's the only thing that matters in the National Football League is, do you win?
Yep.
And that's all that matters. That's what people remember, and that's what's important.
Romo, real quick before we let you go. Week 1, Soldier Field. You had success there back when the Niners beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl. You're on that team when you guys kicked the Bears' ass in that cold weather. Give us a flashback of that, and what would be your message before this team runs out of that tunnel onto Soldier Field to kick off the NFL season?
I think my memories back to Soldier Field is when we're getting ready to play in the NFC Championship game, we were seeing stuff in the papers. Oh, these guys are warm weather guys. They can't handle the cold. We were hearing all kinds of stuff, and we were quiet all week. And Bill Walsh got us ready to play that. And when we took that field, I remember how cold it was, 30, 40 below zero wind chill. I've never played in a game that cold. But I tell you what, in my mind, it was warm. When I took that field, it was warm out there. I was like, God, can we cool it down out here? And I had that mentality going in. I think everybody had that mentality, and we kicked the crap out of them.
Yeah, Jim McMahon's still frustrated. We're going to actually have him on soon.
What has to happen this week is, trust your preparation. And when you go out and take the field, you let it all, you leave it on the field. You trust that the coaches have got the right game plan, and it's all about trust, and then go out and let it loose and make it happen. The 49ers are going to kill the Bears.
Thank you, Romo.
Is there any better feeling than running out that tunnel to kick off an NFL season on the road as well?
Nothing better. And they are going to kick the crap out of the Bears. I promise you that.
I love it. I love it. Romo, you're the best, man. We'll do it again soon. We can't wait to watch on Sunday.
Okay, take care, guys.
Any problem. Anytime. Phil Romanowski on the Morning Roast.
Okay.
95.7. It came to YouTube chat's going crazy.
They are going
Romo.
absolutely nuts.
Romo it was warm in his head. It was 30 to 40 below.
Could you imagine coming across the middle like 1988?
No.
And Romanowski and
I can't
Ronnie
imagine
Lott
it.
behind him, but Romanowski is the first guy that you see as a wide receiver during the headhunter era.
What do you think Bill Walsh thought of Romo when he drafted him?
Oh, it's perfect. Well, because Bill believed in toughness because he talked about Golden Glove boxing when he was a kid.
He loved boxing.
And his whole mantra, especially offensively and defensively, was that I'm going to punch you first. And if you jab somebody and you beat them to the punch over the course of the round, by the 8th, 9th, 10th round, you're gassed out because I keep beating you to the punch. And so he loved physicality and toughness. That's the biggest misnomer about the 1980s and 90s Niners was that they weren't tough. They were hella tough.
And they ran the ball down your throat, especially when the games was over. They would run the ball down your throat with Roger Craig and Tom Rathman all day long. Wendell Tyler as well. Romo.
They're going to kick the crap out of the Bears.
Romo in the preseason game. Remember Kerry Collins?
Oh, yeah. Number 5. Penn State?
He broke his jaw in a preseason game.
Oh.
I remember the hit like it was yesterday. Preseason game. He's playing for the Broncos. He comes off the edge on the blitz. Outside linebacker. Romo comes in and breaks his jaw. It's one of the most vicious hits I've ever seen, and this was preseason football. So Romo never turned it off.
Okay.
He never turned it off.
That's how you stay in the league for 15 years. At linebacker. He never was a physical freak.
So should Bill Romanowski be on this list?
I think he kind of walked it back, but his whole thing is this.
Prove it.
You got to prove it, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
Like, we could talk all day.
I'm going to cross his name off.
Yeah, cross him
I'm
off.
going to cross his name off.
Yeah, don't put him on the list
I'm going to
just
cross
yet.
his name off.
But he was absolutely spitting facts when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo.
No
and
doubt.
just, he did a lot of good things, but he couldn't just get him over that hump, which makes it so, I think it's the most gutsy thing that the Niners have ever done.
He said something, too, that I've been trying to tell people for a long time.
Which is what?
When Garoppolo attempted 8 passes in the NFC Championship game in 2019, and everybody went crazy. Said, Shanahan doesn't trust him. You're getting 7.5 yards a carry on the ground. Why do we care if he threw the ball 8 times? Again, I don't care about numbers anymore. I want to win. I want to see winners. I want a Lombardi. You can win the damn Super Bowl 2-0. Guess what? I'm going to be celebrating down Market Street all night long.
want winners.
So, Romo's right. Just win, baby. Remember Kaepernick when he helped lead the Niners to the NFC Championship game against Seattle? He had like a string of games where he threw for under 200 yards and everybody was losing their minds. He can't even throw for 200 yards. Are you watching the game? They're beating teams up at the line of scrimmage. They're running the ball down your throat. They're going to play they're going to play ball control offense and let their defense smack you in the mouth and force you into all kind of 3-and-outs, and you win games. You just win.
Agreed.
We get so caught up in numbers. Sure, I would love to see.
Fantasy football.
Fantasy football is ruined a lot of people's minds
and the
because of
All-22.
football.
How many people have come out, like, the All-22 is this, like, it's a coach's film that comes out, and Bonte's kind of been saying this for about 4 or 5 years, unless you're Baldy. And Baldy does a great job of this. He doesn't critique where someone should go or what they should do. He just talks about, positive plays and negative plays and kind of breaks down the individual battles that are out there on the field. Too many people take the film that they're watching, this All-22, and have no idea what the actual assignments are on those All-22s.
Yep.
And they put them out there like, Trey should have thrown to this guy.
You don't know what the primary
thrown
is.
to that guy.
You don't know who the primary receiver are. You don't know what the coaches tell them in the year. Hey, look for this, look for that. It's the worst. It is the worst. I hate that about the All-22.
You even had Kurt Warner come down on somebody basically was ripping Trey Lance for throwing the ball to Debo.
Dan Orlovsky.
And
it was Dan Orlovsky.
And then Kurt Warner was like, no, that's literally, I played in a similar offense with Mike Martz. That is literally what you're expected to do.
Right.
Is take a one-on-one shot with your superstar wide receiver.
Right, that was Dan Orlovsky, who's getting roasted by Richard Sherman right now. We're going to take a quick timeout. Jim McMahon on the other side. Jim McMahon, you do not want to miss this.
Oh, my God.
Jim McMahon
Former
was
Bears
awesome.
quarterback.
Yeah, awesome. Take off. Bonte, read off that list on Monday. We're going to hang the list up in the studio. We're going to hang this list up in the studio. But Jim McMahon coming up next on the Morning Roast. We're going till 10 o'clock today. 10 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game.
Number 80, Jerry Rice reacts to Niners Bears with the Morning Roast on Monday.
Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, they felt like it was time to just give him complete control. Now it's up to Trey Lance to go out there and prove to everybody that, hey, look, I really deserve this starting job, and I'm going to lead my team.
Jerry Rice, Monday morning at 8:30 on 95.7 The Game.
$1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama the spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so.
Order up!
You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Dell Technologies semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We'll be talking to Baldy Tuesday at 7:30 a.m., as we will every single week of the football season. We'll talk to the GOAT, Jerry Rice, Monday morning at 8:30 a.m. GOAT Fuel, baby. And Jerry will be breaking down Niners and Bears with us Monday morning after week 1 of the NFL season. But we caught up with the Bears legend earlier this week, and we wanted to play it for the audience. The one and only Jim McMahon, 2-time Super Bowl winner, BYU legend. Jim McMahon had a lot to say about those old Bears teams, the Niners-Bears rivalry, and he even had something to say about Bill Belichick. Here's Jim McMahon as he talked about week 1 of the NFL season and much, much more with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. Week 1 of the NFL season at Soldier Field, and in my lifetime, the greatest Bears quarterback in their history is Jim McMahon. And Jim McMahon joins us on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. Look, Jim McMahon's a legend, 2-time Super Bowl champ, of course, led those 85 Bears alongside that strong defense. Jim, what is happening, man? Thanks for joining us this morning.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. Just waking up here in Arizona.
How's it living? That dry heat? How you living? How's retirement treating you?
I love the heat. We were just talking earlier before we came on. I grew up in San Jose, so I don't like the cold weather. Never did. Give me 80 degrees every day. It's a little hotter than that here now, but the other, if you can stand four months of heat, the other 8 months are pretty nice.
Well, how'd you withstand Chicago then, playing in that cold weather that you were in on that frigid turf? I hated it.
I hated every minute of it. Not only did we have to play in it, we had to practice in it. We didn't have an indoor facility back then. Our little facility, our college and even high school was better facilities than we had in Chicago. It was a joke, but I hated the cold. It was brutal.
Jim, I want to get right into the Niners and the Bears. Obviously, in 1984, the Niners end up knocking out the Bears, and Guy McIntyre comes in and gets a touchdown late in that game that really pissed off Mike Ditka. Take me back to that time. I know you weren't the starting quarterback at that time, but did you guys hate the 49ers, and did you feel it was, mutual in terms of the hatred going back and forth?
Well, growing up, I was always a Niner Raider fan. And Giants and A's, those were my teams.
Right.
And 1984, we had a pretty good ball club. We ended up losing to you guys in the NFC Championship game. That's the year I had hurt my kidney. I think week 10, something like that. So I missed the last 6 games. But we knew we were going to have a good football team. And then we came back out there in 85 and got a win there, and then ended up winning the Super Bowl. But Niners were always tough. I mean, playing against Joe, and I only lost to him once, but that was a big one, the 88 NFC Championship game. And that was tough to swallow at home. But, it was always fun to play the Niners.
Jim, talk about that 85 season. You guys come back to Kettlestick Park, and you unleash Refrigerator Perry as a fullback to send a message to the Niners for playing Guy McIntyre at fullback. What tone did that set for that team that season? What was it like headed off to Fridge in the backfield?
Well, like you said, that all came about just to get back at Bill Walsh for what he did, with Guy McIntyre. He put him back there. You guys ran it down our throats for about 6 minutes. So that was the start of the whole circus. He wanted to get back at Bill. And then, Fridge gave him, half a yard that first carry. But then it got pretty interesting. I threw him a touchdown pass. He was actually supposed to throw a ball in the Super Bowl. Thank God he didn't throw it. But he was an amazing athlete. For his size, he had great quickness, and where are you going to grab him to tackle him? He was pretty much round. I mean, he got nowhere to hang on to, and he had a lot of speed, and the sound that he made when he hit some of those linebackers when he was blocking for Walter, it was amazing.
Your Bears team was so good, and obviously the 85 team stands alone. I just look at the NFC as a whole at that time. The Eagles, the Giants, the Washington football team, obviously the 49ers. You guys, are you surprised you didn't get one more Super Bowl with that Bears team?
Well, we probably should have had 2 or 3 more with that team. Like I said, 84 we had our shot. We weren't healthy, but 85 we were 15-1. 86 we were 14-2. We're had the best record in football. It wasn't like we fell off the planet.
Right.
Unfortunately, again, I missed the playoff game there, and we ended up losing to Washington. We came back in 80. For the next 4 years, we had home field advantage. Yeah. 86, 87, 88, we had a home field advantage. And we just didn't take advantage of that. We work all season long to get that home field and play in that cold weather that everybody said bear weather. That was, bullshit. Polar bear weather. I don't want to play anymore. That's when I started wearing gloves, because you just, it gets that cold that those balls are like seeds. And I started wearing gloves, during the playoffs, and I ended up wearing the rest of my career, even in the heat, because, the tackiness on the gloves helped me hold the ball.
The 49ers were kind of seen as a softer team, a more pass-happy team, not as brutally punishing. And obviously the famous, at least from a 49er perspective, is the conversation of Ronnie Lott and Keena Turner, the finesse 49ers. What was your guys' opinions of the 49ers, of Joe Montana for that particular era?
No, they were not a finesse team. They were very physical. Any team you're going to play on that has Ronnie Lott on it, you're going to have a physical football team. Mm-hmm. We knew they were good, and offensively, they had Jerry, they had I think John Taylor at the time. Yep. They had I can't remember which one of the tight ends they had was good. Roger Craig in the backfield. I mean, they had a good football team, and they were not a finesse team. Bill Walsh was a type of coach. I mean, he was going to pick you apart, and that's what he did to us.
Jim McMahon on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Jim, it feels like Chicago's one of the blue blood franchises. They're one of the franchises where you look at the NFL. It's the Bears, it's the Packers, it's the Niners, it's the Cowboys. You guys are right there. Are you surprised
that city of Chicago hasn't celebrated a Super Bowl since your '85 team? And heck, they're still looking for a quarterback. They're hoping Justin Fields is the answer, but really they've been looking for a quarterback since you retired, since you left Chicago.
Well, Chicago's. I don't even know how to put this. It's tough to be a quarterback there. That's for sure, because they've always been known for their defense and who's their running back. Back in the day, they had Gale Sayers, they had Walter. They've always had great running backs and great defense, and so it's tough to be a quarterback. You're supposed to be like almost the face of the franchise. And the offenses that I played in, hell, it was so boring and so I hated it. I mean, it was after just coming from BYU, where I got to throw the ball all over the field, and then come there and I get to throw it. I threw it more in the first quarter at BYU than I threw it in games at Chicago. It was no fun at all. But yeah, it's just tough to be a QB there. Unless you have an offensive line, doesn't matter where you play QB at, you're not going to be successful. And I don't know how good the Bears line is now for Fields. I know Fields, he's a big time player, played at Ohio State, had great success there. So I'm sure as long as he has the people around him, he can be successful. I never knew who my receivers or backs were. I wanted 5 guys up front that wanted to fight, and you win games that way. And our guys didn't get the credit that they deserve. We finally got a guy into the Hall of Fame, Jimbo Covert, 2 years ago. But those guys, we led the league in rushing 4 straight years, which had never been done, and I don't think it's been done since. And everybody knew we were going to run the ball. So that's a big time credit to those guys up front, and they didn't get their credit that they deserve for sure.
Are you shocked that the city of Chicago hasn't celebrated the championship since '85?
Not really, because they're pretty cheap. They've always been cheap. Mike Ditka left Chicago when he was a player, when he had to deal with George Halas. He left because they wouldn't pay him. And then when he became coach and our guys would sit out, he'd be complaining about it. And I'm like, hey, wait a minute now, you did the same thing. You left Chicago because they wouldn't pay you. It's amazing how they forget when they become coaches or get up in the front office, how they were as players.
You referenced Mike Ditka right there, and one of the lasting images you'll see of just Bears fans in general is dressing up as Mike Ditka. What was your relationship like when you were a player and he was your coach?
Well, originally it was pretty good. He was a rookie coach my first year in the league as well, and it wasn't like I had to sit behind a couple Hall of Famers. I had Bob Avellini and Vince Evans were the 2 QBs that were here. So I think he wanted me to play early. I wanted to play early too. I didn't want to sit there and watch. Mm-hmm. I think I started the second half of the second game my rookie year, and then from then on I was pretty much playing. But we had a pretty good relationship early. I think he understands now I knew what I was doing, but at the time he thought I did things just to piss him off. Mike was a tight end, great football. I would have loved to play with the guy. He was a great player, played the game the way it's supposed to be played. And had he been in my huddle, I think he would have understood me better and knew that I knew what I was doing. But he was not an offensive coordinator. He was a tight end. That's how he liked to call plays, like a tight end. He had no clue what he was doing as far as setting things up and stuff like that. And I was always taught back in college, if you can see something on the defense that you can exploit, to do it. And so I was used to, I'd see blitz. I'm thinking home run. And Mike was the grinded out. We're going to run the ball, control the clock. And I said, why don't we just outscore people? We got a hell of a lot of talent. We didn't have just Walter Payton. We had speed on the outside with Willie. We had a mild receiver, Dennis McKinnon, very solid player. Good tight end with Emory Moorhead, and Tim Reitman was there as well. We had a lot of good talent. Dennis Gentry, I thought, was the best third down back in football. It shouldn't even have been a third down back, in my opinion, but great talent. And we just we didn't use our guys properly. We were very predictable. I was the wild card because they, even though we set up in certain formations, they didn't know if I was going to run the play that they thought was coming. And so, And a lot of times Dickin knew I didn't call the play that was called in the huddle. We'd get up to the line, he's screaming in my ear. I'd always tell the guy who was controlling that thing in your ear to shut that thing off. I didn't want to hear him screaming at me.
Have you talked to him lately?
I actually saw him about a month ago. I was back in Chicago for an event, his Gridiron Greats event. He's struggling a little bit with his health. Not as bad as my other teammate, Steve McMichael. He's in bad shape with ALS. And really, really eating him up, and it's tough to see. He's a great football player, great teammate, one of the biggest, strongest guys to play in the league, and now to see him like this is cool. It's tough.
You know, Jim, you bring up, you talk about Mike Ditka and how predictable you guys are. It feels like for Shasky and I, after watching all the 30 for 30s, because we're suckers for the NFL and all the history of the Bears and those teams, it feels like a lot of those players preferred Buddy Ryan over Mike Ditka. And a lot of guys are very outspoken on Mike Ditka, on his choices at the quarterback spot, on how he ran the offense. Did you prefer Buddy Ryan, or did you want to see Buddy Ryan be elevated or promoted to being the head coach instead of leaving for Philadelphia?
Well, Buddy, I thought, was going to get the head job before Mike Ditka. Buddy was on the staff. And the reason that they kept Buddy was the whole defensive team wrote a letter to George Halas and said, hey, no matter who the head coach is, we want to keep Buddy Ryan as our coach. And that's the reason Buddy kept him. And so, George kept him, Halas. So it was a lot of friction there, because Buddy knew he couldn't be fired because George Halas gave him a lifetime deal. So, and he took advantage of that. He pretended he was the head coach a lot. I remember Ditka walked into one of Buddy's first meetings, and from the defensive guys told me this and said, hey, he walked in and Buddy says, hey, get the out of my meeting. I run the defense. And so, you kind of lose respect right out of the gate when that happens. But so, like I said, our offense or our practices were tough because of that. Buddy wasn't going to give an inch. Mike wasn't going to give an inch. And, Fridays, we do live goal line and short yardage scrimmage.
Wow. And
the defensive guys would yell, hey, they're cutting me. And Buddy goes, well, they cut you in the game? Yeah, deal with it. That was his coaching philosophy. You just deal with it. React. Their favorite was react like a football player, right? How many times you heard that?
Hey, Jim, you were one of the guys that, to me, I always saw you with all the flair. You had the headband, the shades, like everything about you seemed rock star, at least to me, as a kid growing up. What would you have been like had social media existed when you were playing?
I'd have been arrested, probably.
Why?
No, I would not be too happy in today's world because I don't like doing it now. I do have a Twitter page. My son usually takes care of that. And I've got some other people that do that for me because I'm just not that interested in what people do all day long. I could care less. It's great to see pictures of my grandkids and stuff like that on Instagram, whatever. But other than that, I could care less about that. It's just those people have no lives.
Hey, but at least you get to sell your merchandise on there. Postgame.shop. We can go to your Twitter page and see it and click on the link. You're also on Cameo. So talk about Cameo. How much money are people spending for you to wish?
What are they asking you too?
Yeah, what are they asking you to do?
What are they asking you to do on Cameo?
Right.
Cameo is basically a lot of birthday wishes, anniversaries, people, getting a new job, just real simple stuff. It's just basically a shout out. Hey, thanks for being a fan. Whatever, whatever. They kind of write a little script for you what they want you to say. So,
are you surprised people spend money on that for you to wish them a happy birthday?
Yeah, it does. It does surprise me. I know a friend of mine, Brian Baumgartner, plays on The Office. I think he made like $1 million in 1 year on Cameo. He must be busy all day long.
Right.
I'd probably do 2 or 3 a week, maybe, and that's good for me.
Jim, I'm looking at some of these old, 1980s, 81 teams for BYU, and obviously you referenced Clay Brown yourself, Steve Young's a backup, Visika Hema, Bart Oates is on this team, Tom Holmoe. But the guy that I want to ask you about, because you're talking about the ineptitude of Chicago's offense when you were there. What would Jim McMahon have looked like had Andy Reid been his head coach and his play caller? Are you surprised that he's doing what he's doing in the NFL offensively when you knew him as an offensive lineman playing at BYU?
Yeah, he was my tackle back in college. I always had a great relationship with Andy. He had a really good relationship with Lavelle. I think he learned a lot coaching-wise from Lavelle. And I was very impressed with him. He was on the staff at Green Bay when I went up to Green Bay in my last year and a half. And very impressed with him, his coaching style. You got him to love an ex-offensive lineman that likes to throw the ball. That's what I love about Andy. He loves, same thing, he loves putting points on the board. He's very innovative and glad to see him do well.
Jim, that gets glossed over. Your time in Green Bay. What was it like going back to Chicago wearing a Packers uniform, wearing a cheesehead? I forget about that you were backing up Brett Favre on that team that beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl.
Well, it was tough for me to go up there. I probably should have went up there 2 or 3 years prior because I knew they were going to have a good football team. But I just couldn't bring myself to go up there and put on that green and gold because we had a lot of bad blood for the 7 years I was in Chicago. A lot of bad blood. It got ugly, our games in Green Bay and in Chicago. So how I got there, in 95, the start of 95, I was with the Cleveland Browns. Bill Belichick was our head coach. And he had screwed me over in training camp. And so I'm dressed. I think it's about week 10. We're playing the Packers in Cleveland. So I'm in my Cleveland Browns uniform. Andy's in his Green Bay stuff. We're playing catch on the 50-yard line pregame. Just BSing. And he said, "Oh, you should have came here this year. We got a good team." I said, "I know, I screwed up, but don't be surprised if I'm available." And he's like, "What?" I said, "Just check the waiver wire soon." So the very next day, I'm in the quarterback meeting watching the game film. I get up to go to the restroom, and here comes the general manager that has been giving me the runaround for 10 weeks about my paychecks because they did a deal with me under the table, and then they just didn't pay. And so anyway, I said, "I need my money." And he said, "Well, maybe we'll pay you, maybe we won't." And I lost it on the guy, grabbed him, I started hitting his head on the wall. I'm like, "You're going to pay me my money." And then I realized what I was doing, but I looked around, and back then, this is before they had cameras, in every corner of everywhere. And so I walked right into the training room, called my attorney, and said, "Get me cut right now." And he says, "What?" And I said, "Just get me cut. Here's the number." He calls me back within 2 minutes. He said, "All right, they'll release you if that's what you want." I said, "Perfect." So I walked back into the QB meeting now. This all took about 10 minutes. And I just said, "Hey, boys, I'll see y'all later." And they go, "What? Where are you going?" I said, "I'm out of here." And the QB coach said, "Have you talked to Bill?" I said, "You can tell Bill to kiss my ass, that lying son of a I'm gone." I walked out. That was a Monday afternoon. Tuesday afternoon, I was up in Green Bay. And then we ended up losing the NFC Championship game there in Green Bay. So I stayed one more year. And during training camp, the schedule came out, and I noticed the Super Bowl was going to be on the same day that it was in 85 or 86. And it was back in New Orleans. And I look at Brett, and I said, "Dude, this is folding out just like it did in Chicago." I said, "We lost the NFC Championship game the year before. We're going to have a good team." I said, "It's back in New Orleans on the same day." I said, "Just don't screw this up, man. We can't, we got to get back there and win this." Who would have guessed we're going to play the same team that we played 11 years prior? But that was really deja vu. 11 years later, same day, same stadium, same team, same result, which is great.
And you got to stick it to Belichick too, because Belichick was on that Patriots staff.
Yeah, it was really nice.
Not a nice thing to say about Bill Belichick, man. We could talk all day, Jim.
Yeah,
literally. I want to dive into the Cleveland Browns day. We got to do this again soon. I forgot you were in Philadelphia playing for those Eagles teams. You won the Comeback Player of the Year award, a cup of coffee in Cleveland, and you ended with a Super Bowl championship in Green Bay. Jim, this was a lot of fun, man. We could go on hours and hours and hours. We have to do this again.
Okay, guys. Well, you know my number.
Absolutely, Jim. Thank you so much. Take care. Glad to see you healthy, talking, and all that stuff. Don't be a stranger, Jim McMahon. We appreciate the time.
Okay, guys. Take care. We'll see you.
Jim.
All right, Jim McMahon, that was a lot of fun. And hopefully I see the YouTube chat. I see the Comcast Business text line, Shasky. A lot of people loved it. They loved it. They're calling him Mob Boss McMahon. He ripped the offense. He ripped Dicka. I mean, he was a hoop. We could have talked all day. All day.
I love it. And Jim McMahon is one of those characters that I truly believe in the social media era, he just would have been very different. Yeah. I don't know what he would have been, but he would have been different. Everybody had that Bears poster. Yep. You know, the one with him in the bandana.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. No doubt. He wore the sunglasses.
Yes, always.
Indoors.
There was just always a lot of mystique wrapped around him, and he always felt like a rock star. And then after reading the Steve Young book on QB, it's called QB, Steve Young's entire life, he references, you know, how Jim McMahon is basically player of the year in the country at BYU.
Yep.
And Steve Young gets onto the campus and is like the 8th string quarterback.
Yep.
And then he starts referencing all the players at BYU, and I'm going to myself, my God.
They were a factory.
BYU was a hotbed
they were loaded.
For the next 40 years of football innovation.
No doubt.
Whether we're talking about, Tom Holmoe.
Ty Ditmer won a Heisman Trophy there.
Well, that was later.
But the
Andy
same
Reid,
coach.
Steve Young, Bart Oates. It's crazy.
Yeah, no doubt it is crazy. BYU. Now we talk about BYU. You don't really want to talk about it. You really want to say that word. But, no, they were a factory. No doubt about that. Jim McMahon, a lot of fun with him. We're going to wrap up the show. Look, it's Nice Guy's last day on the roast. We're going to miss Langford. Seriously. He's been a great part of this show, the show's success, and we're going to miss the hell out of him, man. I'm actually a little mad that he is leaving, and we'll tell you where he's going. It's not going to be going too far away, but Langford is going to join us here for this last segment. Also, your calls, 888-957-9570 if you have keys to the game on Sunday.
Where are my Niner fans at? Where are you watching the game? What district are you representing? What neighborhood? How are you watching it? Let's go, Niners!
That'll be brought to you by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
It's our first Football Friday of the season.
Third down and 12. Mahomes fires, pass, pick. Warner got it for San Francisco.
Hell yeah! It's Niners versus Bears all day long.
You cannot mess around with these dudes. You cannot let the Bears believe that they have a chance to win this game.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Everything. Our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC. LLC and WePay Inc., subsidiaries of JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Hey, we went till 10 o'clock. It's like back in the day. Back in the day. Damn.
The only thing different is now we're the number 1 show in the Bay Area.
Look at that humble brag.
I just call it like I see it.
Look at that humble
The
brag.
data backs it up.
Look at that humble brag.
You know, I'm like a scout. See, I use my eyes and my ears to tell me what's good, and then I cross-reference with the PFF advanced data. And I don't know if you know this, Morning Roast is the number 1 show in sports in the Bay Area.
Well, it's like number 1 show in all the Bay.
It really is.
Business is booming. Legit. Business is booming. However, we're going to miss Nice Guy.
I know.
That's going to be a hit to the show. That is no doubt going to be a hit to the show. But before we get the Nice Guy, Stephen Langford, and his last day with the Morning Roast, Hillary Nakano, our good friend from over at Boxer and Gerson, she calls us all the time. She's a Raider fan, but you know what? We'll give her a pass. She wanted to chop it up with the boys about week 1. And I'm guessing Hillary wants to hate on the 49ers before week 1. Right, Hillary? Welcome back to the roast.
Man. I'm hyped for Sunday. Listen, guys, I didn't need to beg for a sponsor to get me to SoFi. I got a homie who hit me up. He said he had a ticket for me this weekend. I'm flying out there, and I'm leaving SoFi with a W, unlike you guys after that NFC Championship game.
Oh, so wait a minute. So you're going to be rocking powder blue. Lightning bolts, huh? The Chargers?
Black and silver, baby. Just win.
You guys aren't beating the Chargers, Hillary. Come on.
Oh, yeah, we are.
You're not beating the Chargers.
The last time the Chargers played, they got a L to us, so
it's true.
Keeping it rolling.
Hey, listen, you don't believe in Josh McDaniels.
Brandon Staley's still going for it on 4th down.
He is still going for it.
What's new, Hillary?
Man, you guys didn't call me for 4 months. I know how you feel about baseball. It's apparent.
Oh, gosh. Are you a Giants fan, Hillary? I forgot.
Oh, man, come on. I'm from Oakland. A's, baby.
I know. I
In
tried to
the
get it
news
out.
all the time. Not in the national news for our play, but at least we're in the news, you know?
What's Boxer and Gerson got going on these days?
We don't want to talk baseball, Hillary.
Well, let me tell you. You want to know? I was actually just voted the best new workers' comp attorney in California by the California State Bar.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
The Heisman of workers' comp. So you could think of me of Charles Woodson.
Wow. Dude, you are just on fire right now, Hillary. Wow. This is great material.
Honestly, congratulations.
Yeah,
That's an incredible accomplishment. So let's say somebody does have an issue at work. How can they get a hold of you guys?
You can just contact us, Boxer and Gerson. Find us online. You can always call us, email us. We're available in every way possible.
We got to see Hillary at the O Club. We got to have lunch one day. Set it all up, me, you, Hillary, and talk shop here because she's running material.
We lost a tight game last night in softball. We're very frustrated. We had an 11-1 lead late.
You know, Hillary, he loses a lot of games at the O Club, whether it's basketball or softball. Seems to be the thing.
Yeah, I think the common link I think we know who the common link is there.
Yeah, we know it. It is Joe Shasky, the butcher. He's done. He's cooked. He's cooked like a lot of players on the San Francisco Giants.
Second oldest guy on the team by far. So
you're cooked like bread and belt.
It's a bunch of youngsters, and then I stick out like a sore thumb.
Hillary, any rituals you have for week 1 of the football season? You're a huge football fan. What does week 1 of the NFL season mean to you?
So, obviously, you have to take shots. My nickname is the shot bully. So you got to take a shot before the game. You got to take a shot during the game, every point you score, and by the end of the game, win or lose, you feel great.
And obviously need to take an Uber home.
Obviously.
What is your drink of choice?
Tequila.
Oh, me too.
Oh, 1942?
Well, there's a new one now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to look it up. It's like 70 something. I just
You
got
don't
it
even know the
Safeway.
name. Well,
no,
Shasky started drinking tequila
it's a
6
Don
months
Julio,
ago.
but it's like
Okay.
a 70 or something. I'm
All
going
right.
to look it up. You keep talking.
Yeah. No. Shasky discovered tequila like 6 months ago, Hillary, so he's new to the game. But 1942, Don Julio, you go silver. You do whatever you need to do with the Don Julio.
Oh, for sure. We'll drink that up at the O Club.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's the Don Julio 70th anniversary. That's the one I copped. The little small bottle. Still expensive.
He's a baller, Hillary. You listen to the show a lot. You're obviously a fan of the roast, and we appreciate what you guys do for the morning roast at 95.7 The Game. But why does Shasky always claim to be broke? This guy's living on the golf course. He's got a house in San Francisco. He's wearing new Niners gear every single week. Who created this monster? O Club?
You created him.
Thank you, Hillary. He is my partner in crime, and yet he pretends like we're not buds.
So are you guys flying out to Chicago this weekend, or you're just too scared to witness both the Giants and the Niners losing?
Well, I'm flying out at 1 o'clock, Hillary. I'm flying out at 1 o'clock. Whether the Giants lose or not, whether the Giants lose or not, I'm not going to lie to you. I could care less. They're done. They're cooked. I actually want everybody to get fired on this team and start fresh, but that's neither here nor there. Niners are going to handle business at Soldier Field. That's why we're there. Trey Lance's debut, where he lights up the world on fire, and we have to hear the Hillarys of the world say, well, it's only the Chicago Bears. Trey Lance, let's see him do that against the Seahawks. So that's why I can't wait for that.
Have you guys heard the rumor about Jock Peterson?
What's the rumor?
He's tired of losing with the Giants. He's ready to take his pearls to the NFL and reunite with Devontae.
That one is a one, Hillary. That was your worst joke of the day. The worst joke of the day. But, Hillary, it's always good to catch up with you. Thanks so much for everything you guys do at Boxer and Curzon. And congrats on the award, winning the Heisman. That is awesome.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Anytime. Give her an applause. But Hillary Ducato on the Morning Roast as always. She brought the chopper out. She was Benjamin Albright-like. Hating on the Niners. Hating on the Giants. Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm just chilling. I'm just ready for this game this weekend.
No, well, I'm not ready for the game, and I'm not ready for the show.
What are you wearing? Are you wearing the Bonte Hill custom?
I can't do that.
Why?
No, I got to wear the John Taylor.
Oh,
either the Rice or John Taylor.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Why?
John Taylor or Rice. I'm just feeling like a wide receiver this week. Feel like the greatest of all time. So I'm going to wear 80.
You're looking more like a left guard.
Come on, man. I look good. Your boy ain't got no double chin. We know who that belongs to. And it's not Langford.
No, it is
not. It's not Langford.
He's got the British jaw.
He's got the nice jawline. So damn good. So Stephen Langford has been part of 95.7 The Game for over 7 years. He was an intern at first.
Yeah.
Went back to college. Got his degree. Came back. He loved the station so much. He started working.
From a
and he
boy
moved
to a
his way
man
up.
here.
Dude, he moved his way up from board op to host to update anchor. He's done it all here in 95.7 The Game. Podcasting, weekend radio, you name it. And the guy has grown up so much to where we said, we don't need a fill-in. We have Stephen Langford. One of us goes out, just let Stephen Langford hold down the chair. And you know what? He damn near Wally picked one of us. Especially your boy since he was in Europe. And you're moving on to bigger and better things. And we're going to miss you, buddy. We really are going to miss you as you go to KCBS. Tell us about what your new venture is all about.
Yeah, going to be the sports reporter at KCBS now. Man, you guys are kind of right. I didn't really think about that. Kind of have grown up with the station. I've been a part of it really since I was like 19, 20 years old. I remember that they were all talking about, going out for drinks and stuff when I was first here as an intern. I'm like, I can't. I'm not of age. Can I? You know what? Before we, because KCBS, I can't wait to get started with KCBS. Of course, it's a legendary station. Used to grow up listening. Like my dad used to listen to traffic when we were nowhere even near in San Francisco. It used to make my mom really angry. It's like, why are we listening to traffic when we're not even in the area? We don't need to learn the traffic, but that's what they did. They listened to KCBS. So going to be joining them starting up on Monday. More details to come. Hopefully, there's some more that comes along with that. But can I play something for you guys? I just wanted to take this opportunity here to play this one thing, and this is me I'm being kind of like selfish here.
Okay,
but I have not had the opportunity to play this. Like this was my first appearance on the air. And this was
What year?
This was 2017.
2017.
And as you guys know, I am a Raider fan.
Yeah.
And
were we the flagship at that point?
we were, yes.
Oh, yeah.
And I was, just clinging on to anything that the Raiders could possibly do to actually make the team better.
I thought this might be a sponsorship for the chicken pot pie shop.
No, that's coming up at the end, actually.
Tease people.
On the other side,
Townie's Chicken and Pie Shop over in Walnut Creek.
What about Pick Six? That's where I mentioned Pick Six.
Oh, Pick Six is no longer. They replaced it.
Yeah.
They replaced it. But this was the...
I want to hear it.
This was the first appearance that I'd ever made on the air. Like, when I first got started, I was just, an intern, kind of just looking to see...
Just a nice guy.
Yeah, well, sort of. I was just kind of like, all right, I'll get involved in radio. I was told to apply. Literally, that's what someone did.
Right.
My buddy Wilson Tsai, who I think lives in China now, he sent me this application. He said, hey, man, you should do this. Like, I think you'd be really good at it. And I said, all right, cool. So that's all I did. I didn't expect it to turn into, like, an actual career.
Yeah.
But this was the first appearance that I ever had on the radio. It was on Townie and Zachariah on Townie and Zach show. I forced them to play
one of the 17 versions of the Townie show.
because I was a producer at the time, so I kind of forced them to play it on the air. But this was in 2017, right before the Raiders season, and I was really looking forward to it. I was really excited, so I made a song to the tune of "With Arms Wide Open" by Creed. Oh, didn't work. I like those simile.
He was good.
This is actually good. Oh, Sean Smith.
He got arrested.
Wow.
They definitely didn't.
Oh, boy.
I wanted Eric Weddle.
Wow.
That's all I was used to. All right, you can tell that. You can put that down.
Good. That's A-plus work right there.
All I kept thinking about was the obsession of the former radio play-by-play guy. Sean Smith's just such a physical beast. He's a specimen.
But he was out on Sean Smith, and I remember at training camp when we had Sean Smith on, he had just got demoted to the second team defense. And we grilled him, and I was like, man, Sean seems really mad at us. And the former Raiders play-by-play voice said, yeah, he listens to the show. He's not happy with us. He hears it. He hears everything. And he got burnt by Brady Cooks for that 99-yard touchdown in that opener against the Saints. The Raiders did make the playoffs that year. They did make the playoffs that year. So, Langford, about you. Forget Sean Smith.
Yeah.
Mention that pick six.
That name.
Look, man, I have not played that in like 5 years, so I just had to play. I've kept that in the holster, and I've had to find one time to play it. So I had to take the opportunity.
Well, we have a special guest to send you off. We have a couple special guests to send you off. First on the hotline.
Ooh.
Go ahead, speak your piece, because Langford's leaving us.
Why did you guys have to play that as I had to sit here and wait on hold? That was awful, Steven.
Oh,
Jesse, you loved it.
How did you even get on air with that song?
Creativity.
Was terrible.
It was creativity.
By the way,
gross, right?
this is your better half.
This is Jesse, yeah.
And Jesse wanted to send you off, right? Because she's been with you. She's watched you grow. She's watched you wake up at 2:30, 3 in the morning, driving all the way up to San Francisco.
Burritos.
She bought us burritos. She's done it all, and she's here to support. So she's happy for you. Everybody's happy for you, Steven.
So is that all you're going to do, Jesse? You're just going to rip my song, and then you're just going to hang up?
Well, I wasn't going to, but then I heard it. I don't really have a choice.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You ended up paying me for those burritos, so I never bought you guys anything.
I did end up footing the bill. I couldn't let
Yeah,
Jesse
you
pay
did.
for that. I couldn't but Jesse, how proud are you of Steven moving on, getting this great opportunity?
I am extremely proud of Steven, and I think I tell him like every day at some point, whether I am texting him during the day or I come home late from work and he's cooking us dinner, I tell him how proud I am all the time. Just how far you've come, like in 7 years. Who can say that they've started from where you did with that garbage? And then you come and you get your own show and you get to do all this stuff, and it's amazing. I'm incredibly proud of how far you've come.
You know, Jesse, before you get off the air, I want you to be fully truthful here. Don't hold anything back. I'm very self-involved. I'm very self-involved. I want to know what the lowest of low was for Steven working with Bonte and Shasky.
Don't put my name into it. He loves me. It's you.
Take me to the lowest of the low.
Don't put me in that box. He loves me, right, Jesse?
The lowest? He loves both of you. No, he loves both of you guys. I think the lowest of the low is probably today, where he has to say goodbye to you guys.
Oh, that just warms
Jesse,
my heart. That just warms my heart.
Would you like a job here at 95.7 The Game?
Yeah, sure. No.
Jesse, this was awesome.
Yes.
We're going to miss Steven. Could you take care of him for us, please?
Yes, please.
Please take care of him.
I always do.
Yeah.
We're going to love it.
And she knows more about baseball than you.
She
and
does.
She absolutely does. I appreciate you, Jesse. I love you. Thank you.
Oh.
No, she really, when we first got together, she was like screaming at Brandon Belt because he was jogging down the first baseline and didn't run out a throw, even though it was clearly going to be out no matter what. She's like, what is Belt effing doing? He's not even sprinting. I'm tired of this guy.
So what? Okay, I want to let's go from the beginning because
hold on 1 second. Well, let's give a goodbye real quick. Another guy wants to give a goodbye to Steven Langford.
I didn't know we were doing goodbyes.
I didn't know that either until Will Moran called. He wants to say goodbye to Steven Langford. Will, what's happening?
Blast Bonte, too.
What up, Langford? I just want to say shout out, man. I'm so happy for you to moving on to bigger and better things. Selfishly, I wish you were staying around because I'm really going to miss you from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. You were my cup of coffee before the morning roast. Told me you were the guy that started the kettle, got the coffee filters ready for Bonte and all them and Shasky. We were really going to miss you. I'm going to miss you. I loved your insight. I loved your takes. I loved your realism, your humbleism, even when you showed humility sometimes, man, you were awesome. So I really, really am proud of you, and I hope that you dominate in your next adventure and avenue, and I believe that, the sky's the limit for you, brother, and you know how high that goes, baby. So shout out, Langford, you're killing it, and continue to kill it.
Dude, Will, I appreciate you, man. That was one of the coolest things. Is like when you got started as just a board op, you take a lot of callers and you hear the regulars. Will's been one of those guys. I know Antonio, who called in earlier today. He was one of those guys. Shasky, you were one of those guys at one point. Like I remember, like it's crazy looking back because Steiny and Guru, they got their own show now. But I originally started like my first show.
So that's what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah,
what your first day in the building?
Yes,
you were working on the Steiny and Guru show.
Yeah. So my first day, like officially hired. So obviously you shadow, you kind of learn from everybody. So you go through every show. But the first real one that I worked on was just with Guru and then of course Zachariah at the time.
Okay.
So it was Zach and Guru.
That was a fun show.
It was. And then we would At night, yeah.
At night.
Zach and Guru were just crazy, man.
Who plays at all daytimes?
Yeah, he does. He does.
But Guru, just seeing where he's come through the daytime. Steiny, like I was working with him during Warriors post game a lot of the times. Like Shasta, you know how many drops I made from you? Like,
me?
Yeah, man. There's one that I always remember. It's just like, feel me, Steiny. You feel me? Like I remember cutting little ones like that.
No, he doesn't feel you. He doesn't know what that means.
Yeah, so I was like, all right, AAA.
So after that, what did you work on?
So I was doing nights for quite a while, doing that 5 nights a week.
That night is a grind.
Yeah, and then doing everything like A's games, Raiders games, and all that sort of stuff. Working with guys like Rick Tittle and Roxy Bernstein, all those guys, legends. And then got moved to the morning. Ended up working with Jolo and Dibs. That was about a year later, and worked with that show. So really, ever since then,
you were a big part of Jolo and Dibs. You were a big part of the transition for that show. When that show had a success and it started booming, you were a part of that. You and Cody behind the glass.
Yeah,
I'd see you every single morning, and you were never afraid to ask people for advice. One of the great things about you, Langford, you never changed. You never changed from the guy you were when you started to who you are now. And I mean, like, we listen to you when we're off work, and we're listening to you 5 to 6, and I'm still in us. I'm like, I remember when you first started talking Giants baseball, I was like, Langford, I didn't know you were a Giants fan.
Yeah.
And 2, I didn't know you knew all this stuff. You knew fastballs, you knew the bacon, the BABIP, you knew everything about it. So,
the bacon and the BABIP.
The bacon and the BABIP.
Ooh, can we talk bacon and BABIP for the rest of the show?
No, let's
love
not
the
do
bacon.
That. You did
batting
love the
average
bacon.
on contact, Bonte.
Yeah, you did.
Or
You
batting
did.
average on balls in play.
Well, I think the one thing that, again, there are so many other very difficult jobs out there. I'm not trying to pretend that broadcasting should be even considered like other jobs. So please don't take this the wrong way. But there is a grind to this, waking up and you don't see your family. When I was working nights, my wife and I had complete opposite schedules.
Right.
Yeah. And I didn't see her for a long, long time. And I know how much of a strain that put on our relationship, right? And you have been working in the morning for so long, and you're getting up and your girl's still sleeping, and then she goes to work, and then she comes back and you're asleep. It's really difficult. And I saw the energy and the effort and the grind that you put in every morning. I'd come waltzing in before Bonte, and then I'd see you and I'd be like, what's up, nice guy? Every single day. And I saw how much work you put into not just your show, but our show. And I appreciate anybody who cares, and you care.
Yeah.
And I'm really happy and proud that I got to work with you.
Nah, man, I appreciate that for the both of you guys, man. I mean, Bonte, you mentioned it yesterday, first time meeting each other. Like, you called me Langford, like, right away. And that's what all the close friends call me. Everyone here around me called me nice guy just because I was filling in on every shift. And actually, that's a piece of advice there. Like, if you get involved in a job where it's kind of like you really have to grind as an intern, like, take any shift that you can get. Don't reject. Do not reject a shift.
Say no to no opportunities.
Keep the seat.
The
greatest line of all time.
You know what? True story. When I was freelancing with the Examiner, they were like, hey, can you go cover this NASCAR press conference? I know nothing about NASCAR. Never say no to an opportunity. You never know when that opportunity is coming back.
Yeah, that's why they call me nice guy, is because like I just fill in for their shifts anytime, even though it'd be really last second. I didn't realize it was a nice thing to do. I was just trying to make it up in the business. So, that's a piece of advice for anybody. Just like, really, if you're starting to get involved in any job, it's not just sports radio, but take the shifts.
All right, before you go, we got a couple of things that we need from you. We obviously need your signature call at the end, but I want to know the highest of highs and the lowest of lows.
Oh, man.
And be real with me. Was it when Bonte exploded the chair and we were all in COVID and we were screaming and yelling at each other? I don't think people realize how stressed, and the show wasn't performing well. Like, I'm being honest here. I'm taking people behind the scenes.
You're saying a lot, Shasky. You're saying a lot.
It was stressful.
Bonte, the image of you falling over. I was watching. I was watching. Well, there was one time Lo was doing a show and he was doing it outside, and this was right at the beginning of the pandemic when we're all doing the shows from home and everything, and a bird flew towards his head and he went, whoa. yeah, it was like a bird or something, and then he like smacked his microphone. Everyone was like, what the hell was that? He's like, don't worry about it. But the highest of highs, man, dude, the highest of highs though, like
the parade.
Seriously, the parade was awesome, but
seeing your face, me watching you enjoy the parade made me feel
I think
incredible.
The highest, I think for you, and I heard this from Tim Jordan. We were talking the other day, and he goes, Stephen Langford down at training camp at the Hilton Hotel had never been in that position, and he absolutely destroyed it. He absolutely killed it. And so to myself, I was just like, I'm so glad that Matt Nahiga decided to let you fill in the entire time. Yeah. Because you know how it goes, man. They may find somebody else, and we're like, give Langford a shot. And you got a shot, and you crushed it. You hit a grand slam.
Yeah, man, that's one of them. The Warriors just winning a championship at first. It's kind of crazy to think that, been a part of the Warriors station since they started winning. I mean, the lowest of lows was that Father's Day game in 2016. We don't really talk about that.
They're still at the other station there.
Yeah. We don't really talk about that. But man, when they were winning championships and everything, like just watching Warriors basketball, seeing this team day in, day out, all of it. There's too many to count, man.
And your boy Guru.
I've known him for 10 years.
Yeah.
And you called him family. He's like a little brother.
Yeah.
And the beautiful thing about emotion, Steve, is I was driving in today, like, I ain't gonna feel no type of way. I'm like, and now I'm about to tear up because I've known you 10 years of my life, and Bonte, you gave him the best compliment. You've never changed. And anytime you get a name, nice guy Steven Shasky, and you live up to it, I mean, that's the biggest compliment, and now your dreams are coming true.
Yeah.
You don't forget about us, don't change. Bonte ain't changed a little bit since he's been on TV. But you know what I'm saying? Always be there because you've been there for me, man.
Yeah.
And you've seen me. We've grown together, man, so I'm happy for you.
No, that's the best thing about this station, man, is like I've made a lot of friends. I still talk to a lot of people that used to work at this station. We've all, they've all moved on to different things, and I still keep in touch with them. Like when you come into a workplace, because I talk to some friends who are like, working in different companies or whatever,
industries.
and they're just, they're tired of talking to their coworkers. They're just like, sit in my cubicle, leave me alone.
Bro, I look forward to the banter.
Right.
Here
I
look for it. It's like the clubhouse.
You come in and you all have that one common interest of like, hey, you love sports. We're going to come in and talk sports. Like there's been multiple times where it's like, I don't even get to know this person because we've just been talking sports the entire time. And that's just what's so cool about coming in here every day.
The one thing I will say, Steven, is there's obviously the professional work Steven, who's a grinder. I allow people into my family setting for a reason. Like people that I love and I trust. Spadoni got invited. I know Guru's been invited. Bonte's been invited. There are certain people I'll allow in. And Steven came to one of our golf parties. I've had a couple of them. And he fit right in. And like that's the true testament. Yeah. My crazy ass family embraced Steven. And Steven fit right in. Yeah. And now my dad thinks you're a part of the foursome.
Yeah, man, of course. Not playing with your dad. It was so funny because you were like 2 holes over. And I think your dad was asking like, oh, where's Joe at? Where's their group at? And then we heard you miss a putt or something. We're just like, what? That didn't go in? And it's like, oh, that's where he's at. All right, sweet. You know what I mean? And your dad was like giving me, he was telling me about his trip to Ireland and everything. And he was talking about for like 2 holes. It took 2 holes. But you know what? It was so cool. Everything, man.
We're going to miss you, Steven. You're going to be right upstairs at KCBS. And I told you yesterday, I said, hey, Steven, if you're off, come to the roast when you're off. Like, seriously, we want you to remain a part of the 95.7 The Game family.
Call the bat
but
phone.
This is a promotion for you. You had to take it, man. Call the bat phone. Call us whenever you want to. We got 2 things we need to do.
You better rock that jersey.
Proud of you,
man. Sweet custom Raider jersey I got you.
We did a Guru pregame speech. I'm putting them on the spot for Niners Bears. Put you on the spot, Guru. We never get to see you
no more. What if I told you the tank's empty? You know what I mean? Because the tank is empty. You know what I mean? Man, I ain't recovered from the last one. I don't know.
Scott, their way.
I'm disappointed, Jim.
I know you did disappoint me, man.
Next week, too, B.
That's like the whole show.
You know what?
Why do you do that?
Yeah, I know. You know what Guru did?
Chappelle's on the phone.
You know what he did the other day?
What are we doing?
Guru's doing a Q&A on Twitter the other day. I get tagged or somebody said, what do people say about Bonte's fit? How much shade do they throw him? And Guru goes, well, his fits have been swaggy since January 2021. I'm like, damn. So basically, you say the TV money kicked in.
The corduroys are gone. Remember, you had the
corduroy blades are gone.
They're gone. You're doing good. We're proud of you, man. But everybody in this room, for the people driving, doing their job, trying to do something else, the word opportunity is out there.
That's a great way.
You went to bed not knowing this opportunity was going to rise, and you took advantage of it, just like all of us in this room, and we're proud of you, man.
No, I appreciate that. And I'll just say to anyone out there, like, if you haven't figured it out, if you're like in your late teens or early 20s and you just haven't figured out what you want to do in your life, just be patient. Just be patient. Because you'll find something, man. You'll find something that you're passionate about, because really when you're passionate about something and you get to work on that every day, it's like, come on, nothing better than that. And I do want to thank the listeners too. Like the listeners,
it's like community.
They make us, right?
Yeah, like Will and Marin calling in, that means a lot. Right. Jesse, of course, means a lot calling in too. But like guys like Will and Marin, I got a lot of it on the pregame show today.
Zucci man, damn, got my eyes watery over here. My guy, nice guy. You know, we wishing you nothing but the best.
Yeah.
You built the audience. We come in at 6 in the morning. Text lines rolling from 5 to 6. I'm thinking, what the hell is going on?
I got no one else in the morning with me. It's like I got to get some sort of co-host. You know what I mean?
All right, I want to hear it.
What?
I want to hear it one more time before you go out.
I know where he's going.
Yes, sir. Good morning, family.
That's a 4.
And with that, let's flex.
That's a 4?
That's all you can get. Yeah.
That's all you can get.
Well, who's on the list?
The old crusty media. I'm filing all of them under it. I'm just so
Mike
sick.
Silver, is he on the list?
John Heyman's tweeting out about baseball stuff, about how Barry Bonds isn't the real champion.
Yeah.
John Heyman, you've been fired and hired by 7 different companies in the last 20 years. You printed money off the backs of the steroid era, and now you're out here hating on Bonds. Take a seat, retire, time to move on. The other guy who's so thin-skinned, he blocked me on Twitter even though I didn't say anything. Mike Silver, another guy who's been in the game forever, fired and hired by 6 different people.
That was just your best friend 2 weeks ago when he wrote the Ghosted story about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Now we're done.
You're done now? You're done again?
He blocked me because Benjamin Albright came on this station and ripped him a new one, and he blocked me even though I had nothing to do with it. I am so sick of the thin-skinned media out there. File Mike Silver on that cue card.
Wait.
So sick of that guy.
Are you mad that he blocked you?
I mean, what was the last time he actually reported something accurately?
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Sides and totals are obviously awesome, but how can you not love betting on props?
Nick Costos, co-host of You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on the BetQL network.
I love it because it's like playing fantasy sports, except you're betting on the game. Which player is going to have a lot of success in the game? I think prop bets are absolutely tremendous and a different way of thinking about handicapping and betting on a sporting event.
All the insight you need to bet smarter is at BetQL.com. And listen to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley, streaming weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on Odyssey.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst. for 10% off your first month.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It is Willard and Dibs, but it is not Willard and Dibs. I'm not Mark Willard, and my man Larry Krueger is not Dan Dibley. But we're doing something special today, Larry, on this Good Friday. We'll do 2 hours of our Willard and Dibs, and then 12 o'clock we'll go into Steiny and Guru. You're Steiny today. I mean, how excited are you about what's about to manifest? We got football last night. We got a big show. We got Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast. He'll join us at 11:30. Chad Brown, he's calling the game for Compass Media Network. Larry, he'll join us at 12:30. And then the Super Bowl champ, Dan Hampton, at 1 o'clock, NFL Hall of Famer, obviously of the legendary 85 Bears. I'm Juice. We got 4 hours. Are you ready?
Oh, dude, I am so ready. What's going on, man?
I had your shirt that you gave me. It is a dope-ass shirt. But the cleaner lady wasn't open. So the cleaners wasn't open, so I couldn't get it. And we would have been twins.
You're taking a T-shirt to the cleaners?
That's how I get down.
Really?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
That's how your boy does it. Yeah.
You're not going to get hit by a car wearing that shirt.
Dude, look at the green. This is for money that I'm going to make tomorrow with college football and Sunday. And it starts, first, hold on. Let's go Rob Lowe. I'm going to slow down. About last night.
Oh.
The Niners got good news with the first football game of the 2022 season. Did anything happen in that game that shocked you? Because to me, and I'm growing in this sense, I'm not going to overreact. It was tied at half, but I can make an argument, and I think I sent a tweet, Larry. It looked like preseason football.
Well, I mean, first of all, it was a great night for the 49ers. Great night. Why? Because, first of all, I don't know if I told you this, but my kind of, surprise pick that I actually believe is going to happen this year is the Rams are going to miss the playoffs.
Did you call that?
Yeah, I said the Rams are going to miss the playoffs, and I'm going to stay with that. I think the Rams missed the playoffs this year. Why? Because you get rid of Whitworth and you put in Joe Notaboom, and they gave up 7 sacks and 15 hits on Matthew Stafford, who rolls into this year with a bad elbow. I mean, seriously, 15 hits on your quarterback. And guess what? Buffalo blitzed not once.
Wow.
Not once.
Go ahead, man.
They got it done with their front four.
Man.
15
That's
hits.
a telling sign.
Dude, 7 sacks and 15 hits. The Rams are thin. And
they lost their best O-lineman. He retired.
Right. And they lost Corbett in free agency, so they lost 2/5 of their O-line.
And Von Miller, he looks like there's something left in the tank.
Oh, my God.
I thought he was done, Larry. I'm going to be honest.
Did you?
Yeah, I just thought he was older. It's not anything bad, but last night he was part of that pressure on Stafford, and I'm like, damn, you won a Super Bowl with him. And I'm going to say this, because I look at Aaron Donald like Bosa, and Armstead had a damn good season yesterday, and I'm not telling you the football connoisseur or anything you don't know, but when you got a dominant lineman or just a dominant player, Larry, everybody needs help. And last night it looked like Donald didn't have any help. You can't just do it by yourself.
I mean, Von Miller is a huge loss, right? I mean, they lost him. He was great. He was incredible.
Like, no biggie.
I mean, look at last year. NFC championship game, Super Bowl.
That's when he came alive.
Who was the guy? It was Von Miller. I mean, not that Donald wasn't great too, but Von Miller is an incredible player. I mean, he was an incredible player at A&M. I mean, going way back. He keeps himself in great shape, and he's going to, Buffalo, the scary thing is Buffalo looks.
But they had turnovers, too. It wasn't all pretty yesterday, Larry. Yeah,
but
and it was 10-10 at half, when they should have been up 20. I just want to ask you and the people listening, when did Buffalo take that step that wasn't on the football field? Because the last time I saw them, they choked that defense, led by Leslie Frazier. They choked the lead against Kansas City, and all of a sudden they were just the darlings. And again, they won the game. But it wasn't really a TKO last night to me.
I disagree, man. I mean, come on. 84% of his passes. That's what Josh Allen completed against the Rams last night. 84%. Now, they lost Brian Dable. They bring in Dorsey, Ken Dorsey, who, played at Miramani and Orinda.
Look at local kid.
Yeah, seriously, local kid. And they didn't miss a beat. I mean, Cook fumbled early for them, but they didn't miss a beat. They've got weapons. Isaiah McKenzie, Gabe Davis. I mean, the kid from Maryland, the receiver, is just totally dominant. Toasted Ramsey, Diggs.
Is he a myth? Because Debo owns him. Debo.
You mean Ramsey?
Ramsey. Ramsey. I think
you were talking about Diggs.
He never admits when he gets cooked, and he's been in the oven here lately. And I'm watching that game last night. Like your boy Diggs took him behind the woodshed, and we all saw it. But he just has this aura of like, I'm perfect. I'm Neon Dion. I'm better than that, and you're not. He got cooked last night, and Debo's cooked him a few times. And I'm just like, Larry, I feel like he gets a pass. But everybody was on social media. I wasn't happy, but they were coming after him like, dude, it's all good. Just admit and tap into you got cooked.
Well, I mean, it was a miscommunication, right? I mean, Ramsey thought he was playing zone. He's passing off Diggs to nobody.
But you're a vet, though, Larry.
No, absolutely. I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying it wasn't like he was locked up in man coverage and Diggs ran right on by. It was he let him run by because he thought he was in a zone. He was passing him off to somebody else. I don't know who he was passing him off to because the safety help wasn't there.
That's your fault. Yeah, you got to trust your eyes.
It's early in the year. The communication's not there. But Buffalo looks.
Okay, all right.
To me, my pick for the Super Bowl is Niners-Buffalo.
I had Denver.
You have Denver Niners?
No, I had Denver Rams.
Denver Rams.
And what's scaring me is you don't even have the Rams in the Super Bowl, and I'm looking at the Comcast business text line. They're talking about the Rams, and rightfully so. They won the Super Bowl, have the difficult schedule. So if you're on to something, And last night was more than just a Super Bowl hangover. I mean, how many times we see it in the NBA and NFL, Larry? Ring night, you're champs. You know, you kind of come out there. But I didn't see that fire. And I was telling Bonte and Shasky this in the green room. I don't know about that SoFi Stadium. I know it's a cathedral. It's better than Jerry Jones' World. But as far as the that home, field advantage.
It's LA, man.
Yeah.
They have no home
I'm hearing
field.
the Shasky tell them they're pumping in crowd noise.
That's the worst home field in the league. Seriously.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, anybody's going to roll in there and kick the Rams or Chargers around this year. I mean, that's a quiet place. That is not that's not a place that's rocking and rolling with Rams fans. Half those people are transplants.
Wow.
The Niners rolled in there and there was their crowd.
Should have won the game.
Absolutely.
Tart was on with the roast a couple days ago. Did you hear him?
Yeah.
But they were asking them tough questions.
But I mean, ultimately, I think the Rams. I mean, where was Cam Akers? He didn't look like anything. Where was Allen Robinson?
They didn't even try to run the ball though.
How about Allen Robinson? Where was Allen Robinson?
So they got weaponry.
Stafford is old. Stafford's got a bad elbow. I mean, he had a premier left tackle who retired.
That is big.
Now you got Joe Notaboom.
Yeah.
And you just got hit 15 times.
Yeah.
And how long is that going to last?
And speaking of hitting, I know we're not in Buffalo, but how many times did Josh Allen get hit? And it was like by design. What was Buffalo doing? Like, this is your season. This is the guy in my fantasy quarterback.
Is he the best? I think he might be the best.
Damn,
like
Larry.
Right now, if you said best quarterback in the NFL, I'm taking him. I'm
not mad. How about that? I'll get back to you. I'm not mad at that answer. I was going to say Mahomes.
Are you going to say Mahomes or are you going to say Rodgers?
But Mahomes has regressed to the point to where I'm watching him with X-ray vision this season, Mahomes, because he's been a magician. But to Josh Allen, I'm not mad at you. I took him, nobody cares, second in my fantasy draft, so I'm not mad at that answer. But Larry, Sunday is week 1 of the NFL season, which for the Niners. And they're in Chi-Town.
Yep.
And the word around town everywhere is they're going to beat the crap out of the Bears, who are bottom feeders. And I heard the great Damon Bruce, I can't wait to talk to him today, denounced his fanship for the Bears. And I got to let him know, Damon, you can't do that. Damon Bruce, I know you're a lifer. You can't turn in your papers, bud.
Oh, seriously.
So I can't wait to see if that's true.
We have to call him out on that.
That hurt my soul.
Mean, have you ever done that?
No, I'm a Pirate fan.
Would you ever do that?
No.
I wouldn't either.
You can't do it.
Goo, I don't care if tomorrow they said, you know what, you're doing afternoon drive in Chicago.
Go ahead.
I'm a Niners fan.
All day long.
And I'm not switching.
I do it daily. But yeah, Larry, you can't no swaying on that night. You can have envy, I wish I ripped, but you can never, ever. It says so much about the personality.
Never switch.
David, we need to talk to you, bud.
Come on, D.
We'll let them know.
Never make that switch.
So everything this week, it's Willard and Dibs. I'm Guru. It's Larry Kruger holding it down until 12 p.m. Looking, towards this matchup, week 1, I'm excited. But all week it's been about, we'll get into Captain Gate. I'll get your thoughts on that. I thought that was a bunch of hogwash. But George Kittle being on the injury report and not practicing yesterday, Larry, I'm not going to come in here and tell you I act like I know it all, but we've seen Kittle miss games. It happens. It's a position, it's a physical position, tight end. He's putting his body on the line. And what do they say? Oh, he's one of the best blocking, if not the best blocking tight ends. But if you're telling me now out of nowhere, before a game has been played, and I guess it was, I heard Bonte say this, dubbed a bonus practice, if you got a growing issue, that's major. And then if you don't play and Lance doesn't have you at his disposal, this is a big deal. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, no, you're not wrong. It's a huge deal. And George Kittle, the old saying, you can't make the club in the tub. I
love that.
You gotta play. You gotta play. Everybody's hurt. Tell me when you're injured, kind of a thing. Now he's got a groin. It's early in the year. They're trying to be, take precautions. They have a game here. They think they probably can win without him.
Okay.
I think that probably fares into the equation a little bit. But George Kittle has got to stay on the field. I looked it up. George Kittle has missed roughly a third of the games over the last 3 seasons.
Wow.
That's a lot of games,
that's since he got paid.
That's a lot of games.
Yeah, they paid him that chicken.
So, that's a concern. And he's so valuable. There's really 3 guys on this team that you can't replace. Now 2, because you got Jimmy. Trey at quarterback, Trent at left tackle, and Kittle at tight end.
Wow.
Now you got Garoppolo, But if Trent goes down, you got no answer. And if Kittle goes down, you have no answer. So nothing against Warner, nothing against Dwelly. I caught up with Dwelly in the locker room yesterday. He said nothing's different for him. But the reality is Kittle's a great blocker and a great receiver, and he's irreplaceable. And there's a major step from Kittle to Warner, or Kittle to Dwelly, or Kittle to Croft. They do have 4 tight ends, so now they do have the depth to absorb this. But there ain't a George Kittle in that tight end room. So this is a huge hit.
And Larry, like, he could have tweaked it. Obviously, he tweaked it. I don't know what happened and how it happened, but the one constant this preseason was we weren't going to see the veterans like Kittle out there. And the reason was they were trying to preserve them. And I get it. And it was all around the league. And I still think the Rams were rusty. No excuses. But what's bothering me now is this starting to be more of a trend than a blip? Because it wasn't like you were out there playing in games to aggravate your growing. And we know about the birth certificate. I'm not dare saying he's old, but these are the type of issues and injuries that can linger. And we've seen a guy like him. I call him the Hulk Hogan of football. I mean, he gives it all to you. He's like a wrestler. I just don't like the narrative that the body is tweaked to the point to before you even play the real game, he's hurt.
Yeah.
That Larry. Do you think we see him Sunday?
No.
Damn.
No, I don't think he's going to play
Chalk
Sunday.
one up for the Bears in that to make, if they shock the world, this is good news to help you.
I mean, and you know, it's the Bears were a 6-win team that got worse. The Niners were a 10-win team last year that got better. So the 49ers should win this game, and they should win it big. But you know what? I watched the Bears in the preseason. They can run it. They got David Montgomery. They got Khalil Herbert. They got 2 backs who kind of, will fight and claw for every little inch, every little possibility of a yard. And so they're gonna get into 3rd and short, and then it's gonna be, play action to Cole Kmet. It's gonna be, can you contain the running of Justin Fields? And they're going to try to play ball
He's got something
control.
to prove. I don't know how good the kid is, but I know what I saw last year, just like a lot of the rookies in that draft class with Trey Lance. When you have no blocking, I'm not just going to put it all at your doorstep. My point is, Larry, Fields is not dumb. He's not deaf. He's not blind. He's hearing what's being said about him. He has pride. All athletes have pride, and he has something to prove. And, they got rid of the – I'm just like, I expect them week 1 to be the best version of themselves. And they may get, 7-point spread in Vegas. I'm taking the Niners. I hate this Kittle news, but I expect a blowout. But I won't be shocked, Larry, if it's, I was doing radio with JD the other day, if we see something 21-13, like a close NFL game.
I mean, it's boring to say it, but it's about run the ball, stop the run, don't turn it over.
Okay.
If the Niners can
Bible. Football Bible.
If the Niners can establish the run, not let to me, the one concern I have for the 49ers is how are they going to stop the run inside if teams stick with it? I mean, DJ Jones, shut that down last year. I mean, shut it down. The guys used to joke with me across the way because I used to call him Leverage McLeverage.
Okay.
Because the guy,
I'm going to give you a 3.
He's 6 feet. He's 325. And
That's a big boy.
And he's hard to uproot out of there. But you don't have that now. Now you got Kittle. Now you got Kinlaw. And I was talking to Drake Jackson yesterday in the locker room, and Drake Jackson's calling.
That's your guy. You got me looking at him.
Kinlaw and Drake.
Yeah, Drake Jackson.
Drake's a cool guy, really cool guy. And it's funny, I was talking to him, I felt like I was talking to my kid. Seriously, I mean, he's such a young guy. But he was talking about how Kinlaw's a mutant. He kept calling him a mutant.
That's an X-Men.
He's like, this guy is just a freak of nature. So it's time for Kinlaw in year 3, who comes into this year healthy, to not just fire some highlight plays, but he's got to play low pad level against the run, shut it down inside. He's got to be DJ Jones, because that's the one concern I have with this Niner D. They're better in the secondary. They're fast at linebacker. They're deep up front. Can they stop the run at the point? In the A-gaps, right down there.
And they're going to run away from Bosa.
Teams are going to try doing that.
Yeah, they ain't running at Bosa. They're going to run on the other side. Like you said, it takes a village, man.
Can they stop the run?
That is so big. And if you get Fields comfortable and we see some play action pass and he's hitting a tight end, things like that, and the clock's just ticking, and you get in the second quarter, Larry, you get to halftime and it's the game, third quarter, and then if we see a blunder or a turnover, hello, I'm just describing an average day Sunday in the NFL. It's crazy. And a friend of the program, Larry, let me read this to you because it gets me mad. Stop it, Guru. Players get hurt in training camp all the time. Stress over your Cowboy injuries. That's from Halftime Jay. But my point is, you are right, Halftime Jay, but you're one of your weapons and arguably your best players, to me, got hurt doing nothing. And now is it going to, and how many times do we see this? You may need to give me a drink, Larry. Bloody Mary.
Get you a drink.
Larry, where you rush the player back and then they re-aggravate it and then they're out longer. So you got to proceed with caution with Kittle. That's all I'm saying.
Well, and it's not only about Kittle, Goo. It's about the whole team. I mean, the 49ers have been one of the NFL's most consistently injured teams.
I would love to know why.
And I'd love to know why as well. And I think they would love to know why. Is it about their practice habits? Is it about how hard they go
Strength
on
and
Thursdays?
conditioning unit? Team?
They've changed those people out.
Oh.
I mean, it's not. They've changed out their medical staff. They've changed their approach. They've changed their practice habits. They haven't been able to kind of figure out the reason. I don't know that there is a reason. It might just be bad luck. I don't know, but it seems like it seems like the 49ers have been one of the most injured teams consistently. Was it 2 years ago? They were historically injured.
It was terrible. Bad luck. Or do you, like I was saying to Steiny?
I would say it's bad luck,
Okay.
but other people would point fingers and say, no, it's not about bad luck. It's about training methods and how hard you go during the week and blah, blah, blah. I don't know what it is.
All right.
I mean, somebody smarter than me is going to have to figure that out.
So if you were walking up to the window to place a wager for all the diehard Niner fans out there, Larry, you've already come to terms with 85's not going to be out there.
I'm not expecting him out there.
Okay.
I mean, let's just say this. In practice yesterday, they weren't even having him move. I mean, he was turning and catching the football, but he wasn't running the route. So I just think because it's the Bears, because it's early in the year, because George is so vital to what they do, and the schedule gets tougher after this, I just think they're going to hold him out. That'll be my guess.
Let's pull the curtain back. So Sunday, I'm going to get up, I'm going to ask the wife, I ask her, hey, can I get some Jimmy Dean hot sausage, some hash browns?
We got to convert you, man. You got to go New York style Italian sausage.
You got it. All right, I'll get that. You give me the name, or you just told me, I'll remember it, and that's what we'll try. Nothing better than Jimmy Dean, though, Larry. Anyway, I'm going to turn on 95.7 The Game for the pregame show. It's you and Lorenzo Neal, who should be in the Hall of Fame. Tell us about that.
Oh, my God. Well, we on Labor Day, we got together and we did.
You guys sounded great.
Oh, thank you, man. That was fun. And Lowe is just, Lowe's, I'll say right now.
One of a kind.
Lowe, I mean, he's one of a kind on the air for sure. But he is, if you know your NFL football, probably the best blocking fullback in the history of the league.
Why the NFL
think about that.
Doesn't reward that position or guys like what he's done, Allstott and all the great. How is he not in the Hall of Fame? That's another story for another day, but it's criminal. It's criminal.
Yeah, there's no question. 11 years in a row, he blocked for 1,000-yard rush.
Damn.
And, Lowe's an incredible blocker. I mean, he's right. Think of the greatest fullbacks of all time. Tom Rathman or Daryl Moose Johnston.
Gash. Yeah.
Sam Gash. Whoever you got. I love Bar None when he was a Niner. I was a Bar None guy. They're all, Lowe Neal's right there with all of them.
And LT had Lowe introduce him at his Hall of Fame induction. And to me, that means something. LT's telling you, this dude was a big part of me getting these yards, but we could be here to 4 o'clock. We won't, Larry, about how Lowe can't get that recognition or the fullbacks just in general. And I know they say, what was it? Zonka was a fullback, but he was the
Jim
featured
Brown,
back. You know what? We're talking about guys you just named.
Yeah,
to put their life on the line, basically.
Yeah, Lowe was as good a blocking fullback. Ask Corey Dillon, ask Tomlinson, ask Eddie George. Ask the guys who he paid tolls for. And Lowe had the wrestling background, too. We talked a little bit about that.
Yeah.
Lamore High School, Fresno State. He used to be able to do the splits, but Now I think he's a phenomenal analyst, and we're going to get it going an hour before kickoff on Sunday. I've been down at Niner camp for basically almost the last month, off and on. I was down there 2 days this week. Sat down with a number of different players.
Oh, that's dope.
We'll bring some of those interviews to the table for the very first time. And I'm looking forward to it. And then there's one thing that came up getting ready for Bears-Niners when I was talking to a former NFL GM that we had on the show this week. And he basically made a point about Jimmy Garoppolo and Lance that makes me concerned about the relationship of Jimmy and Trey and how combustible that could be. We'll get to that later on.
That's what our guy Chris Townsend, that's what you call a tease, people.
Yeah.
Now, let me read this to you. You tell me what you think, because there's no other coach I hold in higher regard than Bill Walsh. And from the 510, it says, Larry, remember Bill Walsh was well known for keeping practices light. He had very few injuries. I know the game was different, but we could throw that out the window. Anything to that?
That is an incredible point, 510, and it's true. I mean, think about the 40. If you're a Niner fan, think of the Super Bowl run any year, 81, 84, 88, 89, 94. What didn't you have? You didn't have future Hall of Famers in civvies on the sidelines in the playoffs because everybody was healthy. Everybody was healthy come playoff time. How is that? Well, they did a lot of walkthroughs. When everybody was banging heads doing two-a-days, they weren't. When people were doing the Oklahoma drill, Walsh wasn't doing that kind of stuff. So, I don't know how the Niner practices measure up with physicality compared to the other practices around the league. But Walsh definitely understood the need to preserve your players. And if I were Shanahan, I'd really consider doing what McVay has done for the last 3 or 4 years. Don't play your guys at all.
I get
in
it.
The preseason.
I understand.
And then you trade week 1. They're rusty. Rams look rusty, right?
They did.
Trade that rust for full availability, because once your guys go down, you're done.
And you know what, Larry? So many of these great athletes, through not just the NFL, we see it MLB, NBA. Some guys just have the knack not to be able to stay healthy, available, and they're robbed of their career. And a lot of times I think as fans, I think we take it for granted, but there's a science when you look at the Derek Jeters, the Jordans, the Montanas, the Rice, the T.O.s, the ability to stay available, and it can derail your season. And here we are talking ad nauseum. I am waiting for week 1. Trey Lance this, Jimmy that, Kyle, and out of nowhere, report on Wednesday, Kittle's nursing, a growing injury, and now he may not be available. Now, they may go win by 30. I'm not panicked, but it bothers me, just the football guy in me. It bothers me that Trey Lance won't be able to, if he's not playing, to work on that rapport, and then that's something that kind of follows you throughout the whole season. We're in week 5 now. Man, where's Kittle at? But they really haven't had a chance to develop that rapport because one of the players, in this instance, Kittle, is not available and he's hurt.
Yeah. And then you ask yourself, well, what could you do to prevent it? And I would say it starts with your personnel department. And, Trent Baalke drafted a lot of guys who already had pre-existing injuries, right? Marcus Lattimore and you name it. I mean, he loved these guys who had major problems before they ever got here physically. He thought he was getting value. I think ultimately, if you're trying to look for one thing you can do, draft guys who play. In other words, if a guy gets hurt, you don't have any guarantees of anything. If you're going to hedge, draft college players who played all the games, not who sat out full seasons, who lost tons of injuries, but lost tons of games to injuries. But like Bosa, was hurt a lot at Ohio State. Would you have passed on him because he wasn't healthy at Ohio State? So it's hard to really say.
You know what? You teased it, and when we get back, we're going to pay some bills, Larry. I want to hear about that relationship and your sources. But first, charging a cell phone could be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule appointment when you're eligible. It's Willard Dibs right here on 95.7 The Game.
Niner fans, 8:30 Monday morning, you gotta be there. 49er legend Jerry Rice comes in to break down Niners Bears at Soldier Field. Check it out at 8:30 on 95.7 The Game.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom. A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
Gum, Dad. You stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Heard my little sis is buying a car.
Already used Capital One Auto Navigator. I found my car online and got pre-qualified instantly.
Okay.
Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms and conditions apply. Find out more at CapitalOne.com/auto navigator.
Much cooler in Hayward. For today, a high of 84.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit Ashley.com today.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
No, Willard and Dibs is Guru and Larry Krueger, and I'm so juiced, man. We got football. We got Niners in the Chi-Town. We got 3 more hours of you and I getting down. Eric Crocker from Locked On 49ers podcast coming up at 11:30. And I don't know if you looked at this list Bonte Hill, our own Bonte Hill has up there right behind you, Larry. And it's a list that I'm on, and I'm pretty pissed off that I made it because the list consists of people that said young Trey Lance, I call him 5, won't pan out or panicked.
He made a list.
Yeah, they did it this morning, and I'm driving.
Awesome.
Steiny was out there, and I'm grinning ear to ear like, yeah, get him, guys.
I better not be on there.
And then they said, no, you didn't make it.
No, I didn't.
You know what? We might have to double check. I need glasses.
I'm a believer in Trey.
But my whole thing is it's not Trey who I'm looking at. I'm rooting for Trey. I wanted Trey last year. I wanted him to get his feet wet and get Jimmy out of here because I believe in Kyle. But now, people, I don't believe in Kyle as much, especially after that NFC Championship game. And I'm looking at the tea leaves and connecting the dots and Jimmy coming back. And all I'm saying to people, Larry, I'm not being negative. I'm not going inquirer. I'm telling you is I've now have put it in my mind that what if the kid is not ready right away? And you don't get to the offs or you're not a player because the Niners have expectations and rightfully so. So now I have told myself, hey, Goo, what if this is on Kyle to get the kid ready? This kid may take 3 or 4 years. That's fine. But Kyle, you better not have this team go the other way until then, because to me, in my world, Mr. Krueger, that means the window is closed. Tomorrow is not promised. So take my name, guys, off that list because I'm rooting for Trey, but I'm a little worried about what I'm seeing and hearing. How about that?
Okay. I mean, seeing and hearing from people who are watching practice, right? You're not talking about what you saw in the game. You're talking about people that were watching practice. I mean, think about that. Think about that, Goo. You're not talking about...
You were one of them.
I know, but you're going on people who are watching practice.
Wow.
All right? Well, Allen Iverson told us about practice. It's practice. All right? You practice things. I don't care about interceptions in practice.
We in here talking about practice.
That is great.
Seriously. It's practice.
Yeah.
Why are we putting so much credence in practice?
But the jump that you're asking this kid to make, and I'm not saying he can't do it with flying colors, the world's watching.
I know.
Okay, that's all, Larry. We can't ignore that. That's all, man.
Hey, first of all, there's no guarantee he's going to get it done this year. He may not.
Right.
And And if he doesn't get it done this year,
he's not a bust.
There's going to be people that are screaming that he is a bust.
Just like they're doing in Chicago with Fields.
Right.
Just like they're doing in Jacksonville with Lawrence.
Well, Lawrence is, I guess, improved. Fields doesn't have a surrounding cast. Lance is on the other end of the spectrum. He's got an incredible surrounding cast, so the expectations are there. But the Niners took a raw quarterback, and they knew he was raw. And now they're finding out how raw he is. I think he's going to be fine, to be honest. But... if he's not fine in year one, is it shocking? No. He played at the FCS level. He barely played. He didn't play last year. It takes a little while to get into a rhythm, and you're not just going to have it, boom, just because you snap. Just because you want to be in rhythm doesn't mean you're just going to be in rhythm. It could take time, but it doesn't mean that he's a bust.
No doubt. No doubt about it, and I said that.
We're going to have to show patience here.
Yeah.
Something that sports radio we don't like to do. Nobody shows any patience. We're all about now.
And that's this new world. Social media is a big part of it. And you know what, Larry? You know what I want to do, you and I want to throw it out to the fans. What are the 49er fans' final thoughts about this season before it actually gets underway in Chicago? Because, we're such a part of this on an everyday basis. We react to what we hear, the reports. Is he ready? Is he not ready? Debo, is he going to get traded or not? And thankfully he didn't. But it's been a roller coaster since that game in Los Angeles for Niner fans. And Larry, I'm just I want to hear from them. 888-957-9570. Your final thoughts before the season kicks off this Sunday in Chicago. And I'll ask you that. You start us off. What's your big thing outside of Trey?
First of all, I'm all in on Trey. I know he's going to get there. It may not be this year, but I know he's going to get there. When I say get there, I mean, I think someday he's going to be a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback. He's going to be a top tier guy. He is going to get there. It may not happen in September. It may not happen this year. And that's why I do understand why they brought Jimmy back. As far as the Niners, they're missing some key guys. I mean, Jimmy Ward is probably not going to play. He's probably the key guy on the defense outside of Bosa up front. Jimmy Ward on the back end is the key guy.
I asked you who was filling in for him. I thought it was, you said who.
Afonga's going to play strong.
Okay, gotcha.
And I think you're going to see either Odom or Tarvarius at free to start the year. But those guys aren't Jimmy Ward.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's a major step back. You're not going to have Kittle. But I guess my big concern with the 49ers, I don't have a lot of them because I think they're really, really good. The defense has got, they're loaded in the back end now, I think, with Charvarius, Jimmy, Hufanga, Mosley, Womack. Yeah. I mean, that's a nice secondary. It really is. But it's going to take a little time. They got a deep defensive front. They got the best, fastest linebackers in the game. They got a ton of weapons. I'm not as concerned about the interior offensive line as some people. I think it will come together. To me, it's about, can they stop the run up the gut?
I hadn't heard that.
Teams are going to challenge them.
Okay.
They didn't challenge them with DJ Jones. They are going to challenge them with Javon Kinlaw. Can they block the run basically just down their throat? Can they absolutely say, no, we're shutting that off? That's my big concern on defense. My big concern on offense is really just, turnovers. Because they've got field stretchers. They got guys who can really make big plays. And it's just, to me, it's about turnovers. Turnovers and Trey, not trying to make every play. If your interior lets a guy through and it's jailbreak on you, get on to the next snap. Don't try to,
live another down. Huh?
Exactly. Heck, you see Brady do it. You've seen Breeze do it. You've seen Rodgers do it. These guys, you don't play 20 years in the NFL because you take on linebackers.
He's Larry Krueger. I'm Daryl the Guru Johnson, holding it down for Willard and Dibs. Let's go out to San Francisco and welcome Patrick to the show. Patrick, your thoughts on the season, buddy?
What's up, man?
We lost him.
There we go.
Sound like traffic. He's probably on the bridge. Let's go out to Redwood City and welcome Lance to the Uriel to the program. My bad. What's up, Rail?
Hey, how you doing, man? This is Uriel from Redwood City. I just wanted to say real quickly, hey, you know what? This is enough negativity talk about Trey. We traded a lot of picks for this guy. He's going to be the future of our team. Jimmy G, he just couldn't do it. We had, 5 years of Jimmy? He just can't get over that hump. And I do believe in Kyle Shanahan. I think that this is the future, and we need to go in with more support for our future quarterback. And that's all I got, fellas. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Do you feel like Trey's not getting the support?
Well, I'll say this: he definitely gets it in the room.
Okay, that's all. That's all that counts.
He's one of the guys. He fits in great. He's not a rah-rah leader, but he's a leader. He's definitely one of the leaders on the team.
Did you make a big deal before we get to this next call about not his? He wasn't a captain. And I love the fact that the players voted, Larry.
Wow.
This is a young guy that's learning from that list was like the 27 Yankees. Those were, veterans, studs. JD and I went back and forth, Frazier and Ali, about he expected him. He should be a captain. I'm like, he's a rookie. He's got to earn it. I had no problem with him not being, quote unquote, one of the guys that Kyle read off the list.
This is where sports radio is just miserable. Seriously, this is where sports radio is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
If he had been named a captain, what would the reaction have been on this station and every other station?
I wouldn't have cared.
Well, no, they would have said, "Oh, they're just doing that." Come on, he's 20,
scholarship.
He's 22. Yeah. Of course, they're just trying to force him as a captain. I mean, come on, he's not really a captain. The reality is that Trey Lance is a great quarterback prospect. Right? Yeah. He's not a player yet. He's a prospect.
Yeah.
You're not a player till you play. You're a prospect.
Hello.
You're a prospect until he's a prospect. He's trying to carve out an NFL career. He's barely played at this level ever. And he's 22. And he walked into one of the NFL's deepest and most veteran-laden Super Bowl contenders inside their window. It would have been crazy to make him the captain. And those other guys, those young quarterbacks in other places that were named captain,
they didn't have any.
Those are rebuilding teams. Those are teams that are starting from the ground up. They got no veterans. They got no veteran leadership. They're hoping their 22-year-old quarterback becomes the leader. In this situation, the Niners aren't hoping for anything. Kyle Shanahan says, guys, who you voting for? And there they are. And you know what? Maybe they'll change it and he'll become a captain over time, but let him earn it. Don't hand him anything. This is the NFL. That. You don't get handed anything, and he'll be the leader when he's the leader.
But his position, he's a leader naturally, Larry. Quarterback's a leader regardless if you got the C on the chest or not. If you're going to be a great quarterback or a good quarterback, those dudes are going to look in your eyes, especially when things aren't going good, and they're going to know you have the salt, what it takes. So putting the C on there doesn't mean he can't go out there and be Vinny Testaverde. Yes, he can. And you don't want that, but the way JD, I love you. He's in Chicago. But if you're listening,
I heard him yesterday.
I just couldn't believe it. And that's my guy. He's so reserved. He doesn't do that. No, but he was like, no.
I love JD, but JD's wrong. Guys do not follow.
We love you, JD.
Guys do not follow a guy because he's got a C on his uniform. Okay, that's not why they follow him.
26 or 28 other cities, which I didn't give a damn about, the quarterback was a captain.
It doesn't matter.
Right.
This guy's 22. He's 22 years old.
I get it, Larry. I like it.
His job is to carve out a career. He has no job. He has not established himself in the NFL. Let him establish himself first.
I appreciate that.
Once he establishes himself, he gets some wins under his belt, puts some pelts on the wall, plays through a couple injuries, does some things that guys say, you know what, we're going to follow him. They're going to follow him because of who he is, not because of a little C on the uniform.
Yeah. And my pops Norma would say, son, let him earn it. I asked, we threw it out there, Larry, to all the people out there, the fans, YouTubers, and Twitchers, your biggest concern, a question mark for the Niners before the season starts. And we got Jim from Redwood City. What's up, Jim?
Great to see you, and what a awesome combo this is. Love you, Larry, with your insight in the game, and Goo, you are just the man. You're the hype man. You are the energy guy of the Energizer bunny of the station. So awesome combo. My chief concern is the offensive line. I mean, I have nightmares about that, so they really got to work on that. But boy, Larry, you really brought up a great point about that we're all getting all worried about Trey and everything because of practice, not a real game. I can't wait until after Sunday. Then we can talk about the real deal. They say that Montana, back in the day, wasn't so impressive in practice. He wasn't a great practice guy. But then, of course, when the lights were on and it was game time, we all know how he could crank it up a notch. So, who knows? We don't know anything about Trey yet in the pro game. We'll see. And then one last thing, I just want to talk about the Rams game real quick, and then I'll get out.
Yeah.
What a thing of beauty last night for Niner fans. That was so great. I was cheering the whole way. And I love that they got 7 sacks on Stafford with no blitzes, not any blitzes the whole way, and the way that they just swallowed up Donald with double teams and stuff, and he was pretty much a non-factor. And Buffalo reminds me of one of those juggernaut teams from the 80s that was as dominant on both sides of the ball and smothered teams. They just destroyed teams, and that's what this Buffalo's got the look, my friend. They look like the most balanced team, and Allen is freaking Superman out there, right? I mean, head first every time he scrambles. That could be his undoing, I think, perhaps. That might catch up to him, but he's young and he's big and he's strong. Very exciting to watch. I can't wait to hopefully meet him in the Super Bowl, like you were saying, Larry. That would be a fantastic game.
No question. That's my biggest fear.
Appreciate the call.
Is it Buffalo and then everybody else? Because I agree with that caller.
It doesn't work like that, Larry. They lost to the Chiefs in 13. I get it, and I know what everybody.
They're better than they were a year ago. The Chiefs lost Tyreek Hill.
Okay. No,
the
I
Chiefs
agree
went
with
the
you
other
there.
way.
Right.
Buffalo added to their mix. I agree with that last caller. He said it right. Buffalo looks like those teams from the 80s that you just sit back and go, uh-oh, it looks like it's their year.
Man.
85 Bears, 86
The Rams
Giants,
had 52 rushing yards.
Redskins.
I mean,
know,
Von
totally.
Miller, I apologize. My buddy Reggie, I was telling him, Von Miller's done. You know, I thought he just got to L.A. last year. Oh, he was a big part of it, Larry, but
he was.
Dallas is probably kicking himself in the ass. They had like he was going to take a pay cut to go to play with Dallas and whatever. They botched it. But he looked at home, and he was a part of the dudes coming after Stafford's neck. But gosh,
people ask the question like, "Hey, what if if the Niners hadn't had Jimmy and they had used the cap room? Who would you have wanted them to sign? Von freaking Miller.
Man.
I wanted them to sign Von freaking Miller. Could you imagine if Von Miller was opposite Bosa?
That's what Bosa needs. Like just a little,
maybe
just
Drake
a little
Jackson's
bit of help.
that guy, but we'll
or
see.
Kinlaw can kick up some dust, right?
Oh, Kinlaw.
But he's got to stay healthy.
He's got to
like
stay healthy.
everybody. But that's the theme for him.
Big question for him.
Dudes are so big, and they look like Lou Ferrigno. But the gridiron, I got to tell you, Larry. I mean, things happen, and once you get one injury, two injuries, then they're trying to put you back together. And some dudes just can't stay healthy, and that's why the Kittle whole thing. I hope you're wrong, but I think you're like 99.2% right. He didn't practice yesterday, Larry. I don't think he's going. And why would you risk it in week 1, right?
Against the Bears. A team that won 6 games last year and is lost Akeem Hicks, lost Khalil Mack.
All right.
They don't have. They got 3 young secondary players. They got a crappy offensive line. I think the Niner O-line struggling. The Bears O-line struggling worse. They have no.
I can
real
see them. I said this yesterday. The Niner defense keeping them out the end zone.
They just lost Allen Robinson. And the Bears. Come on, if you're gonna,
Stafford didn't use him yesterday, Larry.
What's that? Yeah.
What happened?
I know. I thought I was telling people for the last month, man. Allen Robinson in LA is going to go off. Looking like an idiot.
Yeah, but it's one game, Larry. I'll tell you what, we'll pay some bills. The phone lines are packed. We'll answer your calls when we get back. Guru and Larry in for Willard and Dibs right here on 95.7 The Game.
Shanahan, John Lynch, they felt like it was time to just give him complete control. Now it's up to Trey Lance to go out there and prove to everybody that, hey, look, I really deserve this starting job, and I'm going to lead my team.
Jerry Rice, Monday morning at 8:30 on 95.7 The Game.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst. for 10% off your first month.
Attention veterans, if you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555, 877-560-8555, or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. We know how busy you are and that you need professional painters who are actually professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Are you tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more. All for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles. Aww. Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Wow! Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Damn it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
When you're happy and you know it, in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org. It's Friday. I'm fired up, and you know, I love the guys that I work with, my teammates. The phone lines are jammed. We're going to get to the calls, but I'm going to pull the curtain back. I had Southwest, you want to get away moment last segment, and you guys had my back. Nobody said anything, but I'm the guy, Larry.
You're driving.
When I spilled the drink, I spilled the drink, so you guys didn't come down my road. I appreciate it, but I had to bring it up. We're back, Jack.
I'm surprised Matt didn't come in here and say,
I was waiting on it.
Guru, you sit in the back seat from now on.
Look. But listen, if you do come in here, boss, bring some damn air. Are you hot? I'm hot.
It's hot.
I've
It's
been
hot
going
in
to
here.
the gym a little bit, Larry. I'm hot. It's right, a little
Now, wait a
sweaty.
second. What do you do at the gym? Are you free weights? Are you Nautilus weights? Are you hit the steam? The
I go
sauna?
put on
You play
245s,
little-
4 plates on each side, 245s, and I feel
So
like
you go
for
2 1/4.
Yeah,
You're
for
like
a 50-year-old man.
It's like the combine.
Yeah, 50-year-old man, and I put my legs on the bench up in the air, prison style, because I feel like I read it online. It doesn't help you get
Balance.
any stronger, but I get better balance. 3 sets of 10. I'll do the dips. I'll do the elliptical, and I'll do the little where you work on your love handles. 3 sets of 10.
Little obliques.
And then I'll get on the elliptical. I'll do some curls. And Larry, I got to be honest. I saw some gains.
You work your tries.
Yeah, I do all that. The back. I'll do all that.
So you're talking about
I'm
curls.
gonna film it and send it to you. Yeah, I do the curls, the tries, and where you do the incline, so you get your little
lap
the
pull
lats,
downs.
the Batman.
Yeah.
And before we went on vacation here at the gym, blood's flowing and you look better. Then I went to Vegas, had a tank top on, and I looked in the mirror. I look better in the gym. But anyway, we're back.
Sun's out, guns out.
You got a tease I want to get to about your source or somebody you were talking to in the know about Jimmy and Trey. But before we do that, Larry, let's go get Patrick. He's been hanging on patiently. What's up, Patrick?
Hey, guys, can you hear me better this time?
Yeah, we got you. What's going on, man?
All right, cool. Hey, the conversation about Trey and the Niners is getting a little heated, so I'll bring it back to the point about Damon and whether it's ever acceptable.
Oh, wow.
For Damon to disavow the Bears?
Yeah, exactly. And so I just have 2 words for you, and that's my example is John Fisher. And as a lifelong, A's fan, I don't know that I'm at the abandonment stage, but I definitely consider myself a fan in exile. And, I mean, I used to be the guy who was like, you never abandon your team, never. But at what point is enough enough? Is enough enough?
No, A's fans have every right.
You get an injunction there.
Well, seriously, your team has been held hostage by a billionaire crying poor.
No doubt about it.
It's like maybe the most loathsome thing in our society.
The worst
is the billionaire crying poor, waiting for the civic dollars to bail him out.
No doubt, man.
I mean, seriously.
If Damon was an A's fan, I'd give him the stamp of approval. Like, you want to leave? We'll see you later. So
absolutely,
that one you get an injunction on that one.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine if they announced at 5 minutes from now that Joe Lacob had bought the Golden State Warriors?
Weeks ago.
I mean, he bought the A's.
I get goosebumps.
It would be like the team. I mean, if you were a fan of the team, it would be like, it would be like the greatest news of all time, because you would go from suddenly irrelevant on your way to Vegas and this terrible story to, oh my God,
it's incredible.
We're back
man.
in it. We're back in the game.
Somebody wants. They take pride in it, Larry.
Yeah, seriously.
The only thing I don't like doing that for
freaking team
is, Larry, I'm watching a lot of Real Housewives or whatever, because my wife, she's just the quietest gal, but now that's all the DVR is full of, and I think it's poisoning her thought process and how she views life. I say
Real
this to her.
Housewives of what?
You just whatever one, Russia, whatever one's on, she's got it taped now.
And
I'm like,
DVRing?
what are we doing? DVR, Larry.
Over college football and pro football?
Yes,
I mean,
but the reason
you're losing football games.
Oh, no, I don't lose. We got multiple
of-
TVs in the lab, so I'm in a whole nother part of the house. The reason I bring that up about Joe Lacob and what if is I sometimes wonder, what if she said, what if I would have married this guy in her past? And then I get a little somber, I hope she's not saying that, but I'm not the one that got away. So when I think about people saying, "Oh, I wish that guy owned my team," I go back. I default to that.
You really
I need to talk to somebody else. Oh my goodness!
You got to do a few more reps, dude.
You're right.
You got to.
So I'm trying to tell you something without telling you. I don't know.
Why don't you go?
Where did that come? What does that mean?
Go for 275.
Okay.
Stop
Larry,
messing around with
it is.
225.
All right, I'll tell you what.
Throw a quarter on each side and go big. Go big.
I'll do that, and we'll also go out to Portland and welcome Rob to the program. Rob, what are your thoughts on the season, Rob? Oh, man.
I got 2 thoughts. First of all, I'm listening to y'all live on the free Odyssey app.
There you go.
Nice. There you go.
Out there. The second is, so when the quarterback comes to the sidelines, who's he talking to? His backup, right? They're looking at the pictures. They're talking about what he missed. Who better to talk with Trey than Jimmy Garoppolo? The man has been in the system. He's going to play his part. He's a professional. Everyone talks about how good of a person he is. So that's going to be the best thing for the team and for Trey to have Jimmy right there on the sidelines coaching him up. The last thing is going to be
possibly
wants that young quarterback
everyone's talking about that young guy. We got to go to the young guy. Well, it's all fun and games until you got to go through the young guy growing pains. So we all need to just chill out, be patient with Trey. We got a good team around him, and just support the team, and let's go.
Exactly. Exactly. We don't go to the the birthing center at John Muir and Walnut Creek and start heckling.
I just thought of Dibs. Congrats to the Dibs
start heckling these
kids.
Heckling these newborns.
Yeah.
You haven't done crap.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
Whoa.
You're never gonna make
You're
it.
scared me, Larry. Right.
Seriously, we don't do that.
Get them out of here. Yeah.
When we brought, I've got 4 kids. When we brought my 3rd child home.
Boy or girl?
My family goes girl, boy, boy, boy.
Wow.
Right?
Okay.
So I brought home my 3rd child from the hospital. His name is Benjamin. Right?
Okay.
My 2nd son is probably only 4 years old at the time. Right. And, he didn't want to be real jealous, but he was kind of jealous, right? And so I'm holding the newborn, and he looks at him. I go, hey, Kev, what do you think of your new baby brother? And he's like, put him on the ground and let's see him crawl.
Whoa.
And he was a newborn.
Yeah.
I'm like, you got to give him some time. It's not going to take.
But the 4-year-old had the natural mechanism of things are going to change around here.
I know, but he's like, put him on the floor and see if he can crawl. Let's see if he can crawl. He can't even crawl. And that's where we're at with Trey. All these people are like, oh my God, you think you're saying he's good? Let's see him win games and be awesome. Let's pump the brakes. Let's have reasonable expectations. Right. There's going to be bumps in the road. There's going to be turnovers. There's going to be issues.
The same stuff we lived through with Jimmy, right?
There's nobody. I can't think of any quarterback. Not Brady. Not Montana. Not Bradshaw. None of the greatest quarterbacks. Not Mahomes. Nobody hit the ground and was just. I guess Mahomes, you could argue in year 2, did hit the ground and was running. But for the most part, you don't see quarterbacks hit the ground in the NFL and just immediate shot to stardom. There's a process involved.
I'm gonna throw a question at you before I get to the phone lines here. And you said it when you talked about Lawrence and Fields, those teams didn't have the big stakes that the Niners have. So as a competitor, Larry, if you're Trey Lance, do you want to go where if you mess up and throw 4 picks in Jacksonville last year, it's no big deal? Because you know what? They weren't going to win anyway. Same thing in Chicago. Those teams were terrible. And I'm not going to say I feel football bad for Trey, but one of the storylines and what makes this fascinating is as he goes through his NFL quarterback puberty, his mistakes are not going to be like those other guys because it was loser central. No harm, no foul. The Niners have a window. They've been to the Super Bowl. They've been to the NFC just last January. Our state, Jashaski Bonte, they were down there. JD, they almost went to the Super Bowl. So to me, just to speak of that dynamic and if this guy doesn't have, and I call this an uncanny ability that Jimmy had, when he messed up, Larry, he could come right back. And he amazed me in that.
Very resilient.
I was like, it's over. This dude went into the booth, as crazy as that sounds. Does Trey have that? And if he doesn't have that, then does that equate to a win that Jimmy would have had or a loss? We're going to all watch it play out, but it is added pressure on the kid. And I don't think it's a bad thing or people think I'm trolling when I say that.
No, it's just different. I mean, it's a trade-off. Those teams that you're talking about, Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields, they were afforded more rookie mistakes because they were on teams that weren't going anywhere. The trade-off is those guys didn't have Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, Mitchell, Trent Williams, Bosa, a killer defense, Kyle. Trey's surrounded by a lot more talent. Are the expectations higher because of that talent? Hell yes. But he's also, I think if you asked him, I don't think he would rather be somewhere else. I think he's got his eyes open. He knows what the score. He knows the situation. He's not running from it, and I think it's going to work out. But you're right. It's a different situation. He's not going to be afforded the luxury that those other guys were. He's already being scrutinized more than they've been because the 49ers are in their Super Bowl window. But I mentioned before to you that...
pay this off.
Well, I had Randy Mueller, the former GM of the Dolphins and Saints, on the YouTube channel this week, and we were talking a lot about Jimmy and Trey. And he said... I was saying how a lot of the dialogue is about Jimmy saying, hey, I'm happy to be here. Familiarity is what brought me back. And that Trey's been like, Jimmy's like a big brother to me. And he's like, that's a key relationship to watch. And it may be a key thing for the 49ers because the way he was reading it, Randy Mueller, is that Jimmy really isn't all about Trey's success. That Jimmy chose to come back to the Niners because he feels like he can get on the field for the 49ers. So in a way, it's like it's not just about familiarity. It's about where can I play? And for Jimmy to come back here, obviously he may feel like Trey's not going to have success and that he's going to get a chance to play and that he's going to get back on the field. And so that dynamic, the relationship between those two quarterbacks, could have a huge impact on things. But I think we're naive if we think that he came back and Jimmy's all about Trey's success. Is he about Trey's success, or did he come back here because he thinks he can play because Trey's going to struggle and there's not going to be a lot of success? We don't really know. I don't think we're ever going to get the answer to that.
Well, I'll tell you what, Larry.
I think that relationship's going to be fascinating to watch evolve this year.
And you know what? I don't hold either guy accountable. Like, there are fans out here and people that think this is something out of a Disney book. Jimmy Garoppolo, whether you want to believe this or not, people, has skins on the wall. He's prepared. He's quarterbacked. He's played in a Super Bowl, 2 NFC championship games. And for whatever reason, and it's his prerogative, Kyle Shanahan wanted to go in a different direction. And if I'm Garoppolo, who, oh, by the way, people, if you forgot, is human, and in humans, we have this thing called emotion. We have this thing called ego. And it's not a bad thing. It's natural. And for Jimmy to do the I'm bye-bye, he felt bye-bye because he didn't want to be a part or play second fiddle after he was first. So that's why he did that dog and pony show, which was real, Larry, saying bye, it's been a good run, because this is not an ideal situation to watch another man take over his job.
He wants to play.
No, they right.
Do you want to go to a sports talk station and produce?
No.
Or do you want to go there and actually be on the air?
I want to be on the air.
Yeah.
And the ones that produce...
And there ain't nothing wrong with that.
Right.
That's what you do. You're on the air.
And the ones that produce, they have the dream, okay, I'll get I'll eventually get on, right? That's how it goes. But you asked me in the green room, like, do you think Jimmy came back or was receptive to coming back because he's looking at Trey, not like he's Terry Bradshaw or Joe Montana, and maybe he might not pick it up as fast as everybody thinks? Jimmy can't voice this to anybody, to me, Larry, but his close friends, his best friend, his mom. So he's doing everything PC, but you can't tell me there's not an inferno inside of him. Like, if this kid don't get it, I'll happily put on my helmet and go out there and reclaim my job.
I think coming here,
that's reality.
It's not just about familiarity. It's about, I think I can beat out Trey Lance, or I think I'm going to get an opportunity to play because I think Trey Lance is going to struggle.
But Trey controls it if Trey never gives him that opportunity.
Right, but then this whole kumbaya thing that
Disney, they love each other.
Oh, he's my big bro.
Larry, I just throw up in my mouth. They're cool, though, Larry. I do believe they're cool. They're cool.
I'm not saying they're professionally fine.
Right.
But they want different things.
Okay.
So ultimately, Trey wants
the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. They want the same thing, right. But they want different things. They both, Trey wants Trey to be the starting quarterback. Jimmy, if he took truth serum,
and
he wants to be the starting
quarterback.
Wrong with
that, man.
So, but it's interesting to me is he could have gone elsewhere and chose to come back. I think it has something to do with preserving his body, so he shows up in free agency next March.
All right,
healthy. But let's be honest, he's a player in his prime. You just said it. He's played in the Super Bowl. He sat for a few years behind Brady. He doesn't want to sit. He wants to play. And the fact that he chose to come back here makes you wonder if in Jimmy's handicapping of the situation or Jimmy's evaluation of Trey, maybe he sees a player that's incredibly raw, that's going to fall on his face, and that he's going to be there to step into the lineup and
the team may need him. Kyle may need him.
He may view it that way. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying that's not out of the realm of possibility that Jimmy's not all about Trey, that Jimmy's all about Jimmy.
Let's go. No, those are great points. Let's go out to Palo Alto and welcome Brian to the program. What's this B from PA? Let's see. This dude's famous, Larry.
Yeah, it's the BPA.
Where you been?
Just working a little bit. I wasn't going to call in, but that prior caller called and said that it didn't matter that Trey Lance had been pretty bad in practice, 47% completion percentage in practice, and then said Joe Montana was a terrible practice player. Look, I played football in high school and college. I coached football in high school. I just, when somebody that stupid calls, man, I felt prompted to call. It absolutely matters how you practice. And we don't know what Trey is. I have no prejudgment. He's not proven to be an accurate quarterback in practice, right? Usually that doesn't translate to being super accurate in games. So we're going to find out. But we don't have any idea what kind of player he is. And if he struggles and they win, he'll stay in. If he struggles and they lose, Jimmy's coming in, period. There will be zero slack provided for losses, struggling and losing for Trey. And I think that's why they brought Jimmy back, by the way, because they have doubts about what Trey Lance is going to be able to do this year and maybe next year. So, again, it's common sense, but it absolutely matters what type of practice player you are. And Joe Montana was one of the greatest practice quarterbacks ever.
I'll say this, though. The one
Thanks for the call, B.
And I agree with what you're saying, that it's not like it doesn't matter at all. I mean, I was joking about practice. But
you don't make the Pro Bowl or the playoffs in practice, Larry.
My point is, I mean, I've been at these practices, and I'm watching these throws. And is Purdy and Jimmy maybe a little bit more accurate than Trey on some of the throws? Possibly a little bit, but it's not like Trey's wildly inaccurate. Then, I talked to Trent Williams about this, a week ago, and he actually addressed it on the podium. And he's like, you know what? Interceptions in practice, there's a practice script, and the defenses know the script as well. So you can see, it's like looking down at a word. You're doing a spelling test, and before you write out each word, you look down at a piece of paper. Well, you know what? You can see how it's spelled by looking at it. And if you know the script, and these defensive players do know the script, then you know what's coming. So the picks in practice, interceptions in practice, it's first of all, this is a really good defense. Second of all, it's practice in the defense, and it's scripted, and the defense knows the script. So it's virtually impossible to really glean anything meaningful out of interceptions in practice, because you just don't know if the guy who's trying to make the team on the defensive side took an extra step or an early step and broke on the ball because he knew the throw was coming and he knew where it was intended. So I mean, you just got to remember, it's supposed to mock the game, mock up the game and help the guys, but it doesn't. It's not a true evaluation playground. It just isn't, and that's why there are guys who do well in practice, or there are guys who look great at the combine, and then they get on the football field and they're not nearly as good. So it does matter. When the lights come on, everybody reacts differently.
Do you remember the great? He's a legend to me, Wayne Walker.
Loved him.
And Joe Montana back in that era, DeBerg, and the reason I'm bringing that up is, and I'm dating myself, Larry, is, do you think during camp in that era we knew what Montana's completion percentage was? Like Brian knew it, and I know we got the internet, and are people out there charting?
Yes.
That to me, because I don't care if it's Steph Curry, Draymond Green. I will leave. Larry, I love to talk and listen. I will leave the practice conversation because, I'm playing pickup hoops and I'm Larry Bird in warm-ups, and then the game starts and I'm 1-13. It don't matter what you do in practice. I'm not saying not bust your ass, but if we're really bringing that to the table about that's what concerns you about Lance, I'm leaving the table, Larry.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't leave it often.
It's just I mean,
you can look at me and tell that.
I'll just say this. No, any practice stat, I would just say noted and move on. I stood behind Glenn Rice one night at half court in a Warrior Heat pregame.
Okay.
When
he could shoot, though.
I was doing the pregame, and Glenn Rice made 21 threes in a row. All right, now Glenn Rice is a sharpshooter.
Right.
I mean, and Goo was amazing too. 21 in a row. Never didn't move a quarter inch to the left or right.
That's incredible.
He was like the Statue of Liberty, straight up and down, straight up and down. Now that was incredible. That was a great player doing it in practice, who also does it in the game. But man, when I hear someone say, "Hey, Klay Thompson made 85 threes yesterday," or Steph made 100 in a row.
Larry.
It's like cool, but then I don't.
It is cool.
But I don't. But it's just,
what are we doing? What are you telling me?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just like what?
Right.
And I'm sitting there at practice, and I'll look around, and I'll see all the different riders.
Yeah.
And then every throw they're putting down like a little hash mark. They're keeping track. I'm not saying the stats aren't legitimate or that were compiled erroneously. I'm just saying that there's a lot that goes. I've sat in the meetings before practice, and I've seen the coordinator talk to the quarterback about, hey, you know what? Sometimes it's the D coordinator, and he's like, you know what? I got this corner who thinks he's all world out there, and he doesn't even buckle.
Well, there you go.
He doesn't even buckle his chin strap until we get to the team session. So how about this? Go at him like 5 times in a row and burn him, the first 5 passes. And now the quarterback is forcing passes to one guy, picking on a DB. And technically, in this world, there's some person sitting there tallying the completion percentage. Well, that right there tells you that there's a factor that has nothing to do with how he sees it, how he goes through his progressions, how he processes it. I mean, none of those things are factors. The factor was the D coordinator said my rookie corner thinks he's all that in a bag of chips. Go at him early in practice. So, I mean, and I've seen it. Then there's other things about self-scouting and putting things on tape and making people uncomfortable. There's just so many factors that go into the practice. And if everybody really understood how many factors there were, they would throw these stats out and never look at them again.
That was well said. It's you debunked the myth of if that means anything. It's the rough draft. This is what they're doing.
Practice means something, but it's about conditioning and desire, and it's not necessarily.
They don't know what
about
Chicago's coming with. Trey, the offensive coach, Kyle, he don't know what they're coming with. He'll figure it out what he thinks, but you ain't doing that in practice.
You can glean things out of practice, but the stats part of it is just I think futile.
I'm with you. Let's go to San Bruno. Welcome Rob to the program. He has some thoughts on Lance. What's up, Rob?
What's going on, fellas?
Talk to us.
Look, man, JD seems like he's the ultimate Trey Lance hater, man. You know what I'm saying? But that's neither here nor there. First off, if we look at the people who made the captains, you look at Armstead and Jimmy Ward. If I told you 5 years ago Armstead and Jimmy Ward would be captain of the 49ers teams, y'all would have laughed at us.
Right, because of injuries, right?
Yeah. Exactly. So give Trey his time. There's some OGs that been on that field, that been in wars, football wars, and they understand. I think Trey respects those guys that respect him. The players speak very highly of him. I've never seen when they mentioned Jimmy Garoppolo last year, it's about his leadership. When they mentioned Trey Lance, they mentioned his leadership and his actual ability. And you can watch some of the games last year. When you watch some of these throws last year, he made some throws that we ain't seen from a quarterback probably ever since Kaepernick. Even Kaepernick couldn't make some of the throws. It was a throw against Seattle where he threw a laser, a 20-yard straight on the line to Kittle. Kittle couldn't hold on to it. It was a pass against Houston. He threw to the back of the pylon, put it right in between the numbers with Ayuk, but Ayuk had it other handheld. He couldn't get to it. So the dude is special, and he has football instincts. People need to understand it's not going to look like Jimmy Garoppolo and Brian Hoyer. It's not going to be hit there. No, because he don't have to. They have to do that because they don't have the athletic ability or the talent to do other things. It's not going to look always pretty. But with Trey, I just feel like the guy has an arm. He has football instincts. You don't have to be taught that. I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo has football instincts because once we got off script, they couldn't get back on script. They had to stay on script. I think Lance plays better when he's off script. He just needs to learn how to play within the offense first, and then when it's playoff time, that's when the script don't matter. Sometimes if you watch the last time we was deep in these runs, we got off script and we got beat, and it just came down to can your players make plays? Stafford made plays last year. Our quarterback didn't. Mahomes made plays in the Super Bowl. Our quarterback didn't, and that's what it comes down to. And I think in due time, Lance is going to be that guy, and I'm in full support of Lance. And by next year, he will be a team captain. He will earn those guys' respect as he should. You don't just be handed nothing. I'm glad they're making him earn it. That's good.
Yeah.
Hey, guess who's not the captain of their team? James Wiseman. Is James Wiseman a bust with no future because he's not the Warriors captain?
Not at all. You got to earn it. And I like the way the Niners do it where it means something.
Different? How's this any different?
It's not. And that's why we're on Rob, all three of us, the trifecta, we all agree. I'm going to say this about Lance and his ability. It's now, Larry, you tell me if this is legit, if you think it is. And I said this to you last time we hooked up. He had last year in the preseason the bomb to Sherfield. He let it go. He had the bomb to Gray against Green Bay. And then in the game that he played here at home against the Texans, he threw it on a rope to Debo. That already tells me, Larry, that he already looks downfield. And that's what this game is about. Not 19-play drives for 3 points. Not that they might not have those, but he already is different than Jimmy, to me, is because he's looking downfield. And I believe you were my guy that said Jimmy 30 yards or more downfield was like 16% in his career.
16%.
That takes the team back. Even if you think you're moving forward, that you ain't scaring nobody just by getting under center. If Trey is that quarterback and that's one of his traits, they're already greater. And maybe you lose something in the completion percentage, but big plays is what it's about in the NFL. And you know who can do that? Kyler Murray, Russell Wilson, Stafford on a good day, Brady. That's what you do, and that's what the Niners, to their credit, they've almost gotten to the mountaintop without having a quarterback that was his expertise. And I think Trey looks downfield, and that's why I think it excites Kyle and what I'm looking for to start Sunday.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on. I mean, I was talking to Dwelly about this yesterday. The addition of Danny Gray.
He may start Sunday, right?
Yeah, he may start. But I said, what is it like having Danny Gray on this team and having Ray McLeod? And he's talking about space. And that's what it's really about. If you have Trey Lance, you have to defend every blade of grass because he can throw it down the field. He can make moves with his legs. The other thing is I've heard a lot of people say, well, do you really want Trey behind this young line? There may be jailbreak on the quarterback.
I'm watching.
Jimmy Garoppolo has no lateral agility at all. I mean, if Spencer Burford blows a block or Jake Brendel blows a block, Jimmy Garoppolo's down on the turf. Trey Lance has ability to escape and extend plays and keep his eyes posted down the field. The play that you mentioned about Debo, he bought himself extra time. There was penetration in the backfield. Trey scooted out the side door, bought himself an extra 2 or 3 seconds, kept his eyes peeled down the field, found Debo, who had freed himself up, and threw a bomb. And I think you're going to see more of that. I think Danny Gray is going to be a key factor for the 49ers. I know a lot of people don't think so because he's young, but Trey throws a beautiful deep ball, and Gray can get deep basically at will.
And you know who we're going to talk to about it is Eric Crocker, who joins the show at 11:30. He's Locked On 49ers podcast, former NFL defensive back, Stockton native, and that's all brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Brewers will play 20 of their last 26 games at home as they make a push for an NL wildcard spot, and they get the lowly Reds to start out. Milwaukee has won 6 of their last 7 at home and are 8-4 overall against Cincinnati this season. Nick Lodolo is on the mound for the Reds, and Milwaukee has had success against him in an earlier start this season. With the Reds just playing out the season and the Brewers red hot at home and making a playoff push, the BetQL 5-star play of the day is Milwaukee on the money line.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to chiltonautobody.com. The Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus receive double O-Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
How do you make the most of your land? If you ask the Wrens, who run with us on a John Deere mower, they tell you,
I mow first, then I do all the trimming.
But the Hubbards, who work behind the wheel of a John Deere compact tractor, would say,
if it's something you want, just go after it and try it.
Then there's the Mosers, who may mention from the seat of their John Deere Gator UTV,
you can't be all work and not play.
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn how to make the most of yours at Deere.com. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Remember
Remember when you were told bigger is better? Well, that's just simply not the case. Do you want a big bill? No. A big burden? No. What about a big bulky tank water heater taking up space in your basement? No, I didn't think so. What you do want is to make all of those things smaller. Navien tankless water heaters are more efficient and take up less space than outdated bulky tanks, with cutting-edge features that improve safety, simplify processes, and increase capabilities. Once you go Navien, you'll never go back. Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
No Willard and Dibs. It's Guru and my man Larry Krueger holding it down until 12 p.m. I mean, it's football Sunday, week 1. You got the pregame show right here on 95.7 The Game with Lorenzo Neal. But we got a big boy on the airwaves now. It's Eric Crocker. He's from Locked On 49ers podcast, and you also know him as former NFL defensive back and Stockton native. Before we get to it, Eric, I got to ask you, and I told my partner I was going to throw this to you. Could you imagine being a DB now in today's NFL? Because I just feel like it ain't fair, man. It's just not.
Nah, I definitely would have played receiver.
Oh,
and the whole little guys play DBs because they can't catch. You know, that didn't apply to me. So in today's day and age, definitely play receiver. It's almost impossible to be a legit, consistent cornerback.
Now, let's talk about week 1 in the Shy. To me, and I told Larry, the O-line concerns me. What's your biggest, what's on your list right now, your number one thing about this contest? What are you watching, Eric?
I think, obviously it's easy to start with the quarterback position, not knowing exactly what you'll get from Trey Lance. And you guys might hear some background noise. I'm at the airport right now, heading to Chicago. But, probably Trey Lance, and then, you talked about the offensive line, and the offensive line can help him a ton. So, if, that is your biggest worry. If they come out, they play well, I think it'll make it a lot easier for a guy like Trey Lance. There's this kind of stat that's floating around, and I talked about it on the podcast the other day. But when it comes to rookie quarterbacks, and obviously we got a small sample size for Trey Lance, but rookie quarterback in the NFL with a clean pocket since 2016, according to Next Gen Stats, when they started keeping this stat, Trey Lance has the highest passer rating of any rookie quarterback. Now, again, smaller sample size, but that just shows if you do keep him clean, he can be effective. So I think things go a little haywire when you have to speed up his processing, but a good offensive line, that would definitely help the young quarterback.
I'm so glad we're having you on, Eric, because you're the perfect guy to ask this question to. I saw Greg Cosell kind of said that he felt like that Trey Lance is a hitch in his motion. I've been watching him throw. I don't necessarily call it a pure hitch. It's just like a little, almost like a baseball player has like a starting mechanism with his swing. He's got a little bit of a half circle on his release. You play DB. Is that the kind? And you watched the cut up films when you did play DB. When I say cut up, I'm talking about the quarterback making the throw to the receiver, and the DBs study that. You're studying it for movement. Do you see an issue with the hitch that is going to cause DBs to break early on Trey's throws and maybe lead to interceptions? Do you see anything that's severe?
I think if they're playing, more zone coverage, maybe that's something that you can pick up on. I think ultimately guys like him, it will probably be a little bit more worrisome if he didn't have a strong arm, right? So if you have kind of a weaker arm and you have kind of this timing mechanism that can kind of tip off when you're going to throw the ball, then that's something I can get a read on. But if that ball is coming out and it's coming out as hot as it can, out of his hands, Trey Lance, it might not be as much of an issue as it would be for an average arm quarterback. But as far as what I usually key as a defensive back, I'm looking more so at that kind of down the distance, what the alignment of a receiver, where they align, what do they like to do on these downs, and then more so concepts than actually like staring down the quarterback. When you stare down the quarterback, what happened to you is what happened to Jalen Ramsey last night when he got beat for that 50-yard touchdown by Stephon Diggs.
You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. We had the pleasure to be joined by Eric Crocker on Locked On 49ers podcast. Eric, what excites me, and I think a lot of people, is what's the 49er offense going to look like? And we went back and forth like ping pong. Is it going to be the same? And I'm saying, hell no, it better not be the same, because Trey can do different things than Jimmy. What do you expect in regards to what it's going to look like, the plan of attack from the Niners offense this Sunday?
I think one thing is very clear, that I've seen with Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance, like kind of one of the biggest differences. I think even if you call the same exact play for both guys, they might throw it to a different guy, right? I think Trey Lance, one thing we've seen is his eyes are a little bit more aggressive, and that can be good and bad, right? Like he's going to push the envelope and push the ball down the field a little bit more, even if we're just talking about, a 15-yard drive throw, as opposed to Jimmy Garoppolo, who's going to be more consistent with getting his receivers run after catch opportunities right now underneath. So I'd say probably a little bit longer developing plays as Trey Lance continues to work on the timing, but definitely more throws outside the numbers and a little bit more down the field, as opposed to what we've seen from Jimmy Garoppolo. So again, it could be the same exact play call, but they just see the field much different.
Croc, what do you see with Hufanga? There were talk that coming out that maybe he was a special teamer, and then he just has continued to improve. Every time this team reconvenes, he's better. And then you see him, you talk to D'Amico. D'Amico loves him. He's doing all kinds of extra work. He's the first guy out there. He's the last guy off the field. What are you seeing with Hufanga, and do you think he's got enough speed to be able to defend the deep quadrants of the field?
Yeah, one thing, I watched a lot of Hufanga's film when he was coming out of USC, and he looked to be kind of a step slow. Like when he has to be a little bit more honest with what he's seeing, a little bit step slow, and that will cause him to miss tackles or take a bad angle. And I think at any level, whether it's collegiate level, when he's going to be successful, or the NFL, is going to be being able to stay a step ahead mentally, because he's not the most physically gifted safety out there. So he was a guy who you could say is, I guess, a little bit more of an overachiever with his effort, and I was curious to see how that would translate to the NFL. If I know anything about the 49ers coaching staff and guys like D'Amico Ryans, they do a tremendous job of putting their players in advantageous situations. So I don't think they'll ask him to do too much of things that they know, like, oh man, we don't want to put him in this type of position. So I'd assume that he would do well. I think it just changes how you have to call plays, as opposed to having a guy like Jimmy Ward out there, or maybe two Jimmy Wards, where you could be much more versatile in the play calling.
It's Willard and Dibs right here on 95.7 The Game. The voice you hear is that of Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast, former NFL DB. Eric, let me ask you this, man, because I'm telling Larry, so much of sports now has become off-the-field stuff, Kardashian stuff, and we had Captain Gate, and I thought Trey Lance, I like the fact he didn't get voted captain. That's telling me the veterans want him to earn it. But there was a name that I didn't hear that I thought should have been, and that's Deebo Samuel. You've been in the NFL locker room. You know the dynamic. Was that a big deal that we found out Deebo was not voted the captain?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you look at the guys that did get it, and those guys are all highly respected. They've all put in a lot of time with the 49ers. I know Deebo and Nick Bosa came in at the same time, and it was a little, I guess, I don't want to say a little strange, but it just depends on how people view some of these players, and it seems like everyone loves Deebo Samuel. They love his attitude. I think he should have been captain just based off how he handled the contract situation, where he felt like he was disgruntled, but then he showed up to everything, and he had high spirits, bounced around, and was a great teammate. But overall, I don't think that's something that these guys care about, man. Like, they get paid, and then they go out and do a job, and I think that's what they care about most important.
I'll tell you what jumps out to me is how well Trey looks throwing the deep ball. You play DB. When a team adds speed like Ray McLeod and maybe more specifically Danny Gray, how does that change your mindset when you're walking to the line of scrimmage on any down or distance?
Oh, man, it changes a lot, right? I talked about playing honest, right, when you have a guy like Hufanga out there at safety. And it's the same thing when you're playing the cornerback position. I want to know, okay, what do they like to do what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses. And we saw some of that last year where, Jimmy Garoppolo, he was able to overcome some of his, deficiencies in the sense of how he was able to, run an offense. But you saw those safeties starting to tighten down, put more guys in the box against the run, and how difficult that made it to run the ball in the playoffs. Well, with Trey Lance out there, just the threat of him throwing the deep ball, because he will push the envelope. You got to play more honest as a defense, so that should make it to where there's not as many guys in the box versus the run, and kind of open up things all over for you. So, good deep ball, but to me, it's more so just having the threat of it where it makes the defense have to play a little bit more honest.
Hey, thank you so much, Eric. Safe travels and enjoy your time in the Chi, and hopefully the Niners get it done. We'll talk to you soon, buddy.
All right, appreciate it.
Thanks, Eric.
Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast, former NFL DB. I always heard that they DBs play DB because they couldn't catch.
Right.
That's pretty true.
Those guys will say it to each other in practice.
Wow.
Man, if you can catch, you
got
get receiver.
cup hands. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Dude, Larry,
and they work on it, man. They'll take out the jugs gun and they'll be firing ball after ball.
Sometimes it's not like, Larry, you can learn how to dance or do the new dance move. My boy Reg, before the 8th grade dance, taught me how to Smurf. That was like the end dance. Your boy had 2 left legs.
Did you teach Jerry Rice? Rice used it as his touchdown dance for like a decade.
That is awesome. But there's some things you just you're born with. And to me, accuracy, hands, and a jumper. You can improve those things, but you can never be prolific. Like, if you don't got a net, like Eddie House, I don't know, tell you my whole life here. Out of Union City, I was his coach, CYO.
Played at ASU.
3rd grade through 8th grade. This kid in 3rd grade was shooting at 3-line before there was a 3-line. I knew something was happening here, and then he had a jumper. So you could see it early on, and I'm just saying, I don't like hearing said quarterback, and I'm not saying this is what they're saying about Lance, doesn't have accuracy, or a guy has hands. Larry Krueger, I just believe you can't work on those things.
It's funny. Steve Young said that for years. Like, if you're accurate or you're not.
Right.
But then you look at a guy like Josh Allen and look at year one, and then look
53%.
Look what he did last night. He completed 84% of his passes. He was just throwing strike after strike after strike.
So maybe you can.
I think you can. It's like I kind of look at completion percentage the same way I look at shooting percentage in the NBA. Nobody's shooting percentage goes down for the most part, right?
Yeah.
It goes up. Why?
Draymond.
Because of the reps.
Yeah. We love you, Dave.
And you go from college reps to pro reps. There's a lot more reps in the pros. Most guys go to the free throw line and they shoot 75% from the line in college. They may be able to up that to 80% in the pros. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
I think Trey's completion percentage will go up. But I'll give you an example. Yesterday in practice, they're throwing that 12-yard out, and he airmailed 2 or 3 of them, where he get the elbow drops and the ball sails.
And what did you say? Cosell talked about it was a hitch.
Well, he says that he's got a little bit of a hitch in his motion. That it's something that can be correctable over time. But a lot of it's about mechanics. I mean, you got to remember this. When you're going deep down the field, it's more about your arm strength and less about your mechanics. When it's about the short game or the 12-yard out, it's a lot about your footwork, your balance, and your mechanics.
Yeah.
There's no room for any wasted steps. So, just watching Brock Purdy, who's played more football than Trey, he's got those steps down, and he's throwing strikes. Why? He's played 4 years at Iowa State. He's done those reps. He's got a lot more reps under his belt, and so does Jimmy.
And they kept him.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while for Trey, especially on the short game, all the stuff around the line of scrimmage. I'm not saying he's Kaepernick, who really could not hit the back out of the backfield.
And they figured him out because I believe, talking about Cap, Larry, again, I'm not Jaworski, I believe his mechanics got him to the point to where he was a phenom, but they almost like Randall Cunningham, but he didn't take that next step, and he didn't have a knuckleball or a curve. He didn't have that touch. You could look at the last series in the Super Bowl against the Ravens, and I think that, of course, with the stuff off the field, that was his bigger problem.
He just never grew in those anticipatory throws.
Man,
where you're gonna, the old saying,
could jump the route on Cap,
where you could throw a guy open.
Okay. Oh, that's
where you're throwing it to a space because your receiver's gonna break out.
Justin Herbert on line 1.
Yeah, I mean, Cap didn't have that, but I see Trey as he needs refinement. but I see improvement. I've seen improvement from the beginning of camp to this point. So I think this is a player who's all in on getting better, and he's going to get there.
Yeah,
it may not
better.
But it may not be this year.
No
so
doubt.
We got to show some patience.
Hopefully, it may not be this year, but his good enough is enough. Just like Jimmy, we got here with his shortcomings. We're still a factor. That's still on the table. It's bigger than Trey because this Niner team is ready damn near at every other level. And you said all in. We got the phone lines are packed. I want to get the callers to call in. I want to ask them and give us a score, Larry. I know that sounds sophomoric, but I want a score. What do you think is going to happen Sunday in the Shy? And I know you're not the weatherman, but I wish they could borrow ours here in California as we go through this heat wave.
It's going to rain.
It's going to rain, and I'm wondering, is that going to slow Debo Ayuk down? And if there's no Kittle and the O-line has a bad day, is it grimy, as they say? Is it 13-10? Because that's gonna help the Bears.
Well, or you know what? The 49ers are going big. They have a ton of O-linemen. They've got a bunch of backs. I think they're going to go run heavy scheme this year. I think the bad weather in some ways favors the 49ers.
Well, I think I heard you say that earlier, and I was like, I'm thinking, but okay, we'll see how it plays out.
The Niners want to run the ball, and they got big backs. The Niner backs average about 215 pounds.
And one of them ain't Trey Sermon. Where'd he go? Philly? Wow, that's incredible. Hey, let's go out to a Walnut Creek, your old stomping ground. No, that's not where you're from. You're from the city. You lived in the creek.
I live there now.
There you go. Know your partner. That's what I had you affiliated with Walnut Creek. And welcome Miley to the program. What's up, Miley?
What's up? Hey, Krug, I got to let you know.
Yeah.
Your talk about practice nuance is so... thank you for saying that, because so many of the local media and, for that matter, national media, they don't put that context to it. You're keeping...
There's a lot of... Just remember this. There's a lot of factors that are unknown to the press and to the fans and to everybody except for the players and coaches themselves. So you just got to remember that. You just can't put too much into practice.
My son played safety at Clayton Valley. You
guys are a juggernaut with the black turf. Have you ever seen Clayton Valley?
Black turf?
They got black turf.
I've seen blue.
Green.
Wow.
No, they changed it back to green.
Did they change it?
Oh, no more black.
Well, that must have been this year then, right? I mean,
I wonder if they play Logan.
Last year, but
I was out there for 7-on-7, and it was like they were practicing on the face of the sun. It was so hot out there in the black turf.
Oh, no doubt. My son used to play 7-on-7, being a safety, and as a matter of fact, Eric Crocker used to have a team, 7-on-7 team. I don't know if he still does, but they were out of Stockton. I think it was St. Mary's. But anyway, I also wanted to say your other point about Jimmy, kind of just waiting in the weeds for Trey to play bad. I mean, that's a part of it for sure, because, Jimmy's been a starter. He's been to high heights. But what I really think it also is, they have redeemed some trade value by lowering that $25 million down to 6.5. And I think Jimmy's just kind of quietly sitting, waiting. Like you said, let his body heal, get right. And then if a deal comes along, he may be gone. And he'll be able to call that shot.
Yep.
We'll see. We appreciate the phone call.
They took an asset that was untradeable because of the contract, and they made it incredibly tradable and even borderline valuable by making him a $6.2 million guy.
Yeah, but the right on the table, Larry, is who wanted him? And it seems like nobody wanted him. I know you heard different. You'll share with us, but the Niners are a better football team with him being their Geico. And nobody saw that happening, extenuating circumstances, the surgery, the knife. I get it. But you cannot tell me Kyle Shanahan, and he's the one that'll fall on the sword if Trey, from a production standpoint, if it's not what he needs to be, now they got 10 to come in and save the day. That's making everybody over there, I'm talking about ownership, coaches, sleep a little better. They won't say that, and it's taboo because we're all in on Trey. I get it, but man, I never thought in a million years, and I said it at the end, he'll take less money to come back. I'm a romantic at heart, and it ended up happening. But man, if Trey doesn't do his part, then it's like, hey, we all can see if Jimmy's still on the Niners, and I expect him to be with the naked eye, you got to go pull him. You got to go get him. You owe it to the other 50-umpteen guys on this locker room.
I think the 49ers have a lot of faith in Trey, but they are not willing to make 2022 entirely a referendum on Trey Lance. There's too many. They're in their Super Bowl window. There's too much talent on the field.
Yeah.
They were 1 win away from the Super Bowl last year. They added
and
Charvarius
you still got that
Ward
quarterback
and Danny Gray and Ray McLeod and improved their special teams. They don't want this season to just simply be a referendum on Trey. It may wind up being that, but if Trey doesn't play well, the Niners want to be able to contend for a Super Bowl anyway this year. So they don't want it to just be a referendum on Trey. They want to have 2 bites of the apple.
Okay.
Trey and Jimmy.
Let me throw this to you before we break here. We got people still wanting to talk. We got former NFL linebacker who's calling the game for Compass Media Network, Chad Brown. Remember him? Former Steeler.
Isn't he big on didn't he have like pythons or boas or?
Yeah.
He's like a snake guy, I think.
Yeah. Oh, no, somebody was in my ear thinking I was going to crash and burn the Starship, but I do that. But I'm ready. But I think you may be right. Larry, I want to double back to something you said. If I could author a book and write a book, because you are like me, we love sports. It's in our veins, but we also have kids, and I got 3 of them. Real quick here, is there anything better, forget the pros, than watching your kid play high school ball? Like, that would be my book. I get more nervous than I did for my favorite pro player. Is there anything that comes close to that, Larry? My answer is hell no. I would get more nervous than the kids. And my daughter playing volleyball now was in the crowd the other day, Larry. She serves like Serena, but it's volleyball. She's a big girl. She just put some sting on it. They duck it out the way. I'm like, that's my girl.
When my kid played football at Northgate.
God. Yeah.
And it was noontime on Friday.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd be walking around, and I'd be nervous as hell.
I want to hug you
And it's like I'd be nervous as hell, and my friends would be like, "Why are you so nervous?" It's like, well, you're nervous for football's unlike the other sports. Right. You're nervous because you want your kid to play well.
Okay.
And my kid played receiver and corner.
Oh man.
So it was like, you know what? I hope he makes a catch. I hope he doesn't get burned for 6. I hope
the parents looking at me.
I hope he doesn't is not the reason we lose.
Right.
Man. And then also the injury factor in football. It's like seriously, I'd be driving home at I'd get up Friday morning. And drive into work, and I'd be thinking about that high school football game.
That's amazing,
and I'd be thinking about it all day.
It's the dopest, man. Day. I'm fired up for Niners Chicago, but I just think about it. That hit me in the cardiac muscle when you said it. Like, I'm with you. And my son played baseball. I used to watch the opposing pitcher warm up. I'm such a wimp. I'm like, man, if he gets hit, what if he takes one in the head? Things like that happen.
Let me ask you this: were you verbal? Because, people recognize.
I was that guy.
Well, people recognize your voice. People recognize my voice sometimes. So when I would go to the games, I would make sure that I didn't say.
I got throughout my kids' basketball. I'm not proud of it. I got throughout a game. I got right.
You got thrown out.
And it was fourth quarter with 2 minutes left, so I was at the.
What did you say?
Just, you should be ashamed of yourself, ref. And it was a female ref. And she stopped it and pointed, and they came. The coach had my son's coach, he's still mad at me. You got to leave.
What'd your kid say?
Oh, dude, he's real reserved.
What did your wife say?
You're just an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment. And then we had a game winner. There's video of this, Larry.
She didn't start a fight.
My son didn't hit Zach Chan hit the game winner. I ran on the court and celebrated with the kids. Larry, that one is just like, I'm terrible.
Dude, I love you for
and
that.
And my daughter said, she said this the other day, last thing,
on
Larry.
The court?
She goes, my team, her volleyball coach is a mute. They won't tell them when they're playing bad. Wake up. I'm like, come on, girls, communicate. And then she goes, my teammates are saying, why is your dad so stressed? I said, all right, that one hit me. I'll tone it down. But Larry's the best, man.
Yeah, no.
NFL
seriously.
and parenting.
I'd rather watch my kid play anything except track.
Okay. I'm out.
There's nothing worse than a track meet.
Yeah, no doubt. Larry, when we get back, you got to pay off your tease about what the Jimmy Trey thing, the dynamic. We got to get into that because you kind of teased it, but you didn't. We'll get into that right here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's the first Football Friday on 95.7 The Game.
It just doesn't matter.
Spinning and picking up that first down is Deebo Samuel. Can't get away. And Bosa is right there for the sack.
We've got predictions, stats, and more.
The job's been given. The only way Trey Lance loses the job is if he's terrible when games are played.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid training, excellent medical and dental benefits, and a pension important to you? Then apply to become a VTA bus operator, providing VTA customers with a great transit experience. Visit VTA.org/point-A and apply.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555, 877-560-8555, or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I got Park Hill and West Valley covered on Tuesday.
At Marita's Pool Service, the current staffing plan doesn't hold water.
3 more neighborhood pools on the same day.
She needs more pool technicians to dive into work head first.
That's awesome, but now we're shorthanded.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale. Much cooler in Hayward. For today, a high of 84.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
You got to like that, Larry. We've been here 2 hours and 2 opens. I am Daryl the Guru Johnson. No Steiny, as he is taking his daughter to college in England. But in form, as you know, is the great Larry Krueger. And speaking of Steiny, he's in England.
Wow.
RIP to the Queen who passed.
That's right.
He said it was going. People were like it was a big deal. Obviously, it was, but that's kind of wow. You're out there and that happens.
I don't have a strong opinion.
Yeah, they were talking about shutting down sports in the UK for 10 days, but I guess they are going to have some sporting events this weekend in the UK.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, so are we here in the States, and the biggest game, obviously, is the San Francisco 49ers and the Bears. I want to ask you a question and the listeners. Are we looking at the Niners the right way? And I've heard these words come out your mouth. I've echoed them. We know it's a quarterback league, Larry, but that's all we kind of been, not on purpose, but not that that's what sells, but this is a big deal, the switch from Jimmy to the highest prize draft pick in Trey Lance. But are there any other areas of this team that need to be covered more or given attention that you feel like or not? Because to me, again, and the guys are calling me a Chicken Little because I'm worried about the offensive line, but hello, line one, the NFL fan, the game is won in the trenches. And if you can't block, Larry, you can't pass if you got Jesus back there, and you damn sure can't run.
Yeah. I mean, you're not. Football starts with your offensive line.
It's real.
Right? I mean, can you run the ball? Well, I mean, can this offensive line open holes for Elijah Mitchell? I think it's a question. He's the number one back. The Niners have held him out. Last year when the Niners played the Bears, I think 99% of his yards came after contact. Had a great game that day. So, yeah, can the Niners run the ball? Can this offensive line open run lanes? That to me is a question. And then, we know that Trey and Ayuk have a good rapport. You can see it on the practice field, and they spend a lot of time.
Does that mean anything, though, Larry?
Well, I think it does, because I think ultimately you don't get on your quarterback has to put in the reps with his receivers. There's no shortcutting it. You have to know their body language. You have to get on the same page on play after play after play. He has that rapport with Ayuk. We haven't necessarily seen him develop that rapport with Debo,
who wasn't out there for other reasons.
Right. And so now, and Debo's obviously the Niners' number one receiver. So, I mean, to me, that's a question. How good of a rapport is Trey and Debo going to have? Then the other thing I'm looking for, and we haven't talked a whole lot about, is How are the Niners going to utilize Debo different now that he's got the contract, now that they have Danny Gray, now that they have Elijah Mitchell has Ty Davis-Price, and they've got some other dynamic weapons. So what's the usage of Debo going to look like? How's the rapport between Trey and Debo? Can the interior O-line open run lanes? Those are my questions. Can Trey move the team? Can he move the team? Man. That's a big one. Can he make those? And how is the run game different? I think you're going to see a much more diversified running attack. I think on paper, Goo, you should see a better run attack from the Niners because with the quarterback who can run, you got one more guy in the run game you've got to account for. That's going to create space. So what does the Niner run game look like with Trey as opposed to Jimmy? I think that's a big question.
Can you share with us the Larry Krueger metric on just like Debo? Like I have nothing set in stone. I'll know what it looks like, especially when the game plays out. Let's just say Trey has an interception or two early on. It's late fourth. They're driving, maybe trying to run the clock out up 6. You don't want to punt the ball. I'm wondering, okay, after week 8 last year, they would throw something behind the line of scrimmage. We see a jet sweep with Debo. Do you have any, you need to do this, Kyle, at least a few times? Or do you think they're just going to, and it's going to reveal itself, go totally away from that? Because you mentioned you got new people in town. You got the Danny Gray. Like, how do you just stay away from putting Debo in a collision, but also with the opportunity to maybe doesn't get hit and he's gone for 70 yards?
Well, I'm
looking for that, Larry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to run him between the tackles. I think they're going to run him outside the tackle box, and I think you're going to see them throw it to him short still. But I don't think you're going to see those. You're not going to see those 3rd and 1. Here comes Debo. Running it between the guard and the center. You're just not. You saw that last year.
By the necessity, they were dire.
Right. And this year, they don't need to do that, and they won't do that. So I think that's one thing that will be different. But I just want to see Debo look comfortable and look a little bit more like Debo from a year ago. We haven't seen enough of that in this camp. That's a concern for me. And then, as I said before, can the Niners stop the run?
That's on our Comcast business text line, Larry.
Can Darnell Mooney and Fields have a great rapport? He doesn't have a lot of receivers, but he's got a great thing going with Mooney. Can they shut off Fields' water and take away Mooney and make him find other receivers in the pattern? Yeah.
I'll tell you what, let's go out to Visalia, Larry, and welcome Jason to the program. What's up, Jason? He wants to talk Niner quarterbacks.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, hey, Larry, I just want to say I'm a big fan of your YouTube channel. Been watching for a while.
Appreciate you, brother.
I just wanted to get on the Rams game yesterday. They came out I think the offense looked lethargic. I just didn't think they came prepared. I mean, it could be that Big Bay doesn't play his players in the preseason. But on another point on Lance and Jimmy, I think we're going to see a way different offense this year than what we've seen in the past. I think that the downfield throw, that we're going to be able to open up the downfield play action passes, and we're going to just see a whole different dynamic with Lance on the field.
It's funny. I always get the feeling when Garoppolo was in there that when Shanahan would call deep shots, it was really more to loosen up the defense. This year with Ray McLeod and with Danny Gray, well, both those guys can get deep, and Trey throws the deep ball pretty. I mean, he's got great timing on the deep ball. He's got great loft. He throw. I've seen him.
He threw one to Debo against the Texans. I think he left too much air under it, and Debo kind of had the DB beat. I could be wrong. It was preseason. But I'm saying just one throw, Guru defines it.
Yeah,
but you say that's his thing.
That's the exception. I mean, okay. I would say what I'm seeing in practice and in the preseason, and just from Trey, even after practice when he sticks around with his receivers and they're going through reps, he's throwing the deep ball with just absolute precision. I mean, like Russell Wilson,
it's incredible.
The way Russell Wilson would make these down the field throws and just drop it in Metcalf's breadbasket and catch him on the pure run in stride. We're seeing Trey Lance do that.
Wow.
We're seeing Trey Lance do that. And if you can make that play, that's 6. You know what I mean? So I'm eager to see if the 49ers take, if it looks quite a bit different, and if they just say, you know what, this is a pattern that Gray runs comfortably, this is a route that Trey can hit. If you can hit the deep ball, it's like being able to throw the Hail Mary in Madden.
Larry, I'm telling you, man, I don't believe Russell Wilson gets the credit for that deep ball you talk about. I say it drops in like pigeon poop. That's what I mean. It's incredible. I'm like, these aren't 20. These are like down the field and in the nose of the football, bloop, and they're right in the receiver's hand. So if Trey has some of that, man, I mean, let's put another rat on the table. You tell me if I'm wrong. You can win. And then their style to the way you're winning. Like Showtime with the Lakers. Not only did they win, they did it with a flair. The Rams with
the greatest show on turf.
Yeah, dude, Larry, I don't know if you're having memory loss. I am. What's the quarterback? Safeway.
Kurt Warner.
Okay, talk to me. Okay. He was a big fan of Nick Mullins. I'll never forget that. A couple years back telling us Nick could do the offense. But that was style, and they got the wins. The Niners under Jimmy Garoppolo, give me this. Tell me what you think of this. They were kind of, the offense was boring. And Debo's added some sizzle to it, but I think Kyle wanted to get away from boring. You're looking at me like, I don't know, Goo. But now with Trey and the ability to look downfield, and you got Ayuk when healthy, you got Kittle, and now Debo, we're going to see another facet to Debo's game, I believe, we haven't really seen, and that's him making big plays down the field with the ball in the air as opposed to us giving it to you like you're Earl Campbell.
Yeah, I mean, the Niners didn't have the quick strike attack.
Okay.
Now they can score on you in one play. They had to drive it before. It was like 10-play drives, 11-play drives.
18 at times and 3 points. Oh, my God.
And there's times where you want to play ball control and make the other team's defense stay out there and grind them into the ground. But, and the Niners are prepared to do that. But now they also have the vertical game, and they got the quarterback there who can connect down the field. So I think you're going to see a combination. I think you're going to see, what happened last year was if the Niners fell behind, they were not equipped to play that kind of game because Jimmy didn't have a lot of success throwing it down the field.
Man.
They didn't have a vertical threat.
I hate that,
now,
Larry.
If they fall into a 14-0 hole, they've got the weapons and the quarterback to challenge down the field.
No doubt. And I'll say this about, you mentioned Dwelly. I just can't believe we're, a couple days away from the game. And Larry, you're right. You're tapped in. And maybe you don't even need to be tapped in to know. Said NFL player didn't practice last 2 days. He's not playing. I don't know if we're giving that enough attention. If people are riding around in their cars right now like, oh, Guru, you're being negative. But again, this is a major blow to just Trey Lance not having 85 there to block on the run game or even have him run routes. So I'm sitting back right now as excited as I am, Larry. I just hate it for the team that we got to wait till week 2 maybe to see the debut of Lance hitting Kittle.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be conservative with Kittle, but it's a major loss, and it's not just for Lance. It's for the run game. I mean, Kittle's like an offensive lineman out there. He's a phenomenal blocker. He'll blow people off the line. So, yeah, they're going to miss him in the run game. They're going to miss him in the pass game. I was saying this, where they really miss Kittle is that Kittle brings that swagger, man. They have a swagger with
George.
A
wrestler, huh?
Yeah, I mean, they just have a different vibe when he's out there. I mean, I'm not saying he's an offensive version of Deion Sanders or anything. He's a tight end, but there's a swagger to the way he carries himself on the football field that I think gives the entire offense confidence when he's there.
And we've seen quarterbacks with that. Like, every quarterback doesn't have that, but when you have it, it's just like it's infectious. That people rally to it.
The team feeds off of it. Yeah, that incredible confidence that, hey, here we come. And the other thing is the 49ers, we're going to find out about Charlie Werner. We're going to find out he's an improved player. Ross Dwelly, can he stand up as a blocker? I mean, they've got Dwelly's a good receiver, but is he a blocker? Warner's a decent try-hard blocker. Can he do the job as a receiver? They're going to have to mix and match here at the beginning.
Chris A.
I don't
on
expect
YouTube.
Kittle to play, though.
Okay, yeah. I hate that.
Basically, if you don't practice on Thursday, you
And I'll tell you what, if I'm a Bear player or I'm in that locker room or just part of the coaching staff, and we'll talk to Dan Hampton, NFL Hall of Famer at 1. We got Chad Brown coming up at 12:30. I'm going to ask him if you're going to pull off a miracle, if you want to call this and shock the world, the fact that the Bears get news that Kittle may not play, or if he doesn't, I mean, Larry, that helps them. I'm predicting a blowout. Vegas has it -7. But damn, that is a big blow. And if I'm the Bears, okay, we got good news going in. Chris A. on YouTube says, won't be surprised if the 49ers red zone offense is tops in the league. And that had been kind of their Achilles heel at times. And if you're telling me Trey Lance, you didn't say it, but I'm scared or worried about his accuracy, I'm wondering in the red zone if that'll rear its head. Because you got to have, that's when it comes into play too, Larry.
No question.
When the field is condensed,
right,
man.
When the windows are tight. But I'll say this. I mean, I saw it in minicamp. I saw it in training camp. Trey looks pretty accurate in the red zone. I mean, he throws the ball pretty well in the red zone. I haven't seen, more of his inaccuracies come on the sideline route, that 8 to 12 yard out pattern, which is a concern because it's a layup for a lot of NFL quarterbacks. He's struggling with that, but he's not struggling with his accuracy overall. I think it's really more on that sideline route to his left, where sometimes he dips his elbow and the ball sails. And then when he misses, it's not like he misses all over the place. He misses consistently high. So the elbow drops and the ball sails. And you see it. You see it in practice. And there were times yesterday where he's going through the drills and, he would airmail one and then say, hey, give me another rep. Give me one more rep of that.
Okay.
So you'd see Jimmy get some reps. Purdy would get some reps. But then when Trey would throw one, if he didn't make a good throw, he would come back and beg for that second rep, and then
you gotta love that.
And as
a gamer,
as a starter, guess what? You're getting that extra rep.
We're gonna go out to Drop of the Hat Matt and get his 49ers predictions, and then I'm gonna come back, Larry, and I'm gonna ask you, give me a score. Give us a score Thursday. Like, what's in your gut about this game? What's up, Drop of the Hat Matt?
Hey, happy Friday, man. Football season is here. The Rams lost. It don't get better than that. Yeah, I'm not really sold on Lance. This kid, he has a lot of potential. His ceiling is high. You know what I mean? The problem is that he got to reach that. So we all gonna find out. I'm still a Jimmy G guy, but my prediction is that the Bears have a better game plan, especially with the rain and no Kittle. It's gonna be a lower scoring game. I think the Niners lose this game, man. But it's a learning experience for Trey Lance. What I got on that?
Wow.
I agree with
they lose. Come on.
No, I don't agree with that.
Man. We love you, but come on.
But I agree with the under. I like the under.
All right, I can definitely see that play.
I think 49ers.
I'm gonna see what it is.
I think Chicago is going to be very, very conservative. Why? Because they don't have a lot of weapons.
Right,
they
by
really
default,
don't.
Yeah.
I mean, they have Darnell Mooney. And then they've got, a nice little backfield combo of David Montgomery and Khalil Herbert and Cole Kmet to kind of be the continuity piece that moves the chains on third down. But they don't have big time weapons. They don't have a ton of speed. They don't have depth of receivers. But what they're going to do is they're going to run it on first and second down. They're going to try to get into manageable third downs, and then you're going to see Cole Kmet try to convert, or you're going to see Fields with his legs try to convert.
I expect a Niner blowout. I just do. And again, Kyle Shanahan, if I could have a beer with him, Willard, or dinner, my question to him would just be why? Why was it this kid? Because there was no Fiesta Bowl. There was no national championship game. There was no plethora of Saturday big-time ABC games to where you've seen this kid do it like we've seen some of the greats in the past. And I'm not holding that against Trey, saying he can't be great, but with the team that you had and the fact that you've gotten so close and almost played in 2 Super Bowls, my question again, Larry, would be, why now? And
Why now for
Trey Lance? Why did you make the change to your football team now?
Yeah. I mean, I would ask two questions.
That's big.
The why now, I think I know the why now.
Give it to me.
Because I think if you study the last 20 years of the NFL, there's really only been two quarterbacks, Nick Foles and Brad Johnson, who you would put in the Jimmy Garoppolo category, that went on and won a Super Bowl. That's two guys in 20 years. That's a 10% chance of winning the Super Bowl. I think Kyle Shanahan...
That wouldn't Dilfer be on that list?
Yeah, that was more than 20 years ago.
Oh, okay. Good Lord.
I mean, yeah.
Right.
Seriously.
Right.
But in the last 20 years, two guys that are like Garoppolo won the Super Bowl. For the most part, Super Bowls are won by top 10 quarterbacks, not by guys ranked 15 to 25. That's where Jimmy probably really ranks. I would rank him probably around 15. Other people would around 20, 22. But my point is that Shanahan wanted to hedge his bet, and he wanted somebody who's more dynamic, and he wanted more than a 10% chance of winning the Super Bowl.
But what are the risks involved in that, Larry? There's risk.
Absolutely.
If he can't be one of the 15...
it's a different question, though. I mean, the first question is, why did they upgrade from Garoppolo? They upgraded from Garoppolo because they felt like they can improve their odds of winning that Super Bowl, and they have their doubts. But as far as Trey... I mentioned before I did an interview this week with Randy Mueller, Randy's former GM of the Dolphins. When
are we going to hear that one?
I'm going to play some of it on the pregame, actually, with Lowe on Sunday, 9 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. Randy Mueller, in that interview, I said, what did you think of Trey coming out? And he said to me something that really shocked me.
Uh-oh.
He said, I took Trey completely off my board.
Damn!
I would not even consider drafting Trey Lance. And I said, why? He said, because there wasn't enough there as far as the film. He said there wasn't enough reps, there wasn't enough experience, there wasn't enough examples of Trey showing quarterback skills. He showed a lot of running ability at North Dakota State, but I said, what do you mean? You wouldn't have him in the second round, the third round? He's like, I just took him completely off my board. I could not draft him, and I definitely couldn't draft him in the top 5 based on his resume. And that's a personnel guy. That's a guy who's devoted 40 years of his life to player personnel evaluation. He said he could not draft Trey Lance based on what he saw at North Dakota State. That opened my eyes. It really did.
That's heavy, and the people that say when I say I don't know what he's going to be, and the guys in the morning, Bonte Shasky, putting on that list, I don't belong on that list. I'm like your guy.
Yeah.
I think that's legit to say, and drop of the hat, Matt, kind of talk. He's an unknown commodity.
It's a total risk.
So
they took a huge swing.
Am I wrong?
On a very raw, unproven prospect, and with the high upside potential.
Okay.
Trey's got traits. He's got a brain, he's got arm strength, he's got ability, athleticism, football family. It's important to him. He's got several good traits, but it's a projection. It's a projection. And that's
a big projection, Larry.
And that's what makes it risky. And that's why there's a bust factor here.
And it's not with
there's
any
a bust
pick.
factor with any
Okay,
pick.
all right.
But there's a bust factor
Super
here with
bust
Trey
with this one.
because there's not the resume. There's not the collegiate
And the question
resume.
to Kyle is, what workout or what throw had you go all in? That your guy that took him completely off the board, but Kyle was wowed. What wowed you? What day of the week was it?
I think
what
they
route
fell in
was
love.
it? What throw was it?
Well, that's a great question. The other thing is, I think it has to do with their feel for Trey as a person and his family and what he is as a
Larry,
worker.
I love you, but what's that mean? This ain't no reunion. What the hell the family got to do with it?
Well, the family, as far as he comes from a football family.
All right, okay.
So it's like it would be like if your dad was a talk show host.
All right, I
like
got
you. You've been around the game.
All right.
Like football is the family business. So it's not like he's like doing. Everybody's yearning to be somewhere. Some guys are at the facility looking at their watch, going, "I can't wait to get home." Other guys are at home looking at their watch, going, "I can't wait to get to the facility."
I get it. Right.
They believe that they've got the ladder. That football's important to him. That he loves the process, and that he's going to do the work necessary. He has incredible traits. So you have high-end traits with a kid who's willing to do the work, and they think he's going to get there. And I think he's going to get there too. But I think it's going to take time.
And it's just interesting to see, will the team suffer because of that, or will they prosper at least to where they prosper with Jimmy and his shortcomings.
And will the veterans demand Jimmy?
And that's why this is a circus in regard to if Jimmy had been gone and kick rocks, nobody's going to overtake Kyle or the vets and be like, we need Purdy in there or Sudfeld. Now they got a guy that took them to the Super Bowl and 2 NFC championships. Before we go to break, Larry, and this is not bad from Kyle, but how much of this pick is arrogance or ego to say, yeah, y'all got dudes that taking him off the board. Oh, Guru's saying he's unknown. But I'm going to show you. I can take this kid and go to the lab and have him be what hopefully he'll blossom into.
See, arrogance would be if everybody was telling you no and you were saying, I know better than you. I think that there was a big consensus among the Niners scouts and personnel people that Trey was the prospect, and that they may have had to convince Shanahan ultimately that Trey was the prospect. I think, Shanahan can't run from this one. He's the guy. It's his call. But I think there were powers that be that really were pushing him towards this because there were a lot of people that see, let's take the best prospect, introduce him to what we think is the best process, letting him sit a year like Mahomes did. And then if you do that, you're going to wind up with a great result. We're going to find out if that's going to work out or not.
Yeah, it's Larry Krueger, Dale the Guru Johnson right here on Steiny and Guru. When we get back, we'll be joined by Chad Brown, who's working for Compass Media Network, and he'll be on the call for the Browns, Niners, and Bears this Sunday.
What's up, everybody? It's Bonte Hill of the Morning Roast, and Monday is going to be special because we are reacting to Bears Niners with the one and only Jerry Rice, the GOAT. We'll have some GOAT fuel. We'll talk shop with Jerry Rice, the greatest receiver of all time. Monday on the Roast. You don't want to miss it at 8:30 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Bart is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst. for 10% off your first month.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply. AutoZone.
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, James. And what a Friday. The first Friday before week one. The Niners are in Chicago, and we got the pleasure, Larry, to be joined by former NFL linebacker, and he works for Compass Media Network. He'll be on the call for Niners and Bears, and that's the great Chad Brown. Chad, thanks for taking time out of your day. How are you?
I am fantastic, man. How are you guys doing out there?
We're fired up, man. And my question to you is, because you know about the locker room dynamic, you played the game. If I ask you, Chad Brown, how good are the Niners? If it were Jimmy quarterbacking, would it be different than the answer it is with Trey Lance taking the field Sunday?
I think the Trey Lance thing is just so much of an unknown for football fans. So here, I live in Denver, and obviously the Broncos are a big conversation out here. And the fact that the Broncos and the Niners get together in week 3, as some folks are predicting the schedule and predicting win-loss records, they're automatically chalking this up for a win for the Broncos over the Niners because of Trey Lance at quarterback. And I say, whoa. This team was deep in the playoffs last year. How dare you just dismiss them with a wave of the hand because they got a different guy under center? It's still great players everywhere. There's still Fred Warner. There's still Nick Bosa. There's still Eric Armstead on defense. There's still George Kittle on offense. Let's not forget about those guys just because a different player is lining up under center.
No doubt. I would expect a run-heavy game plan with Trey Lance in there at quarterback. What are you looking for as a guy who played defense at a high level in this league from Lance that would tell you that he's either on the verge of making an impact in this league or a mile away from it?
Third down is always the most telling down for quarterbacks. First and second down, the defense is not always sure whether it's going to be run or pass. The defensive play call may not be dialed in specifically, but once it's 3rd and 6 plus, 3rd and 8 plus, then the defensive coordinator has a pretty strong idea you are going to pass the football. He's going to roll out his best pass defense. So the quarterbacks who can excel in those situations, when you aren't successful on 1st and 2nd down, and you got to be able to throw it on 3rd down, those are the best quarterbacks in the league. Those are quarterbacks who defensively, we were in the right call, but you found a way to complete the pass. Those are the guys that give you worry. So I don't think Trey's going to be there just quite yet, particularly in week 1, but that's what I would be looking for him to eventually develop into. Doesn't have to be a 68% passer, Doesn't need to be Drew Brees or Aaron Rodgers, but low 60s is good. But again, on third down, can you consistently be successful?
You're listening to Steiny and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. We got the pleasure to be joined by Chad Brown, former NFL linebacker, works for Compass Media Network. He'll be on the call for the Niners and Bears. And, Chad, I don't want to get too heavy on you, but I'm going to just share something with you in my heart right now, because last week we had on the great Warren Moon, Hall of Famer, and we know how his career started. Some of his, you can make an argument his best days were in the CFL because he wasn't trusted to be a quarterback in the NFL. And the NFL has made great changes. We see black quarterbacks littered all around the NFL. But I'm looking at Jameis Winston. I'm looking at Justin Fields, who didn't have the best rookie campaign, but I feel like he's getting hammered and raked over the coals a little more harsher than other quarterbacks. Do you feel like I'm off basis with that? And your just thoughts on Fields in general, his year one, and what you think of his future?
Well, I think overall, football media, football fans are harsher on black head coaches and black quarterbacks. So if we're going to, keep it real, let's keep it real. White quarterbacks get a chance to develop. There's I think a lower expectation for some of these guys. They get a chance to get recycled into other stocks before fan bases give up on them. So for Trey Lance and for Justin Fields, unfortunately, they're going to be judged to a harsher standard. There's nothing they can do about that. It's just the lay of the land. And so for coaches around the NFL, black coaching, I'm sure they could speak at volumes to that experience. The more harsh treatment, the more harsh judgment, the less of a ramp-up window to get their program going. So these quarterbacks, I suppose they could be sad about it, but they could also talk to those coaches who tell them, hey, man, this is the lay of the land. Until things change, we got to somehow find a way to play up to this higher expectation level and this higher standard.
It's
specifically. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say it's sad, but I do believe it's true. I do believe it's true. I think it is incredibly sad. I wanted to ask you, Chad, because I studied your career. I watched you at Colorado, and I watched your entire NFL career. You played for some of the defensive coaches I respect the most. I mean, Dick LeBeau, Bill Belichick. I mean, how would you compare? I mean, who taught you the most about playing defense in the NFL? Was it LeBeau in your early years? Was it Belichick? How would you describe or compare those two gentlemen?
Wow. Coach LeBeau may be the coolest human being ever to exist on the planet. He played with the Detroit Lions, so he grew up around all the Motown guys. Almost every single meeting, there's a Coach LeBeau story from the past, which is just awesome and fascinating, about kicking it with Marvin Gaye or whatever the case may have been. Coach LeBeau plays the guitar. So it's a little bit of football. It's a little bit of life lessons. It's a little bit of successful philosophy with Coach LeBeau. Certainly learned a lot from him defensively. But in the end, Bill Belichick, in my time there, I didn't get to New England until I was in year 13. I learned more in year 13 about some of the simple things about winning football games that I learned in the previous 12 years combined.
Wow.
I thought I was up to speed with all these things. But just some simple things. Like so often, if you watch an NFL game or even a college game, a team will call a timeout at the last second. And what did the announcers say? Oh, my gosh, they're all out of sorts. They wanted to call a timeout because they saw something they didn't like. No, they're doing what Coach Belichick calls a Kodak moment. In that Kodak moment, you want to allow your opponent to come out of the huddle, do their motions, see their formation, and then you call a timeout at the last second because we just got a beautiful snapshot of what you wanted to do on this play. You hold a timeout for some super critical situation in the ball game, late in the fourth quarter, 2-minute drive, big third down somewhere in the game, and you use your timeout in that moment to get a look at that play. Chances are your opponent only has a couple of plays on his play sheet for that particular situation. Guess what? He probably called his favorite play first. So either we just got to look at his favorite play and we got a sense of what they're going to do, or we just stole his favorite play from him. Now he's got to go to his second favorite play. So simple little things like that I learned in New England that I didn't learn at my other stops.
Wow, that's impressive. It's Kruger and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. That voice you hear is of Chad Brown, former NFL linebacker. He'll be on the call for the 49ers and Bears on Sunday for Compass Media Network. I'm going to ask a favor, Chad, because people are coming at me, and I'm telling my partner, help me. He's helping me a little bit, but I'm taking hits because I'm stating facts. And the facts are there was an off season after the Niners lost the championship game to the Rams, Chad, where this was just going to be Trey's show. Jimmy was gone. Jimmy said his bye-byes, and all of a sudden, Jimmy is still here. And I'm just saying, what if the first-year starter in Lance gets off to a slow start? Can you talk about the player dynamic in the locker room if some veterans maybe go to the coaches and say, hey, we're 4-6 or 5-5, we need Jimmy in there? Is that a bad thing to assess? Is that reality? Because that's what I believe it is.
Well, yeah, so for John Lynch and for Kyle Shanahan, they've set up an odd situation there, clearly. And for Trey Lance, you want him to be fully focused on moving forward. It's hard to be fully focused on moving forward if you got somebody right there behind you who has had success, who some guys in the team may still think is the best opportunity for them to win, to go with that guy. And clearly the fan base is going to be involved in this. You lose 2 in a row, there's going to be cries for Jimmy G. So it's an odd situation. Kyle has got to play that locker room exactly right. I've been involved where there's been a split in the locker room between Mike Tomczak and Cordell Stewart, between Matt Hasselbeck and Trent Dilfer in Seattle. And, yeah, guys begin to take up sides. And I won't say it'll rip a team apart, but it'll start to pull at the seams. And it starts to create a little bit of doubt. And as soon as the guy who the coaches proclaim as a starter throws an interception, those guys who are rooting for the other guy, they roll their eyes on the sideline and they say, see, this is why we should have went with the other guy. See, this is why. And maybe one guy's a little bit more turnover prone than the other. When Matt Hasselbeck was young in Seattle, he turned the football over. So defensively, we all wanted Trent Dilfer to be the starter. He was a cleaner playing player, less turnover prone. So when Matt would have an interception, we would go on the field all rolling our eyes like, come on, man, put Trent in the game. This shouldn't be happening. We shouldn't be going on the field right here. That's the kind of potential dynamic that can exist when you have a 2-quarterback situation like Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, there's no question. Wow. And then that is the fear. Chad Brown with us as we talk a little bit about Sunday's game, and he'll be on the call. Very interesting teams, two young quarterbacks, 2 young offensive lines. Do you see a scenario, Bears switching from a 3-4 to a 4-3? Kyle's known as a ruthless play caller, and he'll pick on some defensive player and make him the conflict defender and try to exploit him in pass coverage. Who do you think that may be on this Chicago defense?
Wow. I got my game boards for this game, and I started going over the defensive lineup for the Bears. It's like, okay, outside of Robert Quinn and Roquan Smith, who's really a well-known household name? Not very many guys. So if you're Kyle Shanahan, I think you kind of got your pick there. You mentioned the transfer over from one style of defense to another. There's always learning curves that occur when you do that. Assignment responsibility issues, particularly in game 1, that can come out. And I'm sure Kyle is going to test the edges. That's when you're an outside zone team. You want to test the edges. See which edge defender is going to make a mistake first. Then we can begin to really attack that guy. Oh, you want to stay outside? Now we're going to run off tackle. You want to overcommit off tackle? Now we're going to go outside. Oh, you're overcommitting to the backside run. We'll bring a jet sweep on you. So Kyle's such a creative play caller and such an aggressive play caller. He's going to find the weak fish. Who that's going to be, I don't know. But, again, if you're Kyle Shanahan, stay away from Roquan and Robert Quinn. And I think you got your pick after that.
Yeah, seriously.
Thank you so much, Chad. We know you're busy getting ready for the game. Had a good call, and we'll talk to you soon, man.
I appreciate you guys having me on. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Chad.
Man, a lot of good stuff there.
He's good, man.
Man, that locker room thing, I'm just... And you know what I should have followed up with, Larry?
That's real.
Okay, when a locker room's torn, besides you giving the side eye on the sideline, and nobody will quit, how can that be? How destructive can that be? And if you're going to say morale, but if you're going to tell me you're going to still bust your ass if it's me or you out there, I was kind of thinking when he said that, how does that really harm the team, I guess?
It's about personalities, Goo, because, I mean, let's just say, like Trent Williams is 34 years old.
Man.
He doesn't know. This might be his last year in the NFL. Probably not, but he might be.
Okay.
And if you had a quarterback who was incredibly raw, let's say Trey was out there and he was just so raw that they're not moving the team and they're losing games. This is a guy who's staring at his football mortality and saying, hey, man, I've never won the ring. I've never been to the bowl. I want to get there and I want to win that ring. And we got a guy sitting right there who's led a team to a Super Bowl and played in multiple NFC championship games. I think if you have enough guys who are verbal enough, who maybe don't have a belief in the young quarterback.
Wow, man.
I think that feeling of, hey, let's just stand behind our guy starts to erode as the losses start to mount.
And Trey would, or anybody, if it were you or me and we were in Trey's position, forget that the coaches haven't made a move. You kind of see and hear that because you're living it in the locker. You could tell when somebody might be, you know what I mean? They probably want option B, which is Jimmy. So, again, I'm rooting for Trey, but when you look at it in this totality, there are layers to this to where just him at practice or him on the bus or what have you in meetings, you're going to feel, man, Larry ain't too high on me. You know what I mean?
Well, and what it's going to require, and the players all know this, it's going to require a level of patience. So I really
you said that earlier.
I do not think that Kyle's going to pull Trey out of a game in the first half of the year unless it's due to injury. I don't think he's going to play, he's so ineffective he's got to come out. I would be shocked by that. I think the 49ers understand. I think Kyle understands. I think the players understand the dynamic that goes into the situation when you start shuffling back and forth. So I don't think they're going to play that rotating quarterback thing. I think you're only going to see Jimmy if Trey gets hurt.
Let's go out to Fillmore Mike in San Francisco. I'll let him tell you what he wants to talk about, Larry. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up, Guru? You sounding good leading the show, man.
Larry and I, Shaq and Kobe and Shaq. What's up, baby?
Hey, man, I just want to say, man, for all the people that's out there that know Trey Lance, that ain't seen him play, I've been harping on this for like the last week because everybody that see Trey Lance act like he didn't play 8 years in the league. They still trying to figure out how Kylie Murray gonna play this year. But did y'all see Matthew Stafford last night? I don't know who called him a top. ESPN, they be smoking rocks. They said the Warriors had a 13% chance, so I can't believe them no more. But they said he was a top-tier quarterback. How? Jaworski Torch dropped, saved his whole reputation because he's not that good. The Rams are soft. Matter of fact, I call them limp. They're limp. The Rams is so limp. I don't know. The NFC as a whole is not a good division, as you can see. But man, and then my last point, Josh Allen is a boy. He was playing around out there, man. He's going to be scary. If Trey Lance can get up to his level, because Josh, you can see he just has total control over the offense. When he want to run the ball, he'll run the ball. He was playing around out there, man. That's a scary sight. That's a boy right there.
Yeah, he is. He's
Appreciate the call, Mike.
Wow. I think the Rams are a little bit. I thought the Rams were a little bit overrated anyway.
They should have lost to the Niners. Well, and I'm not even a Niner fan saying that. I hate when teams get something they don't deserve. Tart catches that pick. Stafford's right. People are like, it goes, but he's a champ now. He can show up, Mike, on week one, half-assing it. Not that he did, and be like, you know what? We got 16 more of these. But what you can't take away from me, people, is me being a champ. And I made Calvin Johnson.
I mean, Stafford is a top-tier NFL quarterback.
I've always liked him.
What you saw last night is a Ram offensive line that got whipped.
Yeah,
they got whipped. 7 sacks, 15 hits on your quarterback.
But Mike's right, Larry. He's a champ now as opposed to had he threw that pick, and it was one of those picks. I'm so frustrated. I just want it out of my hand, and they lose that at home. He would have been finished in L.A. He would have played, but his reputation would have been ruined. So, Mike, I feel you, but you can't go all the way with that in the end zone because now he's got bling bling and he's got the BOD, the benefit of the doubt. And I don't think he was god awful last night. Allen threw 2 picks, and Larry, this bothers me for Josh Allen. He was out there, and he's a football player. I get that. There was some non-smart putting yourself in harm's way. I don't know what they were calling. Josh Allen trying to show us he's Earl Campbell. Like, he could have been hurt, and it can happen on any play. But that, from my TV in my living room, was reckless. Like, what are you guys doing putting yourself in harm's way? Because if something happened to him, your season's done.
I know. But, he's a young quarterback. He's about, 6'6", about 230.
Big dude.
And,
So that's the comp for Trey?
Yeah, I would say that's the guy they're hoping that Trey becomes. A big-time athlete who improves his accuracy and completion percentage over a 2-3 year period. I think ideally they hope 3 years from now that Trey's right there in that Mahomes, Josh Allen category.
That would be big. And again, you talk about the 53%. That was something that was worrisome for Allen. And now when he's on the run, Larry, I think he's more accurate than when he's sitting back in the pocket. But that's a compliment.
Yeah, he completed 10 in a row.
Man.
10 in a row.
Yeah. Threw a couple picks. I know things happen.
He did. He threw a couple picks. He's going to take some chances for sure. He's not all the way there yet. But I'll tell you, man, they've done an incredible job there in Buffalo, giving him weapons. He's got Diggs. He's got Gabe Davis. Now he's got Dalvin Cook's younger brother. They've got tight ends there. They've improved their defense. They added Von Miller. Outside of the veteran corner that they didn't get, man, Buffalo looked impressive.
And they were tackling too.
They were.
Yeah, when the Rams got the ball, they were going to the ground. Now, what about what Mike said? I know it's been one game of the 2022 NFL season, but do you think the whole NFC conference is down?
Yes.
Because I'm telling you, Dallas they're not making the offs. So they made the playoffs. They don't do anything for me. I think the Saints are going to be better than a lot of people think. I got them going to the playoffs, and I think Carolina's going to be better than a lot of people think.
I agree.
Baker Mayfield's won a playoff game in Pittsburgh.
He's got good weapons now, too. TJ Moore, he's got McCaffrey. They've got
do you
some nice
think it's
guys.
down, and like Mike says, because I'm hearing that from a lot of people, the NFC.
The Niners far and away have the best roster in the conference. The Rams have the best top of the roster, but they're very thin, and that's why I don't like them to make the playoffs this year.
What about the Cardinals?
The Cardinals,
they were the number one seed.
Yeah, but the Cardinals, I put a line through the Cardinals. As soon as
a line?
Yeah, seriously, just put a line through them. They have no shot. Why? Because there's something going on there. They're the ones who put that clause in on Kyler Murray. So they're telling you that they don't think he works hard enough.
No doubt.
That's a huge issue.
I don't think you come back from that.
That's a losing organization.
Exactly. And you know what? The 2 question marks, and let's be honest, Cliff had this, something happens in college at the end, in go time, but both of them got paid. They paid 2 guys to me. I don't know if they go together, if they fit. So I don't know where you go from here. But Larry Krueger, I'll tell you this until I'm done spending my last penny, and I'm close to it. I have never seen an organization pay a guy, and that's the ultimate compliment, and then put in a clause to embarrass him and let that clause get out. Like I'm a grown man. I got to check myself on this one. I think they ruined Kyler Murray for me because they were sending a message and it was heard around the world, and I just don't know how Kyler Murray comes back from that. Now, when he goes to the bank, ATM, it's all good and dandy, but forget the money. When you talk about just the football aspect, I've never seen a team stab their quarterback in the back like I feel Arizona did to Kyler.
I know. It changes the dynamic. I know we got Dan Hampton coming up, but I'll tell you one thing. One thing we should talk about before we get out of here is who's the one team, because I think the NFC is totally down.
Okay.
Who's the one team in the conference that you think stands between the 49ers and a return trip to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Because you mentioned Dallas. I think you can make arguments for about 10 teams, and when you look closer at all of them, you realize there may not be any. There may not be one team in that.
I got one
NFC.
for you that I mean.
Okay,
and it's not the Rams because I had the Rams going representing the NFC in the Super Bowl, and I'm not abandoning them because of what transpired last night. I'm just like, when you get that ring ceremony night, and I know it's not the NBA, Larry, and it was 10-10 at half when it should have been 24-0. So the defense was there. They got tired. Donald couldn't get any help. It was 10-10, so it was a ball game in my book. But the fact that you won the champ, you're Heathcliff, the fat cat, I'm not going to say the Rams are done. But they do, that O-line, their issues. And let's put another rat on the table before we break here, Larry. The Rams last year wasn't all pretty. It wasn't 15-2. They looked like a team that might not make it, and then they caught fire.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we look at them and we go, oh, God. I had Steve Weish on the show this week, and Steve Weish was like, his pick for the Super Bowl is the Rams. And to me, it's like, look at the Rams and how top heavy they are. Look at their backups on both sides of the ball, and then come back and tell me you think with reasonable injuries that they're going to find their way through. I don't think so. I think they're thin.
Hey, we're the last hour before week 1, Larry. I'm juiced. We'll have Dan Hampton, the Super Bowl champion. He'll come up in the last hour. I'll answer your question about the team that I think stands in the Niners' way, and we want to hear from the fans.
We're 3 hours in already?
Dude,
that's
it's
the fastest 3 hours.
It is.
Man, that was fast.
Yeah, Steiny and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution.
DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with a push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately, like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let me give you some history, Larry. On this Football Friday, 1 hour left.
What do you got?
We got football tonight, college football.
Nice.
You can bet on it if that's what you do. If you play the ponies, we got baseball. And then we got
what's this baseball thing you discuss?
Well, baseball. You're out, huh? You're done.
Oh my God! On the Giants.
Yeah, but right now
I've been out.
Yeah,
I've been out.
We got an hour, but right now we got an NFL Hall of Famer on the line. Dan Hampton, Super Bowl champion with the legendary 1985 Chicago Bears. We know you're busy, Dan. Thank you so much for joining the program. How are you?
Hey, guys, doing great. Waiting with bated breath for the 49ers to show up and get this thing kicked off.
No doubt. Dan, I'm talking to my partner, and we're trying to dissect the Chicago Bears. We are talking about your old team that got it done, and you had so many great players and personalities. Let me ask you this, not to put you on the spot, Dan, but who's the best current Chicago Bear right now?
You mean with the existing?
Yes, sir. The current team. Yes.
Guys, it would have to be Roquan Smith. He was graded as one of the top 5 linebackers in football. I think he was a Pro Bowler last year, but we don't have a whole lot. But I tell you what we got. We got a bunch of guys that'll scratch, claw, and bite. And I think the 49ers are kind of expecting that. A lot of times you have a team that doesn't have a whole lot of talent. Well, they have to do what they have to do, and it's going to be an old time a fist fight, if you want to call it that.
Well, man, Dan, it's a pleasure to talk to you. You were a bad man on the football field, and we really enjoyed it, even if you weren't a Bears fan. I mean, you came there in '79 in the '79 draft. Jim Finks, one of the great personnel guys of all time, put that whole thing together, and you saw it come together. 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, and then finally, we get to 85, and you guys just exploded. At what point in that process from when you joined the Bears before 85 did you know we're building this thing into a monster?
Well, Dick came in 82, and then they kind of caught fire on a Monday night game against the San Diego Chargers. We were, 15-point underdogs in the Monday Night Football, our only appearance in like 3 years, and we beat the great Don Coryell and Dan Fouts' team, and it was kind of like one of those deals where we kind of look at each other and said, okay, why not us? Why not now? And the next year, we ran into your Mr. Montana in the championship game, but
yep,
that kind of only gave us the impetus to come back in 85 and do what we had to do. But you're exactly right. Jim Finks was incredible as a GM, and he was the guy that put that team together. When we played in the Super Bowl, we had 9 first-round draft picks that started. We had 5 number 2 draft picks that started, like Matt Suey and Mike Singletary. So it was a team built through the draft. And I got to tell you, your current 49er team, obviously everybody is wondering, okay, Trey Lance, is this going to work out? I know you got Jimmy Garoppolo waiting in the wings, but you've got a team that has been built very much the same way, and it's almost like a Super Bowl roster waiting to happen, and we're just hoping they're not really thinking about the Bears this week and kind of sneak up and surprise them.
You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. We're joined by Dan Hampton, NFL Hall of Famer and Super Bowl champion with the legendary 1985 Chicago Bears. Dan, I want to ask you a question because these two storied franchises have met in the playoffs, and I remember the great Bill Walsh, we all do, rest in peace, going up against your team and Mike Ditka. Can you speak to the relationship between Ditka and Bill Walsh, because it was a rivalry that I don't think gets talked about enough?
Yeah, you're exactly right. There were great personalities back then. Bill Parcells and then later on Jimmy Johnson, was and Buddy Ryan when he was coaching in Philadelphia. The thing was, Mike Ditka. Yeah, every person has strengths and then they have liabilities or weaknesses. And Mike Ditka was a master motivator and a talent evaluator, but he wasn't, the guy that could come up with the intricate offensive game plans like Bill Walsh could. And I think in an abstract way, Bill Walsh kind of made everybody feel inferior, and that only drove Ditka crazy, and he wanted to stick it up Bill's nose, And so at some point you know that the coaches have a rivalry. Well, guess what? That's why the guys on the field roll up their sleeves and say, hey, we're going to win for you, boss. And every time we played the 49ers, and they beat us more than we beat them. But, man, you guys had a great team. And, Bill was fantastic. But what he was able to do with first Joe Montana and then, of course, in the subsequent years, George Seifert, he was able to have your other hot shot. I can't remember who that was.
Steve Young.
No, the quarterback. You got him from Tampa. Steve Young.
Yep. Steve Young. Yep.
Yeah. And you know what? Steve Young, he was a terrific player, but Joe Montana, he was one of those guys that you wanted a quarterback. He would make the plays that you had to have made. And, I think it was Lombardi says, hey, guys, every game it comes down to about 5 plays. And, whoever makes the play for their favor on those 5 instances during the course of a game, you're probably going to win 90% of the time. So, Joe was one of those guys that would just make the plays, keep the sticks moving, throw the touchdown pass. When you beat Dallas, I think it was 84. So, I mean, those were great days, and, you had to be at your best or you had no chance.
We're talking to the great Dan Hampton with us on 95.7 The Game. Okay, we can talk Niners-Bears, but I like to talk a little Bears. And Buddy and Ditka didn't see eye to eye. Practice had to be incredible. Guys getting cut and Buddy sounding off. And I heard, Ditka walked into your D-line room and Buddy was like, "What? Get the hell out of here." What was that dynamic like? When you guys won it all in the Superdome, you carried Buddy and Ditka off. I mean, 2 guys got carried off. But what was the dynamic like between Ditka and Buddy, and how did that fuel your guys' team?
And we got carried away. Here's what happened. We wrote a letter at the end of the 1981 season to George Halas, the grand old Papa Bear that, started the NFL. And we said, hey, you're going to change the coaches. Fine. But don't change the defense. We're on the verge of something, much like you were talking about 5 minutes ago, that we knew it was going to come together. Well, George Halas hired Buddy 2 weeks before he hired Ditka. So guess what? Buddy basically said, screw you. You didn't hire me. You're not my boss. And so that drove Ditka crazy. Could you imagine, Shanahan, having the defensive coordinator giving him the finger, it was crazy. And a lot of times in practice, it was harder than the games because, it would be like escalate the game tempo in a matter of 2 plays. And so those are the things that, it was the way it was, and that's the way, it went down. And it made us, really tough, and it made us very violent. But you know what? You can only, play at your best, so long. And those great teams that we had, we wore out by about 1988. But I tell you what, practice used to be more fun than the game. We'd be going at it.
I believe it.
Steiny and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. We're joined by Dan Hampton, NFL Hall of Famer, and again, Super Bowl champ with the legendary 1985 Chicago Bears. Dan, we're having a ball, and when I found out we're having you on, this is kind of personal, but it's always kind of stuck with me, and maybe you could help me out and speak to it if you like. That day you guys won the Super Bowl, Mike Ditka elected to give the ball to the Fridge, who scored, and the late great Walter Payton didn't get in the end zone. Can you talk about the immediate aftermath? If that was odd to you or any of your other teammates in the meantime, like how did that play out? Because that's a regret I have, and I'm not even a Bear fan, that Walter didn't get the taste of the end zone on the Super Bowl.
Well, we all loved Walter. He was exemplary in all facets as a player, as a man, as a teammate. We didn't know that it really bothered him. And we'd never been to a Super Bowl, so we were just glad to be there. We were glad that we won, and it was a blowout. And we were almost like, second half, we were not partying, but we were having a great time. And it kind of got lost in the shuffle. And you know what, Dick did? To this day, he says it's his greatest regret of his coaching career. But you know what? I remember I went up to Walter in minicamp, 3 months after the Super Bowl, and I went up and said, hey, how you doing? He goes, hey, I'm good. And I said, guess what? I didn't score a touchdown in the Super Bowl either. I'm still alive. Hey, don't make such a big deal out of it. I don't think that Walter wanted to kind of make it as big as the media made it, but it really did hurt him. Mm-hmm. All I know, the night before the game, he had the captain. Ditka had the captains get up and say something, and I was, the next to last. And I said, hey, all I know is the rest of my life, either I'll wear a Super Bowl ring that says champion, or the other guy's going to wear it. And I'll be damned if I'm going to let him wear it the rest of his, And then I sat down, and Walter stood up, and he goes, guys, I never thought I'd be here. He was in his 11th year, and he said, I own every record known to mankind, but that doesn't matter. to be able to say, I'm a champion, that means the world to me. And all I want you to know is you guys will always be my heroes for helping me get here. And I mean, we were ready to run out the door and put the suit on and go out and kick ass then. But I really think that, you know, in the years after that I think Walter may have gotten a little embarrassed that it was kind of overblown. But yeah, it was a mistake. But boy, Dick, he really felt, terrible about it. And we all kind of hate that it kind of went down that way.
Dan, it's funny. Sometimes I have a hard time naming the players on the Niners, and I can name almost everybody on the 85 Bears defense. Seriously. I mean, it was Dent, it was McMichael, it was yourself, it was the Fridge, there was Wilbur, Mama's Boy, Otis Wilson, Mike Singletary, Fensick, Sean Gale. We could go right on down. Doug Plank. Who was the leader outside of Buddy? Among the players on that defense, where you might have been the veteran guy. McMichael was crazy. What was that? What was that room like? Tim Ryan, who's the Niners color analyst, was a young player on some of those late '80s Bears teams, and he talks very fondly about some of those D-line meeting rooms. Who was the leader in that room?
Yeah, T. Ryan was with us. I played through the 1990 years, and I think he was with us the last couple of years. Great guy. Mike Singletary was kind of the heartbeat of the defense. He was the middle linebacker. He made the calls. He made the adjustments. And rightfully so, he's been given an awful lot of credit. But, guys, when we lined up in that Super Bowl, 9 of the 11 on defense had made a Pro Bowl.
Wow.
It was incomprehensible how many good players we had. And then on the offensive side, we had a terrific offensive line. Of course, Walter Payton. It was a tremendous football team from top to bottom. But if you want to say, okay, who was the leader? Well, for the entire team, it was Walter Payton. And he would do it by getting there at 5 a.m., and he would stay until 7 at night, whether it's getting treatment or training. You'll go in the training room and going to the weight room and working out, watching film. I mean, it was a great group. And, the guys making all this money today, people ask me, man, you'd be worth $25 million a year if you played now. And I said, yeah, but you know what, quite honestly, if the Bears would have known, I would have played for nothing. It was that much fun.
I believe it.
Thank you so much, Dan. We would wish you good luck this weekend, but you know how that is. We're rooting for the Niners, but thank you so much for sharing your memories, and we'll talk to you soon.
Guys, I'm predicting a score, the same score than when the Niners came in November of 1988. We won 10-9.
I remember that one.
Richard, write that down.
10-9.
Take the under. All right, Dan, thank you so much.
Thanks,
wow,
Dan.
Man.
I remember that game. Richard Dent had a sack, and he jumped over the offensive line and made the sack.
That was the best defense I've ever seen in my lifetime.
No doubt.
I think they beat Dallas 44-0 or 44-3 one Sunday.
In Dallas.
Man, in Dallas. You're right.
In Dallas.
That was, and they went and got it done, won the Super Bowl. I mean,
Greatest defense of all time.
I'm with you.
Better than the 2002 Bucks with John Lynch and Simeon Rice.
What about Ray Lewis's Ravens?
Better than the 2000 Ravens.
Who was better?
Better than the 75
Bucks or Ravens
Steelers?
Defense to you?
That's a
what
great
the Bucks
one.
did to the Raiders in the Super Spadoni, I'm sorry.
I would say Ravens. I would say Ravens.
Who was
Legion of Boom for me.
Wow, Spadonia, a millennium Legion of Boom.
I would say 70.
But they
to
were
me,
bad.
if you say the greatest defenses of all time, I think most people would say it's the 85 Bears or the 75 Steelers.
Wow.
And then just pick your poison,
Wow,
right? Mean Joe
man.
Green, Mel Blount,
But that Raven
Donnie
defense
Shell.
was bad with Ray Lewis.
That Ravens
Ed
defense
Reed.
in 2000 was incredible with Chris McAllister on the corner and the late Tony Siragusa.
And they got it done. They got it done.
They were incredible. But I would say the Bucks of 2002 were a little faster. The Ravens of 2000 were a little better. But they all take a back seat. 86 Giants.
That's wow.
84 Niners. But I would say 85 Bears, without a doubt, best defense of all time.
And we're going to grab Rich and Fremont here in a second. But that's where I was going. Best Niner defense to you. Sound like you said the 84?
84, they were stacked. I mean, they were really, really loaded. Eric Wright, Ronnie Lott on the back end. I mean,
they didn't win it that year.
Yeah, they did. 84 Niners beat Marino.
Oh,
and
yeah, okay.
Stanford.
Yeah, wow.
That's how great
that's the
NFC
first team
was.
to really win a home
game.
It was
84 Niners, 85 Bears, 86 Giants, 87 Redskins. I mean, you're talking about the NFC at its apex. Incredible teams.
And I was talking to JD a couple of days ago about the championship game. I think it was a championship game, in RFK where Ronnie got flagged.
83.
And it wasn't a flag. The Niners were better than the Redskins.
Yeah, they were. But they had too much respect for Washington that year. I think they ran into a 21-0 hole, and then Montana brought them back in the second half, and they should have won it, except it got stolen on a couple penalties, a couple real bad calls, little home cooking at RFK, and that lit their fuse for 84.
Kind of like the Niners did when you jumped on Dallas and Dion put the flag on Irvin and they didn't call it. You remember that?
Yeah.
You guys should have lost that one.
No. 94?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Dude, we came to Aikman. They had off the
Niners
jerseys.
Niners beat them in the regular season in 94,
yeah,
too.
I'm talking about that game here and that NFC champ. I thought it was over, and here they came. And then he was open, and Dion grabbed him. Throw the flag.
Dallas blew it. They won back-to-back titles. They had the best team in the league. They had the youngest team in the league, and they ran off Jimmy Johnson.
That's just, I'll never get over that.
That was stupid.
It's just, it should be a movie.
Yeah.
Let's go out to Fremont and welcome Rich to the program. Thanks for holding, Rich.
Hey, what's up, Guru?
You got it.
Hey, my man, how are you?
Doing great, man. What's up?
So Guru knows this. I was the one when the NBA season was on. I was the one that told them how many games the Warriors would beat Denver, how many games the Warriors would beat Memphis, and how many games they would beat Boston in. And Guru knows this, and every time I called it, it happened. So what I'm here to do is unveil the disguise of the NFC, okay? And I'm going to tell you right now, there's only if Trey Lance lives up to the hype that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have seen in this guy, there's only one team that stands in the 49ers' way. And y'all remember this. The only team that stands in their way right now is the New Orleans Saints.
Really?
Okay?
Rich. I got the Saints making off, but go ahead.
Jameis and company are going to stand between the Niners and the Super Bowl.
Yeah, because you have to look at the fact that the formula of what they put together over there, their running game has increased.
They got
their
D.
defensive secondary is amazing. They got
Lattimore, Tyra. Isn't the Honey Badger there now?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Okay. And so if Winston matures, like I think he will this season, that team is going to be hard to stop.
Yeah, Rich, we appreciate the phone call. Dude, the Saints, they've had good D the last 2 years. They just can't get out of their own way, and I'm telling you, man.
The personnel's good there. Seriously. And the big question is Michael Thomas.
What's
Michael Thomas?
And that's why I say sports is so fickle. You get these runs, and I this is not fair, but I go to Jeremy Lin. When he was at Lin Sanity, and then it went away. But, I mean, Michael Thomas was looked at as a top 3 receiver, man. And then now, if you read some of his quotes and the stuff that he's doing off the field, it's like something else could be at play. But, I thought he was going to be back ready to go, and it's like they could definitely use him. But our conversation with Chad Brown about the black quarterback, Larry, and I don't just appreciate it because you agreed, but there is something to, like, when you talk about black head coaches not getting the second or third chances. That's where the problem is to me, a lot of it. But Jameis Winston, I can't defend him and say he's been better than he has. He deserves what's come his way, his podium game, all that stuff. But to say we know for sure that he can't get it done,
well, no,
I'm like, man.
No, I think
that's why I'm rooting like hell for him. Like, this is your last chance, bud.
I think he can get it done. He kind of reminds me of Brett Favre from the standpoint of he needs to be kind of reined in. Brett Favre turned the ball over way too much at Southern Miss, and he was a riverboat gambler and took too many chances. You can say the exact same thing about Winston. Winston has a big-time arm. Winston has big-time talent. He's thrown a lot of touchdowns almost every year. It's the picks. It's the turnovers. It's the mistakes. If he can get in a run-heavy scheme with a good offensive coaching system, the sky's the limit. They added Olave from Ohio State.
Yeah.
They've got Kamara.
He's badass. Okay.
Troutman's a decent tight end. They got a pretty good offensive line. He mentioned the defense. I mean, you got Cameron Jordan, Onyemata up front, Davenport, and then in the back end you got Marshawn Lattimore and Paulson Adebo, the former Stanford kid, and you got the Honey Badger. So I think New Orleans is well positioned. But it's going to come down to, can Jameis take care of the football? Because you're not going to...
He's led the league in touchdowns and interceptions.
Yeah,
yards, he gives you that, but you're right.
You can't throw 32 interceptions and
no
win,
doubt.
Right?
You know what I want from you before we get out of here is your predictions. And we're going to take them from the listeners on the other side. All that brought to you by Innova, now international.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Niner fans, 8:30, Monday morning, you gotta be there. 49er legend Jerry Rice comes in to break down Niners Bears at Soldier Field. Check it out at 8:30 on 95.7 The Game.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personal doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Bart is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and autopay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Hey, I'm Andy. And every morning I wake up thinking about shaving. When I started Harry's almost a decade ago, the shaving industry was a mess. Flashy, overpriced razors as far as the eye could see. I just wanted a great shave at a fair price. Too much to ask? I didn't think so, and that's why I started Harry's. 10 years and 20 million Harry's customers later, we're still obsessed with giving you a quality shave experience. Sharper blades, a better lubricating strip, and making our handle grippy in all the right places. All upgrades based on your feedback. And it all comes at a great price. Seriously, as low as $2 per cartridge. These days, my mornings are a little bit different. Morning, girls. But I still wake up thinking about shaving. Our starter set has everything you need for a close, comfortable shave. 5-blade German-engineered razor, weighted handle, and shave gel. Get yours now for just $3 with free shipping, backed by our quality guarantee. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And this is brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. Larry, let me know if I'm prying. Do you drive a Beamer?
No. Well,
Cadillac
one
for me.
I have multiple cars,
Okay.
and one of them is a used Beamer.
Well, that
but
counts.
it's just somebody else gave it to
No,
us.
it's a Beamer.
Yeah, but I've I've never driven it myself.
Oh,
my kids drive
okay,
it.
gotcha. Dude,
It's
my
a
son's
used
he's
Beamer.
going to college, so I'm almost happy because, hey, can I borrow your keys? Can I borrow your keys? I'm like, damn, I ain't going nowhere, but I give it to him. But then you get worried, man. It's like, you okay? You make it to the gym, like they're doing this late night run at the 24-hour fitness. I don't go to those. And I'm like, dude, did he make it there? It's worry, but I guess it's part of being a parent.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they don't even know when Benny gets old. And he's out with the friends and some of the bad friends. Or you're like, you got to pick your friends better.
I always tell my kid, I'm like, hey, man, wherever you are,
Okay.
whatever time of day, I don't care what the hell happened, you need a ride, just call me.
That's a great
Just
dad. I'm
call
hugging you
me.
from over here, man.
Do not compound
Yeah.
your problems
Yeah.
by getting in
My
some
dad
car
wasn't that
with
dad.
somebody's
Don't
drinking or
call
whatever.
him. Yeah, see,
my
it was a
dad-
different era then. Like, you
Yeah.
couldn't talk to
Well,
him.
I took the
How was
Muni.
school?
I took the Muni.
They had guns
to
and
parties.
knives. Oh, it was fine. Everything was fine.
In high school, we took the Muni to parties, and we'd party at the beach and stuff like that. But I tell my kid, hey, do not compound your problems.
There it is,
If
Larry.
I don't care where you are. And sure enough, last year, my kid goes somewhere, I think it was Capitola with
Okay.
his buddies.
I've been there.
Calls me at 1 o'clock in the morning.
What
Dad,
happened?
Our car, the radiator hose blew out, and we need a ride from Capitola. So what I do, I got my car, and I drove from Walnut Creek to Capitola.
But that's better than
at
where
1
I
o'clock
thought
in
you
the
were
morning.
going. Dad, I had too much to drink. I got in an accident.
Yeah.
Parents
seriously.
get those calls,
Oh, I know.
or even worse.
I know.
Somebody else is calling, but you're a good dad, man. I appreciate
I try
that.
to be a good dad.
I don't know what my kids think of me. I consider myself a good dad.
Who cares what they think
Yo,
of you?
there you go. I'm not
you're
your
throwing
friend.
up 10 reps at 225,
Yeah.
man.
That's right. Look at you.
You're a beast.
Larry, you got me juiced
you're
on
a
that.
beast, man. Why don't you go 275?
You know what? I'm going to do it and then post it and at you.
Okay.
You on
All right.
IG, right?
Yeah, oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
I wanna
And I
see
had
that.
my Kruger shirt I was going to wear.
I want to see that. I want to see Goo throwing up the 275.
And Damon, I hope he comes in so we can get at him about that. Thinking you could just own the Bears. We got to get at him on that.
Absolutely.
We brought up the 240, 275. He's like, Goo, and he said, like, I don't think you can do it. So I was going to take the
275?
take the video. I can do it, Larry. 2 times. That's all that counts.
That's 275 is a lot.
At 50?
That's probably what I topped out at
50?
275.
Yeah.
50.
And I'll foul you coming to the rack. I'm a horn now.
Damn.
Yeah, it used to be Eddie Jones.
2 1/4 though. How many reps did you say?
10.
10. All
and
right.
then if I'm slipping, like if we went now, Larry, I'd give you a good 6 or 7. That's 10.
That's like an NFL wide receiver.
Look at you.
But if you played on the line, man, I need.
Oh, no, I got
I need
problems.
18. I need 18 to 25.
Let's go out to San Francisco, your hometown, Larry. I got it right. Welcome Bob to the program. What's up, Bob?
Hey, what's happening, guys? I love the show.
What's up?
Thank you.
It's great topics too. Yeah, I was just when you piqued my interest when you started talking about the great defenses, and I was just want to let everybody know that every time the Niners showed up in the Super Bowl, we had a great defense, and some of them rank higher than most people would give them credit for. I think like the '84 team, or even the '89 team.
Joe Montana outshined the Niner D, but the Niner D back in the day had Haley, Lott, Eric Wright, Tina Turner.
Was a beast.
There's a lot of great players on the defensive side.
Don't forget the '95 team. That was a defense too. You had Richard Dent come join us.
Yes,
Dion,
yeah.
right?
Richard Dent got hurt early in the year that year, but Dion, Eric Wright, or Eric Davis, I should say, on the corner, Tim McDonald, Merton Hanks,
the chicken,
Gary Plummer, Lee Woodall, Ken I we go all day.
I was going to make the point, unfortunately, we lost the last 2 Super Bowls, but look at those defenses. We should have won outright. Right?
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, heck, if you sit there and say biggest sports regrets, why the hell did Jim Harbaugh not run Frank Gore or Colin Kaepernick first and goal from the 5? And why the hell did he call a timeout there? I mean, I'm still not over that one.
That's the same play against the Saints. He was already walking in the end zone when they had already called a timeout. I was like, no, you didn't. And then
I was sitting next to D. Bruce watching that
were
thing
there.
in the dome.
You guys were there?
Yeah.
Oh,
that hurt.
We did the post game that day.
Kaepernick was trying to force feed it and couldn't see both our tight ends open on 2 consecutive plays.
I blame Harbaugh, though. I mean, you're throwing fades to Crabtree, and you got Frank Gore in the house.
And those were some of the most horrendous fade passes ever, though.
And you got a quarterback in Kaepernick who never could throw the fade. So what do you do? What the hell are you doing? Just
exactly.
10 times stupid.
Oh, my God. Okay, thank you, guys.
Have a good one, man.
Larry, you were there watching that, and Gore almost scored the play before when you got the first. Why wouldn't you give it to him again? That wasn't Kyle. That was Jimmy, man.
They should have rolled Kaepernick to his arm side to his right and just let him either find somebody or run it in. And no huddle and do it again.
I'll say this about Cap's career, and again, no shade. One of the best NFC championship games I've ever watched was up in Seattle where Sherman got the interception on the tip.
Yeah. On the night that Bowman went down with the injury.
But running backs were in the flat. Cap, go Montana, check it down. You guys walk in the end zone.
He could never check it down.
And that was the problem.
Yeah.
2 on his watch.
I mean, people talk about the Kansas City Bowl. Kansas City, if that game went 10 more minutes, Kansas City would have won by more.
This 2019 game you're talking about.
Kansas City was.
They were done.
But Kansas City they were an explosive offensive team. If that game had gone longer, they would have won by more, in my opinion.
Oh, you think it got worse?
I think it would have got worse. I'm saying that the one the Niners really blew was the Ravens game because the one thing you'd never, ever, ever do is call a timeout when you have an old defense that's grabbing their shorts and they're huffing and puffing and they're aghast. And that was Ray Lewis and Ed Reed at the end. And you called a timeout because you could not get a play called in time. That's on Harbaugh.
Do you look at Harbaugh as after that game you knew a breakup was imminent?
No, I didn't.
Because I feel like it wasn't Jimmy Johnson-esque because he didn't have, get the chips, but I hated to see him leave.
Harbaugh?
Yeah, I thought but then you only stand, he only stays a few years in any locale. But I didn't buy that.
I just think he started, his impact on the players started to wane as the years went by.
I tell you what, we're going to grab Jake in Foster City. But before we do, Larry, not to put you on the spot, give me a Niner record. I'm going 11-6.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I would say, maybe 10 wins, maybe 11 wins. I would say right there. I think they're for sure a double-digit victory team.
And I need to see what Trey will be week 17 after that game to then tell you, Larry, what they can do and how far they can go. Now, if it was just defense, they can go all the way and win it, but we know it's not that. So I need to see what Trey is, what level he's playing at, and why do I feel like you're looking at me like, how you know it's going to be Trey? Because I know I'm a Trey guy, you're a Trey guy. We're going to take that damn list off because it makes no sense that I'm on there. I'm rooting for the kid, but damn.
Trey is, in my opinion, Trey's better than Jimmy.
See that?
I don't, and there's no doubt in my
I feel
mind
like
that
you're
Trey's
going
better than Jimmy.
Walt Disney with that. That's so disrespectful to Jimmy because you can't tell me that on the college level, let's just say Trey Lance had got the Heisman. Then I get you saying that. Because you've seen it on the level before the level. But for an unknown dude like Trey is to say he's already better than Jimmy, Larry, you're wishing upon a star. Terrence Trent D'Arby.
It's a little bit of a projection, but it's more of an anti-statement on Jimmy than it is a pro statement on Trey. I see Jimmy make the same mistakes this year that he made last year, that he made the year before. He's not a good late in the down thrower. If you take away his first read, it's a circus. He doesn't respond to pressure well. He floats balls into coverage, middle of the field. Heck, last year in the Green Bay game, he threw 2 balls to the sideline that should have been pick sixes. He got lucky on both of them.
A lot of
people just have revisionist history because they won the game. Yeah, but he threw 2 pick sixes. You realize that they just dropped him. So I mean, everybody's got their feeling on it. I think Jimmy is the kind of guy that if he went to the Super Bowl 10 times, he'd win it once. And I think Trey's got way more upside potential. So you're right. It's a little bit of a projection, but it's more of an anti-Jimmy statement than a pro-Trey.
Okay, last thing on Jimmy before we get out of here. And I think when we did last time we hooked up and we did radio, Larry, I said, you know what bothers me about people in this world is whatever side of the fence you're on said subject, don't close your ears on the subject, the part you don't agree with.
Right.
At least listen, because that way you learn. I'm not saying change your mind, but the fact that we know, just like a lot of Niner Empire Nation, whatever they call it, are rooting for Trey, the Jimmy remaining, you tapped into it. Tell me if I'm correct here. You at least said it's odd that there may be something to the coaches seeing something in Trey that may scare them. Is that fair to say? Because that's how I feel.
I mean, people say it's a hedge. It's an obvious hedge on Trey Lance. I look at it as you took an asset that you had in Jimmy Garoppolo that you were about to basically waive because you weren't going to pay him $25 million, and you negotiated his salary down to now he's a tradable asset. So you don't have to lose your intel to the Rams, Seahawks, or anybody else. You get insurance policy on your young quarterback who hasn't played a whole lot, and potentially. If you got 2 bites of the apple, and if Trey's not ready this year, you got another guy you can go with. So I don't, I can understand why the Niners did it. I don't necessarily think that it's an obvious hedge on Trey. I look at it as the best move that they can make for themselves.
Okay. Let's go out to Foster City. Jake wants to talk about the 84 Niners. What's up, Jake?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. All right.
Great program, and man, I love that little walk in the past with Dan Hampton. That was a great segment, man, and that's what inspired me to call. Is first I'll give you my prediction for the game Sunday, and then just one little anecdote from the '80s. So I think Dan Hampton called it. It's going to be a tight, close game with the rain and everything, and a defensive struggle. But it'll come up the other way. 10-9 Niners, a 1-pointer.
Wow.
The thing from the 80s that I wanted to throw at you.
Yeah.
So it's great. Dan brought up that, they became the number 1 defense in 1984. They were getting primed and ready to go, but then they ran into, as he put it, Mr. Montana and the Niners at Candlestick that year and got shut out 23-0. And
that was with Steve Fuller, not McMahon, that day, by the way, for the Bears.
Oh, right. That's right.
Then the Bears came back in '85 and beat the Niners in the regular season with McMahon, and then won the Super Bowl.
Exactly. And that's what I wanted to bring up, because I'm a real football nerd and I study stats, and especially from that era. And that leads me. You led me right into my point here. So with the Niners shutting out the Bears in the 1984 championship, that just got the like Hampton said, that got them real mad. And then they went for it the next year and went 15-1 and destroyed everybody, right? So along the way, they shut out both of their playoff opponents at Soldier Field. One of those opponents was Lawrence Taylor and the Giants. So then that got them mad, and they came back in '86, went 14-2, and destroyed the NFL, right? And won their Super Bowl.
Yep.
And with their two opponents, one was the Niners, 49-3. That they, that
Montana got knocked out. Jim Burt.
They took him out in the ambulance. I thought he was dead that day. But then they shut out the Washington Redskins that year, and then the Redskins came back in '87. And they won it all.
Right.
It's funny how all those great teams fed off each other during that time, right? And
what an era! What an era that was, wasn't it?
Crazy,
incredible.
Right?
Thanks for the call. And now we get to, man, Larry, I mean, we got the best jobs in the world. But earlier, Larry and I talked about this moment that's upon us because the great Damon Bruce has walked into the room.
It's exciting.
And Damon, it is exciting.
It's exciting for everyone.
But we
Very
got some
exciting.
smoke for you.
Oh, for me?
Both of us, not
I
that
was gonna
smoke.
come in here and talk
Right.
about how much I enjoyed the Dan Hampton interview.
Wow, was he great?
I had compliments. I had a question. Was football really better back then? Or is nostalgia thick and the best drug to apply to sports memories? I don't know. But if you got the smoke.
We got some smoke for you, D.
All right. What did
So
I do
it
now?
started this morning on the roast when I heard our own Bonte Hill say, I think Damon denounced his fandom for the Bears. And I'm in the caddy and almost crashed. I was turning left. I said, I'm trying to go right. I said, no. Damon Bruce, I know Larry, is a diehard. He's not the type of dude that will denounce his fandom for a team, for better or for worse. So I told Larry that in the first hour, and I said, you know what? We got to ask Damon because I think he didn't say those words. So as I look at you, partner and friend,
is he going to start quoting?
There's no way you're leaving your team.
We got a divorce.
Oh, look at that.
Divorce.
You're not who I thought you were.
No, look, we
you
gotta
can't
go.
do
No,
it.
here's the thing.
A's fans can do it, not Damon Bruce.
He's like LL Cool J. I'm the type of guy, you know.
I'm going to give you a 3.
They are the ones who betrayed this relationship, not me.
They left you?
They left me. Virginia McCaskey decided, I'm just not going to die. I'm going to live forever and make sure that nothing but horrific organizational choices from top to bottom at every level of the organization are forever subpar to normal NFL standard. I just cannot put up with because here's the thing. Going to Indiana.
It's a lot of anger directed towards an elderly woman.
It really is, but I feel comfortable with it because it's her
But
fault.
no 15-2s, just if they shock the world, will bring you back. Because that would hurt me more than you leaving. Like if they have some success,
Yeah,
you ain't
Super
coming
Bowl-
back.
Super Bowl
like the
shuffle,
door's
too.
closed, Damon. You understand you can't come back.
I can walk through the door whenever I want to.
Look at that. Not my world.
I can
Like,
leave the stadium whenever I want. I can walk
D.
back in. Just like they can leave a stadium. Let me tell you, when the 49ers left San Francisco, one of the things I said was that, let me tell you, I can promise you this, the Bears will never leave downtown Chicago.
Yeah, okay.
Well, they're about to do
They're
it.
about to do that.
I mean, so
Cowboys the same.
the things that I grew up thinking were the most sacred sacraments that cannot be broken in this religion are now just so spat upon that I am a heretic. I have become, I am less passionate about that franchise. You've gone 47 years of my life giving me 1.5 quarterbacks. I just can't take it anymore.
They're cheap. They're always cheap.
And they're forever cheap. They're forever subpar. The stories that you hear about breaking off consulting fees for former players coming around are always embarrassing. Like they're just a poorly run organization. And so I am married. The bad football team that I'm married to is on my chest right now.
Oh,
It's
Indiana. Who they
And
got
we're trying
tomorrow?
Idaho, baby. Let's go.
Idaho.
Beat the
That's
Vandals.
oh my
You know, I just was down there
Check the
yesterday
spread.
talking to Marcelino McCrary Ball, IU.
That's IU.
IU.
guy.
It's on the Niner practice
IU guy.
squad.
I heard he's spectacular.
Oh, he is
in terms of just
spectacular.
talking, great personality.
Guy
Those
talked for
kids from
20
Bloomington.
minutes.
That's
Last thing about the Bears when they were good, because I asked Dan this, and I felt it when it happened. In real time, did Damon Bruce know that the Fridge's touchdown in the Super Bowl should have gone to Walter Payton?
No.
Is he
in real time? No. I'm 10 years old watching that game.
Gotcha.
Thrilled
Okay.
that the
All right.
Bears are winning. The Fridge was as big
I
as
loved him.
anything
Yeah.
in my young
was a
sporting
national
life.
phenomenon. Yeah.
Exactly. So,
But
him
Peyton-
getting the touchdown, like it didn't even the four.
If you were Ditka Damon, you would have known, though,
course,
right?
But the Bears had put up so many points, like I didn't even realize Walter Payton hadn't
Well,
scored.
Dan said that,
Like
too.
that's the thing.
Nobody did. Nobody did.
Yeah, the euphoria of the actual moment trumped everything. And so I've heard Dan Hampton talk about that moment several times. I knew it was everything that he said to you guys, he had said before.
Okay.
Including that Walter Payton hated that this became a storyline that people
hit
pick up
me.
and ran with.
Like, wow.
He didn't want the attention. He was such a team guy.
Sweetness.
He was such a leader.
I believe
he was
that.
such a
He was
don't look at
awesome.
me, look at us type of football
He was
player.
embarrassed almost
He
by
was
what it had
embarrassed
become.
that it became a cult of its
Oh,
own.
man.
He really was. So I'm glad that he brought that up too. But yeah, the Bears have so frustrated me and so bothered me.
Wow, man.
That this was years ago. You know, I said I want to do a better job of covering the NFL. I'm going to take my fandom out of it, and that's
Who's
just
the,
the way
you
it's gonna
said
be.
1.5 quarterbacks. Who's the half?
Peter Tom Willis.
Oh, my God. Wow,
I got excited
what a
about
day.
Peter Tom Willis.
Look
I
at
did.
Spadoni looking like, whoa, I hadn't heard that one in a while.
And look, Harbaugh was all right. He really was. Obviously, McMahon, the punky
Yeah,
QB.
dude.
But
Thought
Jim
you were gonna go
Harbaugh.
Vince Evans, maybe.
Jim
Vince
Harbaugh.
Evans.
Oh, Vince. I forgot
Jay
about
Cutler?
Vince.
I can't even tell you how.
No, Jay Cutler, Spadoni said.
So no. So Jay Cutler, literally, for all the Jay Cutler jokes that are all
Dude,
like
go
hit
ahead.
the bullseye, accurate, proper jokes. He's the third greatest quarterback of my lifetime. He's one of the greatest Chicago Bears quarterbacks of my lifetime, and he's also an unmitigated disappointment and embarrassment all at the same time.
Did at any point were you excited by Cade McNown?
Oh, come on. Come on. He was going to change everything.
Right.
They all were. No one ever has.
Yeah. Right.
It's truly embarrassing. It's like, you talk about the great NFL franchises, and look, the Chicago Bears are truly a great NFL franchise. The history of the entire league begins with them, essentially. But all they've got to sell you are these memories these days. All they've got. One Super Bowl does not a great franchise make in the modern world that we live in.
Yeah.
Like
Lost to the Eagles in the playoffs, the double
we
doink
used to
doink.
Well, 86, they won 14-2.
Exactly.
And I think they lost to Washington maybe in the
It was
first round.
Yeah, the disease of more. Everyone after 85 wanted more and put their hand out, and the forever cheap Chicago Bears weren't willing to pay to keep it all around. Everybody got older. Everybody got too famous too fast.
Wow. Not to ruin your show, D, but to end ours, give us a score.
How about
that?
that?
Is this going to be close at all?
I
don't know what the quarterback is. That's why I'm ecstatic and excited. What is Trey going to do?
First of all, when the Bears win this football game.
No.
No.
That's what you call a head.
No.
You can't come back, Jack.
No, I think it's a 49er win. It's a 49er comfortable afternoon.
You think so?
I think they cover. I think
Take
they cover.
the 7 because it's at 7.
Yeah. Oh, I'm laying that and just never looking back. If I'm a 49er fan, I'm feeling really good about it.
I'm thinking 21-10.
And it
That's
may
the thing.
rain.
That's the thing. I think that's the thing. It's gonna be an ugly day. It could be a sloppy game, an extra turnover or two. I like the under. It's going to be low scoring. I don't think the 49ers let up more than 17 points in this game. So, yeah, if they're at 21, they win this game.
Brian Young at 2:15 on Damon and Ratto,
nice,
and Ball D at 5.
We
there
do.
It is.
And Courtney Cronin,
who
is covering the Bears now for ESPN. Indiana alumni, so we're happy to have her on too.
Yeah, he's
There you go.
divorced.
We keep the connection going.
Dude, B.Y. is like maybe one of my favorite Niners of all time.
Damon and Ratto.
That's a great
there you
one.
go. So you get to interview. I get to interview one of your favorite defensive linemen. You guys got to interview one of my favorite defensive linemen, and that's how the world balances itself out.
All right, David and Ratto next.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride.
You're getting the big
From
wrap up in
pandemic
there.
to inflation, I'm sure you
let
could
it
use
flow.
a break.
No,
If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Man, I slept.
New ZQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep is made for people who are tired of being tired.
I've never slept like this before. I've never woken up like this before.
A melatonin-free sleep aid made with a botanical blend that contains clinically studied and effective valerian root, hops, and passion flower, shown to help promote better restorative sleep. ZQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep. Sleep this good. Feel this good. Available at retailers near you.
Dell Technologies semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Are you tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Are you ready? An hour extra on the Friday before we get kickoff of the NFL weekend. Sounds like it's a pretty good deal to me, Ray, because it's going to give us plenty of time to get to all the things we need to get to and leave it to Major League Baseball, these glorious SOBs, to release a very interesting something to talk about, because we have a brand new rule book, essentially, for Major League Baseball on the Friday when all we want to do is talk about the football weekend that's about to happen. Baseball, I swear to God, you always get it wrong. You just can't get out of your own way.
Why? They're fighting for the entertainment dollar, too.
Yeah, this is not a fight you want to be in.
No, but it sort of doesn't make any difference, really. I mean, because nobody who's a football fan is going to divert their attention to the new baseball rules book.
2 weeks ago, it would have been a perfect time to announce this stuff. We could have talked about it. I mean, we'll eventually get to all of it. We could talk about it.
We got extra time.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That you're so happy about.
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yes, I am.
We have the time.
We're fine.
We're gonna be okay.
We're gonna be great.
But if not for a random set of circumstances that happened here at the station to carve us out this more time, which I guarantee you baseball did not know about.
Oh, no, they checked.
Oh, okay. Well, no wonder why they let this news come out today.
Rob Manfred may not pay attention to the sport that he's the commissioner of, but he knows our schedule.
Yeah, doesn't even like baseball. But Damon and Ratto, he's there for all of it.
Oh,
Thank you, Rob.
I'm really more goo. He's really more interested in goo.
A guru guy.
Yeah. I mean, who isn't?
I'm just happy that you like goo.
How can you not like him? I mean, he's a lunatic screamer who, frankly, if I saw him on the street, I'd cross the street in heavy traffic to avoid him. But yeah, Goo's great.
Lovely guy.
Oh, outside of the earth.
Wanting to avoid him.
Oh, no, outside of the fact that he can yell about the 49ers long snap.
He can. 4 hours, just like the old days, Damon. Yeah, shut up.
Yeah. See, people are going to have a good time with this, and I hate all of them ahead of time.
Right. 3 hours is the perfect time for a show. There's a beginning, there's a middle, there's an end. It all works in harmony. You don't overstay your welcome. You always leave the audience wanting more. There's all sorts of old vaudevillian adages and cliches that attach itself to a 3-hour show. But today, it is a good day to have a 4-hour show. And no week one overreactions. That's the pledge I make from us to you. I mean, Ray, I'm going to tamp down your fandom because you usually wear your heart right on your sleeve. So please, if you could tuck your fandom away for just a show or two. We will not be overreacting to anything we see in week one. And that's the rule. That's the promise that we're going to make to the audience. Not a lot of fans follow this rule.
Oh, none of them do.
Media networks do not follow this rule.
Absolutely not.
They are overreacting. They're in the business of overreacting. Ray, we are going to follow this rule. And having said that, look out, football. The Buffalo Bills are on the warpath. Oh, my God, they looked good last night.
Well, it really boils down to this, and it's a good thing that we have Bryant Young coming on today, is they have a defensive line that is so good that the antiquarian Von Miller had all he could do last night. The path was clear for him because they won every other interior battle.
7 sacks and 27 pressures on 41 passes.
And 51 quarterback hits.
They were all over Stafford.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who thinks that Stafford has lost it or he's suddenly reverting to his Detroit Lions days, I could see why you would make that assumption because that was the blocking he had in Detroit all those years.
Well, it's the blocking that he had in Detroit, and it's an arm strength that I thought both he and Sean McVay weren't expecting. Like what happened to the Rams last night is not solely the fault of Matthew Stafford. Anyone who tries to position it as such is out of their minds and doesn't understand football. But his arm did not look right. That ball did not look like it had the life coming out of it, and there were nothing but intermediate to short passes. It didn't look like he wanted to pull the trigger on anything long. And if you say, well, he didn't have the time to pull the trigger on anything wrong, well, that's another truth, but it's a problem too. And what we had is a combination of Buffalo looking fantastic and Los Angeles looking like it was still in preseason mode. They really looked like they were at the speed of a preseason game, and the Buffalo Bills were at the speed of, we're here to whoop that ass. And it was something else. For Buffalo to have coughed the ball up like that, there's not a lot of teams that can turn the ball over 4 times and still win
by 3 scores.
Yeah, and win by 3 scores on the road, including winning time of possession and put up 400 yards while getting 7 yards of play, 0 punts, going 9 of 10 on 3rd down. 9 of 10 on 3rd down? Okay, so we officially have our first look at what scary football looks like in our very first football game of this season. And yesterday we were saying that every single person in the media basically is picking the Buffalo Bills to win the Super Bowl, so you and I by default will be fading the Buffalo Bills. We may want to amend that position.
No, see, but that's an overreaction.
Correct.
There's 17 more weeks of this. I mean, at some point we will be vindicated.
Boy, they looked good last night, though.
But here's the thing. Did they look good or did the Rams look bad?
It's a big combination. The truth is somewhere in between both of them.
Yeah, because if you can't block for your quarterback, you don't get to win. And they did not block for Matthew Stafford last night.
They did not. I really don't have that much to say about Matthew Stafford, but I have a lot to say about Josh Allen. Because that guy's in a class by himself. Josh Allen is in a class of one. He really is in this league right now. There's no other quarterback that necessarily moves the way he does. He's out there stiff-arming guys. He's reaching with the ball across the goal line. The way he steps around players, it looks a little different. The way he steps up in the pocket, it looks a little different. And maybe I just don't have my NFL eyeballs adjusted for the league yet, but God, he is an absolute beast. It's like it's the size and power of Cam Newton and the throwing power, including the problems of Brett Favre. Just this cannon arm attached to a freakishly large man who has completely grasped what the position entails.
Well, what he's done, though, more than grasp it, he's kind of morphing it because he is sort of the other Lamar Jackson, only he's got better targets. He's going to throw the ball more. Yeah. But he wants contact. And quarterbacks are taught not to have that. I mean, I guarantee you there will be a play this year in which he gets absolutely clocked because he refused to slide. You could just bank on that. Because he, if you had to guess what college he went to, you would say Wyoming. Because he's borderline nuts because he's utterly fearless. And one thing that the NFL is supposed to teach you as a quarterback is have a healthy understanding of fear. But he doesn't have that at all. So he throws those 2 ridiculous interceptions and then only throws 3 incompletions the rest of the time because he's not backing down. And there will be a game or two where he's going to throw 4 interceptions and still come out throwing.
Well, that's the thing. He's got the talent to make up for the in-game mistakes with his own ability. And I'm just going to tell you, not to take last night and just project it directly onto the 49ers, but what you saw last night is what Kyle Shanahan is trying to do. What you saw last night is Kyle Shanahan's absolute why he brought this franchise back into the lab to tinker with the formula to come out with something new. Trey Lance is the promise of Josh Allen in Kyle's mind's eye. We'll see if he can live up to that promise. It's big shoes to fill, right? But this is why the decision to move on from Garoppolo has been made, to look more like that team last night than the Niners have ever looked before. He wants a quarterback. Who wouldn't want a quarterback? I mean, just who in football, what coach would not want a quarterback who could do the kind of things that Josh Allen kind of did last night? And so that is the ultimate race that the 49ers are running, and we're going to talk about the ultimate race that all quarterbacks are racing against themselves. We've got Bryant Young, the Hall of Famer, joining us next here. I'm glad we got on an hour early just to have the chance to talk to Bryant Young. He's coming up next here on Damon and Ratto a little bit later on today. Courtney Cronin covers the Chicago Bears for ESPN. She used to be right out here working with the Bay Area News Group. Then she got a job in Minnesota covering the Vikings. She'll be promoted to run ESPN 3-4 years from now. The way she is fast-tracking her career up the ladder. Looking forward to talking to her. And Brian Baldinger is going to join us in our 5 o'clock hour. We know that Kyle Shanahan is talking. Should something interesting come out of that, we will turn it around for you this afternoon. We have a lot to get to, and we got a lot of time to do it. We look forward to talking to you, 888-957-9570. And here we go. Conversation with a Hall of Famer coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. Bryant Young joins us next. We are brought to you by the San Diego Tourism Authority, Sunshine Coastline, Outdoor Adventures. Go ahead and check it out yourself. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
It's our first Football Friday of the season.
They're down at 12. Mahomes fires past Pitt. Warner got it for San Francisco.
Hell yeah! It's Niners versus Bears all day long.
You cannot mess around with these dudes. You cannot let the Bears believe that they have a chance to win this game.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event September 23rd through September 25th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Okay, everyone gather around. I have some exciting...
Running her shoe factory, Kendra talks the talk and walks the walk.
We're switching to green energy.
She needs a biotech consultant to erase her carbon footprint.
All operations will net zero emissions.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you have to drive 300 miles to your cousin's wedding. Okay, so it's his fourth. But you know what they say, fourth time's the charm. Well, here's the problem. Your tires are as bald as I am. But lucky for you, eBay Motors has tires for just about every make and model. Plus wheels, lug nuts, jack stands, and more. 122 million parts. Do they have tissues? Oh, good, because I'm definitely a crier. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Okay, guys, we got to put our trays up for takeoff.
Where's Dad?
Oh, he's in the back. We could only get 3 seats together.
Daddy has my pillow.
We'll get it later. Can you not put your feet up, please?
Why aren't we going?
We must be in line for takeoff.
Like security?
Well, that was a different line.
I have to go.
We just sat down.
But I have to go.
The seatbelt sign's on.
Why aren't we moving?
Hey, no kicking.
We're just 15th in line for takeoff.
Son of a...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Much cooler in Hayward. For today, a high of 84.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Not only is this glorious program on an hour earlier today than it normally is.
Stop rubbing it in.
It is also available to you in vivid Technicolor on the YouTubes and the Twitches. So you can see us there. You won't be impressed, but you can see us there.
I mean, I'm depressed.
Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. It is glorious. We will have Brian Young, who was inducted into Canton just this past induction ceremony. He is now a Hall of Famer. We look forward to saying hello to him next. Courtney Cronin and Brian Baldinger a little bit later on today. It is good to have you here. And man, oh man, oh man, last night the Buffalo Bills were wildly impressive. Their defense was a juggernaut in that game. Their defensive line is everything the 49ers want their defensive line to be. And let me tell you, Josh Allen is everything that they hope Trey Lance is one day. Now, Trey Lance isn't going to play like Josh Allen this year.
But really any year, because he's not going to be seeking out contact the way Allen does. He's not really a direct comp of him, but I know what you're saying.
No, but here's something too. Like somebody here is saying, Trey is nothing at all like Josh Allen. Nothing. Trey is much more like Jalen Hurts, and that should probably be good enough. Josh Allen is so big and athletic, there's no chance he could ever be like Trey Lance, because Trey is so much smaller. So much smaller. Okay, one guy's 6'5", the other 6'4". So the size disparity in between the two is not more than 1 inch and 13 pounds as measured right now. Now, is Josh Allen bigger, plays bigger? Yes. We don't know what Trey Lance is going to play like when this starts for real. We don't know because we haven't seen enough. But what they are hoping is someday that's a guy with the kind of command of a football field who can have a rifle arm that whenever it shoots you into trouble, it shoots you out of trouble. And a physical presence.
Yeah, I think that what the difference I'm trying to point out is that Trey Lance will be encouraged, if not ordered, not to take on contact the way Allen does when he puts the ball under his arm. I don't think he's too small. I don't think he's too wiry. I mean, he's a big guy.
I think he's got a body like Donovan McNabb. He's very barrel-chested.
But I don't think Kyle Shanahan wants that from his quarterback. I don't think Sean McDermott particularly wants it out of Josh Allen either. But Josh Allen is a force unto himself.
He is.
I mean, he's a more intrepid version of Brett Favre, which means I'm not just going to sit in the pocket. I'm going to run from time to time, and when I do, I'm not looking for the sideline. I'm not sliding.
Right. It was quite a debut last night, and again, the whole key is to not overreact to the first thing you see, but you can't help but walk away after last night saying, man, the Buffalo Bills look really good, and that is a situation that every 49er fan is hoping that they're going through on Monday, where you're trying to tamp down expectations because it's just one win in Chicago and the Bears don't look that good on paper, so everyone's going to be dialing it back a little bit on Monday, and that's what you hope is going to be happening. The other side of that coin sounds an awful lot like early season panic, and we're going to not let that happen either. But it should be a fascinating season, and to talk about it, a man who had a fascinating career that finally has him among the greats. He was enshrined in Canton, Ohio, just this last summer. We just had it a few weeks ago. Bryant Young, the Hall of Famer, nice enough to join us here on Damon and Ratto. And have you gotten used to being introduced as a Hall of Famer yet, Bryant?
You know what? It's still sinking in. I really appreciate you guys having me on, but it takes some getting used to. Definitely humbled by it all, and just the week was incredible. Enjoyed by an amazing group of people that's been a part of this whole journey.
The further you get away from the weekend, is there one conversation or one moment or memory from your enshrinement that has stayed with you longer than the others?
I think there's been some really significant moments, and, from getting to be around the Hall of Famers, guys that have been the standard for their position for the league, that have represented the league and their prospective teams so well, but just being in their presence and just having conversation with some of those guys, it's really been, for me, just things that I've taken away with. Those have been golden opportunities and conversations. I'm just humbled to be among such a group of guys that have paved the way, that have expanded the game and represented it well. Such a unique fraternity of men. But there's been some awesome topics of discussion I've had during the week, just in terms of enjoying it, taking it in as much as you can. And just, enjoying the moment. And, I tried to do that as best I could, leading up to the party. And once I got to the party, it just went by. I blinked and the party was over. But I tell you what, having a chance to go to the Ray Nitschke luncheon, have a chance to do the Gold Jacket ceremony, and then the parade, all of that was just such a moment of just amazement for me. And I tried to take it all in, but it was an incredible week, and so many things happened. And you try to rank some of those things, from top down, but it's hard to do. All of them were significant. Just an amazing week.
Was there a point, though, during the week in Canton where not that it dawned on you that you were a Hall of Famer, but that it felt comfortable to you to say that to yourself? Where you just go, yeah, I earned my way here. It's right that I got inducted here. I belong here.
Probably,
or are you still
sort of a year or two too long?
Yeah, or are you still sort of in that overwhelmed stage?
You know what? I've been very humbled in terms of it's always been about timing. I know what I did as a player. I know how I represented the game, and I felt like my body of work was good enough, although underserved and under publicized. I felt that way, and it was just a matter of things kind of happened the way they did. And, it was just a matter of time, I felt like. And if it was to happen, it would happen definitely on God's timing. I felt like, for me, I'm always going to keep perspective on it, just in terms of why it could not have been, but to have it happen and to be one of 362 members of the NFL Pro Football Hall of Fame, it's still a humbling thing to say. And, it's still sinking in for sure.
Bryant Young here on 95.7 The Game. Your speech was fantastic. Your comments and thoughts about your son were so poignant, man. It definitely hit, and just a really very wonderful, emotional day for you for obvious reasons, and couldn't have happened to a nicer guy with a better reputation. So congratulations once again. Awesome that it happened. It really was special, and a lot of those ceremonies kind of go by, and I don't know, they feel like they're just going through the motions. You put people through emotions, and that was very special. So cheers. Cheers to you, man. It was very, very special, very poignant. So we got ourselves week 1. And the whole point, as we were saying, is we don't want to overreact to anything we saw. Did you watch that game last night, any bit of it at all? Because the Rams, they got boat raced last night by the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I caught the tail end of the game. I was at a university game coaching it up. We got back to the hotel. We're on the road. We're playing this school that's on the East Coast in Wilmington. And so we got back to the hotel, and I caught the second half of the game. And I tell you what, the Bills are for real. They came to play. They got a great defense. The quarterback, Josh Allen's doing a great job managing the game. Can get the ball down the field. They got some players, and I felt like last year they were that close as well. And you just know the Rams too were going to be a good football team, but it came down to the turnover battle. They lost the turnover battle. The Bills won it. They played great defense, and the game ended up the way it should have, according to how things would go if you make that many mistakes.
To the extent that you did watch the game, and you're watching defensive line play, I presume, because that's how you made your rep, are the positions being played differently now than you played? Because football advances in every way, and I think people sort of overlook the sense that defensive line plays change too. Do you notice how much it's changed, and can you articulate how much it's changed?
I think it's still a very physical game up front. When it's especially in the inside between the tackles. You're going to get your double teams, your single blocks. You're going to get your pound run game, and so you got to play stop, knock it back, and own your gap, and be able to come off blocks and make plays. But from a pass rushing standpoint, guys that are really good, you got to make sure you got an answer for them in protection, such as Aaron Donald, who's a beast, and on the end, Von Miller as a rush in. You got to bring it back his way at times, and you just got to be able to have guys that can protect against really, really good players like Von Miller and Donald. And from a protection standpoint, I mean, it's nothing different that's been done in the past. I think what you're seeing is just how guys train in their off season. I think it's definitely come a long way. Guys are collaborating a lot more. Now you see guys are, having workout sessions together, and they're doing these pass rush camps, and they're just working on different crafts and doing supplemental training. So it's a lot different in that way in terms of the development of a player over the off season and the things that guys are working on in the off season. It definitely helps you during the season, and so you see a lot of that in terms of the game changing and developing in that way. But in terms of just the toughness, the grit, and just the grind of the play up front, nothing's changed in that regard. But you just see a little bit of technique changes and some nuances in how guys may rush or use their hands on rushes. You got some really explosive players out there in these days as well.
Bryant Young, the Hall of Famer here on 95.7 The Game. And the Niners are opening in Chicago. They go there with a defensive line that they would love to see perform, like Buffalo's defensive line did last night. Buffalo came away with 27 pressures on 41 passes and 7 sacks. And wow, it was a rough night up front for Los Angeles, to say the least. But this is how the 49ers are built. They built this team with more focus on their defensive line than maybe any other position group when you look at their draft picks and where they spent them throughout the years getting to this moment. You've watched it. You've seen it come of age. What impresses you about this defensive line, and how much of a difference could Javon Kinlaw, if he can stay healthy and live up to his reputation, will he make just by being the man in the middle?
I think he's a difference maker for this team. I think anytime you have really good edge rushers in Bosa, and you got pressure that's coming from Eric as well on the inside, maybe on the outside as well, when you got a key cog guy who can push the pocket and be a stout run defender on first and second down, like a Kinlaw, you really help your team. And I think having a chance to see Kinlaw, how he's changed his body, the things that he was able to do to get off to a fast start coming off his injury in the preseason, to put himself in position to start fast this season. So I'm excited about what he's going to be able to do. I'm in his corner. I'm rooting for him. I think he's going to be a great player and do what this team thought he would do when they drafted him.
When you were drafted in 1994, I mean, you started every game. You hit the ground running. But I get the sense that, with the exception of just a very few guys, that being a defensive lineman in the NFL takes more time than people realize. In general, is that your sense, even though you were a guy who took to it immediately?
It's different. Every player is different. I'm a way different player than the next guy. And some players are it takes a little time to kind of get understanding of what's expected of them in terms of play-wise or just concept and their development as well. And you can't put too much on every guy. I mean, you figure a guy's drafted here and he's slotted to be a starter and an impact player right away. But sometimes it don't always happen that way. It may take a year or 2 or 3 for a guy to really, take off and hit the ground running. And so, again, just everybody's different. You look at a Bosa who came in and had a really good first year. And there's some other players in the league that have done the same as first rounders. And again, everybody's different. With time, you just hope that you see, what you invested in, that it comes to life for you, for that team, that organization. And, you can't put too much. You can't paint and put everybody in a box. Okay. So just allowing them space and grace to grow and develop in their way. But I think, from a physical standpoint, when I look at Kinlaw, he's a guy that I think has all the tools to be a good player. And how well and how dominant he is, that's on him. And I think he has the potential to do that.
Bryant Young with us here on Damon and Ratto. I've always been curious. Was there ever a level of frustration in your career when it was happening or after it happened and you look back on it that you were able to reach the Super Bowl in your rookie year but never able to return to that mountaintop? Or is just getting there once enough to satisfy you after the fact? Was that ever like something that bothered you about your career?
It didn't. It definitely. It pained me. To come in the league your first year and you have one. It was, I love being that I came from a winning program, so I was used to winning. And then having a chance to play with the 49ers in the first year, we win the Super Bowl and the standard, and the bar has been set. And it was set up to do that. And so the second year, you're hoping that it's going to be able to repeat there. But you quickly found out that it is so hard each year to replicate those teams that year. And every year takes on its own identity. And of course, you have some times where you're rebuilding. You got to maybe kind of clean up the roster a little bit, rebuild a little bit, and you come back and you're a playoff team again. You're always shooting for that, So for me, the standard was Super Bowl, and wanting to be back there every year. That was always a goal of mine. I came very close in my fourth year, I believe, and it didn't happen. We were NFC Championship game, and we lost to Green Bay, and that was the closest I got, again, to the Super Bowl.
That said, how many times in your career when things weren't going well for the team did you have to fight the frustration, knowing that you were playing at the level you were playing at, but around you other guys' levels weren't as high or something else was breaking down? How often did you feel that, and how easy was it to choke that down?
It's never easy to choke it down because, one, for all the things that you put your body through and your mental preparation in the off season and during the season, you expect to have some type of result. And it's not just an individual result. You hope what you bring to the table, to the team, it will allow you to it would accumulate in wins. And so it becomes frustrating when it's not the way you would hope it to be. But at the end of the day, as much as I love playing the game, and we love this game, we have a job to do as a player. Win, lose, or draw, you are to, whether it's you got a roster or team that's loaded with talent, you're expected to play well and perform and output. Whether you're in a kind of a mediocre team or you're in a rebuilding phase, you're expected to play at your best and give your all. That's just the professional perspective that and the approach that I took to it. Was it hard at the end of the day, when the roster wasn't what you would have hoped it to be and we just didn't do enough to win, make enough plays to win? That's just part of it. You still have to go in that week, prepare, look at the things that you did right and the things you didn't do right, and you make those corrections, and you still fight through energy with the same vigor and strain as you would even if you were on a winning team. And so to take care of your body and maintain it the way you needed to, even in a down year, that was just part of being a professional. And some guys didn't take it that way. Some guys felt like, hey, you know what, the season ain't going right, I'm not going to play as hard. Or maybe I won't train as hard. Maybe this ankle injury is a 2-week injury, and maybe I may take 5 weeks. But for me, it was important. My pride was always on the line. I was playing for my teammate. I was playing for the organization and for the people that invested in me. And I wanted to make sure at the end of the day, win, lose, or draw, good team, mediocre team, bad team, that I laid my head on the pillow at night and I felt comfortable with the effort that I gave out there on the field. And that was just part of my integrity. And so those are the things that I live by, and it was important to me, no matter how the team looked that year.
208 games, 208 starts. So yeah, you certainly put your entire career where your mouth just was, talking about being a pro and staying in shape. It's unbelievable, your durability and what you did in your career. Now there is a young man that this team turns to as its new leader in Trey Young. He has to learn how to be a quarterback, how to win in this league, how to satisfy his teammates and his coaches, and lead a franchise with more eyes on him than at any point in time than ever before, because there's more media surrounding the NFL than ever before. If you had to give Trey Lance some advice about leadership, what would it be, Bryant Young?
For Trey has to just manage the game. He has an unbelievable group of men and talent around him. And Trey doesn't have to, I feel like he doesn't have to just be the guy and go force plays. If he utilizes what's around him and trust the game plan that's in place, I'm sure Kyle and that staff is putting them in position to win. Trust the process and trust the people around you. I think he's going to have a fantastic year. I'm rooting for him. He's a talented young man. He's a good man. I hope he leads well and put his team in position to be in the playoffs and hopefully win another Super Bowl. But for him, I think this is an awesome opportunity, and he gets the chance to lead a very iconic franchise. And so I'm excited for him, and I'm excited for all the guys that are part of this whole thing.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Bryant. Talking to you right before a football season begins always sounds like a good idea to us. So when we were told that we got connected with you earlier this afternoon, we were thrilled. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations again. On behalf of everyone at the station, congratulations on being enshrined in Canton to you, your family. It takes an army to build a Hall of Famer. So a lot of people obviously had a huge hand in your spectacular career. Congrats to all of you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. Bryant Young, here on 95.7 The Game. A pro's pro, Ray, if there ever was one. That guy, right there.
He'll do.
Pro's pro. When we come on back, we got much more for you. Courtney Cronin from Chicago, I'm sure, ahead of 49ers and Bears from Soldier Field this weekend. The Bills were on the warpath last night. We're going to take one last look back at that and start looking ahead at Week 1 around the NFL. It is a spectacular opening weekend schedule. Don't you go anywhere. Damon and Ratto were brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
What's up, everybody? It's Bonte Hill of the Morning Roast, and Monday is going to be special because we are reacting to Bears Niners with the one and only Jerry Rice, the GOAT. We'll have some GOAT fuel. We'll talk shop with Jerry Rice, the greatest receiver of all time. Monday on the Roast. You don't want to miss it at 8:30 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game.
Meet Boost, the fizzing amazing vitamin boost that make you feel like
I like to boost it, my vitamins can boost it. I like to boost it, we like to boost it.
Boost effervescent vitamins turn your H2O into H2O to give you a fizztastic feeling like
I like to boost it, my vitamins can boost it. I like to boost it, we like to boost it.
Because it's not just vitamins, it's Boost, the fizzing amazing vitamin boost.
Boost it.
Meet Bob Minetti. In 2016, he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Bob participated in a clinical trial that included cutting-edge radiation therapy and surgery. He's been in remission since completion. I'm Keisha Sharp. Since losing my mother to pancreatic cancer, I've been working to share the kind of state-of-the-art work being done by Stand Up to Cancer and Lustgarten Foundation. To learn more about the latest research, including clinical trials, visit pancreaticcancercollective.org.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Odyssey knows that football fans can't get enough football. That's why we've got nonstop football coverage on the free Odyssey app. Podcasts and live shows dedicated to every pro team. NFL play-by-play and enough game talk for the most diehard fans. Local radio stations talking football, interviews with star players and coaches, and football fans being fans.
What kind of play calling was that?
Listen to everything you love about football, live and on demand with the free Odyssey app. Get in the game and download today.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know what a booster shot can be like? Charging a cell phone. Just like a cell phone charger helps restore your battery, a booster is given after a primary series vaccination to enhance or restore protection against COVID-19, which wanes over time. Boosters are recommended for people 5 years and older. Schedule a booster appointment as soon as eligible. You can even make the appointment on your phone, as long as it's charged. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event September 23rd through September 25th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with a push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Breakfast, a little coffee with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal. That's when the Red and Gold pregame show starts, 9 a.m. Sunday here on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality, and by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. So it all gets going Sunday morning, 9 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. And then we get ourselves a glorious, glorious day of football. I mean, we really have a good day of football. It's a very good day of football coming our way. It's going to be an interesting weekend of college football as well. We got a lot of good stuff coming our way today. We have Brian Baldinger coming our way in our 5 o'clock hour this afternoon. We've got Courtney Cronin joining us in the 3 o'clock hour from Chicago to get to know the Bears a little bit better, since she covers them now. And it feels like we not only got to see the Buffalo Bills and get to know them a little bit better, and they're the officially first scary thing we've seen in this football season. That defense was nasty. 27 pressures on 41 pass attempts. The first scary sign of the season. Whenever you dominate a game so completely, in which you've also had 3 first-half turnovers, you got something. Like, I don't know what it is, but, kid, you got it. So Buffalo Bills look like they are matching, or at least living up to their preseason hype through the first 4 quarters of the season. And I want to talk about how those first 4 quarters looked for the Rams, because we all know that the 49ers are going to be measuring themselves against the Rams, not just twice a year, but going forward as chief division rivals here. The Rams were so thoroughly beaten up last night, it's already taken a toll on that line. Ray, just looking at Twitter right now, the Rams center Brian Allen is going to have a clean-out procedure on his knee, so he'll be out 2 to 4 weeks. Coleman Shelton is going to move now to center, with Tremaine and Shuram moving to guard, so they are already deep into a rather shallow offensive line, which is a formula that the 49ers pray they don't have to follow at any point in time this year.
Yeah, one of the things I think that people pointed to when they talked about the Rams as an unlikely repeater is the fact that they are thin in a lot of areas. Losing Andrew Whitworth was enormous, even though at age 40, he was clearly on the back end anyway. But this is the one thing that happens when you spend a lot at skill positions. The place that gets hurt the most is offensive line, more than anywhere else, because you need to have 10 or 11 of them. And if you don't have a great starting group, your depth is not going to save you. And so I think that might be a harbinger of where the Rams fall down. Again, it's 1 week, and maybe Buffalo makes everybody look that way. But at some point, buying the skill guys is going. You're paying Peter to end up getting paid by Paul, and the end game is something suffers, and unusually, it's often the offensive line.
It feels like an odd place to stop investing heavily, because they open up everything you do offensively, either through protection that your quarterback is enjoying or the holes that your running back is moving through. And last night, one of the reasons why the Rams went down in flames early is because they abandoned a running game. By the way, was Cam Akers involved last night? Did he even dress?
Yeah. He had 3 carries for no yards.
There you go, right? I mean, that is a rough one. Was that a fantasy? Who had Cam Akers last night?
Craig, and I'm playing against him, so I'm very happy about that.
You got to feel good about that.
Yeah, but they got 13 carries out of Darrell Henderson, but that was it. Cam Akers had 3 for nothing, as you said. And
Allen Robinson is a player that they spent big on, but because there was no time for Stafford at all, he was Mr. Invisible last night.
2 targets, 1 catch.
Didn't see anything out of him. And Sean McVay, afterwards, hat in hand, a little humility served up for a man who had never lost a season opener before. He talked about his team watching its quarterback get sacked 7 times.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they didn't rush 5 really at all tonight. And, for them to be able to do that, it's a real credit to them. We're on our silent count. Whatever I'm going to say right now is going to be an excuse. But I think, I put our guys in too many of those tough situations. Credit to Vaughn and their rush. They did an outstanding job. They're an excellent defense. But we've got to be better, and it starts with me.
Right. They got to the quarterback without even blitzing last night. I mean, that's what makes Buffalo scary. They weren't even sending anyone. That was 4 guys.
Well, and the thing is, that's one of the things that, I think they knew going in, is that they wouldn't have to blitz much because the Rams' offensive line was in tatters. And the fact that even knowing that, they still got as many quarterback hits and as many pressures as they got suggests to me that this might be a problem for the Rams all year long.
Look, and I don't want to say that playing starters in the preseason is something that everyone should reconsider doing now, but the Rams looked like they were in preseason mode. I mean, they looked unseasoned. They looked like they were incapable of getting to the gear that the Bills came out of the locker room in. And that is just, you want to put it on the head coach, on the preparation, on the malaise. You're hanging a banner that night. That's supposed to be one of the most celebratory, juiced up nights in the history of that stadium. What it really was a great gathering point for Bills fans 3,000 miles away from Buffalo. And in maybe the most embarrassing early season front runner post-game quote, Matthew Stafford talking about having to go to a silent count once again at home.
No, I mean, we prepared for it. We prepared to be on, the silent count at home again, but it wasn't, something that we haven't done before.
At home again with a silent count again. 49ers fans, he's talking about you because he was on a silent count in the NFC Championship game at home. He had to go to silent count, I believe, at the Super Bowl. I mean, it's just insane how that place is a palace for the NFL, and they become the first team to ever win a Super Bowl in their own stadium. But there is no home field advantage that the Rams are going to enjoy in that building as long as they're playing a marquee opponent, because marquee opponents are interested in seeing Levi Stadium. The Rams exist in the same world that the Raiders are going to be living in.
They do, and this reminds me of the fact that in the 23 years that there was no representation in Los Angeles, the people of Los Angeles didn't seem to mind. Didn't bother them. They got their choice of games on television every week, and I have some doubts about whether that's really a great pro football area. Maybe it's just too big, and every event just gets swallowed up by the size of the city.
And to put two teams back in that city just seems so. You already had a diluted football fan base to begin with, to then further dilute it with, here's one of two teams that you could root for who play in the same building. They got that wrong, man. There's just no other way to say it. They got it wrong. Stadium's spectacular. Rams have had success there. Chargers are on the up and come, but that's going to be a bigger Raider crowd than Charger crowd on Sunday.
No, well, but more than that, they wanted to get back into L.A. because this was a league project.
It's a media market.
It was, we want to put the NFL Network in L.A., we want to do NFL films out of L.A., L.A.'s where we want to be. And the only thing that they didn't really check was, how badly does L.A. want football? And the truth is, they didn't ask that because they didn't care. They wanted to be in L.A. Whether or not there was a huge hue and cry for the NFL to go back to Los Angeles was not relevant to them.
No.
And last night was not even about the Chargers, because you can't get a better lead in than winning the World Championship. And even then, there were plenty of tickets available to Buffalo fans. And it wasn't just
you're talking about the Rams weather. Last night. You said last night wasn't about the Chargers. The Rams, of course.
No. I'm sorry. Did I say the Chargers?
You did.
I apologize.
That's all right. I think I called. I called him Trey Young at the end of the Bryant Young interview.
Yeah. No, I said it wasn't about the Chargers being in town. The Rams were there with the best lead-in they could ever have.
Yeah.
And there were tickets available for Bills fans to chew up.
This is the most expensive Raiders-Chargers ticket ever, and that means Raiders fans are coming. I mean, that's all I can tell you. Raiders fans are coming, and they will probably be louder than the Chargers. If that defense is louder than the Chargers, now we really got something. By the way, when you do look over the Week 1 schedule, there isn't a game on this schedule that is more designed to be a pinball game full of football fun than Chargers and Raiders. You've got premier offenses, one team that thinks it went out and got itself an improved defense, and the Raiders defense, which is always good for offensive, whatever the other team wants to do usually. So that game is just, I don't even know what the number is. I don't care how high it is. Take the over.
Chiefs-Cardinals is another game like that, I think.
Totally. That's going to be bonkers.
Yeah, I think that number's 52.
53 and a half is what I'm looking at right now.
I think, it opened at 52. You're right. But, there are a couple of games literally that are just, if they go according to form, it's going to look like North Carolina, Appalachian State. It's just going to be first team to 45 wins. Maybe.
Well, last night was bonkers. It really, really was. And Sean McVay, he's got a lot to work on. I mean, the Bills were going to put a 50 spot on the scoreboard last night, but for their turnovers. They were ready to hang 50.
They gave away 4 possessions.
They did.
And still won by 3 scores.
Cooper Kupp remains absolutely unguardable. He is special. The rest of that team, I really thought that game was indicative of when you have 2 unstoppable players, but for one team, the unstoppable player is its quarterback, and for the other team, its unstoppable player is its wide receiver. And wide receivers can't carry days the way quarterbacks can. And Josh Allen was just fantastic last night. I mean, the way that this play unfolded and it uncorked the first touchdown of the year, the way he kind of stepped up into the pocket after the little razzle-dazzle, it was just gorgeous. No one moves like him.
Need just a little bit, and Allen will boot, and he'll flip it wide open. The man who scored all the touchdowns in the playoffs, Gabe Davis, touchdown Buffalo.
Mike Tirico.
What a start to the season for the Bills.
There you go. Sorry, didn't mean to step on you there, Mike Tirico on NBC, but welcome everybody to your 3 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Ray, we're officially on the clock now. This is actual should be showtime, is showtime. You made it. You made it through an hour already. Congratulations.
I hate this so much.
You're having fun.
You talked about Cooper Kupp and when we talked to Mike Lurin earlier in the week, he couldn't believe how many targets he had for the year. It's like 238. Right now, he's on a pace to have 260. They threw the ball to him 15 times. And the whole idea behind getting Allen Robinson to basically kill time until Odell Beckham came back, that was supposed to alleviate the amount of times that they would have to employ Kupp, and it made no difference at all. I mean, he's not going to survive the year doing that again.
You wouldn't think the odds were with him, but God, that guy just takes a whooping and keeps on coming. I mean, he really is. He's not just like, hey, he's really good for a white wide receiver, let's be honest. No, he's like state of the art at the position, awesome at this.
Yeah, but if you keep taking hits like he takes hits, at some point that's erosion sets in. And it's never a good thing when you've got one guy with 15 targets and the next guy is your tight end.
Well, look, it's, when your guy's that good, though, you want him to be you want to put the ball in the hands of someone who can do something with it, and he can do something with it. So I hear what you're saying. In a war of attrition, 260 touches for a wide receiver sounds like an awful lot. But he's unguardable. I would throw Cooper Kupp the ball even more until I figured out what else to do,
or figured out how to replace him.
That guy's
carted off the field.
Fantastic. Matthew Stafford, he looks like someone with arm problems. Or McVay called that game like a coach who he was worried his quarterback might have arm problems. Everything was in check down Charlie range or underneath, so I just thought that was kind of a weird game out of Stafford. Jalen Ramsey, you want to talk about an indictment. Dude, burnt toast. I mean, Jalen Ramsey's got to be in the Cedar-Sinai burn unit this morning. Where else did he wake up?
He was deeply and profoundly not good.
Bills had 7 targets against him for 124 yards, 2 touchdowns. Josh Allen had a 158.3 passer rating throwing at Jalen Ramsey, and that, by the way, is a perfect rating. Why do you think they settled on 158.3 being a perfect rating? Don't you think they could have taken that original formula and just tinkered it a little enough to just make it 160?
No, because I think 158.3 is a natural breaking off point, really, in all of math.
It really is. You'd think there'd be more to explain, but you get to 158.3 and it says it all.
And the truth is, that's all you really know about it. It's just 158.3, that means you could not have played better. But then try to look at the NC2A quarterback ranking. I mean, those are, those make no sense at all. You can get into the 200s easy because they don't use the same formula, which leads me to think that quarterback rating is overrated as a
probably the wrong way to go about evaluating who's getting what accomplished out here. Anyways, how about this for a rating? The Rams ran 66 plays last night for 52 rushing yards, a 3.7 yards per play average with 3 turnovers. It was about as bad as it could look. They had to go to a silent snap count at home on championship banner goes to the rafters night. That's an embarrassing evening for the LA Rams. Any way you want to look at it, and they're already playing a war of attrition with their very own offensive line. Last night, again, 7 sacks, 3 interceptions, allowing less than 250 yards in the first week of a season. It's the 4th time in NFL history any defense has come out of a game or broken into a season that hot in game number 1 and played like that. 7+ sacks, 3+ interceptions, allowing less than 250 yards in week 1. Last night, Buffalo, the 4th team all-time to put up those numbers. The other 3 teams, it's funny, none of them were incredibly historically significant. The Rams in 1988, so we are at peak Jim Everett, Flipper Anderson, Jackie Slater, like peak Rams before they left for St. Louis. But they would flame out. Kevin Green, they would flame out in the wild card round that year. The 1973 Redskins, Ray, can you even inform me on what I'm assuming is peak Sonny Jurgensen at that point?
I mean, again, I want to say it was the first Lombardi year because they had not been great before that. But it might have been the start of the George Allen era, too.
The other team is the Rams in 1964, and they were a bad team who had a bad season, but came out like gangbusters defensively week 1. Congratulations to the 1964 Rams.
Quite possibly the greatest defensive line of all time.
That's right. Merlin Olsen,
Deacon Jones, Lamar Lundy, Roosevelt Greer.
Rosie Greer.
I think they're all in the Hall of Fame.
I remember when they started doing FTD Flora. Merlin Olsen was doing FTD Flores commercials. Anyways, the Bills, it's the 2nd time in their history that they've ever done that in any week. The last time that they had a defensive evening like that was week 12 of the 1996 season. And I looked this up, Ray. That was one of the last great punches of the dying embers of the team that went to 4 straight NFC title games. That was year 1 of the post-Jim Kelly era. So that's what? It's Todd Collins, his first year taking over for Jim Kelly.
Yeah.
And at that point, they were never going to be the K-gun special offense again, but they still had a little bit of a defense that kept them in the conversation for a couple more seasons, and then even Bruce Smith and Darryl Talley had to go away.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that they in fact, they had a better defense in their last Super Bowl year, and then the year after that, they gave up 50% more points, and that was the end of it. They went from 12-4 to 7-9. Then they had a couple of okay years, and then they fell off.
We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Since opening their doors in July of 2021, BMW Fairfield has become the top-rated BMW dealer in the Bay Area. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. And as we said earlier, we will not overreact to week 1 results. I'm going to say like a mantra. We will not overreact to week 1 results. But last night, it was an inglorious evening for the LA Rams, and it was a glorious evening. Turnovers almost included in the formula that produced so much glory for the Buffalo Bills. And now it's up to you, rest of the NFL, to get your acts together and your day underway. Our day for the 49ers begins at 10 a.m. on Fox. Are you ready to go? I'm ready to go. They're ready to go. Hopefully that offensive line is ready to go. We are tick-tock waiting for George Kittle news right up to game time. Is that how this is going to go? Is George
I think
Kittle?
we got a pretty good idea, but they'll probably wait till
yeah
pregame. I mean, he didn't practice any day this week, and I don't think they were holding him out to be coy. I think he's generally hurt, and if you're gonna, you can't. I mean, you really can't take a chance on a guy that important. Just say, well, you're only 70%. Go out there and do it anyway.
No, you got to err on the side of caution with him.
Yeah.
But it really does seem like this will be yet another year where George Kittle's unable to play every game. This is, I believe this is the first time that's ever happened in a week one. So it's a shame that he hurt himself this week, and they will be a lesser team for not having him. But not so much so that I think they're now in jeopardy of losing this game, although they better be mutters. I mean, his mother was a mutter. His father was a mutter. These guys better be ready for the slop, and that slop is going to create a little bit more of a chance for a turnover, a little peanut punch to create a fumble, and all of a sudden, this game is closer than the 49ers wanted it to be in the second half. I think we're going to know early. I think we're going to know very early how comfortable everyone is with Lance calling the shots in their first opening drive or two. And look, if things don't go smoothly, they will have no one to blame but themselves, because they could not have dialed up a better opponent for them. They really couldn't have. They really couldn't have. And if they don't take advantage of this, all of a sudden, I'm going to come back to that mantra of not overreacting. But if this does not go well for the 49ers,
you're going to overreact.
It's because their offensive line was just as bad as Los Angeles's was last night.
Well, if that's the case, then, cancel Christmas.
Yeah.
'Cause if they can't block, none of the rest of this works. Although, in fairness, they haven't had, great offensive lines tackle to tackle before, but they could run block. You might find out that he's going to look at this offensive line and go, I can teach you guys to push forward. You might not be able to back up very well, but you will push forward.
The latest offensive line depth chart is out. Trent Williams, Aaron Banks, Jake Brindle, Spencer Burford, Mike McGlinchey. Banks, Brindle, and Burford have 3 combined starts between them. And that's really not even true, because it's all Jake Brindle, who started 3 games for Miami. So, yeah, you could say that 2 of those guys never have started a game, much less trying to say, hey, at least each started a game. No, you got never played before and never played before. Bookending, I've played 3 times. So, look, that's tough. Daniel Brunskill, Blake Hance, Jalen Moore, have your cleats dry and ready to go, because at any point in time, it could fall on you. It really could. We'll talk more about the game, how the 49ers might go about winning it, how the Chicago Bears might go about winning it with Courtney Cronin at 3:45 today. Until then, we got open lines. We're talking week 1 in Chicago and where my eyes are going to be, what I really want to see. A couple of looks that I want to see from the San Francisco 49ers before it's all said and done. This is what we got this afternoon. It's the first Friday before football. We love it. We're brought to you by the San Diego Tourism Authority. If you're planning a trip to the sunshine, the coastline, and the outdoor adventures of Southern California, start in San Diego and visit sandiego.org.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month. with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank, member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
From Carriage House to Glass Aluminum Doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome. It is good to have you here today, the day that brings us one day closer to football. We are 2 days away. It happens on Sunday. Thank God. Thank God it's coming back. Can't wait to see it. By the way, everything we do, it's all available on the Odyssey app. Downloaded for free today. You'll be happy that you did. Somebody here from the 925 on the Comcast Business text line says George Kittle has played in 67 of 81 career games, and that with the exception of 2020, Kittle is top 5 in tight end snap percentages. Yeah, that's why it stinks he might not be playing in this opener. He is important. Having him out there has usually equaled better than a bad day for the 49ers. So I want to see Kittle less involved, I think, in the run game, more involved in the passing game than in years past. I think that he is a weapon who has been asked to block a little bit too much in his career. And that might be taking a toll on an otherwise spectacular playmaker who maybe needs to get his head out of the line of scrimmage a little bit more. And I know that he's great at it, and I know that that's the way Shanahan needs to do things, but this is a team that suffers an inordinate amount of injury, and it just stinks that, you don't play this guy during the entire preseason so he doesn't get hurt, and then all of a sudden in practice he gets hurt. What was it? Jaquiski Tartt was just on the other day, and he was saying that how when he was with the Eagles, like their practices were much less physical than the practices he went through with the 49ers. So maybe Shanahan does run a little bit too tight of a ship Monday through Friday and would be better off backing off some of these practice reps just to have a healthier team on game day, because if there's one thing that we have learned, it's that nothing in this league matters other than game day. That's all that matters. And you, of course, want to be ready to go and you want to be prepped up, and that is where that's where the progression of just all these injuries is starting to pop. I mean, the league might look a little disjointed in the first few weeks because that's the real new preseason now, as these teams sort of use the first 2-3 weeks to tune up. But if that's the deal with the devil that you need to make to guarantee less injury, make that deal.
Except that I still don't know how, in the Kittle case, he injured his groin. Because it might not be because of the gruesome practice schedule. It might just be he put a foot wrong. Or he might have stepped on somebody else's foot. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can screw up a groin muscle. So, it's hard to be able to say they practiced too hard, because a lot of their guys got hurt during games. And football is, as we know, it's carnage. That's what it is. So, Jaquiski Tartt saying that the Eagles practice a lot less stridently than the 49ers do does not necessarily mean that the Eagles are right. You'd have to go through every injury, break it down, practice or game, and then what kind of injury it was. If you could show me that they're all the same kind of injury, then you could tailor your practices accordingly. But I think it's sort of a, top to bottom thing.
Sure, I'm just going off by what Tartt said in his interview.
No, I understand. I'm not, when I'm questioning whether or not he's got his finger on the pulse of why the 49ers have more injuries, and whether it's practices or whether they just accumulate bad luck. I mean, they didn't have much bad luck last year. They had a ton of bad luck the year before. And I bet if we were paying attention to every team, we'd see that there are years like that for everybody.
Sure.
I think we may be looking at one like that with the Rams this year.
Nobody gets out unscathed, that's for sure. Damon, when are you going to admit that George Kittle is injury prone? Well, if he were to miss significant enough time this year, this would be the year where you'd maybe start leaning into that a little bit more. As someone else, though, on the text line says, hey, most of his injuries were due to Jimmy medicine balls. I always called them hospital balls myself. But yeah, I do think that maybe a quarterback getting something more into the catching radius is going to help keep George Kittle a little bit safer out on a football field. And hopefully Trey Lance is the guy to do that. Not a lot of early indications that he necessarily is. If inaccuracy is one of the things that everyone's worried about. So how this whole thing unfolds, it's just going to be an absolute, I can't wait. Let's do it. Let's do it. I don't want to talk anymore about it. I want to watch this game actually happen.
Well, if you're suggesting we go now, I'm all for it.
No. We've just begun.
You're sucking all the fun out of my day.
I want to tell you what I want to watch, and I want you to tell me what you want to watch, specifically, as I grab a little water here, for this game. To me, I've said this over and over, I'm more excited to watch to watch Bosa and Eric Armstead and Javon Kinlaw than I think I am any other element of this team. And that includes Trey Lance, honestly. Because I know what I need them to do. We know what they need to look like for this year to go where you want it to go. So do they meet that expectation right from the get-go? Because if they do, I can't even tell you how much easier everything around here just got.
I don't think you'll get any kind of read from the Bears on that, though. If they terrorize the Bears, then you can just say, well, the Bears have a horrible offensive line. They have an untried quarterback. They don't have any targets to throw to.
So then terrorize the Chicago Bears is my point.
Okay. I'm just saying
I'm expecting to see.
Yeah, I'm just saying that ultimately you're going to judge the 49ers not on what they did against Chicago. You're going to judge them against the best teams. And you won't get a read on their defensive line from Sunday, I don't think, unless the defensive line gets handled.
Here's the deal. If we're talking on Monday how they had 27 pressures on 41 passes, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a number like that because I just saw what a dominant defensive line did against a questionable offensive line, and it's a direct division rival of the 49ers. So I know what good D-lines do against bad D-lines, so let's see a number like that.
See, I'm more interested, at least in terms of trying to figure out what the 49ers are going to be in how well they run the ball. I think Elijah Mitchell is the most important guy on the offense on Sunday because they're going to have to establish a running game early, and I think the one thing that Chicago is at least not bad at is at defense. So if they can gash the Bears that way, then you can make some assumptions about, hey, this running game is as good as it's ever been. I'll be interested to see how many times they run Samuel. It's just the schematics of the offense that are more interesting to me than whether Nick Bosa terrorizes Justin Fields. Because if he does, that's almost, you sort of go, yeah, he should have done that. It just, to me, the task early on is to figure out what kind of offense they're going to have. Because until they face a really good team, their defense, at least their defensive line, won't be tested.
But we almost kind of know what the offense, even with the new quarterback in place, is supposed to look like conceptually from Kyle Shanahan, who's done nothing other than tip his hand into his style of football in every week he's been here, basically.
But you don't see it until you see it. And we haven't really seen any of this.
So my second thing that I am, excited to see on my watch list, and this is where you and I have been spending way too much time together, it's Elijah Mitchell. I think he's going to have as big of a difference-making year for this franchise as any player in football could have a difference-making year for their franchise, and I will explain. What does 1,000 yards and 8 to 10 touchdowns mean from Elijah Mitchell for this team? It would be a monster for him. It would be safe to assume that he stayed healthy for much of the year if he were putting up numbers like that. The 49ers are winning football games, and Kyle's style is completely winning fights if he's putting numbers like that. He becomes one of the most important escalators of how far this all goes in all of football if he has a monster year for the 49ers out of the backfield. Like a true, real X-factor running back, not a stable, not a nice grouping of guys who are a three-headed monster, but to really be a guy is such a valuable weapon, especially in the postseason. It would put him in very rare company these days. Most backfields are two- or three-headed backfields, and the Niners are built to be the two- or three-headed backfield as well. But if he really were to separate himself, it just makes everything that this team is trying to accomplish this year that much easier. By the way, only 7 running backs went over 1,000 rushing yards last season. That's it. Only 7 NFL running backs went north of 1,000 yards last year. Jonathan Taylor, Nick Chubb, Joe Mixon, Najee Harris, Calvin Cook, Antonio Gibson, and Ezekiel Elliott. And Ezekiel Elliott got over 1,000 by like 2 yards. 1,002 yards.
Mitchell, though, had 963. So if you're looking for him to do what you describe, you're talking not 1,000. You're talking like 1,250.
Well, that's the thing. I'm going to start at 1,000, and then we'll get gaudy as far as after that. But no, he came close. That's the thing. He came close. If he can get that touchdown number up, he can be flirting with 10 touchdowns, 10 touchdowns. Oh, my God. Everything gets easier. By the way, the 1,000-yard running back is a dying breed. There were only 8 running backs that went over 1,000 yards just 2 years ago, back in 2000. So 8 2 years ago, 7 1 year ago, probably going to be 5 or 6 this year because there's just a different style for running backs these days. They're being asked to incorporate themselves in the pass game more than ever. Being a power back isn't as sexy as being Austin Eckler these days. And go Austin Eckler, by the way. He's my fantasy running back.
I knew we were heading that way. Yeah, I mean, there really are only 2 guys, 3 if you want to count a healthy Derrick Henry, who can really be called sort of bellwethers for their teams. Maybe 4 if you want to count Joe Mixon. But Jonathan Taylor, who basically was Indianapolis's offense last year, Najee Harris, and who else was I thinking of? Antonio Gibson. But Antonio Gibson's playing on an awful team, so he's going to gain yards for no good reason. There are not a lot of guys who get the ball that much. 3 guys had it more than 250 times. So, that part is true. They don't do it the way they used to. But I have a feeling that Elijah Mitchell, who had it 207 times last year, is going to be close to 250, 275, because I still think that's going to end up being the center of the offense, because they're not going to run Deebo Samuel as much as they did in the past, or they're going to try not to.
Well, certainly early on, they're going to want to err on the side of caution with everyone, right?
But not just that. It's they want him to understand, we're making an effort not to overtax you in the thing you did so much last year. Because remember, most of his rushing totals were in the last 8 games, which is a lot of work.
It was a lot of work, and he was great at that work. But he's got more guys. I mean, there are more opportunities to even get other players involved in this running game. Like the third thing that I'm most excited about, we started defense, then we went to Elijah Mitchell. I'm excited to see what feeding Ayuk might actually look like. And I'm not even talking about Kyle Shanahan feeding Ayuk. It might be out of his hands. It might be his quarterback's preferred target. They got a little kismet coming out of the preseason. They got a little kismet because they worked out together in L.A. during the offseason. So we'll see if that translates. Brandon Ayuk, I think running with the ball, end around, some gadget, some razzle-dazzle, Danny Gray, Ray McLeod. I think you're going to see every single one of those guys north of 10 carries this season. Kyle Shanahan's going to figure out a way to get him the ball, get the ball into the hands of his playmakers in space. And sometimes that space will be created running out of the backfield. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And then you got Kyle Juszczyk, who's the ultimate utility fullback. You never know where he's going to be, what he might do with the ball. There are, for a guy who's a creative offensive coach, the amount of options, the amount of toys and levers that Kyle Shanahan gets to play with, all designed around his hand-selected quarterback of the future and the right now against the Bears on a sloppy track at Soldier Field. What could possibly go wrong?
Oh, never say that.
And that's why we love football. That's why we love football. Because there is a chance the Bears win this game. They got a puncher's chance. For sure they do. We have seen teams without expectations kind of just luck themselves into 3-4 things went well all in a row, and every single football game really is decided by 4 or 5 plays. You know, everyone's got talent. Even the untalented teams have talent. Everyone's got speed. Everyone's got size. Everyone's got power. So what do you do on those 5 difference-making plays? If the 49ers are on the right side of them, I like them to win. I like them to cover. They find themselves on the wrong side. This game's 10-10, 13-13 in the fourth quarter. Hold your breath. Hold your breath.
Or try not to throw up.
Exactly.
If that game's 10-10 in the fourth quarter, it's going to be an unsightly mess.
Oh,
and I'm not talking about the weather.
Right. No, but
talking about take me to the red zone immediately.
There's a chance it's 10-10 fourth quarter, Ray.
Oh, no, I'm not saying there isn't. What I'm saying is if there is, I will find other entertainments if I have to.
Somebody's just trying to argue with me and saying Soldier Field's a complete dump, makes Levi's look like a palace. All right, well, let's break that apart. There is nothing that could ever make Levi's look like a palace. I know what palace-looking stadiums are. That ain't one of them, and it never will be. Levi Stadium is as big of an architectural mistake as I think what Guaranteed Rate Field is on the south side of Chicago. Like, there's this huge booming stadium boom of futuristic-looking everything, and the Niners basically decided, yeah, we'll take Stanford Stadium on steroids. Except there won't be these cool grassy knolls to walk through to get through to your seat. It's just going to all look like an erector set with a Walmart set on top of it. Levi Stadium is nothing to be proud of or point at and say it's awesome. Now, I won't say a word to defend what they did to Soldier Field either. They took a great football stadium and they turned it into a futuristic space toilet with one of the most architecturally obscene decisions ever rendered on a historically national registered landmark that were the colonnades of old Soldier Stadium. And it looks so bad. It's so bad. It's the smallest stadium in the NFL. The Bears are now looking to get out of it. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting, the choices that have been made for that franchise going on 30 years now, Ray. And that's why I've officially filed my divorce papers.
Well, you did that with the Cubs, too, just in time.
Hey, look at those trashy uniforms today. I hope the Giants beat them, but they're not.
No, I mean, for purposes of this discussion, it doesn't matter what the dumpier stadium is. Is the grass first quality? And that's Matt Eberflus's first real contribution, is will you spend $250,000 to resod this place? Because that's, in terms of football, that's the only thing most people care about is, can you get a decent running surface? The worst field of all has been Heinz Field over the years. That's just been green painted mud.
Hey, look, Candlestick was a dump of a field. That thing was a swamp.
Well, it was. Well,
there's like a tornado of wrapping papers happening in the corner all the time.
No, but you know, the way that it was built back in the 60s, it was below sea level, so it was always going to be a swamp. We're talking about, you know, changing the way stadiums are built and configured. And if you can't get the grass right, you're not getting anything right. Because the grass is relatively easy.
Well, and the grass is, here's the thing. It should be easy in California. I mean, this is let's grow crops part of the world if there ever was one. And look at all of the disastrous fields that they had in the early inception of Levi Stadium. Soldier Field has always had a sloppy, muddy track, but its reputation as a disastrous field is a little overplayed. You know, it wasn't the concrete green carpet of the vet.
No, that was a different kind of thing.
And there's also, you know, things in Chicago that just don't exist out here. They're called seasons.
Yeah, well, the point is the Bears front office never kept up the grass. They never bothered with the field.
No, they were as cheap as everyone at one point. Even
that's
had
my point.
Artificial turf in there.
Yeah, this isn't about the meteorology of, you know, upstate Illinois. This is about you could take care of grass if you want to take care of your grass. And they never did because they thought, it's just part of being the Bears. You know, you play on whatever dirt we happen to have. I mean, you remember those the films of those old games with Gale Sayers?
Those were at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, but again, you know, somebody's got to do the upkeep there, and those fields literally were dirt by the 1st of November every year.
Yeah, it was you had a major league infield that you were playing half of it on. Raiders fans, you know this well. Look at what it used to have to go through over at the Coliseum. But here's the thing. Coliseum's ground crew never got the credit that it deserved.
No, they kept that place up very well. They do now. But when they had to do both fields, you never saw games where the turf was coming up in sheets.
No. Somebody says, Damon, don't diss the stick. I'm not dissing the stick. But that field was swampy. It was a field that had NFL glory spilled all over it. But it was not the best. That turned into a muddy track real fast, and every 49er fan knows it. I'll tell you right now, there is no doubt most people at Levi Stadium would pay twice the price of their ticket for this Week 2 opener, Seattle, to just come back to Candlestick. But unfortunately, they tore it down. So that's not going to happen. But yeah, I wish they still played at Candlestick. I'll give you all the amenities that Levi offers right back. Crowd me in a concourse once again. That building had soul. The ghosts were out there. No ghosts at Levi's.
Well, they didn't have soul until the 80s. Before that, it was...
Well, whatever. I can't...
It was another... But
I can't... how the soul gets installed, Ray, is not my problem. The point is, it's here.
No, but the thing is, that's what it was. Because before then, it was exactly as awful.
Yeah, but look, the 49ers could win this year's Super Bowl hosting the NFC title game. Levi Stadium will never have soul. Ever. The building is built to be soulless.
Okay. I mean, I don't care if they raise it.
Well, you
and
say
I don't
that about
mean lift it up in the air. I mean, like, tear it down. They can play in an open field for all I care.
We have much more coming up. Courtney Cronin, who is in Chicago for all things Bears coverage, including a move to Arlington. We kind of got onto that yesterday when we were talking Bears. We're actually going to talk this game and this football game next here on 95.7 The Game with Courtney Cronin, who, of course, knows an awful lot about sports because she went to Indiana University, and great minds do come from Bloomington. Anyways, Damon and Ratto here. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, and by our friends at Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
The BetQL model has you covered on Football Friday. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The NFL Sunday slate is fast approaching, and BetQL has a number of 4- and 5-star plays they like. Sides, totals, and props, all available for this weekend. One of their 5-star plays for Week 1 is Patriots-Dolphins under 46.5. They project this game at 43 in the hook. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the outstanding experience we provide our customers. It's a better way to buy and own a vehicle. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a new laundry set with the latest technology for faster, more efficient cleaning and drying so you can get back to the sounds of fall. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Final days to get up to 30% off select appliances, all finishes included, in September 14th. Offer valid August 25th through September 14th. See store or online for details.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone.
But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G on America's best networks. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and QIOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
We get going on Sunday morning for real. 49ers and Bears kick off at 10 a.m. on Fox. The Red and Gold pregame show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal. Sunday, 9 a.m., an hour of pregame for you right here on 95.7 The Game. You'll be taken care of postgame as well by Alan Stiles and Kyle. So come on. We got you covered, baby, when it comes to week one of the 49ers, which, of course, opens up for a spectacular weekend for San Francisco and Chicago. The Cubs are hosting the Giants right now. A lot of people made the trip out there, including our next guest, Courtney Cronin. Used to be in San Francisco, but she makes the trip back home, where she now covers the Chicago Bears for ESPN. Courtney, thank you so much for joining us here on Damon and Ratto. It's always good to catch up with you, my friend. How you doing?
I'm well. How are you guys?
We're doing really, really well. How's your hometown treating you? How are the Bears treating you? They're lucky to have you. Never let them forget that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's been great to be home. I mean, been gone for the better part of the last 12 plus years, and it's incredible to get to cover, a team that you kind of start on the ground floor again, because it's a new leadership coming in with Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus, and getting to learn a new team again after 5 years covering the Vikings is a challenge, but no better place to do it than in a market like this. And, it's just nice to get to actually be close to family once again. I was going to ask you guys, how are you surviving the heat out there? Because, it's 80 degrees here. It's nice right now, but I was seeing reports that it sounds like it's not so nice out there.
Well, here's the thing. Luckily in San Francisco, we're still surrounded on water by, 3 sides at least, and we got the fog helping us out a little. So the city did push 90, and the rest of the Bay Area was pushing 120. So they were suffering while we were just kind of going through a thick night of weather out here. But yeah, there's nothing like the weather in the Midwest. And if you don't like it, just wait 10 minutes. It can change. What kind of weather were we looking at on Sunday for this game, Courtney?
It's not going to be great for a team that is hoping its turf conditions won't be the main storyline after that atrocious field that they had during the Kansas City preseason game. Not looking so great, considering there's rain, a lot of it in the forecast, and going to be low 70s. It's fair weather, I guess, if you want to call it that, although I was always used to that term meaning snow and cold, but not going to be great in terms of the overall feel of a fall football game.
Given the disaster that was the Matt Nagy era, how much room are the fans allowing Matt Eberflus? Are they optimistic that he can get this right, or have they been beaten down by years of the Bears being the Bears?
Bubble screen, bubble screen, bubble screen, bubble screen, punt.
Yeah, all of that's valid, and I think that's the challenge for any new staff coming in, because every couple of years it feels like this has happened. I mean, they've had a lot of coaches, from Mark Trestman to John Fox to Matt Nagy, now to Matt Eberflus, within the last decade plus, that you would understand fans and the patience of this fan base running thin. And I think, honestly, more than with the coaching staff and whoever else comes in, they're irritated with ownership. And rightfully so, because, every time we hear the same things with this team, that they're changing the culture, that they're going to move in a different direction. This time, though, it feels believable in a lot of different respects. And it took players, a while to buy into Matt Eberflus and the hits principle, because that sounds kind of hokey to some people, and that's why, he has a background as a college coach too. I mean, longtime defensive coordinator in the NFL, but he was at Toledo. He's coached under Nick Saban. He has a lot of experience. So I think it was the right call for this team if they want to establish the culture as it currently stands, that they had to let go of so many veteran players, because you're not going to get the same buy-in with an older, more experienced team that you would with unimpressionable rookies and young players who you can groom to play football a certain way and follow leadership a certain way. So I will say, with the culture, and we talk about that word so much here that sometimes it just makes your eyes glass over and you tune it out. This group feels different. They feel professional, if that's the right way to phrase it, because there's not the same sort of unpredictability of not knowing what you're going to get from a practice to practice. They're trying to establish a new standard. We'll see if any of that sticks, if they end up in a losing skid. Are you falling back on the hits principle when you're 3-13 potentially, or are you deferring to, we just want to get this thing over and get to the next year and get to free agency so you can spend a lot of money to fix this roster? But so far, I think fans are honestly more irritated with the negativity and the perceived slights that they take from the national media around this team, and the Vegas predicting 6 wins is the over-under. I think they're more irritated with that than anything else.
Courtney Cronin covers the Bears for ESPN. She's joining us here on 95.7 The Game. So what are your impressions of Justin Fields under Matt Eberflus first go-around? Are you getting any sort of feeling coming out of training camp? Was his gaudy Justin Fields preseason numbers that he put up an indicator that he is really taking a step forward, or did he just have a good day?
Yeah, I mean, the preseason is what it is. And the tangible stuff I think you can take from that last game where he was, lighting it up in Cleveland. Again, a defense that didn't have Jadeveon Clowney or Myles Garrett in it, along with a couple other pieces in the secondary, is that the operation looked good. And that, for Justin Fields, is a huge confidence boost that you can carry that over into the regular season. Again, like the whole notion that this is a competent football team in ways that it hasn't been before, that's probably the biggest thing they came away from the preseason with. Now, Fields, I think he's in a much better spot this time around with Luke Getsy as his offensive coordinator. He may be the most important off-season acquisition, hire, whatever you want to call it, new body that's in this building, because he's putting Fields in a position where he's not playing a drop-back game and having to carry the weight of this offense when the pass protection, jury's going to be out on that unit for at least a couple games to figure out will it be any better than last year, and a wide receiver core that has one proven guy in Darnell Mooney that actually can carry over chemistry from year to year with Fields. So, he went through a lot of ups and downs, and there were days in practice, especially early in training camp, where the offense just was not clicking. And this is somebody who hasn't lost a lot in his career. So how he's able to galvanize this group and lead this group in ways that he just probably wasn't comfortable doing as a rookie were more noticeable as camp wore on. And I think that that's the thing that you'll hear from players left and right, that Fields knows that this is his team. He's not, the falling victim to some BS quarterback battle, which should have never happened in the first place last year, but was the byproduct of a crappy trade that turned into another acquisition when you have Nick Foles and Andy Dalton on the roster. Like, people, they traded up to get Justin Fields because people are trying to keep their jobs, and he may very well become the most important draft pick in franchise history. And I think he feels the weight of that, but you wouldn't be able to tell because of the way the team's insulating him and the way that they're putting him in position to succeed.
Where's the one place where the Bears can establish control of this game on Sunday against the 49ers, or is there a place?
I think, Ray, it's probably in the run game. David Montgomery is a good back, and now that, even last year too, Tariq Cohen got injured so early, and, we knew the writing was kind of on the wall there with how his career in Chicago ended, that this was going to be David Montgomery's room. And he's in a contract year. It's an important year for him to have a lot of production, and I think the 1-2 punch that they have with Montgomery and Khalil Herbert, and then they drafted Treston Ebner on day 3 to be a change of pace back and provide them some strength on special teams. And, have a young quarterback, and you're in this, it's this version of the Kubiak-Shanahan that is, matriculated across the NFL, you're going to lean heavily on your run game. You have to, because you need, especially with a young quarterback like that, there's so few scheme transcendent quarterbacks in the NFL that you need a run game to support what you're asking them to. This group that they have of running backs and the scheme that they're going to use, the outside zone, will allow for play action opportunities, allow for Justin Fields, to be able to sell the plays where they all look similar, but you're not giving a tell away on everything, whether it's a run or pass, and that's what they're probably going to be hanging their hat on Sunday, knowing just how tough of a challenge that 49ers front seven is going to be.
Courtney, I think the one undeniable advantage is, both these teams basically have a quarterback with question marks, playing behind an offensive line with question marks, with dominant defensive groups, and anything could happen on a day where the weather might be less than spectacular. So to try to predict this one is hard to do because there's so many moving pieces. But the one advantage is just Kyle Shanahan over any head coach making his first ever head coaching start, if you will, in the league. And I'm not saying that Eberflus might not be the next genius in this league. We'll find out. But that, to me, is the one place that the 49ers got to feel that for sure we have the advantage. A guy who is regarded as one of the offensive, really, really state-of-the-art offensive minds going up against someone who, when he calls his first NFL timeout, will be the first NFL timeout he's ever called.
Yeah, and I think Kyle's earned that. I mean, he's won games with guys like Nick Mullins. Like, he's made a career in the NFL working with not necessarily the most spectacular or top three quarterbacks and getting a lot of production out of guys. And I think there's still so many unknowns with Trey Lance, and of course you guys are close to it with the decision for them to keep Garoppolo. It's more than just.
We haven't talked about it at all, Courtney. Haven't even brought it up.
I mean, it's more than just, hey, we're not ready to turn the reins of this offense over to Trey Lance. Obviously, it's a cost-effective move and puts a lot of leverage on Garoppolo for where he wants to go next year. I don't think it was the wrong move, though. When you take a look at both of these teams, yes, you have second-year quarterbacks, at least slated in to start right now. Two teams in very different spots. The 49ers could potentially, it's not their fault the Rams are in their division. I mean, they're a wild card team at worst, and they could be contending for a Super Bowl at best. So, of course, having that insurance policy at quarterback helps them out a lot. The Bears aren't close to that, and I know that's the part that irritates fans here when you're willing to say the not-so-quiet part, which should be the very loud part, out loud. Matt Eberflus is going to be doing this for the first time. There's going to be growing pains that come with it. Kyle Shanahan's been to a Super Bowl. He's got a team that's ready-made to go contend right now. So, of course, I think in terms of the coaching advantage, that's going to go to Kyle Shanahan. That's not to say that Matt Eberflus doesn't have this team prepared and that they're not going to, look good, at least when they get out there, or better than, I think, expectation. But that's just a realistic way to kind of prognosticate, the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, but also the clear advantage that San Francisco has in the coaching department.
Indiana, Idaho. Let's go. 5 o'clock tomorrow night. Go Hoosiers.
I mean, that's the real main event this weekend, and I know that you and I are riding high following the 23-20 win that they probably shouldn't have won last Friday night. But
probably not.
I love the Big Ten opener. I think it's great for college football just in terms of some of the rivalries that we saw last week, and I'm looking forward to them taking down the Vandals. I don't know a single player on that team. Are they FCS? I assume they are.
Let's pretend they are, and if they win, we'll say that they're in the SEC.
Okay, that works for me, Damon.
Thank you so much, Courtney. It's awesome to see your career just explode all over ESPN and everything that they've got you doing. You know how much we enjoy. I enjoy what I used to read Courtney as a student writer at Indiana, and she has definitely gone further than any student whose career I've ever monitored. They're lucky to have you at ESPN, Courtney. It's awesome to talk to you. Thank you for joining us here, and let's do it again sometime.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. Ray, we're proud of each other. We support each other at Indiana, and she's really good at what she does.
I'll buy the second part.
Thank you. Welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
The Indiana football beat as a Cub student reporter is less than sexy. She did such a good job. Then she started covering the basketball team. She was great. She was like the best student reporter I had ever read coming out of a student newspaper. And every now and then I can pick them. I'm like, I wonder what she's going to do with her career. I wonder what's going to happen to her. And she's at ESPN now covering the Bears.
Well, I remember when she was at the Contra Costa Times, I was talking to Gary Peterson, who was the columnist there at the time. I said, where'd you guys find this Cronin? He said, blah, 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 blah.
Greatest university.
He didn't mention Indiana at all. Oh. And I said, well, you better treasure her while you can. She's not going to be here for long.
Yeah. No, she had that written all over her.
Yeah.
And then she got to Minnesota.
She learned how to do video pretty early. She was, part of that, Anthony Slater class of devotees. And, that probably propelled her as much as anything.
That got her the Minnesota gig. She crushes the Minnesota gig. That gets her
punished by having to cover the Bears.
Hometown. She's happy to be there. And, she's not going to have to deal with downtown traffic once they move to Arlington and everything that we know.
If she's still covering the Bears by the time that new stadium is built, her career is stalled.
Hey, look, you could do a whole lot worse than covering the Bears for the rest of your life. There are plenty of people who've done very, very well doing just that. That's a big team in a big city, Ray.
How much 5 and 12 can you eat?
Chicago, all of it. The entire pizza every fall. It's never satisfying. It makes you come back the next year.
Yeah, it's never satisfying, but it is awful.
It is what it is. And look, it's why Guru and Larry Krueger were stunned to hear the rumors, and I guess they were talking about that today.
Week 1 of the NFL season, which for the Niners, and they're in Chi-Town, and the word around town everywhere is they're going to beat the crap out of the Bears, who are bottom feeders. And I heard the great Damon Bruce, I can't wait to talk to him today, denounced his fanship for the Bears. And I got to let him know, Damon, you can't do that. Damon Bruce, I know you're a lifer. You can't turn in your papers, bud.
Oh, seriously.
So I can't wait to see if that's true.
We have to call him out on that.
That hurt my soul.
Have you ever done that?
No, I'm a Pirate fan.
Would you ever do that?
No.
I wouldn't either.
You can't do it.
Goo, I don't care if tomorrow they said, you know what, you're doing an afternoon drive in Chicago.
Go ahead.
I'm a Niners fan.
All day long.
And I'm not switching.
I do it daily. But yeah, Larry, you can't. Ain't no swaying on that. You can have envy. I wish I wrote, but you can never, ever. It says so much about the personality.
Never switch.
David, we need to talk to you, bud.
Come on, D.
We'll let him know.
Here's the thing. I haven't switched. I just got rid of my heroin habit. That's really what it is. When you are so disgusted with the players, the front office, the head coach, the stadium, the owners, and then the next group of everyone that I just mentioned, over and over and over again, it just got too much. And Bears football was ruining Sundays for me. Ruining. I would stop watching good football games to watch crap football games, and that's basically what I do on Saturday. My Saturdays are reserved for crap football. Glorious Indiana crap football. So I couldn't do it. The double dipping got to me. The double dipping of just craptastic football weekends got to me. My wife even said, you're just not fun to be around on Sundays. And I said, I'm taking this way too seriously, and I got to get out of it. And so I put the Chicago Bears back in an armoire drawer, and I've kind of left them there. They're an old watch. Maybe I'll wear them once again one day, but I can't. I can't anymore.
First of all, they're dead wrong. When your team is not performing the basic task of entertainment, they don't have to win. But they need to entertain, because that's what football is.
Right.
Otherwise, it's just cockfighting. The point is, you're supposed to abandon a team that doesn't entertain you. That's what being a responsible customer is. You don't keep going back to the same supermarket and buy rancid lettuce just because that's the supermarket you always went to.
Right. I grew up going to this supermarket. My daddy went to this supermarket. My great-granddaddy went to this supermarket.
Yeah. The idea that you have to hold on. First of all, being a fan is insane to me. I don't know why anybody would subject them.
See, that's where you have so missed the boat in your sporting life.
Because no.
Here's the thing: if you want to play the role of I am a journalist and therefore I cannot root anymore, that's one thing, and I get that and I respect that. But to be the fans are nuts and you just all are just less than people.
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. When you are the kind of fan that they were describing, you are willingly accepting less than you should. Your favorite team, the team that you pour money and energy into, should reciprocate.
Right.
And if they don't reciprocate, you are honor bound to walk on them.
It's one thing to have a bad year. It's one thing to have a disappointing season or two in a row. It's another to have systematically installed negligence at all levels. And that's what the Bears became to me. But there is something good and awesome and pure about fandom, of just giving yourself over to something that is bigger than you, that'll go out of its way sometimes to never love you back. I mean, being a Cub fan my entire life was 2016 is one of the greatest payoffs I've ever had. Like, you can't live a better sporting life than being a Cub fan and then winning a World Series finally in 2016. Giants fans in 2010, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That first kiss. Oh, it's so good. It was so good. It was so wonderful. It was emotional. It was true. I got married and the Cubs won the World Series in the same year. I cried at one of those events.
Your wife cried at the other.
Exactly.
No, I mean, I don't regard fans as otherworldly. I don't understand the process. So I just get out of the way. Go be a fan. But if you are a fan of an incompetent and aggressively mal-run team, then you have to walk. Otherwise, all you are is a mark.
Right. Yeah. That's it. I felt like a sucker.
Yeah.
And I really did. I felt like a sucker. Like, that stripper doesn't like you. She's working for $20. She doesn't really love you back. This Bears team doesn't love you back. I felt like a sucker sitting stage with a 20 in my hand thinking, I wonder if she really likes me.
But the point, no team loves you back. That's it. Even teams that succeed, they don't love you back. All they do is raise their prices. But you can delude yourselves into thinking you're getting a form of entertainment out of that. Because that's all you're really promised. You're not promised a square deal. You're not promised a break on prices. You're not promised anything.
You're not even promised an entertaining game.
But
you just hope it happens.
You are investing in the notion that you could be entertained by it. But when you are no longer entertained by it and you still go there, you're a dope. You're just you're a moron. And you should be avoided when you go to a tavern. If you come up to a guy and offer him a drink, he should, by rights, refuse it.
Phones are ringing. People want to talk about this, and we'll talk about this with you next. So stick around. Much more happening. We're about an hour away now from saying hello to Brian Baldinger. Looking forward to talking to him about not just Bears and Niners, but a really fabulous Week 1 slate, which we're going to start diving into, plus just a teensy, weensy, itty-bitty little bit of baseball that we need to let you know about before this weekend gets underway. So stick around. That's all coming up next year on 95.7 The Game. Damon and Ratto, we are brought to you by what is nothing short of the best 49er coverage that you can possibly find, and you can find it by downloading the Odyssey app today.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans. When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. On Deck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming? Hands-free video calls with flex mode? And multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I'll look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at rogerwaters.com.
This is not a drill.
Produced by AEG Presents.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Imagine a world with endless possibilities. I'm talking endless saving and endless hot showers. Yeah, you heard me right. Endless hot showers. With Navien, that dream is now a reality. Navien tankless water heaters deliver a continuous flow of hot water for as long as you need it. No waiting for a tank to reheat more water, wasting time and energy. The compact design saves you space and money in comparison to traditional tank water heaters. It's time to make the switch and make your hot water dreams come true. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Saturday, legendary college football powerhouses collide as Alabama takes on Texas in the big noon Saturday game of the week on Fox.
Let's go!
Reigning Heisman winner Bryce Young leads the top-ranked Crimson Tide against Quinn Ewers and the Longhorns.
A matchup between 2 heavyweight fighters.
It all starts at 10 Eastern with the big noon kickoff pregame show. And then it's Alabama, Texas, Saturday at noon Eastern on Fox.
San Francisco weather tonight, 60 degrees and partly cloudy.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Friday afternoon before week 1 of the NFL season. We kicked it off last night in L.A. And speaking of kicking, the Rams got their butts kicked. They had to go to a silent snap count in their own stadium. That's embarrassing. The way they played was embarrassing. The way that Buffalo played, just stampeding everything in front of them last night. They looked every bit of a team that's trying to live up to their early hype of this year anyways. Bills looked fantastic. Josh Allen, class all by himself. That was a franchise that came very, very close to winning the whole thing. I kind of grew up a little bit of a Bills fan along with being a Bears fan because I was in upstate New York for an awful lot of my childhood. And the Bills were right there. And I saw them go to 4 straight Super Bowls. And, man, Scott Norwood just hit that first field goal. I swear to God, they went 2 of those 4. They don't go 0 for 4. But it wasn't negligence that brought them to losing. It's sports and the way the cookie crumbles. That's what brought them to losing. That's not what brings the Chicago Bears to the losing column year in and year out. And that's why I kind of started walking away. They made me miserable more than they made me happy. And there was definitely a point where I was caring about the results more than they were. More than the people who own and ran the team were invested. I was overly invested. So I sort of walked away. Having kids, getting married, these things happen. The maturation process of your co-host, Ray. It's been quite an adventure.
Yeah, I credit your wife for all of that. She's taken more than a few grenades to the stomach.
George, South City. Thank you for holding, George. You're on 95.7 The Game. What do you think?
Hey, Damon. I wanted to. You inspired me to call in because you were talking about how you're going through this divorce with your childhood team, the Bears, and I can relate. So I'm a third-generation San Francisco native, third-generation 49er fan. I had season tickets back in the Montana days, went to one of the Super Bowls, even went to Chicago for the 1988 championship game in 33 below zero weather with a bunch of Niner fans here, and Niners were victorious and went on to their 3rd Super Bowl after that. But that's just context. That's backstory. When they betrayed Joe Montana and traded him in 1992, which we can get into, that's a whole other story, but it was a betrayal. I had to stand up and say, this is wrong. The team is going down a wrong path. They're betraying their greatest player. And I won't stand for it. I can't stand for it. So I divorced the Niners. I sold my season tickets. I started going to Chiefs games. I went back to Arrowhead for 2 games and did the West Coast tour when Seattle was in. The Seahawks were in the AFC West, and then the Raiders were in LA, and the Chargers were in San Diego. Made the West Coast tour. And so for 25 years, I hated the Niners and I actively worked for their downfall. For 5 years after he was traded, I would send a fax. Of course, this was in the years before the internet. I would send a fax to each opposing head coach telling them how to beat the Niners. And
see, that's you went full Benedict Arnold. Like, you're giving away battle plans at that point. That's a level that I wouldn't even reach. But no, hey George, I could understand why your favorite player being traded before his expiration date had really shown up would bother you. But at the same time, like saying goodbye a year too early, better than a year too late. And Steve Young wasn't a bad transition. I would never divorce my team under the grounds on which you filed for divorce. To me, Players come and go. That's part of it. Not everything can always end with the roses, and I get that. It's the systematic incompetence of ownership that finally did it to me. It wasn't like, oh, they made this one bet that I really was so opposed to that I decided in this one moment. This was a slow-moving divorce. A little bit like Russell Westbrook in the Seattle Seahawks. You read that story, Ray, about the
Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson. The slow-moving divorce of Russell Westbrook and the Lakers will be something that we get to this basketball season. But Russell Wilson and the Seahawks had a divorce, which was really, they started talking about maybe splitting up after the kids leave for college, like in the freshman year of the kids being in high school. Like that was a slow-moving divorce. And this is where my divorce happened. My sports divorce. It was a slow-moving divorce.
It's just, I don't get why people will just say, you know what? They're ripping me off year after year. Then walk. Just walk.
Well, it's the thing. I wasn't spending money. I wasn't a season ticket holder.
No, but they're ripping you off in other ways.
They were robbing me of time. They were robbing me of my sunshine.
Well, and you're not entitled to sunshine, but you're entitled to best effort. And if they can't give you that, then, why would you bother?
This is Filmo Mike in San Francisco. What's going on?
Hey, Damon. I don't know what's going on with you and Steiny, but I come to the conclusion, I put my Columbo, blunt in my ear, that y'all got a little bit of beef. Now, Ray Ratto.
Wait, me and Steiny have beef? This is news to me.
I thought that y'all had beef, that's all. But if y'all don't, it's all love.
No beef. No beef.
To read behind the line.
No beef. Unless you know something I don't. I have no beef with Matt Steinmetz. Matt Steinmetz might have beef with me. I don't know about that, though.
Got you. The last thing, man, Ray Ratto, if you could say Mark, if you could call somebody a Mark every week, I would love you. I know you're going to hate me, Ray. I remember I met you. I tried to be like, man, you're a legend. He was like, don't say that. You're an idiot. I love you for that. But my last thing is, I love, Damon, I know you're going to like this too. Stephon Diggs getting at Jalen Ramsey every time he caught the ball. I love that. That was, oh my God. And the Rams are so finesse. They soft. It's not even a good finesse. They're just soft.
No,
have a nice one, Damon.
Thank you very much, Filmo. There you go. He loved you, Ray. You called him an idiot. What a guy.
Well, self-advertisement is always the best kind.
Hey, look, though, he's right. Diggs had a field day on Jalen Ramsey last night. A field day.
Jalen Ramsey may be done. In fact, he wasn't that great last year. He was good in stretches, but he was not the guy they bought.
No. Well, that's the thing. You can't be a great corner for very long. Legs and hips go. It's just the way the position works. Here is Steven calling from Chicago. What's going on, Steven?
Damon and Ray, the Bruce and the Noose. How's it going, man?
Not bad. Not bad. It could be some alternate marketing for us.
Hey, Damon, I got a question for you, but before I say that, I do want to comment on, the whole cutting out on your team. I did the same thing on the Sharks, man. I'm from the Bay Area. I live in Oakland. I'm out here in Chicago for my birthday, doing it up, Giants game.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. But, man, I bought into the Sharks from day one, inception day, and I had a autographed Jonathan Chichu jersey. And I was at the tank there in front. My job just luckily had great seats, and they threw me down a lot of times, and I enjoyed it plenty of times. But, man, you know what? After umpteen times in the playoffs and just disappointment, and a lot of notes from my neighbors when I would yell at the TV and scream at the TV, and I just had to give it up and just had to move on. So I understand exactly what you're talking about.
You feel the pain. My problem wasn't stemming from all these disappointing playoff appearances. It was pretty much generated in, they never make the playoffs anymore even. And you did get back to a Super Bowl, and we had to go with Rex Grossman, and that was just, ugh. That was the worst. Anyway, Steven, what can we do for you in Chicago?
Hey, Damon, I'm out here just doing it up with other 49ers fans, going to the game on Sunday. Just give me some advice on where I got to eat here.
All right. If you need a steak, you can never go wrong at Gibson's. You will be welcomed.
Okay.
The service at Gibson's is phenomenal. It's great. It's in a great spot on town, so you can't go wrong at Gibson's. Might I recommend a burger at Au Cheval? Au Cheval, A-U-C-H-A-U-V, however you spell cheval. It's
I'm writing it down now.
One of the best burgers you will ever eat in your life. If you want to keep it real simple and just go to Portillo's and get a steak sandwich, just get a steak sandwich at Portillo's, an Italian beef, you'll be happy that you did. Go to Greek Town if you want to eat some of the best Greek food you'll ever eat. And that pretty much has you covered. That's going to take care of all your major Chicago food groups. If you need a little deep dish, go to Gino's East on Superior.
That's awesome, Damon. I appreciate it, brother.
Stephen, have a great birthday. Enjoy Chicago. And I hope you and your friends have a great time. Just helping the people, Ray. Just helping the people. I would have said girl and the goat, but you're not getting in there without a reservation.
No.
You pigs.
No. And you did give him sort of high caloric, high salted food, so he's getting the full Chicago experience.
That's what you're there for.
Yeah. This stuff's bad for you. Bon appetit.
Yeah, there will be no salads. There will be no salads in Chicago. Damon, how about the Wiener Circle? Best hot dogs in Chicago. They're outstanding. Thank you for asking. You can get a really good hot dog just about anywhere you throw a rock in Chicago, though. You really can. You don't have to go out of your way to find a good hot dog. They're just there.
It's a good weenie town.
It is a good weenie town. So I told you that I had a little bit of baseball for us today. Just the things that you kind of need to know about. And if you are in Chicago and you went for the Cubs game today, you have already watched the San Francisco Giants lose a baseball game. Did they get one hit today, Ray?
No, they scored a couple of runs later.
Oh.
They ended up with 3 hits.
Wow. So a bonanza.
Yes, they were outstanding.
A bonanza of hits.
And Austin Dean got his first major league hit, if that's the sort of thing that matters to you.
It is the sort of thing that matters to me. Congratulations to the entire Dean family. I want to just say this. Baseball that you need to know about, stuff you need to know about this weekend. I have 4 points for you. Are you ready? Let's go through them quickly. Point number 1. A last place finish in the National League West is not necessarily out of the question for the San Francisco Giants. They're at 65 wins. The Rockies are at 59 wins. They've got 7 games left with the Rockies. They've got 9 games left with the Braves, the Dodgers, and the Padres. And if the wheels really come off and the Rockies actually play, and this is a huge assumption, a decent couple of weeks of baseball, especially when they're playing the Giants could finish last place. They could go from first to worst in the National League West, Ray. And I didn't think that was going to be an option early on in the year, but that is how quickly they have fallen from grace.
You have a great deal more faith in the Rockies than I. They are 5 of their last 16, and their closing schedule includes 6 games at the end against the Dodgers.
Okay, so I wasn't looking at the Rockies schedule, but 7 games still with the Giants. So you can, if you're going to close a gap of about 6 games, having 7 games straight up with another team is a nice part of it. But anyways,
yeah, no, they have 3 at home against San Diego, and San Diego hurts them. But their last 6 games are in Dodger Stadium.
They really finish up with a 6-pack at Dodger Stadium?
Yeah. Remember how they had to take some games off from the front of the season and dump them in the back because of the lockout?
By the way, the Dodgers got a real nice get fat schedule coming up.
Well, they don't have to get fat anymore. That's the beauty of it. Is they're already, they're already as round as they can possibly be, unless they have some bizarre need to win 111 games.
Hands down, the most interesting thing happening in the National League West this weekend, I just want to draw your attention to Arizona's Zach Gallen. Because Zach Gallen has tied the Major League record with his 6th straight scoreless start. He pitches again on Sunday and is the only real reason to peek at something that's not football come Sunday. Gallen is 11-2 with a 2.24 ERA. He's got a scoreless streak of 41 1/3 innings that ties Don Drysdale in 1968, Oral Hershiser in 1988, Zach Greinke in 2015, all Dodgers, by the way. By not allowing a run in his sixth straight start, Hershiser, of course, has the major league record with, do you know, Ray?
56.
59 consecutive scoreless innings.
I'm sorry, I was wrong.
I will not hold it against you because you were close enough to. I could see I can invert a 6 to a 9.
Yeah, I think it would. No, I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Never mind.
I forgive you.
Continue.
I forgive you. You are forgiven.
Okay.
The American League Central. Officially the last interesting thing that we really have to get through in baseball here, because you got the Guardians, the Twins, and the White Sox separated by a game and a half. That's tight. That's good. That's good baseball come September.
Despite the fact that it's bad baseball come September.
None of these are good teams necessarily, but if you like a tight race, there is one for you to enjoy, and it's in the American League Central.
I'll tell you where the most interesting stuff might be.
Mets and Braves?
That could be. But Tampa, Seattle, and Toronto are separated by a game and a half to see who can avoid playing the Astros and the Yankees in the first round.
Look, and you want to avoid both those teams.
Yeah, you definitely, so it's vitally important that somebody of that group finish fourth so they can play either Cleveland or Minnesota or Chicago. So that's going to be fun, too.
Finally, the last thing to let you know about, and as we were saying yesterday, this just proves how bad the A's are at serving themselves, their own interests, the interests of their fans, the interests of their great players in a year where they could have chosen any day, any single day of the year to retire Dave Stewart's jersey. They decided to go up against the first Sunday of NFL football. That's a shame, because I don't want to talk about what a colossal failure of business or baseball people the A's have truly become. I want to talk about how great Dave Stewart was for just a minute here, Ray, because Dave Stewart was the man. He really, really was. And I've been lucky enough to meet him and have a few kind of private conversations about charity work that he's doing. And he is deeply involved. This guy cares. He is Oakland down to the socks. The stare. Just the stare. The eyes. Like, this guy had some of the most piercing eyes in the history of a pitcher's mound. And when I think of Dave Stewart, I just think of that look.
Well, the most amazing thing, though, about that look was that it was attached to a very high, reedy voice. That was the least intimidating thing that you could imagine.
Yeah, very nice, Dave Stewart, kind of up here in a vocal range.
And then there's one other thing, ignoring the baseball for a second. There is the iconic picture of him at the Cypress structure, like 2 days after the earthquake, bringing coffee to workmen. That's as Oakland as it gets.
Yeah.
It's just, you're helping us, we help you. And even if it's just coffee, it's something.
He's a good guy.
Yep.
To bring it back to baseball, 3 rings, 1 World Series MVP as he's serving coffee, 168 wins, over 16 major league seasons, 11 postseason series pitched in. Do you know that he never lost an ALCS game?
Yes.
8-0 in 10 ALCS starts, 523 career starts, over 1,700 strikeouts. Dave Stewart was just awesome. One of the great pitchers of his era, a true game one pitcher.
Oh, famous for routinely beating Roger Clemens when Roger Clemens was the best pitcher in baseball. Routinely beating him.
He was awesome. He was awesome. He deserves better than to be going up against week 1 of the NFL for his jersey retirement. Dave Stewart is a name that probably would have gotten a 20 or 30,000 look at it this way. There are A's fans who will drop their grudge against John Fisher one day to pay tribute to Dave Stewart. That would have happened had they decided to do it on any other day.
Well, never mind the day. Another year. This should have been done before this year. You don't, because you never know if a guy's going to pass away at any minute. When you've decided somebody needs their jersey retired, you retire the jersey. You stop waiting for the appropriate moment.
Well, I do think that they actually, I'll let them off the hook on this one. I think that these plans had actually been made for a few years ago, and then there was COVID, and they had to push it back. It was like the Will Clark retirement, basically. They decided that they were going to retire 22 in 2020, which was a bad time to ask people over for dinner.
Still, they knew they were going to do it. Dave Stewart, that should have been retired in 2000.
Right.
I'm not talking about the last three. The last 3 years don't really exist.
Right, they're very late to the party on this.
And in all honesty, so the Giants were with Clark, too.
Well, but the Giants had that weird, we have these standards of we don't retire jerseys unless you're in the Hall of Fame, and then they relaxed those standards for Bonds, at which point everyone was like, but what about Will?
Well, just if you're going to have a standard, hold on to it. If not, don't screw around. You can't guarantee that these guys will be around to see that. And that's sort of the whole idea behind the promotion.
Right. Yeah, I'm glad that Dave Stewart's going to be handed the flowers while he can still smell them. But it should have happened a long time ago, and now that it is happening, it should have happened any other day than the day they chose it to happen. It's like they sabotaged their own attendance intentionally.
I see the thing about the A's and their marketing is that I don't think it's intentional. I just think they don't get it on a galactic level.
Well, there's people you can hire to get that.
The deliberate stuff is when you clean out your roster every 5 or 6 years, whether it needs it or not, so that you can suddenly have a $55 million payroll. That's deliberate. Not knowing how to maintain touch with your fan base. It's incompetent, but I don't think it's deliberate.
They're doing it wrong. That's all I know.
Well, they are doing it wrong.
And I've been screaming you're doing it wrong so often that they should have at least caught on to the wind of that and started doing it right. But anyway, I can only help so much. I'm just a one man. England is not called. They have not offered me this kingship.
Well, they already gave it to somebody who's probably going to give it back in about 6 months anyway.
You know what, though? Let me tell you, just because this guy is her son, isn't that nepotism? He's not qualified for king.
Well,
I'm just kidding. These are all jokes.
No, I understand that, but you make a valid point. And he has spoken out sort of against some of the things that the monarchy is. So, okay, back up your words. Take the crown, do your walk up, up through the cathedral, then take the hat off and go see Arsenal play.
You can't because the Queen died, and I believe they've canceled all premier games.
But you can next week.
Oh, okay, good.
And besides, Arsenal was his mom's favorite team, so
it'd be a tribute.
Yeah.
When we come on back, we pay tribute to Week 1, and it hasn't even happened yet. Only one game of Week 1 has happened. The whole shebang starts on Sunday, and we really can't know about a player, but we know about a situation a player is in, and there is one 49er who is in such a good situation that I hope he realizes it, and it could spring forward a very productive career that'll help the Niners go deep this year. We'll tell you who that player is when we come on back. We got much more for you here on 95.7 The Game, including Brian Baldinger, who's going to join us in our next longest commercial-free segment of an entire day, which is going to be in hour number 4. That's right, we started early today.
Stop doing that.
It's already happened.
It's depressing.
It happened already, sweetie. You made it through
But now you're just backing over the dead squirrel.
You're going to be okay. I want everyone to be impressed with how hard you worked today. I want that message out there.
My heart's beating like a rabbit.
We're brought to you by the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Or you know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity Gateway.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Well, welcome back to you. And man, Sunday morning, just have it right here on 95.7 The Game. Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal have the Red and Gold pregame show at 9 a.m. and kickoff from Soldier Field is at 10 a.m. Kyle Madsen and Alan Stiles will have the postgame show for you here on 95.7 The Game, so you can get right into it. And then Ray and I, of course, be back 3 o'clock on Monday for one of the shows that I look forward to the most of the entire year. That first Monday after a full slate of NFL games is about like the most fun day to work there is on a sports talk radio show. It's about the easiest day to host a sports talk radio show because we all just watch the same episode together. Now we want to talk about that episode together.
The most important thing you said in that entire soliloquy was 3 p.m.
3 o'clock
to 6 p.m.
as opposed to the
this
extra.
4-hour crap's got to stop.
Well, seriously, I just saw Lucas. He's in there. He's like he's ready for someone to come throw a towel on him or like a robe like James Brown at the end of his concerts. Like he thinks he's the hardest working man in show business. He's just screening calls. He's just sitting there.
How hard is it to hang up on people?
I tweeted once.
Nice job. Nice job. Has there been anything on the show so far? And you've had, oh my goodness, you've had 2 hours and 49 minutes of content to sift through. Has anything hit the Twitter yet? Are we promoting the fact that people can watch this garbage?
Yep. Bryant Young said that he expects a fantastic season out of Trey Lance.
It's the kind of news you only get right here.
Can
What's he
rewatch
expect
that
out of Trey Young?
Trey, I do not know what he expects out of Trey Young.
We should have asked.
I should have. Oh, I did.
Yes, actually, you did.
I did. So, look, we have an awful lot of football coming up, and thank goodness. Honey, I've missed you. I truly, truly have. I have missed football so much. It's going to be so good to have it back. As I was saying, that there's one guy on this team that I think is maybe in about as good of a situation as any rookie finds himself in football. And that's Drake Jackson. I think Drake Jackson could have a monster year playing off of the hips of Eric Armstead, Nick Bosa, this defensive line, which is so deep that he makes even deeper. I think he's going to be the curl, the bend guy, the guy who's stunting all over the place. This guy, he lands in a great spot to start his career. He really does. He lands in a spot that is far and away, this position group is the focus of the entire franchise, pretty much. Like, it is the priority of the franchise to develop this position group. They've invested so many premium draft picks in this position group, and it's paid off pretty well for them because they've also got a guy coaching this position group who brings out the absolute best in just about any player he comes across, whether he be rookie or vet trying to reestablish their career or finally pop for the first time in their career. They've done it under Chris Kasurik. And that's what's, I think, really exciting for Drake Jackson. What's exciting for Drake Jackson is what's happened to DJ Jones and Kerry Heidler and Arden Key and Contavious Street and Mo Hurst and Jordan Willis. The guys aren't even on the team anymore. But they were at their best when they were with the 49ers. The only guy who didn't really work out under Kasurik, who was a high-value pick, was Solomon Thomas. That's it.
It's easy to be good when you can hide behind really good guys. And they've had enough really good guys so that the guys like Kerry Hyder and now Drake Jackson have a better chance to, get themselves seen. It's sort of like Aldon Smith next to Justin Smith.
It's exactly where I was going with this.
Justin Smith hid a lot of sins for a lot of other guys. And
someone who had a degree of raw talent that was significant, and Alden had that.
Oh, yeah. No, he was. I mean, it's amazing how good you can be when you're blocked by half a guy. Because that's sort of what he got, because Justin Smith he would grab guys and make them double team him. I mean, I watched him do it more than once. He would just grab a guy and pull him into him. And there were like truck driving lanes to get to the quarterback.
Where you are at all levels of football matters as much as almost how much talent you might possess. And the situation your career begins in usually dictates whether or not your career begins smoothly or poorly. The situation you then take an established career and plop it down in matters greatly. Like Tom Brady waved his magic wand over Tampa Bay, but let's not forget, all he did was join maybe the best team in football beyond its position of quarterback. Tampa was loaded. They had skill everywhere, offensive, defensive skill. They had beef, they had protection, they had pass rush. They had a lot of things. They had 30 interceptions from Jameis Winston. They're like, if we could just eliminate that, we can get better. How do we eliminate that? Well, we're not going to ask Jameis to get better. We're just going to bring in Tom Brady, who's never going to throw 30 interceptions. He could play to at least 80. He won't have a 30 interception season.
And yet they did it without offering him a piece of the franchise, which is what Miami was ready to do.
Maybe it wasn't the best investment for Tom, but it actually worked out very well for him. And I'll tell you, had Tom plopped himself down in Miami, he has not won a Super Bowl with a second team yet. There's no chance.
No.
He's not overcoming that much, not ready to be a Super Bowl champion from 2 years ago. And the Dolphins were different than they were today. And they might even been a little bit better, but they still weren't as good as Tampa. So Tom is not plopping himself down in Jacksonville and saving the Jaguars. He's not a miracle. He doesn't walk on water.
No, I think had the Dolphins figured out a way to get him without cheating, which of course they can't do because they're dopes. He would have been a quarterback on a bad team, but it would be an investment because then he'd own a piece of it. Because that's what that master plan was. We'll borrow 1 year of Tom Brady's diminishing career
for equity.
I
bet you Stephen Ross, when he's all said and done, turning over in his old man grave, laughing at how much money he gets to die with, will be happy that he didn't do that.
I bet you he would kill to do it. He would kill to do it again. Because he would like a Super Bowl before he dies, and he's about 1,000 now.
Right. Well, that's the thing. You're probably not getting that. And I don't think Tom Brady would have given you that. So you're giving away a whole bunch of equity. You'd be happy that you had that. Look at it this way. I know what Stephen Ross's kids are happy didn't happen.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, that's the thing. You can't take equity with you, but you can leave it to your kids and get them taxed on it.
Everyone Chris Kasurik touches pretty much turns to defensive line gold. I'm very excited about Drake Jackson's situation. And honestly, even though it's been a little convoluted and I don't want to say haphazardly put together, but rolled out with less than smooth curves on the highway, Trey Lance is in a really good situation. He is. That Kyle Shanahan guy knows what he's doing. Now, he might not think Trey Lance is absolutely ready to do it all by his own, and I still think it's weird that he wasn't named captain. I really do. I know I've been told it doesn't mean anything. I hope everyone's right. It is a little weird, though. It is just a little weird. But, God, he's in a good situation. He's got so much talent around him. If this offensive line can just figure it out up front with Banks and Brendel and Burford, God, he could be in a great situation early on in his career here. And I hope it comes together for him. I really do. I'm rooting for him. I'd love to see that the 49ers get this one right and we can go and have some fun with this football season the way that we've been having fun in basketball seasons around here. Again, when you watch a team get to the mountaintop, you get greedy for that mountaintop, don't you? I'd love to see, having seen the Giants win 3 titles, having seen the Warriors do what they have done, just one 49ers Super Bowl. Oh, my God, it would be such a big deal around here. It would be the biggest deal around here. Like, as great as the Warriors have been, as dynastic and as beloved as they will forever be, as great as those memories of Bruce Bochy's Giants, Sanchi, as great as those memories are, you can't stop football. The NFL is so much bigger, means so much more to so many more people, that another 49ers championship would just, oh my God, the city would feel different. The air would smell different. It would be a change in the demeanor of the city. And I'm not talking about Gilroy, who unfortunately they're closer to than San Francisco these days, but you know what I mean.
No, I know what you're saying. It probably would be, but it would still sort of feel a bit weird because I don't know that the parade would be up here.
It would 100% be on Market Street. 100%.
The one thing that I never underestimate is the 49ers' willingness to pick fights with Santa Clara just for spite. They'd love to just sort of disrupt their business for a day. Yeah, we're going to march up 237. We're going to ruin traffic for hours. We're the 49ers, bite me.
I think they'd rather have the pictures in front of City Hall.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if they care that much. They'd probably do it in Youngstown, frankly.
They probably do it at that hotel in West Virginia that they stay at.
What is it, the Briarwood?
The Briarwood. I think that was it. Anyway,
that would be the gangster move, no pun intended.
I really do think that this is going to be a very interesting football season for the 49ers. I am so ready for it to begin. It begins on Sunday morning, and we got ourselves a lot of things kicking off on Sunday morning. It's just going to be a great day on the couch. There's no other way to say it.
In other words, a lousy day for the wife.
No, she's going to really enjoy the kids. I'm sure she's
really.
She's going.
Why don't you enjoy the kids then? If that's such a great deal.
I'm going to be enjoying the kids tomorrow. But she is, I'm sure, planning a little lovely day, an outing, something to get them out of the house. It's kind of, Jillian's modus operandi, get the kids out of the house. Good. I endorse this. I normally participate in this. But Daddy's got to work on Sunday morning. That's right. By the way, welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
The Buffalo Bills went to work last night. They worked over the Los Angeles Rams, who really just... The Bills looked every single part of their preseason hype machine, and the Rams either got hammered by the best team in football or their problems might be real. We have pledged for hours now, not to rub it in, Ray, but we have pledged we will not be overreacting to week 1. But oh my God, the Buffalo Bills were really good last night. And Josh Allen, who is in a class all by himself, that is why Kyle Shanahan drafted Trey Lance. So he can maybe play football like that one day. There's no doubt in my mind. What you saw out of the Buffalo Bills is what Kyle Shanahan dreams about. Dominating defense, run the ball, shove it down your throat football. And then have a quarterback who can razzle-dazzle you in ways that make you go, wow, who's that guy? And Josh Allen had a wow, who's that guy? Game again last night. He really is. He just moves differently. He's got the arm strength and devil-may-care in him of Brett Favre. He's got a little Elway to him. He's got a little Cam Newton to him, just based on the size of him. How often do you see a quarterback stiff-arming dudes downfield? He really is just a beast.
He's Steve McNair more than anybody else.
Maybe. Yeah, it's a pretty good call. I mean, he's Steve
McNair with more overt attitude. Because he doesn't mind rubbing it in your face a little bit and then talking it after. I mean, he's the antithesis of what you would think a Wyoming athlete would be. Because he talks it and walks it.
Here's the thing. I have no preconceived notions about what a Wyoming athlete would be.
Wouldn't you imagine that they'd largely be reticent and polite and Midwestern and all that?
Sort of, even though Wyoming's not in the Midwest, but yes.
It's more Midwest than it is anywhere else.
Conceptually?
Look, there's only 12 people in the state. Give me a break here.
Right, but that's but dude, the Midwest stops where Kansas begins.
Well, Kansas and Wyoming basically started on the same.
Right, so I'm saying that's you're kind of getting at you're moving into Western. I don't know. No, when we say, look at it this way, there are no Big Ten schools, and we're Big Ten schools everywhere these days in Wyoming.
Well, there's only one, and they're very happy dominating the Mountain West, even though they don't.
Oh, not the Mountain Midwest. Are we done here?
I was done before, and I kept going. I'm at fault here. But I'm working overtime. I've lost my focus.
You're working regular time now. You already worked your overtime. You worked your overtime before your shift even started.
I got 3 hours in me. That's it.
I think you're going to make it. I really do.
Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
No. What we're going to do is run in here and douse you with any sort of water. We have some bagels and schmear. If we have to feed you, Ray, we're going to just go right down your gullet like a...
That schmear's been out for like 12 hours. Are you trying to poison me?
Yes. No, it's that probably should have been refrigerated somewhere around the 10 a.m. mark, although I did have a little when I got here early today, 1 a.m., 1 p.m. Well, not 1 a.m., 1 p.m., and it was... I'm not going to say it was gamey, but it was I don't know. It was just something a little off about it. Anyway, I think that was
salmonella.
That was all brought in for Nice Guy Steven, because it was Nice Guy Steven's last day today. He's going to KCBS. He's going to go. He's like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to join the number one radio outfit in the entire market. Screw you guys. So smart, smart. I think he's going to go up and be a sports guy up there. Good for him. I hardly ever saw Nice Guy Steven. We were at opposite ends of the
That's
day.
why you think he's a smart.
That's why I like him. That's why I like him. Yeah.
Absence is really the only thing that makes
make a
people
really good first impression and then just walk from that impression.
Yeah. Never be around. You can be a hell of a guy at 5 a.m. because nobody's there to disprove it.
49ers and Bears get going at 10 a.m. Other 10 a.m. games, Saints at Falcons, always a rivalry. Something, Jameis Winston is going to do something to make that game more interesting than it probably should be. And I like Jameis, by the way. Steelers and Bengals, 10 a.m. Watch Mitch Trubisky.
No.
Yes. Watch the Steelers win that game. I like the Steelers to win that game.
Yeah, you like his chances of winning, even though he's 5 for 21 for 17 yards?
I like Mitch Trubisky for 1 week. In a he had time to prepare. 1 week, Mitch Trubisky. That job is eventually going to be handed to the rookie. Mitch Trubisky is a stopgap, and he knows that he's got one real shot at glory. Watch the Steelers beat the Bengals. That's kind of what the Steelers do historically. Eagles and Lions, I mean, come on.
Come on, D's. D's nuts.
Exactly. That's what we think about that game. Eagles are a bad matchup for the Lions. They're about to get smoked at home. I like Philadelphia to win that game a lot. Very interesting kickoff. 10 a.m., Patriots-Dolphins. Two franchises that feel like, one is officially now descending from the mountaintop it used to rule from with an iron fist. The other feels like it's ascending a little bit. This game's got a lot of moving pieces and parts to it, including, hey, Bill Belichick's not even really naming coaches to coach positions anymore. He's just kind of like throwing it all against the wall, and It's not been received as a very well-conceived Patriots year coming up, which means they're probably going to win the Super Bowl because that's kind of how he operates.
If he wins the Super Bowl with this team, he's Jesus.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. Mike McDaniel, on the other hand, what do we know? We have absolutely no idea what he's going to look like as a first-time head coach going up against Bill Belichick. If the Dolphins come out, look good, have an offense that makes people go, whoa, wait a minute, they really moved the ball. They're fast. I forgot about Matt Breida. That could be, or Raheem Mostert. Breida did go to the Dolphins. Then it was Mostert. But I forgot about how good Mostert was. The Dolphins could be playing really fast football against a Patriots team that hasn't played fast yet. So that is a really interesting game. Ravens and Jets, not an interesting game. Jaguars Commanders, not an interesting game. Browns Panthers, it's kind of interesting because there's a tie-in for Baker Mayfield and what the actual Panthers look like with Baker Mayfield as their guy. I want to see it before I just go dismissing it.
Oh, you got to save time and dismiss that immediately.
No, the Panthers could actually be an NFC little bit of a sleeper this year. In a wide-open NFC, they might have something to say about how wide open it truly is. And the Browns, just what can you expect with Jacoby Brissett leading that team for as much time as he's going to lead them?
A loss.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Colts and Texans, I'm not going to pretend that that's very interesting. It's not. Giants, Titans, I'm not going to pretend. Packers and Vikings. Aaron Rodgers living in a post-Devontae Adams world. That to me is interesting. And apparently Kirk Cousins is getting along with his head coach now and is content and happy, and there's good vibes around the Vikings for the first time in a long time. So Packers and Vikings is going to get interesting. Chiefs and Cardinals, very, very interesting. Sunday night wraps up with Buccaneers and Cowboys. That game is going to be very interesting. I mean, it's just all good stuff coming out of week one. And at 1:25 in the afternoon, the biggest pinball game of them all, Raiders and Chargers. I mean, try to explain to me what you're expecting from that game. I dare you. I dare you to predict one thing that might actually happen in that game besides lots of yards, a lot of missed tackles. That game is going to be all over the map.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, the Chargers will lead by 10 with 4 minutes to go and figure out a way to lose.
That's who they are, and that's who the Raiders are. So what's going to give?
This may be the first game ever in which both teams lose.
I'll be impressed if they figure out a way to do that. I mean, the Chargers have so invested heavily in their defense. The Raiders are going to have one of the most interesting offenses in the entire sport this year. Here's the thing. I actually think that the Chargers have put them in position, Ray, to maybe win more than one style of game. They can win more than the shootout. We'll see. We'll see what this defense looks like. I think the Raiders are still a one fashionable level of win. The Raiders are built to be in shootouts. They're built to win shootouts, but it's hard to be a team that wins 17 shootouts in a row. It's really hard.
Yeah, until they show me they have a willingness to tackle, I'm not believing in them. Because that's one of two things that they are consistent about. They have terrible defense, and they lose turnover battles. I think they're like minus 43 over the last 5 years.
It's not good.
I mean, that's like minus 9 every year. How they got in the playoffs last year with the defense they had is an amazement to me.
It really is. Well, I'll tell you how they got into the playoffs, because the Chargers couldn't go in and win a game in Las Vegas in the final week of the regular season.
Well, there's that, and then, they did what they always do and reward somebody who did a good job for them by firing him.
And then, by the way, Monday Night Football is going to bring us Broncos at Seahawks. Look whose first game with his new team is right back where it all began in Seattle. And we do need to get to the Russell Wilson sour grape story before it's all said and done today. We got Brian Baldinger joining us in just a minute to go over what he expects the 49ers and Bears to look like. We're going to talk about whatever game he's going to this week. We'll ask him about what happened down in L.A. last night as well. So Brian Baldinger breaking at least one game down and teeing up the remainder of the schedule when he comes on in about 3 minutes from right now. Jeremy is in Chicago. Jeremy, thanks for the call. You're on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, fellas? Happy Friday.
Right back at you. Now, did you go to the Cubs game today?
As a matter of fact, I did, and I was lucky enough to run into at least a dozen Giants and Niners fans, and I had a great time, and I'm looking forward to Sunday, man.
Nice. So what can we do for you?
Listen, at the end of the day, I mean, this whole Jimmy and Trey debate has been going on for over a year now, and at the end of the day, as a Niners fan, I just want to win. So whichever quarterback can play well enough to go out there and win games and get us to the playoffs and eventually get us to our ultimate goal of winning a Super Bowl, then I'm all for it. Jimmy, Trey, heck, Brock Purdy, it doesn't matter to me. So, I mean, because not just the quarterback position, but wide receiver, corner, whatever other position, if there's someone else who can do a better job than the person who's doing it at this current time, I am all for it. So, go Niners. See you Sunday. Let's start the season off 1-0. Peace, y'all.
Thank you very much, Jeremy in Chicago, feeling it. You should be way too drunk from an afternoon at Wrigley to make a phone call into the radio station.
Yeah, somebody should have taken his phone.
But, look, here's the thing. To say, I don't care who it is at quarterback, I just want to win, it's really not how this works. You know, Trey Lance has got to be the guy to lead this. He does. If he doesn't, the egg on a lot of faces, and thank God Jimmy is going to be the insurance policy if this guy doesn't turn out to be all that you want him to be. But there's no amount of success that this year could basically turn into that would be worth the hair pulling constantly out of, oh my God, Jimmy again? I don't think this town could take it, Ray. I really don't think it could.
This town's been doing that for 60 years. They'll be fine with it. They'll turn on Lance like they turned on Garoppolo. They'll turn on Kaepernick like they turned on Smith. They turn on Young like they turned on Montana. It's what they do. The guy who's not playing is the best quarterback in football. That's the rule.
Yeah, but when Joe Montana was here and winning Super Bowls, no one was talking about the backup then.
No, but
and then
as soon as
was winning,
as soon as Young came here, that's when it changed. Because that's when Bill Walsh said, this is the future. And people can't wait for the future. They want it to be the present.
Well, here's the deal. The guy who represents the future is the present. So that's what makes this kind of interesting.
Oh, no, this is completely bizarre. What Kyle Shanahan has done is completely and utterly bizarre. That's what makes it interesting. And it almost doesn't, in fact, it doesn't matter who succeeds or who fails. It's bizarre all the way till the end, one way or the other.
Well, let's see where it all ends. We certainly know where it begins. And to talk about all of that, Brian Baldinger's joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Happy New Year, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Damon, Ray, it's good to be with you guys. It's been a little while. But, I'm right where I'm supposed to be. And so I'm ready. I'm ready for this kickoff Sunday here after what we saw last night.
I heard you're at one of the more interesting games on the entire opening week slate, and we'll get to that in just a second. But obviously, for everyone listening to us, the day begins in Chicago right at 10 a.m. And, we were talking to Courtney Cronin, who covers the Bears for ESPN, and I said, we basically have two teams that have an inexperienced question marks surrounding him quarterback playing behind question marks surrounding offensive lines with defenses that should carry the season for sort of both franchises. Which team am I talking about? It's kind of both of them. The one true advantage that the 49ers have, I think, is Kyle Shanahan's experience over Matt Eberflus's first time out ever as a head coach. And that almost alone is enough for me to think the Niners carry this day.
Well, I like Matt Eberflus, and I like his coaching staff. I think what Luke Getsy's doing offensively is really really bright, and you could tell that they've worked really hard in the preseason, just watching some of their games and how they've executed. I mean, it looks completely different than Matt Nagy showed. But look, I mean, the Bears don't have Trent Williams. They don't have Deebo Samuel. They don't have Nick Bosa. They don't have, I mean, on and on and on. I mean, the 49ers have 5 or 6 of the highest paid players at their position in the league. So, I mean, they've got great players that are expected to play at great levels that, can swing the balance of just about any game. There is some inexperience in the offensive line, but every team has to go through that. Chiefs started 2 rookies last year. Didn't seem to affect them very much. You try to draft well and develop players, and, you got to play these guys sometimes. Like Alex Mack couldn't play forever. So, you got to put a new guy in there, and you got to draft a guy. Aaron Banks, he's a 2nd-round pick. Like, let's go. You sat for a year. You see how it works. You watch Lake and Tomlinson do it every single day. Like, go do it. It's time to go play. Step up. I mean, not everybody can put an all-pro at every single position.
How, based on what you've seen from that line, how do you think it plays out early? I mean, I don't know if you can make an assessment about how it'll look like in December, but what do you think it's going to look like early? And by that, I mean, how well will they pass block? How well will they run block? What are the things looks like they can do? What are the things that it looks like they can't?
Right. It's honestly, it's hard to answer the question. It's a question you have to ask. It's just hard to know when it's going to click. And sometimes it just clicks for a moment and you kind of feel it and see it. And then it doesn't. It's going to be inconsistent because they haven't played a lot. And so, there's a fine dance between the quarterback and his line. There's a fine dance between the fleet of running backs that they're going to put out there and the line. We haven't seen Elijah Mitchell this summer. So there's kind of a balance that you have to find. And the only way to find it is to play and to play through it. So everybody wishes it could look like Buffalo did on their opening drive. But that's really not the norm, what they looked like last night. That's pretty rare. And in any year, that's pretty rare how they performed last night on just about every phase of the game. But I think, it's going to take the month of September, I believe, Ray, before we start to figure out how good they can be and what it's going to look like and how good the running game could be. They might hit a run here or there, against the Bears. I'm sure they will. But, to do it consistently where you can really count on it week in, week out, I think it's going to take the month of September.
When I was watching the Buffalo game last night, I just kept on thinking to myself, this is exactly what Kyle Shanahan wants out of his quarterback and his defense. And if you can get quarterback play that mirrors what Josh Allen does, like that's why they went out and they drafted Trey Lance, because the promise of having a guy like that, I think, became more interesting than having just the certainty that Garoppolo can get the job done, but will never have that level of promise. Now, that's asking an awful lot for Trey Lance to live up to, because Josh Allen really is, like, he's in a class all by himself. He's got the size of Cam Newton. He's got the arm strength of John Elway. He's got the, no biscuit, if you don't risk it, kind of wiring of Brett Favre. Like, he's a monster. He's an absolute monster. And when you have a player like that at quarterback, it just allows you to survive mistakes like 3 first-half turnovers, which is normally enough to bury anyone. It almost made the Bills more powerful because they weren't punting.
It was actually all 3 of those turnovers you're talking about were in the second quarter. And, you talk about a total team effort. I mean, the Rams put up a total of 3 points with those 3 turnovers. So it was all phases. I mean, they hit Matt Stafford 15 times last night. I mean, the 49ers would take that right now.
Yeah, 27 pressures on 41 passes. I mean, come on, it was insane.
Yeah, it was unbelievable, and it was everybody. It was the young guys, Boogie Basham and Greg Rousseau. It was Von Miller. It was Jordan Phillips. It was everybody. Everybody could. AJS Epinesa. Everybody contributed, and that's kind of like you love that. You love to see that kind of contribution. Everybody ate. But, going back to Josh Allen, I don't know how many times I watched it today, but I watched it a bunch, Damon. He got everybody lined up on a couple of occasions. I mean, he's telling Stephon Diggs where to go and what formation to get into. they have certain plays that they love in short yardage situations. The touchdown to Gabriel Davis, classic 3rd and 1 play action. They got the Rams to bite, but they ran that play against the Saints last year, and they got the same result. But just watching Josh Allen, literally cut and carve the Rams up every way that you can, whether it's just short darts, whether it's rollouts on the move, on the run, and then in the fourth quarter saying, the hell with it, man. I'm just going to take these guys on and run right over Ernest Jones and
stiff-arming guys.
Wagner
He's stiff-arming guys.
Yeah, stiff-arming Nick Scott to the ground. I mean, he just took the game over. All phase, you just see the talent. I mean, he threw up. On the touchdown run from the 4-yard line, Damon, I mean, he made about as hard a throw as you could possibly make and somehow pulled it back into his body and then darted to the right and out-jumped Bobby Wagner for a touchdown. I mean, that level of talent, to your point, Jimmy Garoppolo can't make that play. Most quarterbacks can't. Maybe Trey Lance will get there with that type, but you're going to need that type of athletic ability to make a play like that. And you're right. Everybody that drafts a guy that has a lot of grooming to go to, they're just going to point to Josh Allen like this is what we hope we get, and you just don't know. But you got to play. You got to play him, and you got to let him play, and you got to let him make mistakes. I could pull out Josh Allen's first preseason game against Cincinnati, and it was just dreadful. Everything was dreadful, and you're going, why is he even out there? He's not ready to play, and here he is 4 years later.
When you looked at last night's game, did you have sort of this mental fight between, man, Buffalo's good, and man, the Rams are bad? Or do you automatically err toward the offensive side when you're seeing a game like that, where even a mistake-prone offense can still put up 31 and still convert 90% of their third down conversions? I mean, is your sort of inbred bias toward good offense as opposed to bad defense, or do you try to hit the ball down the middle?
I did it different, Ray, when I watched it. I was around Buffalo and Rochester this summer. I saw how they worked, and then they played in preseason, and the Rams didn't. And to me, it was just a classic case of one team played and got a lot of their jitters and a lot of their they got their stuff out. They were ready to play. And the Rams decided, and it's just a coaching decision and a philosophy. And, in Los Angeles, they decided not to play any of their guys. And so they looked like it. They had very little timing, whereas the Buffalo, they had nothing but timing. And they just played at a faster speed than the Rams did. And I think that's a function of one team saying, okay, I know there's a risk to put these guys out here, but we're going to play our guys. And it paid off.
So the 49ers are going to be opening without George Kittle from the way that it looks. He didn't practice at all this week. He's got a groin. That's something that you want to let rest. You don't want to be risking George Kittle in a week one game that you're probably set up to win even without him. And all due respect to Chicago, it does look like the 49ers should be the favorite on paper, conceptually, when you really think about it. But George Kittle missing matters. It really does. He is as big a part of that team's run game as any tight end could claim to be, and we all know how good of a receiver of the ball he is too. When you look at how the Bears could actually pull off the upset, I'm guessing maybe a certain player or two not being there is part of those reasons. How big of an impact do you think George Kittle has on this game if he can't go?
Well, there's only, 2 or 3 tight ends in the league that can block like him. But more than just that, it's just the way that him and Kyle, Juszczyk, like how they kind of do things in tandem together. I mean, they're excellent together in blocking the edges. And so they're not, Charlie Warner, you put anybody out there, Ross Dwelly, they're not George. So it can make a difference, but be honest with you, if you think that losing George Kittle makes this game closer, then you're not where you need to be. I mean, they should be able to overcome the loss of George Kittle in this game. I'd be surprised if he plays. You just can't afford to have anything linger into second week. So you're just better off. He's going to be disappointed. I'm sure he wants to play. I'm sure he's getting acupuncture right now and who knows what else. But, he's lying in, some salted water somewhere trying to take some inflammation out. But, you just got to get him ready for the season. He makes such a difference. But you really honestly got to just go the next guy up at every single position right now. And you just got to coach them all up and get them all ready to play, and understanding that there is a drop-off. The other guys behind him can't block as well as he can. But, you just got to go with the next guy.
Excluding the game you're doing, what is the game you would run across a freeway to watch on Sunday, and what is the game you would run across the freeway to avoid?
Well, there's so many, Ray. Honestly, if you look at this Raider-Charger matchup, and that's how Week 18 ended last year, with an overtime win by the Raiders, knocking the Chargers out of the playoffs. I mean, that was a death match. I'd love to see that one. I would love to see Pittsburgh going into Cincinnati, and if Pittsburgh's offensive line looks as bad as they did in the preseason, or somehow they get better, I think Green Bay, Minnesota is fascinating. And Sunday night, forget it. I think I would take my chances across, the 405 or the 101 at rush hour to go see that one.
Yeah, Buccaneers and Cowboys would be a great way to wrap up a Sunday night. I do think watching Aaron Rodgers trying to live in a post-Davante Adams world is going to be fascinating. And what Davante Adams does to the Raiders offense, that game's got tilt written all over it. That could be pinball if the Chargers defense that they tried to build doesn't actually get built early on here. You are sitting right in the middle of another just fascinating game. Chiefs and Cardinals. It's a 125 game on CBS for those who are going to be watching at home. And, Baldy, you got, as decorated and respected a young quarterback in Patrick Mahomes as possible, and Kyler Murray, who's got all sorts of stripes for a young player, but still is fighting that uphill battle of perception and not doing enough homework. And obviously the wrinkle in his contract about study time didn't do him any favors. That was a little bit embarrassing. He's going to be without his best target for the first 8 weeks because of suspension for DeAndre Hopkins. So are you giving the Cardinals a puncher's chance against the Chiefs? And if you're not, do you think it's a team that comes around in the second half of the season?
I think Kansas City is one of the 4 best teams in the league. They got so fast on defense. This trade of Tyreek Hill, while it might hurt some of the explosiveness of the offense, it just made the team better. The guys that they've added defensively all can play. I mean, they got 9 rookies in that team. 6 of them are going to play on Sunday for sure. And most of them on defense, and they're all going to contribute. I trust Patrick Mahomes as much as I trust Josh Allen as any other quarterback in this league to just throw it to the open receiver. He doesn't care what the name of the back of the jersey is. I mean, the guy's just the ultimate competitor. Kansas City's just a better team in every capacity right now. And while Kyler Murray might, throw a home run ball to Marquise Hollywood Brown and get behind the defense, I'm sure there'll be some wrinkles that Cliff has ready for this game that the Chiefs might not have seen or prepared for. Chiefs are just a better all-around team. Their offense line is amongst, if not the best in football. I think Kansas City goes in there and puts it up pretty big on the Cardinals.
Yeah, unless there's 11 Buda Bakers out there, they could have trouble slowing down what is still going to be a premier passing attack. What do you think Clyde Edwards-Helaire looks like in a... Are the Chiefs about to run the ball a little bit more?
They could. They certainly have the capability. Andy, it's not what Andy Reid likes to do. And so I don't expect them to lean heavily on it until they get a lead in the fourth quarter, and then they'll run it a lot. And all of a sudden that run-pass ratio will kind of tighten up a little bit. But he believes in throwing the ball coming out of the tunnel. It tires out the defense more. He'll throw a ton of formations at Arizona. They've got a real problem right now at cornerback. They've lost a bunch. They may end up starting Trayvon Mullen, who they just picked up from the bus stop on Tuesday from the Raiders. So I mean, they've got some holes out there. I'm sure Andy Reid wants to go test them real early with this new receiving core that he's got.
And then Baldy, the entire Week 1 slate wraps up dramatically With all you got Russell Wilson and a new team going back to the old stomping grounds of the Seattle Seahawks. That is going to make for a little bit of an interesting, awkward wrinkle for fans. I know Pete Carroll's saying, I trust my 12s to come and compete. I think they do got to give Russ his moment of respect. And then we're playing football, and that's not how football works. So, of course, they're going to be booing Russell Wilson and making noise while he's out there. But maybe my favorite stat going into week 1 is that Geno Smith has 4 more NFL wins in his career than Russell Wilson has Pro Bowl appearances. Russell Wilson's been in 9 Pro Bowls. Geno Smith has won 13 games. So I think Pete Carroll and the Seahawks are about to be living in a new world.
Yeah, I do too. Look, they tried to give that job to Drew Lock, and he was just so bad against the Cowboys in the final preseason game. He threw 3 interceptions, and they just couldn't give him the job. And so, Geno Smith he's a capable backup quarterback. That's what he is. You can try to hide him in a run-based offense and rebuilt offensive line. You can do all that stuff. He's not going to pull Russell Wilson, rabbits out of his hat the way he did for a decade. I was in Denver twice this summer. Damon, I saw the end of every practice with Russell. It started with red zone drills with his receiving corps for 45 straight minutes every day. Like, he's going to finish his drives in the end zone. They're not kicking field goals. And so he's just the ultimate, general out there, and just how to do the whole thing, how to lead, how to play quarterback, how to get the team to rally around you. He did it at North Carolina State. He did it at Wisconsin. He did it at Seattle. He's doing it now.
Why does Seattle doubt him so much? Because there's a story about all the sour grapes and that they tried to move on and they tried to trade him to the Browns the year the Browns had the number 1 pick that became Baker Mayfield. And it feels like, as Russell and his team, Team Wilson said, it was like a slow-moving divorce. Why? He seems like a Boy Scout. And like you just described, he's a consummate leader.
Yeah. They're going to rue the day that they made this decision, I think. Pete Carroll, John Schneider, the entire group there in Seattle. Most teams struggle for a lifetime. I mean, you go through the list of teams to try to find Russell Wilson for a stretch. And if they get him, they never let him out of their building. And he's just one of those guys. And people can say, well, he's not quite the same runner. Or I don't know if he is or not. I know that he can still play at an extremely high level. The only time he ever missed games was last year, so I'm not saying he's in decline. He missed 3 games with a bad hand. He played through every other injury he ever had. I don't know about those stories, Damon. I try to stay away from reading them because I'm not saying the journalism isn't fair, but they seem to have a slant one way or the other. I think Russell wanted to go someplace where he could throw the ball more and have more of his type of philosophy of what Brady's doing. Brady threw it 717 times last year. Like, you got to throw it to win it in Russell's mind. And I think he wanted to be in an offense where he could do that more.
It's so good to hear from you on a Friday. If we're talking to Brian Baldinger on a Friday, that means some football's happening this weekend. And indeed it is.
Yes, sir.
Great to catch up with you, Brian. Looking forward to our conversations throughout the year. It's great to have you back on the team here at 95.7 The Game. And let's enjoy the party, man. This is going to be fun.
It's going to be a great ride. Got off to a good start. And I think, even though last night's game was a blowout, I think every fan base can say to themselves, this is what we strive to be. Like, you always need, that rabbit that's out in front that everybody's chasing. In Buffalo, they're that rabbit right now, and everybody's trying to play at that level right now.
Hey, we were saying just yesterday, like, everyone in the world's on the Bills to, win the whole thing. So it is our duty to fade the Buffalo Bills. I'm re-questioning that, like today, immediately. They did look every bit of their preseason hype, but we're not going to overreact. It's just one week.
No.
We got a long way to go. Baldy, thanks so much, pal.
Yep, you bet, guys.
You're the man. Thank you so much. Brian Baldinger, that's the voice of football right there. To me, nothing sounds more like football than Brian Baldinger, except maybe this. There had to be one today, Ray. You knew that.
I've decided to just ignore it.
Oh, is that, you think that's going to cool me down on?
No, I don't. There's no. You're going to press that like a typewriter. I've just given up.
I'll say this. I'm glad to have finally beaten you. This is going to be a great weekend. We are going to end this weekend in dramatic fashion on Monday Night Football. And I've been saving this kind of for the whole show. I really cannot believe that Russell Wilson's no longer with the Seahawks. Again, it's amazing to me. He's nothing short of the most important player in the history of the franchise. And they walked away from him and tried to on several different turning points. It's crazy.
Well, but Brian Baldinger said something that, calls that scenario into some doubt. Is it he wanted to throw the ball more, and he and Pete Carroll did not see eye to eye on play selection or roster construction. Russell Wilson wanted to be a different quarterback than the one he had been in Seattle. He wanted a team that had a better offensive line and a more representative running game, but he also wanted to be able to throw the ball with a greater proclivity. And I think it's not a question of Seattle didn't know what it had. I think this became a contest of wills between a successful coach who wants to do it his way and a successful quarterback who wants to do it his way. It sounds a little bit like Bill Belichick v. Tom Brady.
Well, and you know what? It's also, I just think it's a huge, like there was really nothing to fight about here. But Russell Wilson wanting to do it more his way and Pete Carroll having a stubborn off here, it's just nuts. I think that he's always felt a little bit disrespected by the team. Like he felt disrespected by the Legion of Boom. Then he got called out for the Super Bowl interception, right? Which Pete Carroll, said, everyone said, well, Pete's trying to anoint his favorite son as the Super Bowl MVP here. So instead of just giving the ball to Marshawn Lynch, he had Russell do it. So Russell was a little bit of an apple polisher for Pete Carroll, and that didn't jive well with the locker room. And then there's the fact that the national media, no one's ever given him an MVP vote. And I think that rubbed him the wrong way. And I think he felt that his career was being, it was on the second Lollapalooza stage up there in Seattle. Even though they were one of the biggest draws and biggest teams in the world, it was still the other to NFL media, and he didn't get a very fair shake. I'll tell you, Pete Carroll's about to find out what NFL life looks like without a real star quarterback, and he's got a lot of reminders in his past. Here's how his resume used to read. Patriots head coach, terrible, fired. Jets head coach, fired and became a laughingstock, had a reputational laughingstock that until USC resurged his reputation, there were Pete Carroll jokes in this league. And then all of a sudden, he goes to USC, he recruits, he cheats better than anyone else, and then he leaves right when the whole thing's about to burn down, so none of the smoke really gets on him, even though he's responsible for all the smoke that burnt down USC, basically. He flees to the NFL, avoids going down with a sinking ship, and in his first 2 years without Russell up in Seattle, he's 7-9, 7-9. Then he's gifted in the third round a quarterback who, to Pete Carroll, immediately said, I don't care where we drafted him, and I don't care what kind of money we just spent on Matt Flynn. I'm going with the kid. And he went with the kid, and it was 2012, and it's Russ, and it's Legion of Boom, and it's the best home field advantage in the entire NFL, and 2 Super Bowl appearances, and Marshawn, and Skittles for everybody. It was the best the franchise ever was, and now it's over, and watch this thing die fast.
Oh, it probably will. But the only point I'm trying to make is that they both wanted this to end. I don't think it was Seattle not realizing what they had. It's that Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson grew sick of each other.
But I'm talking about years ago, where the Baker Mayfield draft, they tried to trade him. That's years before.
I understand that. They've been sick of each other for a while, in the same way that Brady and Belichick got sick of each other. And that lasted a while, too.
Hey, we've been together for about 4 hours here. Are you sick of me?
Are you? Of course I am.
Well, you got one more segment left with the old ball and chain here, and then I'm going to let you go out into your weekend in your own recognizance. Are you ready?
Sports don't build character.
No, not yet. Not yet. We're brought to you by the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority.
Looking for a fulfilling career with growth opportunities? Enjoy paid training, medical benefits, and earn close to $40 per hour within 3 years. Apply today to become a VTA bus operator and excel with providing VTA customers a great experience. Start your journey. Visit VTA.org/point A and apply today.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Live entertainment is back at Cache Creek Casino Resort. In September, catch one of music's legendary groups, the Beach Boys, performing live and in concert at our beautiful state-of-the-art event space. Now is your time to see and hear your favorite performers. Get tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama the spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so.
Order up!
You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
How do you make the most of your land? Everyone has their way. The Nelsons depend on their John Deere Gator XUV 835R to get
from point A to point B with decoys and the dogs.
As much as we got going on, it's all about efficiency.
And if you ask the Mosers what they use their Gator XUV 590M for, they tell you.
The most fun we have on the Gator is just ripping around the property.
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn how to make the most of yours at Deere.com. Nothing runs like a Deere.
On the south side, we got 6 poly panels. And please, make sure they're flush.
Kwame is converting everyone on the block to solar power.
Please get a crew to wrap up 202 South Duane.
He needs more certified installers before the sun sets on his business boom.
Well, let's pick up the pace. We got a long day.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
John Heyman's tweeting out about baseball stuff. You printed money off the backs of the steroid era, and now you're out here hating on Bonds. Take a seat, retire, time to move on.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
Quarterback's a leader regardless if you got the C on the chest or not. If you're going to be a great quarterback or a good quarterback, those dudes are going to look in your eyes, especially when things aren't going good, and they're going to know you have the salt, what it takes.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
But what you saw last night is what Kyle Shanahan is trying to do. Trey Lance is the promise of Josh Allen in Kyle's mind's eye. We'll see if he can live up to that promise. Big shoes to fill, right?
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So on YouTube, you can pay to have the text that you send to the YouTube page appear in big yellow boxes. Did you guys know about this? I did not know about this. Some guy in a big yellow box says, I believe the day that Josh Allen torched the 49ers is when Kyle decided he needed a guy like Lance. Remember when Justin Fields had 1 net passing yard in a game? I do. Lance is better. I do think Lance is set up to be better, but yeah, I do really believe that Josh Allen, just his presence and playing like that, is something Kyle Shanahan wants, and we'll find out starting on Sunday if he's not one game closer to getting it in Trey Lance's first start as a full-time starter in the NFL. So it should be very interesting. David Velez paid $9.99 to look superior to the other texters and chatters on the YouTube page. I did not know that was even available.
And
Ray.
you can too.
You could pay to chat with YouTubers, Ray.
I'd rather eat my own eyes.
I knew that. Again, how bad is baseball at everything? Baseball puts out significant and very interesting rule changes on a day where all we're doing is talking about football. Baseball voted today to implement a pitch clock that is going to be dramatically affecting games starting in 2023, and we'll talk about that at another time. They've also basically banned the shift. There will be no cookie cutter or pie wedge shifts anymore. You need 2 infielders, both feet in the dirt on either side of second base.
See, I don't, the part of that I don't like is why do they have to be on the dirt? If you're on either side of the base, that's not a shift. That's normal baseball. That's not gimmick baseball.
I don't like, I thought about banning the shift probably being the right thing to do just to create a little bit more happening or balls in play. But honestly, I don't like any rule that affects how you're allowed to set up your defense. Like that's where baseball scouting comes in.
If you teach hitters to stop pulling the ball, that's what you do. There is a counter to everything in baseball.
Right. Stop making everyone try to hit with launch angle and look the other way.
Yeah.
Choke up a little, for goodness sakes.
There's a reason why batting averages and run production are so scandalously down.
Yeah, because no one knows how to hit anymore. The art of hitting died.
They know how to hit one thing, which is a dead red fastball by swinging out your ass.
There's a lot of it's super chat, Damon. Now I know how to get you to notice me. I notice you. I notice you out there, especially you who are worried about noticing me. You're saying very disparaging things about me earlier, so don't pretend that you care now. Maybe you will next week. Things change. the sport of baseball has you're not going to be allowed to look the runner back more than twice as a pitcher anymore. So stolen bases are about to go up. Games are supposed to be puttering along faster now with this pitch clock. That will be the most dramatic change of anything, a pitch clock.
Oh, no, that's the one. I mean, because you knew they were never going to cut the time between half innings because that's when they sell advertising. But the pitch clock is going to make a dramatic difference. Right up until the point when pitchers are starting to pitch so quickly that their arms start to bother them. And all of a sudden, now you're paying a guy not to play. And that's what owners hate more than anything else. I don't think the pitch clock's going to last very long. And and if it does last long, it won't last long at 15 seconds. 15 seconds seems like a hurry.
If it helps the TV product and ratings go up, they will drop pitchers from airplanes at 12,000 feet gladly.
But here's what we found out. They've made a ton of changes in their rule book over the last 10 years. Ratings have not gone up for any of them.
No. Well, because none of those rule changes affected what people said was the number one complaint. It just takes too long. There's not enough action. Maybe some of these will. We'll have to talk about it in February when football season is over. College football weekend, number 1 Alabama at Texas. Whoo, daddy. Some big programs playing there at Darrell K. Royal Stadium. I like it.
Yeah, I may have time now that the Premier League schedule tomorrow has been blown up.
A little college football for you. 1 o'clock, UNLV at California. That's on Pac-12, which basically means it's not on television. At 4:30, number 10, USC at Stanford on ABC. A lot of sharp money on the Cardinal. A lot of handle, of course, on USC, but a lot of sharp money is coming on the Cardinal. Lucas, you're detecting funny line play, funny line movement?
No, you said it. Sharps on Stanford, and the spread opened at 11. SC favored by 11, dropped all the way down to 6.5. It's settling right around 8 or 9 right now. I like the over. I'm retired from sports gambling, but the over 66.5. SC's offense is incredible, one of the best units in the country. Defense still a work in progress.
You will totally bet this game. You're a liar.
Yeah, by the way, congratulations on your retirement. May it last long. At 4:30, San Jose State University is at Auburn, baby. You can watch that on ESPNU. At 5 o'clock, for those of you who are interested, just me, Idaho at Indiana, Big Ten Network. And at 7:30, Oregon State at Fresno State, CBS Sports Network. We keep it local, we keep it live, and we did 4 hours today, Ray. You made it. You made it.
I hate my life.
Go have happy football. Go have a happy football weekend.
I'm going to watch the end of this tennis match is what I'm going to do.
We are going to be back on Monday after a happy football weekend, and we will be happy. I'm going to be happy.
You'll be happy.
You're going to be happy.
I absolutely won't.
You're going to be happy on Monday. I can feel it in my bones.
Bite me, Pops.
Thanks to Bryant Young, Courtney Cronin, and Brian Baldinger for joining us today. For Mr. Sunshine and all the boys in the studio, I'm Damon saying thanks for listening. And sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.